This was the 100th rebirth for this little girl. However, she felt no happiness at all. Because in her 99 previous lives, it was all just because of her limitless magical power. She either sacrificed herself for her family or dedicated her life to saving the world. As a result, there wasn't a single life where she could live past the fated age of 20. She was genuinely on the verge of going insane. Yet, she still had to accept this fate, this harsh destiny. After observing and listening for a moment, the protagonist realized that in this life, she was born into a noble family. Gently caressed by her mother, surrounded by maids who praised how cute she was. It seemed like a perfect beginning, until roughly pushed open the bedroom door. "My lord, you've arrived. She's such a beautiful little girl." Several maids chimed in eagerly. The protagonist narrowed her eyes to get a better look. The Lord, they mentioned. Was he her father in this life, then, following? Her gaze. A tall figure came into view. A handsome face, yet as cold as ice. The old soul, who had lived through 99 lives inside a baby's body. Also, couldn't help but tremble. The moment she saw the face she would call father in this 100th life, she thought her life was ruined all over again. The protagonist couldn't help but wonder what it would be this time. Would she be abandoned, tortured, or become a child who brings misfortune, or murdered by her own biological father? She had only just been born. As the man's hand reached out, her heart pounded nervously. Would this world be destroyed again? There was nothing she could do. She could only watch everything unfold, her shackled once more, like dust, watching every life get destroyed before her very eyes. Or what? It felt like being trapped in a nightmare from which she couldn't awaken. If so, the protagonist didn't know what sin she had committed to deserve witnessing all of this until the world ended again. However, it turned out she was overthinking things, because that hand only reached out to gently touch her cheek. Then, a few tears of happiness appeared on the young father's face. "Thank you for being born safely, our little baby." The protagonist hadn't recovered from her shock. This time, it was the young lady's turn to lower her onto the bed. It was then that the protagonist got a clear look at her mother's face in this life. And she was crying too. This child is truly a cute little girl. She really couldn't understand what was going on. The plot felt a little strange. Why were they all showing such happy expressions? Was this a plot twist? But if so, that would be wonderful because she could finally live a life in the truest sense of the word. At that moment, the protagonist truly hoped this 100th life could be calm and peaceful. The couple talked for quite a long time. Afterwards, they decided to give her the name Anastasia. So, in this life, the protagonist was named Anastasia. She still thought it was a rather beautiful name. Her father then continued, "You saved this world. That is a hero's name." It sounded great, but that sentence instantly made Anastasia freeze. Oh my god, a hero again. Every single time they mention the word hero, and every time she has to live a miserable life. Having heard that, Anastasia already knew that in this life, she would be treated as a hero again, and the result would be her sacrifice. She felt utterly foolish for getting her hopes up over and over again. This life was bound to be even worse than her previous lives. However, for some reason, Anastasia spent the first month of her life peacefully, in her parents' loving care. She had mentally prepared herself to be hailed as a hero, but nothing of the sort happened. Despite that, Anastasia was relieved too quickly because, like in her past lives, they all claimed she was a child blessed by God and hailed her as a hero, then pretended to be incredibly kind to her. Ultimately, because they feared her power, they would abuse her. This time, Anastasia's parents had also given her the name of a hero, which made her certain they would also force her to sacrifice herself. Anastasia sighed inwardly. She had to protect herself. Alone again? There was no other way. As usual, she observed her surroundings as best as she could. The woman with jet black hair and red eyes was Anastasia's mother. In this life, since she was in the body of a newborn baby, every time her mother put her to sleep, she would fall fast asleep, even though she reminded herself to stay vigilant if she didn't want to be sacrificed unknowingly. While sleeping, The man who looked like a wolf with a body as large as a giant mountain and pink hair was her father in this life. He was called the Duke. Contrary to his cold appearance, her father seemed to be a fanatical, doting parent, cooing at her in a voice so sweet it could make someone faint. Then there was the maid who was always by. She always smiled kindly to the sensitive and suspicious Anastasia. Anastasia thought she was someone sent by her wicked, demonic parents to watch over her. While she was lost in thought, Anastasia suddenly heard a commotion and angry shouts from outside the door. Father. He seemed to be talking with a doctor. He was angry because of Anastasia. What is wrong with my little daughter? If she is not sick at all, then why doesn't she cry or laugh? Anastasia thought it was something serious. It turned out he was just making a big fuss because she wasn't crying. But the worst part was that her wild wolf-like father was planning to take the doctor's life just because he couldn't figure out why his daughter wasn't crying. Anastasia was shocked. She couldn't let an innocent person lose their life because of her when she was only 1 month old. In her previous lives, people didn't want to hear her cry. So, Anastasia didn't cry because she had almost lost her life at the hands of her parents. But in this life, if her father wanted her to be a normal child, then she had to live like a Your Grace, I have done my best. Our young lady is perfectly healthy. Please believe me this one time. Outside the door, the doctor seemed to have started crying before Anastasia even did. His cries made Anastasia feel extremely regretful. So very sorry. This guilt prompted Anastasia to start crying in her cradle. Wah, wah. After hearing this sound, her father finally stopped. A smile like a blooming flower spread across his face. It was as if spring had returned, and his sword was thrown to the ground. The young father rushed into the room and held his daughter. My baby, you finally cried. How strong and loud your cries are. Are you satisfied now? Anastasia thought to herself, secretly worried. Because in the past, every time she cried loudly, misfortune would always follow. But seeing her father's happy expression in this life, Anastasia was truly doubtful would that still apply to her current life in order to seem as much like a baby as possible. Anastasia continued to cry. Then she was held by her father. The quiet moment was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps from the hallway. Soon after, a little girl with pink hair, exactly like Anastasia's father's, appeared in the room with a displeased expression. Father, you're so disappointing. How could you ignore Lala? Anastasia saw a pair of eyes that seemed to hide arrows of hatred, and her whole body broke out in goosebumps. This is bad. Is this her older sister in this life? Looking at this older sister, Anastasia felt like a mountain of problems was about to fall on her. In all her previous lives, her relationships with her siblings were never good, and when she was first reincarnated in this life, because she heard her parents say she was the youngest daughter, she knew she would have older siblings. However, because of her experiences in her previous lives, she wasn't looking forward to meeting them, but instead felt increasingly worried. Laurencia was very cute, with fluffy pink hair, bright eyes, and chubby cheeks. But even so, this little girl still made Anastasia turn pale with fear, just when she thought Laurencia would burst into tears or even pounce and claw at her for attention. The little girl exclaimed instead, "Is this really my little sister? How can she be this cute?" If she could speak, Anastasia would have definitely cried out in shock. Laurencia's reaction was completely different from her siblings in her past life. Because the young Duke was holding Anastasia while kneeling on one knee, Laurencia immediately rushed toward them with joy. Wow, Lala has a little sister. Has a little sister this cute? The little girl was so overjoyed that she even gave her sister a nickname. Sasya, just like her own nickname, Lala. Since she couldn't speak yet, Anastasia could only wave her hands and stomp her feet to show how much she hated that nickname. But who would have thought her father would mistake it for her liking the name too? Sasha. From that day on, her fate was sealed. Anastasia had to grow up with the nickname she absolutely hated, Father. How about we give Sasha some pudding? Laurencia looked overjoyed. Father knows what you want. Laurencia, but Anastasia is still too little to eat pudding, so you should just eat her share. The young Duke persuaded her while patting his eldest daughter's head. But if Lala eats by herself, Sasya will be sad. Laurencia replied with a pout. Back when I was sick and could only eat porridge, I was so sad because I couldn't eat anything cold. If Sasya can't eat pudding now, she'll be sad. Laurencia's serious and earnest demeanor as she said those words made Anastasia's heart pound. Actually worried that I'll be sad? What is this warm, familial feeling? Is it like the friendship between Jinmo Ri, Han Dae-wi, and Yu Mira in The God of High School? Of course, no matter how hard Laurencia pleaded, the Duke couldn't let Anastasia eat the pudding, so in the end, her older sister ate it all herself, however, feeling guilty. Toward her little sister, Laurencia decided to make up for it by giving her her favorite tattered doll. Laurencia, are you sure you can sleep without it, child? They seemed a bit surprised. After all, Laurencia was just a little kid. He never expected the little girl would be so, generous toward her sister. Yes, Sasha is my little sister. Since I'm her big sister, I'll just lend it to her. Laurencia answered resolutely. The little girl's angelic expression almost made Anastasia let down her guard. But no, the suffering from her past life came back to, remind her she couldn't trust these people, her parents were like that, and so was her sister. This was all just an act of kindness. To show her displeasure. Anastasia began to wail loudly. However, the innocent and naive Laurencia just thought her little sister didn't like the deer doll, so she tried a different way to console her. Sasha, you don't like the deer. How about a rabbit or a tiger? Big sister will give them all. To you. So please stop crying. Okay. Even though Laurencia was just a child, she was much more generous than Anastasia ever imagined. Then, to cheer up her little sister, Laurencia started playing peekaboo with her cute little face. This adorable act finally shattered Anastasia's line of, defense. She completely gave in. She couldn't hold back her laughter. This was the first time Anastasia had laughed since she was born, so, for the Duke and his eldest, unrestrained joy was understandable. The rumor about Lady Anastasia laughing while playing peekaboo immediately spread throughout the entire castle. And so, the maids lined up to take turns playing the game in front of her, never getting bored, never getting tired. Even her personal physician joined in. Naturally, Anastasia's father did as well. And she only got some peace after they were all shooed away by, her mother. Anastasia felt deeply scarred by the experience. This was a first for her, so she had no idea how to react. She had thought that if she just didn't react, they would eventually get bored and give up. But from her father and the doctor to the maids, there wasn't the slightest sign of, boredom, and they even encouraged one another. Next time, we have to try even harder to get Anastasia to laugh. She couldn't understand this family at all. In this life, if this was all just an act, they were putting in far too much effort to be friendly. Could it be that in this life she was truly born into a family that truly loved her? After waking up that afternoon, Anastasia saw a small figure next to her crib. It was a young boy. A boy with pink hair. A perfect replica of the young Duke. Anastasia immediately guessed that it was Damien, her older brother who was 5 years old. Even though he was still young, the maids in the house said, Damien is very dignified as the heir, the future Duke. Because of that, he is always well-educated and very busy. However, this afternoon he suddenly appeared here. Of course, Anastasia also put this little one on her. He needed to be watched. Anastasia, what are you thinking about? Damien asked happily, holding onto her cradle. He was smiling like a puppy, thinking about how your little sister can survive. If she could speak, Anastasia would have said this. Seeing her serious little face, Damien couldn't help but reach out, poking her cheek. Then he remembered something else. Oh, right, I brought a gift. I don't know if you'll like it. Even though she heard she was getting a gift, Anastasia didn't look too happy. To be honest, she felt it was very strange. Why was everyone in this castle trying to do something for her? The gift Damien brought was a tiger doll, Laurencia once said. Anastasia looks so cute when she laughs. So, I'm giving you my tiger doll. We've been together since I was little. Parting like this is really lonely, but I'll still give it to you. Anastasia couldn't help but reach out her chubby little hand, caressing the tiger. Before, her older sister wanted to give her the little deer, her favorite. Now it was her brother's turn to give her the doll. This tiger doll that had been with him for 5 years? To those two children, these were precious items, yet they both gave them to her without hesitation. So, Anastasia, can you smile for me? Damien stroked his sister's head with his small hand, then showed a hopeful expression. She was getting more confused. Her 5-year-old brother gave her such a precious item just to see her laugh. What were the people in this house actually doing? Was her laughing or not that important? Anastasia couldn't understand, but to protect the innocence of the little boy in front of her, she tried her best to force a smile. Seeing his sister smile, Damien was silent for a few seconds, then cheered happily. Wow, she laughed. Everyone, come look quickly. Anastasia smiled, and hearing their son's voice, the Duke and his young wife, along with Laurentia, who at that moment were eavesdropping outside the door, immediately rushed in. Seeing their youngest daughter laugh, everyone looked incredibly happy. However, Anastasia's mood was very complicated. She had been through many lives, learning to always be wary of everything, at all times, especially when in trouble. Therefore, from her reincarnation until now, Anastasia had always maintained a blank face but at this moment she truly held a glimmer of hope, hoping this 100th life would be her miracle, even though she had disappointed time and time again. But now Anastasia still hoped that these people wouldn't abandon her and that here she would have happiness and a peaceful life. And so, a few months passed. Every day, Anastasia was showered with abundant love. Her parents, siblings, and the servants all praised her, saying she was adorable. Her mother even generously paid the person who sewed clothes for Anastasia 4 times their wages, just because she looked so beautiful wearing them. Anastasia still couldn't get used to this atmosphere. The castle was busier than usual. The reason stemmed from a few days ago when Anastasia had just turned 5 months old. She finally had a play area larger than her cradle. Anastasia started to learn how to crawl, and although she was still in the babbling stage, already shown significant improvement. Her father, a man who was never far from his daughter, hoped to hear his daughter say, "I love you, Daddy," for the first time. As for Anastasia, after 5 months of living in this body, she had accepted that she was just an ordinary baby. In her previous lives, she had been chased to the point of terror. But in this life, all she needed to do was grow up healthy. Like any other baby, all she had to do was grow up healthy, just like a normal baby. This feeling of peace made Anastasia feel incredibly happy. In a moment of excitement, she managed to roll over for the first time in her life. To Anastasia, this was just a very ordinary act. But for constantly watching her, it was a momentous milestone. Her older brother, Damien, believed she learned to roll over far earlier than other children. Much earlier. Her mother agreed, and to commemorate the event, they threw a grand. During the ceremony, Anastasia was placed in a chair at the head of the banquet table. At first, she heard it was just a private family gathering. But it turned out to be far more lavish than Anastasia had imagined. Her parents and her siblings all prepared gifts for her. The doctor and the servants were no exception. They all looked overjoyed to see their little princess growing up healthy, and even the servants all felt it was an honor to be able to serve her. Meanwhile, Anastasia's parents also took this opportunity to give generous bonuses to the servants. She truly didn't understand, but this was just the first time of. Why were they doing all this? Wasn't it a bit excessive? The people here were so overly emotional, so even though 5 months had passed. After the banquet, there was a fireworks show. Her parents carried Anastasia to the balcony to watch the beautiful light play firsthand, which was held to celebrate her learning to roll over. A beautiful show of lights. At that moment, her mother said with a face full of happiness, "My dear Anastasia, in the future, just stay healthy and grow up well like this." It was so strange. They didn't ask her to be obedient, nor did they ask her to be successful. They only wanted her to grow up healthy. Such a simple wish seemed out of place for a duke. The day after the banquet, the castle became very quiet again. After yesterday's party, the servants' year-end holidays had begun. They were all reluctant to leave, not wanting to say goodbye to the young miss. Only one young maid had volunteered to work during the holiday break, and right now, she was dozing off by the door. Anastasia guessed the girl had just hit puberty. After all, children need to sleep soundly to grow up healthy. Perhaps because it was the end of the year. Everyone was quite busy. Her parents had left the residence early in the morning. Her older brother was attending an important lesson. Meanwhile, her older sister was in bed. She had caught a cold yesterday. No one was paying any attention to Anastasia. But for her, this was the perfect opportunity. She decided to start practicing today. Her main goal was to climb the sofa in the room. Without a second thought, Anastasia immediately started crawling toward it. She told herself not to grow up too quickly. However, she couldn't help but want to start walking right away. Unfortunately, before Anastasia could even reach the sofa, she was picked up by someone. "Young lady, are you having a good time?" The person holding Anastasia was an elderly woman dressed as a maid. She could only respond with a gurgle. But in her memory, she had never seen this face before. The woman said the Duchess had asked her to pick Anastasia up, but her parents had clearly left a while ago, and this maid hadn't even woken the young maid who was dozing by the door. At that moment, a wave of fear surged through Anastasia's heart. She remembered experiencing something similar before, maybe 1 or 2 times. Even though this was just a maid, she was far too suspicious. So instinctively, Anastasia started wailing at the top of her lungs. Damn it. It turned out she had guessed the worst-case scenario perfectly. Because right after that, a handkerchief laced with a sleeping drug was pressed against her face. "Young lady, I'll take... So, please go to sleep for a little while." Those were the last words Anastasia heard before losing consciousness. The sense of peace she felt for the last 5 months in the castle had made her let her guard down completely. As a result, she had become the target of someone wicked. Anastasia slowly woke up to what she saw was the face of a complete stranger. He was carrying her and running fast. The Duke's castle was already far behind. She understood. Anastasia realized she had been kidnapped. She could only blame herself internally. For the past 5 months, she had lived excessive affection, which made her careless and lower her guard. Anastasia tried to remain calm and hoped this was just a typical... But if this group of criminals wanted her life, what would happen? Her soul would return, trapped alone, watching everything, again until the world was destroyed, and she had only been reborn for less than half a year in this life. Anastasia certainly didn't want that terrible scene to happen. She would rather become a sacrifice as an adult than die a ridiculous death at only 5 months old. But now, what should she do? This was the most confusing question for Anastasia. Should she let these kidnappers have their way with her to see who the mastermind behind it was, or use her ability to teleport to save her own life? Were these just ordinary kidnappers purely aiming for the Duke's family wealth and power? Or was there already someone in this world who knew the secret of her identity and abilities? Regardless, this matter was well worth investigating. Thinking so, Anastasia decided to let the kidnapper take her away without... However, when she thought about her parents and older brothers at home who would cry until they fainted because of her kidnapping, she once again felt a little sad. The time that had passed had indeed made her form a bond with this family. Anastasia didn't want to make them worry. But the kidnapper. His cunning plan was foiled. As the kidnapper ran, an arrow suddenly shot through the air from the opposite direction. The arrow lodged itself deep in his left thigh, causing him to stagger and fall on his back, but both his hands still held Anastasia tightly. "What's going on?" The kidnapper gritted his teeth in pain, muttering to himself, "Silence!" Another clear voice was heard. However, Anastasia recognized it as the voice of a young child. Confused, she opened her eyes and found before her now stood a small, blonde-haired boy. The proud and firm gaze. Most importantly, even though he was just a child, he held his head and chest high, pointing his sword at the kidnapper. "Think you're doing, you scoundrel?" The little boy continued to ask in a demanding tone. "The little lady you're holding became... How dare you kidnap my fiancé?" Both Anastasia and the kidnapper were confused by this boy. She felt confused because she had no idea when she had suddenly become someone else's fiancé. Meanwhile, the kidnapper was confused because his attacker turned out to be a small child. "Don't get in my way," he growled while simultaneously enduring excruciating pain as he pulled the arrow from his thigh. However, at that moment, the soldiers were also chasing from behind. The kidnapping plot had been exposed, and the soldiers were catching up fast. Kidnapper expected. He decided to ignore the blonde-haired boy, then lowered his head and continued to run. But that boy was determined to keep chasing. Surprisingly, even though he was just a small child, his speed could match that of the adult kidnapper. "If you don't want to lose something, hand over that child peacefully." These threatening words came from the mouth of a child who was only 5 or 6 years old, yet they were incredibly intimidating. "Damn it, stop chasing me! I was forced to do this!" The kidnapper shouted, But the boy had absolutely no intention of stopping. "Stop making ridiculous excuses! Let's end this here!" Anastasia was a little surprised. This boy's appearance looked to be the same age as her brother, Damien. But he spoke firmly and coldly, and the way he held his sword was also very steady, not like a child at all. Moreover, she also discovered that this person possessed magical power and was quite strong. What family was this kid actually from, for his swordsmanship and magic to... After chasing the kidnapper, this boy even timed it perfectly to swing his sword. He immediately, thrown to the ground. Anastasia, who was in his arms, was also pale with fear. "Oh, ball. I can only use magic to protect myself." Before Anastasia could act, she fell into another gentle embrace. She squeezed her eyes shut in fear. After a few moments, she finally dared to open them a little. The blonde-haired boy was holding her tightly with a worried expression on his face. "Sweetheart, are you okay? You must have been so scared. Are you hurt? You're not even crying. Are you all right?" Of course, Anastasia was fine. It was just that the situation had been too sudden. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired boy seemed so completely focused on her that he didn't notice the kidnapper slowly getting up. That's just how it is. After all, he was just a child, even with his skills. It's hard to avoid a careless mistake. Now, Anastasia had to act. Even though she was in a child's body, her magic could be used, albeit with great difficulty. As a result, she knocked the kidnapper down before he could even touch the boy. Seeing this, he panicked. "What happened? I didn't even do anything. He just fell over." Even though she had saved the boy's life, Anastasia's condition wasn't very good. After using magic, her lungs felt like they were about to explode. Just as she'd feared, she would have to be very careful from now on when using the power of this weak body. The boy saw her flushed cheeks and panicked. "Oh, sweetheart, are you scared or did you catch a cold after the cloak?" Wrapped it around Anastasia and comforted her. "It's okay, you'll be warm in no time." Anastasia felt the warmth enveloping her. Her eyelids felt heavy, and she just wanted to fall asleep right then and there. At that moment, the soldiers and servants also arrived. The kidnapper was also subdued. Even Damien had arrived. Seeing his sister's condition, he couldn't help but tremble. "Anastasia! Wake up, your brother is here." The kidnapper saw the young duke and started to struggle. "My lord, please spare my life. This is all a misunderstanding. I can..." At that moment, an expression Anastasia had never seen before appeared on Damien's face. He ordered the servants to take him away and interrogate him thoroughly after my father returns. An unknown amount of time passed before Anastasia woke up. She vaguely saw the worried faces of her. The moment their daughter opened her eyes, they frantically called for a doctor to examine her. "My darling, you must have been so frightened. I truly wish I could have been with you then." But His Majesty had given an order. The young duke seemed to blame himself immensely. Of course, Anastasia wouldn't blame him. Her father was a duke after all. How could he possibly ignore a summons from the emperor? Besides, she wasn't fainting like this. It was only because she had overused her power. However, Anastasia's parents didn't know this, of course, therefore, they looked incredibly guilty and kept apologizing to her. To comfort her distraught mother, Anastasia had no other choice but to reach out with her tiny little hand and try to grasp her index finger. She had never wanted to grow up so badly before. Knights personally selected by Anastasia's father came to see her. Their powerful aura couldn't help but make her feel intimidated. It turned out her father was worried the kidnapping incident would happen again, so he formed a special night guard to... Apparently, the masterminds behind the kidnapping were just a husband and wife who worked in the ducal residence. Their son was drowning in debt. That was far beyond his ability to repay. That's why they hatched their malicious plan. When they saw the duke and his wife spending so much money on Anastasia, they kidnapped her during the end-of-year holiday, planning to extort money from the duke and his wife. Fortunately, Damien's friend found her and managed to stop the plan just in time. The story goes that the two servants were kicked out and their bodies were no longer in one piece. Her parents also said they had tried to handle it with the utmost tolerance. In any case, having more guards was a good thing for both Damien and Lorenia, but the hug, knights just to guard one child, was too many. Anastasia was shocked by this. The young duke didn't understand his daughter's silent plea, so he enthusiastically continued his introduction to Anastasia. "All of these knights have sworn their loyalty to you, so give some encouragement." Anastasia was speechless. What did her father expect from a child who wasn't even 6 months old, being encouraged by A child wouldn't make them feel happy or motivated, but in reality that was just her own assumption because the 20 nights, the atmosphere forced Anastasia to obey her father's words. So she reluctantly babbled some words like, ah, oh he, which meant all right, please take good care of me. It was just some baby babble. The meaning was unclear, but it made the knights feel as if they had received a huge boost of energy and they shouted in unison, "We will do our best, my lady. We hope we can get along." A month after the force was formed, the night squad had been active for 1 month. The number of maids in Anastasia's room increased significantly. There were always 2 people assigned to stand guard outside her door because her body had grown a little and her abilities were also stronger. Anastasia could easily interpret their actions, but after all, she was just about to turn 7 months old. Gathering information would probably only become truly easy. After her first birthday, Anastasia still sometimes thought about the recent kidnapping incident. On the day she was kidnapped, her father and mother had left in the morning looking troubled, and they rarely left the house at the same time. Of course, the kidnapping was purely for money, but Anastasia also suspected that her family did not lack enemies. For what other reason would they deploy such excessive protective forces for a child living in? Out of curiosity, Anastasia even wanted to use a little of her power to investigate, but she immediately remembered she would get sick with a high fever again and her parents would cry again. She decided against it. But this quiet life made Anastasia feel very frustrated. After all, she was born as someone who had to stop the world's destruction in every one of her lives. How could she just sit idly by and do nothing today? As she was struggling to hold onto a chair to stand up, Anastasia heard a familiar voice again. She turned her head and saw that Damien was home from school. She immediately changed direction, crawling and lunging into his arms. Damien looked overjoyed. Wow, how can you crawl so fast? My Anastasia is growing up too fast. After 7 months of living in this body, Anastasia had grown to love her family, including this older brother. Of course, it was just that today, she noticed an awkward expression on Damien's usually gentle face. Anastasia, you know my friend really wants to see you. You met him last time. Brother's friend? In Anastasia's mind, a face slowly appeared, young and honest with golden hair. Oh, if it was that boy, she did want to meet him. So Anastasia started to nod her head. Damien wasn't sure if he understood what his sister meant, so he asked again carefully. So Anastasia, you want to meet my friend one more time? Anastasia replied seriously. Actually, since the last time they met, she had felt something strange about that boy. The magical power he possessed was truly extraordinary, but the point was, even though it was their first time meeting, she always felt as if she had seen him somewhere before, after experiencing so many reincarnations. Anastasia had met many people with familiar faces in different lives. To be precise, every soul has its own unique frequency. Sometimes, whenever she met people like that, she would cross paths with them. Then, she would just think that she had seen them in a previous life. But the little golden-haired prince was different. He wasn't just familiar, but he also stirred a strange feeling in her heart. This pushed Anastasia to want to meet him again and conduct a more thorough investigation. Lord, Mihail will be arriving shortly, a maid informed Damien. At that moment, the golden-haired boy's carriage had already stopped in front of the manor. All right, young Duke, we have arrived. The boy carefully stepped down from the carriage, but the excitement in his eyes was impossible to hide. It was undeniable. We got here so fast. Awesome. Now, where do I go to see my little one before letting Mihai into his sister? Damien had earnestly warned him multiple times that he must be polite and gentle with his sister. When the door to the room, young Duke Mihai saw the girl sitting on a chair with a serious expression, like a little queen. On either side of her were 2 maids. He joyfully rushed forward. This little baby is so cute. Anastasia's eyes widened as she observed the boy. She thought that if she met him again, she would remember something. But now she wasn't so sure anymore. She had also only known a few people in the last 2,000 years. As Mihai just stood there grinning, Damien reminded him, "What are you doing? Mihai, you haven't even introduced yourself. Our family's Anastasia is a precious baby doll." Anastasia. My dear Anastasia is the daughter of a duchy. Watching Damien show off about his sister like a peacock spreading its tail feathers, this showed just how much he adored Anastasia. Usually, Damien was always described with 2 words, calm and dignified. But only when he was near Anastasia did he seem like a real kid. Meanwhile, Mihai, who was also a child pretending to be an adult, suddenly took Anastasia's hand seriously and introduced himself. "This isn't our first meeting, but I am honored to meet you, little lady. I am Mihai, the young Duke of the Grand Duchy of Leventis." After saying that, Mihai bowed his head and kissed the back of Anastasia's small hand. She was very surprised. The boy actually possessed the manners of a gentleman like this. Meanwhile, Damien froze as if he'd been struck by lightning on a clear day. He immediately shouted, "Hey, Mihai, I haven't even kissed her hand yet." For some time after that, Mihai Leventis became an honored guest at this castle. He is the sole heir to the Grand Duke of Leventis. Since their second meeting, he had been staying at this residence for over half a month. The ruling Grand Duke of Leventis was busy with his own political affairs. However, he decided to study alongside his childhood friend, Damien. Therefore, the servant's topic of conversation lately was also all about Mihai. Anastasia even heard more about him than about her own family. At first, she thought Mihai was close with her brother. But for this past half month, he came to see her almost every day after his studies. Today was no exception. When Mihai ran over, Anastasia felt a few drops of cold water splash onto her. She then reached out her hand and rubbed her eyes, mumbling a few words to show her displeasure. I'm sorry. Did the water splash on you? I came to see the little lady. Beforehand. Well now. Anastasia sighed inwardly. How thoughtful. Mihai didn't seem like a 6-year-old child at all, just like on previous days. Today, he once again brought a gift, a large, high-quality ruby. She couldn't remember exactly when this barrage of gifts from Mihai started. Anastasia only knew it began after Mihai overheard the maid say, "Not everyone gets to see the little lady's." He started bringing things he thought were nice, ranging from teddy bears to gold and silver jewelry, and even gems. However, there were still no result. It was no use. Anastasia only smiled at her brother. Damien said proudly, "And me too. I've made the little one laugh many times." Lorenia also chimed in to agree. So, thanks to Anastasia's challenge, Mihai became more and more competitive. The frequency of his gift giving and the value of the gifts gradually rose. She could only keep sighing. She didn't understand what this kid was thinking. The nerve of him to give something like this as a gift to a baby? "Are you sighing?" Mihai asked, surprised. Anastasia was unenthusiastic, responding to him. She just wanted to quickly improve her ability to walk and babble. That's all. This was already her 100th time being a baby. But this time she seemed to be growing slower than usual, which limited Anastasia from using her magic. That's why she was so... As Anastasia was reaching out to hold a nearby chair to stand up, Mihail suddenly put a ruby into the weight of the gem made Anastasia fall backward. Panicked, her bottom landed first, the gem in. Her hood also fell out. If this kept up, Anastasia's head would hit the floor. Fortunately, the young Duke reacted very quickly, so he managed to catch her. Mihail looked confused. "Sorry, sweetie. I just wanted to give it to you. I didn't think it would make you..." Just then, Anastasia saw the ruby rolling on the floor. A moment ago, she thought she was so useless that she couldn't even stand. It turns out she fell because of this kid. Anastasia clenched her fists tightly in anger and her cheeks turned red. She pointed at Mihail's face, babbling in displeasure, meaning she didn't like it. The maids didn't understand what Anastasia was saying, but Mihail was silent for a few seconds. "Did you just say me?" Anastasia turned away haughtily in response. "Go away." Don't be like that. I was wrong. I thought you'd look cute if you held that big ruby. If you hold that big ruby, don't tell me you don't like me anymore." The back and forth conversation between the two of them made the maids very surprised. They didn't understand why the young Duke Mihail could understand. Their lady's seemingly meaningless babbling, and this even made Anastasia angrier, because this person could understand her babbling, even though her own family, no matter how hard they couldn't understand. Seeing Anastasia fall silent, Mihail changed his approach to persuade her. "Sweetie, do you want to learn to walk? Let me help you?" "Yes." "No," Anastasia replied. "You say you don't want to. But sweetie, you're a really good talker. You know, how can you talk this well? You're only 7. But I can really help you learn to walk. You know, I was already walking when I was half a year old." Mihail deliberately emphasized the words half a year, and it really worked on Anastasia. She felt crushed, considering she herself was already 7 months old and still couldn't stand up straight. Mihail could already walk at half a year old. Seeing that he seemed to have successfully persuaded the little one, Mihail continued to babble about how great he was at it. Finally, Anna gave in. When Mihail held out his bucket, she still silently told herself in her heart, "I'm only accepting this person's help because I need to grow up quickly. That's all." The maids were all very surprised. They kept praising when they saw the little lady standing on her own 2 feet. Of course, this was still thanks, but the fact was she was standing steadily. Even Anastasia herself was surprised that she could stand so steadily. "See, I told you I could help you stand." Mihail was very proud. "Since you can already stand, maybe you can also walk." After saying that, he was slowly pulling Anastasia's hand. At first, he thought it would be impossible for her to walk right away. But Anastasia's feet, she was taking her first steps in life. Mihail and the maids were the first people in the room to witness it, so they looked very happy. Anastasia didn't think much of it either until she heard a thud from the direction of the door. Looking back, she saw Damien standing there with an expression of disbelief on his face. The sound came from a book he had just dropped to the floor. Anastasia. Hearing Damien's voice call her name with a slight tremble, she vaguely felt something was terribly wrong. Why did brother come home from school so early today? Meanwhile, Mihail was completely oblivious. He didn't realize the problem at all, even happily showing off. "Look, the little lady is walking while holding my hand. Isn't that great?" Anastasia wanted to stop, but it seemed because she was too impatient. "Actually walked faster," Mihail then said anxiously. "You can't do that, sweetie. If you keep this up, you'll fall again just like before." Just as he said that, Damien immediately rushed forward, scooped Anastasia up, and held her tightly. His face was now very grim. "Anastasia, you fell." The maids didn't dare to lie, only replying that the young lady hadn't fallen too hard and wasn't crying, so everything was fine. How could she have fallen? Damien's demeanor grew even more serious. Worried that the maids would be punished by him, Mihail took responsibility. "Damien, it's my fault. I just wanted to give the little lady a gift." But Damien didn't have the patience to hear him finish. His eyes were now filled with rage. The bottom line was that Mihail had made his sister fall. That alone was enough. Mihail still wanted to explain further, saying that at that moment, Anastasia hadn't fallen too hard and that he had also supported her head. But after Damien heard that, his anger only flared up even more. This kid almost let her hit her head. Anastasia tried to grab the hem of her brother's clothes, but it couldn't quell his anger. So Damien, this 6-year-old boy with all seriousness, announced, "Mihail Leventis, from now on, never come here to see Anastasia again." Anastasia started to panic. This wasn't supposed to be a big deal. So how did it turn into this? It seemed Mihail felt the same way, and he wanted to step forward to explain. But he was stopped by Damien's shout, "Enough! Get out of here now!" It was the first time Anastasia had ever seen such a harsh expression. The situation had escalated into a fight, more serious than she had imagined. And Mihail clearly seemed very hurt. Brother's words just now. "Yeah, it must be nice to have a little sister." Hearing that, Damien looked a little panicked. Oh no, both of the boys were hurt. The problem was, they were hurt because neither of them was acting like a normal child. It was undeniable. They were both more advanced than other kids their age. Or to be more precise, they were even more mature than some adults who weren't fully mature yet. Therefore, in this situation, they didn't know how to act like children to handle the problem. If this issue continued, the rift between them would only deepen. Anastasia really didn't want her brother to lose a good friend over this small issue, so she decided to do something she disliked to save them. From Damien's point of view, he loved being with his little sister and reading books. After school, he loved napping to the sound of him reading to his sister instead of a lullaby. He loved eating snacks together whenever Laurencia's stomach rumbled. It might sound very ordinary, but this was precisely Damien's favorite daily routine. However, ever since Mihail saved his little sister from that kidnapping incident, Damien had voluntarily given up his routine, surrendering his time with Anastasia to his friend. Meanwhile, from Mika's perspective, his only relative was his grandfather, who was always busy with politics. Mika found babies, absolutely adorable, but had no idea how to interact with them. He was just a precocious 6-year-old boy. His swordsmanship and jokes held no malicious intent. Meanwhile, from Anastasia's perspective, she concluded that all of this was her fault. After all, her baby babble. that only Mika could understand was the root of the problem. The truth was, before she even learned to say daddy or mommy, let alone Laurentia or Damien, she was already calling out Mika's name. They were so sad, in fact, that they called out her name all day long. And today, Anastasia's first steps were also taken in the arms of an outsider like Mika, not in the arms of her own family. So it was completely understandable that Damien was acting this way out of frustration. In short, Anastasia felt she was the one most to blame. Therefore, when she saw the situation escalating, she started to cry. Anastasia rarely cried or laughed. So when she sobbed her heart out like this, everything else became unimportant. Anastasia cried while babbling, but Damien couldn't In desperation, he had to ask Mika for help. Somehow, he was the only one who could understand what the little baby was saying. The little baby said, "Too scary, don't like," Mika replied confusedly. So the two 6-year-old boys quickly turned to apologize. But that wasn't what she wanted. What she wanted was for them to make up like they used to. So Anastasia grabbed his collar, pointed towards Mika. The two boys stood facing each other. The atmosphere grew more and more awkward. Finally, Mika spoke first. "I'm sorry for putting your sweet little sister in danger." Since Mika spoke first, it made it easier for Damien to speak. "I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have told you not to come here anymore. I did that out of jealousy, because you get to be close to my sister." "Hey Damien," Mika scratched his head awkwardly and continued, "I don't really know how to handle a little baby, since I don't have a younger sister. So could you teach me more? I'll do whatever you say since you seem to know this little lady better. If you say I shouldn't touch the little lady without permission, then I'll do that too." Mika was very sincere. The truth is, he's also just a little kid who never thought his joke would be so dangerous. And Damien, being the bigger person, couldn't stay mad at him like this. "All right, since you said that." Then the two boys shook hands and made peace. After consuming so much power, they both heaved a sigh of relief. And she was also happy because both her brother and his friend were being sincere, but she had cried too much earlier. So now Anastasia's eyelids felt incredibly heavy. Drowsiness immediately hit her. She only remembered Damien and Mika saying good night to her. Then she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. She had fallen asleep in her brother's arms. But she suddenly woke up in a strange place. Her surroundings were pitch black, and she could only hear the sound of dripping water. Anastasia guessed that dreaming. But she didn't know how to wake up. Then she suddenly heard a voice crying for help. Anastasia turned her head and saw a cocoon that was tightly wrapped in cloth. The outside was also bound by many iron chains. A piercing cry for help came from that unidentified object. This was hazy, but her body moved on its own. It walked toward the unidentified object until Anastasia was standing right in front of it. Her body was trembling with fear. "I am the only one who understands you." The voice from inside the cocoon spoke again. At that moment, Anastasia's hand no longer obeyed her mind's command and reached out on its own. How could this thing claim to understand her? Was it possible that it had also been reincarnated hundreds of times or something like that? Anastasia's small hand touched the cocoon, causing it to instantly shatter. A blinding light burst forth, temporarily blinding Anastasia. Then, when she could clearly see the being standing before her, panic and a powerful sense of unease washed over her. Because it was a baby that looked exactly like Anastasia. That baby was the owner of the voice that had been calling out. It then continued to say that we are one. Anastasia stared wide-eyed at that person. Or more accurately, the being that looked exactly like her. The creature slowly floated towards her and held out its hand, but before it could touch her, Anastasia was distracted by a series of calls. Whose voice was that? It sounded so familiar. Finally, she came to her senses because the one who woke her up was Mihai. In his hands, he was holding a magic. Next to him were Damien and Laurencia's parents. They all wore anxious and worried expressions. Anastasia was confused. Didn't she just take a short nap and have a nightmare? How could it have made everyone so worried? But then, the Duchess started to cry as she approached the cradle. From her mother's words, Anastasia finally realized that she had been in a coma for a full week with a persistent high fever. The entire family had been worried sick, especially Lorenia and Damien. It looked like their eyes were swollen from crying. Big Sister's touch will help take the pain away. So, you don't be sick anymore. Okay, Lorenia said through her tears. Lorenia, if you're planning on getting sick for your little sister, then I'll get sick. In your place? Damien immediately said. That's enough. For the sake of all the children's health, it's better if I get sick instead. The Duke then hugged both of his children. Mihai stood to the side, and seeing another family's harmony and warmth, he couldn't help but feel sad. But just as he was feeling down, a warm towel was placed on his head. Then Anastasia's father, while embracing Mihai, carefully helped dry his hair. Thank you, Mihai. It's all thanks to you. It was nothing. It was all I could do. There's no need to be so modest. Mihai, while Anastasia was sick, you traveled a long way to the high priest and brought him back here. So that's why Mihai was soaking wet from head to toe. It seems Anastasia was apparently cursed by an unknown power. Hearing the high priest's diagnosis, everyone was extremely shocked, and thanks to Mihai bringing the medicine, she was able to wake up safely. Because of that, the Grand Duke's family was incredibly grateful to the boy. Anastasia vaguely heard them talking and realized she needed to see Mihai in a different light. If it was the high priest's residence, that place was indeed very far from the ducal estate, and he made that long journey all by himself. That was not at all how a 6-year-old child would act. In any case, Anastasia once again owed Mihai a life debt. However, there was one more thing that confused her, which was the curse that her parents mentioned. She had lived 100 times already, thinking she had become nearly immune to such foul things, but not only was she entangled in a nightmare, but someone had even dared to steal the power stored within her body. Just as she expected, even after reincarnating for the 100th time, couldn't find peace. The warmth of this grand house almost made her forget her twisted fate. This was an absolute principle in Anastasia's life. She had to grow up faster to be able to use her powers correctly. Thinking this, Anastasia subconsciously clenched her fists. Just then, the Duchess leaned down again and looked at her with teary eyes. My little daughter, please grow up healthy. After saying that, she hugged Anastasia again. It seemed she was crying again. Anastasia's heart softened. She had almost forgotten that before dealing with her deeper powers, she first had to put this family's minds at ease. About 1 month after that nightmare, Anastasia often found herself falling into a deep sleep. This was the first time in 1,000 years that she had experienced something like this. Her body was still growing steadily like any other normal child, but every time she used even a little bit of her power, she would come down with a slight fever. Fortunately, Anastasia no longer had nightmares. Time continued to pass just like that. It was now 9 months after her birth. By then, Anastasia could already walk on her own. She took each step carefully. Whenever she was about to fall, her father would always catch her in his arms. Being able to walk 3 steps in a row was enough to make him happier than when he had recently conquered a vast new territory. As for Anastasia, while she remained vigilant, she was also gradually beginning to enjoy this life. Even though walking 3 steps in a row was her greatest achievement, at the same time, Anastasia was also pleased that as her body developed, using her magical powers also became easier. This would better help her gather information. As a result, Anastasia learned that there would be a festival held in April, and that young Duke Mihail had scheduled a visit. Anastasia even eavesdropped on her brother Damien's lessons, learning more about etiquette, family titles, and the history of this family. Consequently, it wasn't until 9 months after her birth that she finally found out her family's name was Endemiel. Previously, Anastasia had been anxious about not being able to grow up quickly. However, now that more information has been gathered, he felt much more at ease. Duke Brand's expression suddenly turned serious. Our family's little princess can walk now. Have you all been training diligently? He directed those words to a few men from the knightly order. But Anastasia couldn't see the connection between her being able to walk and the knight's training. However, the men looked incredibly tense. Although, it's nothing compared to our young lady. We have been working extremely hard. We will definitely strive to work harder so we don't fall behind. She was at a loss for words. Why were they making a child like Anastasia their motivation? I heard that during the last promotion from Fitzroy to Grand Duke, someone was left behind. Duke Brand's voice still sounded very serious. It's spring now too. Perhaps it's time to test the knight's skills. It's been a while. No sooner said than done. Anastasia's father decided to hold a martial arts tournament during the April festival. He demanded that all the knights in the castle prepare themselves, and most importantly, the star of the festival turned out to be Anastasia. Amidst the gentle and warm scenery, Theodora's soft voice could be heard. Since my youngest daughter's hair is still too short, a new hat would look lovely, wouldn't it? Or, Wearing a hair clip that matches the color of her dress would also be very sweet. As April approached, the martial arts tournament and celebration gave the beautiful Theodora a huge headache choosing an outfit for her daughter, her youngest daughter. She mused, gently stroking the fabric. The spring fabrics had finally arrived. In that case, using yellow fabric would be fine, right? The maid beside her tilted her head and asked softly, "What kind of clothes did you usually wear as a child, my lady?" Theodora was lost in thought for a moment. A memory flashed in her eyes. "What was my first dress like? I think it was a white dress with gold trim." Hearing that, the maid pointed towards the fabric, a golden white one with beautiful flowers on it. That yellow dress would surely suit the young lady. Theodora sat in a chair. Behind her were two maids with eyes full of admiration. They whispered softly, "The young lady and the madam look so much alike, and her small face is both beautiful." An image of Theodora flashed through their minds. An elegant figure and a classy aura. It was hard for anyone to compare, a maid said softly. "That jet black hair. Even those ruby red eyes are just like the madam's." Theodora gave a faint, slightly embarrassed smile, but her eyes sparkled. "Anastasia, she'll surely be so happy to know who she resembles. I once said I wanted to have another child who looked just like me." Under the soft light of the luxurious room, Theodora placed her hand on the fabric decorated with beautiful floral embroidery. Her eyes were gentle with a touch of nostalgia. "All right," her voice was soft yet firm. "Let the child wear that dress to the martial arts tournament. At this age, wearing a bright yellow color will be very sweet." Seeing that their mistress had made a decision, the maids endlessly praised her. "Your taste is truly exceptional. She'll look as sweet as a little chick." "Oh my, I was thinking it would be like a forsythia flower." The tailor shop owner, who had been listening quietly, suddenly interjected with enthusiasm. "Madam, don't worry. I will prepare a dress as beautiful as a forsythia flower and as sweet as a little chick for you to see." Theodora looked at the tailor. "You can really do that in that case. Please do your best." She smiled brightly, pointing to a piece of luxurious floral fabric lying neatly on the chair. Her voice was filled with determination for her youngest daughter. "She still has too few dresses. Let's use this opportunity to make a few more. Shall we?" The sudden amount of work made the tailor shop owner both happy and break out in a sweat. What? He stood frozen in front of the shimmering fabric. Theodora said calmly, "Those very beautiful dresses." A bright smile bloomed on Theodora's face, her eyes shining with confidence. Theodora said gently, "You can do it, can't you?" The cheerful atmosphere of the celebration slowly spread throughout the residence. Because the news of the martial arts tournament had been officially announced, preparations for the festivities became, A bright smile blossomed on Theodore's face, his eyes shining with confidence. Theodora said softly, "You can do it, right?" The cheerful festival atmosphere slowly spread. At the residence, with the official announcement of the martial arts tournament, preparations for the celebration ramped up, became even more festive when a martial arts tournament was suddenly announced to be held in the two knights' training arena. The two knights were fired up with excitement, raising their determined arms high and shouting loudly. "I will definitely win." Guinevere was just as enthusiastic. "Every day I swing my sword 3,000 times. It's all to prepare for this match." Because the knights were willing to train day and night for the young lady, they instead ended up getting sick and acting strangely. Anastasia felt completely helpless against their passionate ideas. Inside a room filled with soft sunlight, the maids sat in a circle beside their embroidery frames. Everyone's cheeks were blushing from the whispers. "One," maid mumbled. "What should I embroider now? I wonder." The person next to her replied with a soft smile. "I'm planning to embroider flowers in that knight's crest. He told me he liked me back then." The atmosphere instantly turned sweet. Everyone began to reveal the flutters of their first love. The cheeks of the maids also flushed as they began to pour out their feelings. Love must be a beautiful thing, making everyone feel happy and filling the entire residence with laughter. Perhaps it was because spring had arrived. Because of this good and fortunate time, everyone looked so happy. Time flew by until mid-April. People joyfully flocked to the Duke's residence to attend the festival celebration. Today was not just for the spring festival, but also the day the martial arts tournament would be held. Inside the ducal residence, the atmosphere. A maid was carefully feeding the young lady, one spoonful at a time. A maid was carefully feeding the young lady one spoonful at a time. Young lady Anastasia, come on now. Suddenly, a few drops of food fell. It nearly stained Lady Anastasia's yellow dress. She screamed. No, but before it could fall, another maid swiftly reached out and caught it. Everyone held their breath. The atmosphere in the dining room instantly grew tense. The older maid scolded her firmly. Today is an important day. I have repeatedly told you to be careful. The young maid lowered her head and stammered, I'm so sorry. The reprimand became harsher. What would have happened if you stained her dress? This was a dress the Duchess specially ordered for today. Pay attention, Anastasia's yellow dress. Yellow had received high praise from the Duchess, and the maids thought she looked incredibly cute. She's truly our little baby, but ever since I first saw the young lady, I haven't been able to stop admiring her cuteness. The yellow color really highlights the little one's charm. The Duchess ordered it herself. Thella was very satisfied with her daughter's dress. Excellent. I'll pay you double. The tailor was so moved he was on the verge of tears, clasping his hands tightly and exclaiming, Thank you for your generosity, your grace. Meanwhile, the two maids were still arguing. If you had stained the young lady's clothes, we both might have been thrown out today. Anastasia quietly observed their anxiety. She thought, besides, it didn't even happen, the maid said tearfully. I'm truly sorry. Anastasia was confused. Why is everyone so strange today, not wanting to see them argue any longer? She waved her hand. The young maid was stunned. Is the young lady trying to comfort me, seeing Anastasia wave her hand? At her? The maid was so moved she covered her face. Her eyes were sparkling. Our young lady is so kind-hearted. I wonder who will be her dance partner today. I'm so jealous. I wonder who it is. The older maid turned and cut in, saying he would be here soon, so hurry up and go get cleaned up. The older maid turned and interrupted, saying he would be here soon, so hurry and get cleaned up. Anastasia was silent, thinking. So my dance partner is the reason you're all making a fuss? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the door, which trembled slightly. From the corridor outside, the excited voices of the maids could be heard. The young master is here. Oh my goodness, it looks like the young lady's dance partner has arrived. Yes, please come in. A young man with blonde hair, Micah, walked in. Anastasia watched the door open and let out a sigh. I always have such bad luck. Her expression was perfectly calm, but with a little exhausted. In situations like this, Anastasia sighed in confusion. She somehow always managed to win. Just then, Mikai appeared with a cheerful smile, dressed in a sharp formal outfit. Hello, young lady. Anastasia glanced at him. I heard he went to the Grand Duke's estate. I haven't seen him for a month. Mikai smiled and continued. What a stroke of luck. Today, I get to be your partner. Young lady, after hearing that, Anastasia averted her gaze, her expression turning dismissive. Mikai slowly clenched his fists as his gaze dimmed. The last time I held you, you didn't seem very happy. I wasn't at the Grand Duke's estate. I was training hard. His voice was gentle yet held a trace of concern. The memory of their last encounter still baffled him, but he wasn't one to give up. So, he knelt on one knee and extended his hand to Anastasia. May I be your knight, young lady? Anastasia froze. Mikai, with his blonde hair and purple eyes, gazed at her earnestly under the bright sunlight. Tesla stood tall on the high steps. Her dark gray gown clung to her elegant figure. Her lips parted slightly. A majestic voice echoed across the square. All participants, listen closely. Her cold face and sharp, ruby-like eyes glittered. No one dared to take any of her words lightly. The champion of the martial arts tournament will not only receive a cash prize, but also a glorious opportunity. Everyone in attendance was eagerly looking forward to this martial arts tournament and that honorable opportunity. Her words were met with the focused gazes of all the knights. Tesla had just finished her speech. As she spoke, a figure emerged. That honor is... A trumpet fanfare echoed through the hall. Confetti rained down from the air. The vibrant colors marked the grand event that was about to begin, which would be showcased on the high stage. A noble woman in a dark blue gown stood with great dignity. Her gaze swept across all the participants below. Furthermore, knights in blue uniforms stood in neat rows, holding the royal standard, ready to announce the opening. The atmosphere was solemn and majestic. All eyes were fixed on the dais, the place where honor and dignity would be decided. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Laurencia appeared with a bright smile. She gently pulled the hand of the pale pink-haired boy next to her. He appeared calm and gentle. In her hands, She held a bouquet of pure white tulips by Laurencia and DeBron. Tesla's voice rang out once more. Accompanied by the sound of steady footsteps, the honor for the winner will be bestowed by Anastasia and DeBron, who will present the commemorative bouquet. Following the direction Tesla pointed, all eyes turned toward the spectator stands. Simultaneously, with the loud announcement, Mikai carried the little lady up to the stage. However, Anastasia looked uncomfortable. She unhappily grumbled, "He claims to have trained so hard, but his skills at holding a baby are still terrible. This is so uncomfortable." The knights below, as soon as they saw the little lady appear, became incredibly excited. Guinevere exclaimed joyfully, "Little lady, we will definitely win your bouquet." Arthur clenched his fists tightly. His eyes shone with determination. "Victory will be ours." Lady Lala. Lancelot cleared his throat softly in resignation. "Don't worry, we will bring those flowers to young Master Damien." Then Tesla approached the four children. She gently patted Laurencia's head and asked, "So, would you like to say a few words to cheer them on to boost the knights' morale?" Laurencia, wearing a lovely pink gown, smiled and waved her hand. "I hope everyone does their best." Damien also smiled and said, "I trust in that promise of victory. I hope none disappoint me." Tesla then turned to Anastasia and said gently, "Next up is Anastasia." She was shocked. Me too. In her mind, she let out a heavy, childish sigh. What can a 10-month-old baby even do? I can only babble. Mikai, who was holding her, seemed to hear her complaints and chuckled softly. "Don't worry, little lady, I'll help you translate." Anastasia resignedly thought that's not the problem. However, when she saw their star-like, shining faces and the hopeful gazes of the knights, that fragile part of her heart, her defenses immediately crumbled, no longer able to resist, unable to back down. Anastasia waved her hand to the spectators' stands and chattered a few words. Mihai, beside her, immediately translated. "Are you all listening carefully to what the young lady is saying? She hopes you all achieve victory." A unified cheer was heard. "Yes, we will definitely give it our all." Amidst cheers, Anastasia let out a long sigh. "I'm so tired. I haven't even had a chance to relax." Mihai leaned down and whispered to the little miss. He hugged her tightly, then asked, "Is there something you want to say to me?" Anastasia was stunned. Mihai smiled, explaining, "Because I'm also participating," Anastasia said in surprise. "You're participating too." In her mind, an image of Mihai immediately flashed. Among the crowd of tall knights, he planned to push his way in and join the game with those lanky knights. She remembered the incident of the last kidnapping. It had to be admitted his skills were better than many knights. But the difference in physical conditioning and body size, how could that be ignored? She wondered if he would get hurt. He was only 6 years old. While Anastasia was still worried, Mihai whined, "You're not supporting me. If you cheer for me, I'll definitely win." Sighing wearily, Anastasia's small hand suddenly gripped Mihai's hand tightly and pulled him away. Their speed was surprising. She looked at him with her round eyes and stammered, "Don't get hurt." Mihai smiled and automatically interpreted, "Don't get hurt." "Isn't this about winning or losing the match?" Hearing that, Anastasia immediately shot him a disdainful look. Seeing that expression, Mihai couldn't help but laugh. He put Anastasia down on the ground, he patted his chest and confidently announced, "I have to try my best so you can see how cool I am." His golden hair shimmered. Mihai smiled and then said with conviction, "It's almost time. I have to go, but I'll be back soon. But little miss, if I win the match, I'll be so cool." Right, Anastasia stared at his smile with a confused look. She didn't answer, instead turning her face away, pretending not to hear. Seeing that, Mihai smiled. The little miss is pretending not to hear again, Anastasia thought. I can't believe he still remembers I once said the word cool only for my brother. Just as Damien happened to pass by, she immediately looked up and exclaimed, "Brother is so cool! You're so cool!" Mihai pointed to himself. "Me!" Anastasia denied it. "No. Oh, little kids are so competitive." The sound of a loudspeaker was heard, interrupting her daydream. "Now our competition will begin shortly," along with the announcer's voice. Anastasia immediately directed her gaze to the stage. It looks like it's about to start. Where's my father? He's supposed to be the host, but he just disappeared. Suddenly, a call was heard. Laurentia Anastasia was shocked. Why is father's voice coming from below the competition arena at the same time? A hand waved as well. A dazzling light came from Rogato. He was wearing his knight's uniform with a wooden sword hanging at his waist. He was waving towards his two daughters, then said, "Your father will definitely win the crown of honor." Anastasia was completely dumbfounded, speechless in the face of this situation. This is really like a big kids competition. Rogato stood below the stage, waving happily. "My children, my darlings, are you watching Tiola standing in the stands? Couldn't do anything either. Your father is really being very reckless standing here." Anastasia was in Damien's arms. Little Anastasia frowned slightly and thought, "Father, in front of the family, you don't look cool at all, always acting so childish." Not long after, the servants had placed chairs in a shady spot, especially for the Rogato family. Laurentia sat in her chair, waving cheerfully while cheering. "Daddy, Daddy, you're the best Laura will." Seeing that, Rogato became even more fired up, endlessly blowing kisses to his children. "That's my daughter. Just you wait. For just a moment." Anastasia was so happy in the comfort of her brother Damien's arms. Her father's participation was a bit strange, but she was very curious about this match. Look at the reactions of those knights and the way her father treated them. Dad must have incredible skills. But it was really hard to imagine. Below the stage, Rogato raised both his hands with a face full of smiles. "Oh, my little princess." The flags fluttered in the wind. The sound of a command was heard as the referee announced the start of the match. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the tournament arena, where the first match was taking place. Rogato against Ken both stood facing each other, and in their hands, they were each equipped with an identical wooden sword. Rogato lightly rotated his wrist and then swung his wooden sword towards his opponent. In a low but confident voice, "Well then, good luck." Ken replied seriously, "Yes." Rogato's sword was raised with a cold gaze. His aura was also completely different from before. Just at that moment, Anastasia trembled slightly. Her eyes widened as she stared at her father from afar. She thought to herself, he looks so different, even just from a distance. She felt a sense of threat. Ken's expression was very serious, unable to hide his panic. As he faced Rogato's cold gaze and his intimidating demeanor, in the blink of an eye, Rogato had charged forward using his swift sword and devastating to attack. His speed, strength, and defense had all reached an extremely high level, difficult for others to comprehend. Rogato attacked while gently guiding him, as if this were a practice session rather than a match. "Here, like this. Be careful." Ken, who was sweating profusely, repeatedly answered, "Yes, sir." The difference in strength between the two was that great. Rogato even had the leisure to guide Ken. "Use your lower body strength. Keep your balance," Anastasia thought to herself. Is this a match or a practice session? I wonder how big the difference in their skills is. They're not treating this like a match at all. She secretly guessed it would probably be over soon. Sure enough, less than 1 minute later, Ken's wooden sword was sent flying into the air. The spectators fell silent, watching as the wooden sword stuck into the ground with a thud. In the far corner, Ken was stunned in shock, then let out a heavy sigh. I lost. Ken lost while Rogato, with a proud and happy face, raised both his hands high, above his head. Smiling brightly, he said, "My dear children, wasn't I cool?" Anastasia looked at him and felt her head spin again. She thought to herself, if you hadn't asked, I might have considered it Dad. An announcement for the next match was heard from the loudspeaker. Mikhail will be competing against a knight who was 10 years older than him. Mikhail held his sword, ready to face the challenge. Perhaps because he realized the difference in their body sizes. As soon as the flag was raised, he quickly closed in and launched an attack. Taking advantage of his opponent's panic, he succeeded in knocking away his opponent's sword and seizing victory. The first round match. Anastasia watched him and couldn't help but be impressed. If it had dragged on, Mikhail would definitely have been at a disadvantage. His fighting technique was truly outstanding. However, at that moment, she furrowed her brow slightly. She thought to herself, but is this good luck or bad luck? Rogato smiled, looking at Mikhail with eyes that were sparkling. He said while slowly raising his sword, Show me your skills, little knight. Anastasia's heart clenched. She whispered, because his opponent in the second round is my father. Facing the tall and imposing Regato now, Mikhail felt a heavy pressure that was suffocating. His eyes were completely focused. Without hesitation, Mikhail once again chose to attack first. He shot forward like a flash of purple lightning that flickered. It was dazzling to the eyes. Anastasia held her breath as she watched, her eyes never leaving her father. Regato's face remained as calm as usual, completely showing no pressure whatsoever, Anastasia thought to herself. As expected, Dad is so relaxed. Damien beside her couldn't hold back a smile of pride. Our dad is amazing, isn't he? Hearing that, Anastasia immediately nodded in agreement. Laurencia, who was sitting next to her, also exclaimed, Keep it up, with her eyes glued to the arena, Anastasia thought to herself. She knew he couldn't beat my father. However, he didn't just give up, but instead mustered all his strength to keep up with father. Even though he was exhausted, Mikhail continued every attack with precision. Both his hands were firm and unshakable. His gaze didn't waver in the slightest. Anastasia was moved. This is the talent of a swordsman. At only 6 years old, he was already so determined to win. Maybe in another 15 years, he could also reach father's current level. 5 years, he'll become the greatest knight on this continent. Anastasia's gaze slowly dimmed. She thought to herself, by then, I might already be gone, so I wouldn't know. I won't live past the age of 20. It's a shame. That's why I no longer... Students! Anastasia thought to herself, recalling the past. In my previous lives, some people wanted to be those who asked me, regardless of age or status. I never got to see my students grow up as I'd hoped, because I died before I could see them grow. She closed her eyes and sighed. Or maybe they just betrayed me. What a bunch of ungrateful people, Anastasia grumbled internally. Out of the 10 people I taught, 8 stabbed me in the back. 1 died. Young, and the last one also died from a long operation. She gave a faint smile, laughing at herself. Anyway, my life has also, gone through many changes, and habit is indeed a scary thing. In the arena, Mikhail was still fighting tenaciously, Anastasia continued, to observe, evaluating his every move. A little too much force is concentrated in his left shoulder. His fundamentals are very strong, but sometimes he wastes, unnecessary energy. His control is outstanding. Considering the sharpness of his sword tip, it seems he has experience fighting others. He has talent. But for that body, the best way is to awaken his magic. He has it, and he could combine it with his swordsmanship. She clenched her small hands. Maybe I still want to leave something behind. Seeing his little sister so quiet and focused, Damien winked and then teased her. Anastasia really likes Mikhail. Looks like I'll have to join in too, so my little sister can see how cool I am. How handsome. Anastasia cried out in a panic. No! Brother, that's a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. There's no way I like that kid. I need to grow up quickly. She stammered, speaking in a confused and jumbled way. No. Brother is cooler. Way cooler. Cooler Damien didn't understand, but you mean I'm cooler. Way cooler. Then Mikhail Anastasia tilted her head, looking at her brother. Why are you asking such an obvious question? Damien smiled happily. Well then, that's great. If Mikhail heard that, I wonder if he'd be really disappointed or not. Yeah. Anastasia was stunned. She saw the bright smile on her brother's face, and her heart trembled slightly. I'm feeling this again. Images of Laurentia and Tesla appeared in Anastasia's mind. In this life, I want to live with my family. I thought motivation alone would be enough. She remembered a mysterious figure, wearing a white robe who once appeared, in a dream. Ever since the day I met that strange baby in my dream, this feeling has been tightening its grip, urging me on. It's making me greedy. I want to stay with, the people I love for much longer. To do that, I first need to investigate that suspicious baby. The sound of clashing swords rang out, loudly. Mikhail's wooden sword fell to the ground. A soft yet firm voice was heard from the center of the arena. I yield. Anastasia's eyes widened. As she looked at Mikhail, Leventi had already attacked Papa twice, but he was eliminated in the second round. At that moment, Regato was patting Mikhail's head and praising him. You've improved so much, Mikhail replied softly. Thank you. Amidst the thunderous applause and envious gazes coming from all corners of the stands, The final result was announced just as everyone expected. The winner of the sparring competition is Papa, Anastasia thought to herself and tightly gripped her older sister Laurentia's hand. The three siblings held hands. Carrying a bright bouquet of flowers toward the stage, the winner was waiting there. When Papa saw the sweet faces of his three children, his own face suddenly lit up. His voice sounded a bit doting and full. Laurentia ran to hug Papa. Hugging him tightly, she said, "Super cool, Papa. Lala's Papa is the best." Regato laughed happily. "Oh my, that's my daughter, all right." Anastasia also held up a bouquet of flowers. The innocent children's voices sounded like little bells. "Papa!" Regato paused for a moment and then bent down, slowly taking the bouquet of flowers from his little daughter's hands. Regato's cheeks flushed slightly. Deeply moved, after that, Regato spread both his arms wide, hugging his three children. His voice was hoarse but filled with happiness. "This year I'm so happy. All my children are so adorable. Father has shown his wonderful side with his beloved children." Damien retorted with a scowl. "I'm not a little kid anymore." Laurenia laughed happily. In her father's arms. Yes, Father is the best. Watching from the side, someone noticed Anastasia's awkward expression and smiled softly. When will this young lady ever stop, she thought, pretending not to hear. Regato was still very excited, even swaying unconsciously as he always did. A lot of changes had occurred in the martial arts tournament. "I'll continue to count on your blessings from now on." Cetra, watching this lively scene from a distance, couldn't help herself, and stepped forwards to pat her husband's back several times. "Mind your image." It all ended when Father got smacked 3 times by Mother, but while the air was still filled with laughter and joy, the scene around Anastasia slowly began to blur. A faint, unfamiliar voice was heard, as if it came from the depths of the body's original owner's memory. "I miss you so much." At a tavern table, amidst puffs of smoke, the aroma of steaming grilled meat and cold beer wafted through the air. The atmosphere was incredibly festive. The townspeople looked overjoyed at the Duke's feast because it was free. The moment they remembered they could get meat and wine for free, they cheered. "The Duke is truly amazing." They also mentioned Anastasia, the youngest daughter of Duke Regato. "Is it because the Duke's youngest daughter is participating in the celebration this year? Interesting, isn't it?" While everyone was still enjoying their meals, a low, warm voice spoke up, sounding like both a reminder and an encouragement. "After the April festival is the busiest time for us farmers, this holiday will be over soon. Eat your fill so you'll have the energy to work." In any case, they ate and drank. While chatting cheerfully, someone asked curiously, "Between the Duke and the Duchess, who do you think the princess' youngest daughter resembles more?" This seemingly casual question immediately captured the attention of everyone in the tavern. A couple of people started talking. One person mused that he had been pondering this very issue instead of eating his lunch. "I don't know. I reckon she must look more like the Duke, a bit like the older children." Another person who overheard this immediately argued back. "You can't be sure. It'll be different this time." Just then, the tavern door was thrown open. Someone ran in, out of breath, yelling at the top of their lungs, "The Duke's parade has arrived. Hurry outside. Who wants to see it?" The people who had just been debating now exchanged surprised glances. All the patrons in the tavern immediately rushed outside to watch the Duke's parade. It was even more important to see Anastasia's face for themselves. "Let's go out and look." This made the tavern owner shout in desperation, "Where are you all going? What about your tabs?" The crowd pushed and shoved, vying for the best viewing spot. Someone yelled, Wait, let me see." A firm voice rang out, "I told you it would be different this time." Then, their wish was granted. They witnessed Lord Regato's youngest daughter with their own eyes, a petite girl with jet black hair and a pair of eyes that were a perfect copy of the Dutch. "Cetra's?" Anastasia recalled with a smile. After the parade, because he was in an excellent mood, Father provided plenty of meat and wine for the people of the territory. Father also joined the parade in an open horse-drawn carriage. Regato and his daughter Laurentia both looked ecstatic. He laughed, heartily, and said, "I can't miss the festival that gave me my prize-winning daughter." Meanwhile, her brother Damien and Anastasia felt embarrassed by it. Anastasia sighed in resignation. Such a reasonable excuse. As long as father was happy, it didn't matter. Lala looked just like a princess. Small. I truly feel bad for the two of them. Meanwhile, the common people were becoming even more joyful. They whispered amongst themselves, "This year we must produce diligently. Only you can care for us. Year after year, spring comes and goes. The Duke is so generous. So the young lady in the future will surely be so adorable when she grows up." Hearing these compliments and enthusiastic words, Anastasia thought to herself, "How interesting." Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "Of course! Where could you find a child more adorable than the young lady?" Anastasia looked at Regato. He was happily accepting flowers from a resident. She thought, "I've never seen a duke so close to his people. Everyone's faces were beaming with bright smiles." Through this festival, the duke solves the people's problems. At the banquet tables, the aroma of roasted meat and food spread everywhere. Anastasia thought there were various reasons for it. The duke fills their stomachs. That's why everyone is so happy. I haven't seen such a capable leader in a long time. She closed her eyes, thinking calmly. If I were the leader, they probably would never see me, unless I went out by myself. As she was lost in her thoughts, a bouquet of yellowish-white flowers was suddenly held out in front of her. Anastasia was startled. Were those flowers? Lancelot appeared with a gentle smile, handing the flowers to Cetra. This little girl wanted to give these flowers to the young lady. Anastasia thought to herself, a knight participating in the tournament should be resting. Why is he here? Cetra smiled and, accepted the bouquet. Oh my, these flowers are so beautiful. Thank you. Anastasia, who was beside her, also stammered her thanks. Lancelot replied quietly. It's my duty, Cetra said with concern. You should still get some rest. Hearing that, Lancelot scratched, his head in embarrassment. No, madam, but if I rest for too long, I just get antsy. Anastasia watched silently while thinking. This Duke's knight is so loyal. In my past life, when I was a knight, I never did anything like this. She leaned into Cetra's embrace and whispered softly, as long as you don't betray him, just protect your master well. Then, in her mind, scattered fragments of memory began to surface. If I showed my power, be it nobles or the king, even if they trembled in fear, they would still keep me at... Oh. Anastasia closed her eyes. Among them was someone who always watched over me and begged for me not to die, even if it was for Pieces of memory floated erratically in Anastasia's mind. It was the shadow of a girl who had once said to Anastasia, If die, who would protect me then? Anastasia had once replied. If I don't die, the princess will lose her life. Would that be okay? The princess stammered, But I'm so scared. Anastasia gave a comforting smile. It's okay. Even without me, the princess can live a good life. Anastasia remembered that princess, the one who was short-tempered, always complaining, and was only 10 years old back then. Honestly, I was rather fond of her, she thought to herself. Even though I cast many protection spells on her before I died, I wonder if the princess was able to grow up safely. Anastasia hugged the bouquet tightly. Of flowers. Oddly enough, until now, I've never thought about this sort of thing. She whispered softly, her voice catching in her chaotic thoughts. In my final moments before death, why is the face of the person I worried about showing up again? Anastasia stared into space. No, it's not important. It's just a memory. I shouldn't let it affect my future. She thought seriously. It seems I can use my powers sooner, so I'll need to summon a servant. While Anastasia was still planning for the future, a familiar voice suddenly spoke up. Darling, why the serious face? I already won the first round. Don't you think I looked cool? Anastasia frowned and sighed. Mikhail's sudden appearance startled her, making her drop the milk bottle on the floor. She muttered, wondering when he got there. Mikhail tilted his head and looked at Anastasia. What do I have to do for you to say I'm as handsome as your brother? I've even been practicing my technique. Holding the baby. Anastasia sighed in resignation. Did you really practice a technique like that? Mikhail swiftly caught the milk, returned it to her. He smiled gently and said, Baby, hold on tight, or else it'll fall. Mikhail smiled teasingly. And I want to hear you call me handsome. If I defeat the Duke, Will you praise me, faced with his teasing? Anastasia turned her face the other way. In her heart, she thought, if you hadn't said that, I might have already praised you. I'm really good at fooling myself. Time passed quickly. The banquet after the celebration went smoothly. Before they knew it, May was almost over. In the study, the head butler whispered to the madam, it's midnight. Please get some rest. Tara was still focused on writing in her diary. You can go first. I'll go to sleep after I finish. In my diary, she mumbled to the head butler while continuing to write. You know, this month has been so busy. The children grow up so fast. Write it down. I'll surely regret it. The head butler smiled with understanding. In that case, I'll prepare some chrysanthemum tea for you, Tara whispered. You! And so, the mother's diary continued. Line after line of writing was filled with love. The affectionate words gradually appeared. May 5th was Florencia's birthday. She was so happy when she received the pink cake. It was just like the color of her hair. It looked so adorable. On May 14th, Anastasia's bottom incisors came in. They were so small and tiny. The maids brought some toys, eagerly anticipating that their baby would play with them. In any case, I should say the little one was a bit confused. And today, May 31st, Anastasia was finally able to climb onto the sofa. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to see it myself. To celebrate, we held a small party in the evening. Tara rode up to this point, then gently lifted her cup of chrysanthemum tea, letting out a slow sigh. I can't believe Anastasia is already almost 11 months old. Why is she growing up so fast? She said softly with great affection. If only you would grow a little more slowly. In the warm room, little Anastasia was sleeping soundly, but she suddenly opened her eyes. Staring at the ceiling, she sat up carefully, glancing at the maid who was still asleep in the chair. Good, just as I thought. She's asleep. Anastasia smiled inwardly, just like when I first rolled over. But I didn't think they would celebrate me being able to climb onto the sofa. A baby's first time climbing on the sofa becomes an anniversary. The way my family celebrates these things is truly strange. Looking at the maid, she smiled faintly, feeling much more at ease. Thanks to this, I believe everything will be easier than planned. The maid fell asleep in her chair because the party preparations were exhausting. In the dimly lit room, a burst of blue light erupted around her tiny body. A serious look flashed in her blazing red eyes. Her beautiful jet black hair swayed in the middle of a powerful whirlwind. Anastasia raised her hand. A clear yet powerful voice echoed. Now I can summon you. Light radiated from her small hands. It was as if space itself was being torn apart. A blue light appeared. The dazzling blue light. Shone in the silent, dark night, piercing through the high window of the private room. In the pitch-black forest, the window frame seemed to emit a magical light, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. From that light, a pair of giant golden wings slowly emerged. Feathers gently spun one by one and drifted down as if from the heavens. In the golden light, a tiny figure burst forth, its long tail swaying. Its claws tapped on the air, as if dancing. A soft voice was heard from out of nowhere, full of joy and emotion. The Demon King, Choco, lunged into Anastasia's embrace. I really missed you. Anastasia's voice could be heard. Long time no see, Choco, my information assistant. Choco looked at Anastasia and cried out as if he'd been abandoned. 1 whole century I've waited for you to summon me 25 times. Demon King, didn't you want to see Choco? I missed you so much. Demon King, every time I looked at the sky, I would think of you. Do you have any idea how lonely Choco was? Anastasia hurriedly covered her ears, thinking, if I tell him I didn't want to see him because he's too talkative, he'll get mad. She sighed. I have another special ability, which is that I can summoning items I used in my past lives. Choco's form appeared in Anastasia's mind. I met Choco when I was the Demon King in my 13th life. Anastasia reminisced about the past. In the darkness of a vast gloomy hall, magic lamps cast a dim light illuminating the cold walls. She sat there quietly. He was my information assistant. You were with me my entire life, Choco asked hesitantly. Demon King, why did you call me Choco? Anastasia's voice echoed in the silent room. Because you look like my favorite chocolate. Then I want to eat it too. If you eat it, there will be a huge problem. In my 99th life, everything was too much of a hassle. For 25 whole days, I couldn't accomplish anything. Not even gathering information. Choco jumped onto Anastasia's head and said listlessly, Demon King, why aren't you petting Choco? Choco is cute. You know, Anastasia was helpless. If you sit on my head, I can't pet you. Anastasia looked at Choco and thought, even though I have my own situation, this chatty dog must be very lonely. She petted her beloved dog, the only one I could talk to about my long life was Choco, and he also made me worry. Anastasia called out to Choco softly. Choco replied, Yes, my Lord Demon King. Einstein whispered softly, Someone has entered my dream. Choco instantly jumped up upon hearing this and shouted, What's wrong with the Demon King's dream? Choco spun around in the dark room. His voice trembled. Was it a nightmare or hell? He asked, looking around cautiously. Anastasia was helpless. No, it was just an ordinary place. He looked like a three-headed dog. Choco clutched his chest and mumbled, Who would dare enter the Demon King's dream? Choco couldn't stay calm any longer. So what I must do is find that bastard. Anastasia confirmed his order. Correct. I also want you to gather some information about this world for me, Choco suddenly asked. Under the silent twilight sun, Choco trembled as he landed on the cold ground. With tears welling in his eyes, he looked at the person who was once invincible but now lay motionless. Demon King, you said you wouldn't live miserably anymore? Didn't you promise Choco that you would live a comfortable life? That was a promise made to Choco 100 years ago. That you would no longer suffer pain. In a dark room, thick curtains blocked out all the light. A child was crying in fear. Two women were chasing frantically. The air felt heavy as if it were an omen of a disaster that was about to strike. Choco sat alone in the darkness. That promise had been his conviction for the past 25 years, that even though I've never met that person, don't you know? But I don't mind at all. The memory of a little girl clutching her head surfaced. Choco didn't like this. Every time the Demon King suffered so that others could be saved, Choco hated it. Anastasia looked at Choco gently. He feels heartache for my sake, but I truly don't care at all. I've experienced so many betrayals in my past lives. I've faced countless hardships just to save myself. She thought of the Regato Ducal family again. But this family gave me their love without expecting anything in return. Should I call this compensation for my last 11 months? I want to protect them until the very end. Anastasia gently pulled Choco into an embrace. I'm doing this because I think it's what I have to do. At that moment, Choco remembered she always said that. Anastasia continued. You don't have to get involved later, that's fine, but this time I need you. Choco's eyes widened as he asked doubtfully. Really? Anastasia replied. Yes, that's what I want to do, so I want you to help me do those things. Choco flapped his wings powerfully. I understand Choco is the Demon King's right-hand man, so Choco will obey. Under the faint moonlight, Choco vowed to obey her. Choco shot through the night sky to begin his mission. Afterwards, Choco brought back a map. According to the information Choco gathered for me in this world, there is one empire and two kingdoms. The land of sacred power, the magic empire, and the neutral kingdom. The empire carefully guards their families. There are large and small countries, as well as a nation in the whole. The Pope is the king of Anastasia. Pondering, a voice echoed in the air, thick with magic power as if telling an ancient truth. A world that was familiar was created by people who possessed both divine and magic power. In the dim light, two figures stood back to back. A priest was praying. A priest was in the light. A mage lifted their magic orb. The powers were opposing yet closely connected, like light and shadow. A place where internal power did not exist. In a world where magic and divine power rarely coexisted, peace. There was a strange kingdom that surpassed this law. The narrator's voice was heard slowly in the dim and special firelight. It is said that the Pasang Kingdom, the place my family belongs to, the Duke, Anbran acknowledged the existence of both magic and divine power simultaneously. Perhaps that's why they say there is a magic tower near the Duke's territory. The shadow of a tower appeared, a magic tower in a kingdom, not in the empire famous for its magic. The investigation is still ongoing, because the empire has ambitions to rule the entire continent. The existence of this magic tower is very important. There might be some hidden secrets. Amused quietly while letting her maid feed her. There's always a reason that makes me feel uneasy. At that moment, Choco was sitting on the bed with a gloomy face. I'm sorry, Demon King. Choco didn't find anything. I also tried to investigate the intruders further, but Anastasia sighed. I want to explore the Empire right now, but I can't because my powers are limited and I can only investigate within the kingdom's territory. She continued to eat while chewing and thinking. There probably won't be any more intruders for now. Only Choco can gather useful information for me. The maid continued to feed her spoon by spoon. Here's some ham, milady. Anastasia ate, her food spoonful by spoonful. She was still thinking. Don't worry too much. My mother did say so. Anastasia muttered to herself. Lately, I've been trying hard to grow up quickly. Learning to walk, climbing the sofa, practicing words, and many other things. Unlike people like a diligent child, my mother, Suella, was very worried because of Anastasia's diligence. What's wrong with my little princess? Why does she always tire herself out so much? That's what she said back then. When she saw Anastasia constantly engrossed in books all day, she would sigh and then press the tip of her nose with one finger. Anastasia smiled gently. Your mother's greatest wish is just for Anastasia to grow up healthy. I hope you can be my little baby. For a long time, just that one sentence was enough to reassure Anastasia. Thank you, Mother, for making me worry less. She thought to herself as if her mother could read her mind. Everything has improved over the last 2 months, so I'm very relieved, believing that the future will be the same. Choco, who was beside her, saw Anastasia relax and secretly rejoiced in her heart. This is the time I've seen the Demon King this relaxed. As expected, the Demon King is the best, and Choco is the most important to the Demon King, just as she finished speaking. Choco cutely jumped onto the maid's head, making Anastasia unable to hold back her laughter. The maid saw her young lady chuckle and then became excitedly happy. Oh my. Lady Anastasia laughed because of my baby feeding skills. Seeing the happy maid, Anastasia thought that the reason she smiled was because Choco was so cute. How about this? I've been practicing since the last festival. She looked at the maid like that, asking in confusion. What's with her? Anastasia thought to herself. Just let her be. Even though it's a misunderstanding, there's no need to explain. Light silently pierced through the archway, shining on Anastasia's gold-embroidered robe. In this quiet scene, small, winged dog flashed lightly through the air, as if it was never there. Anastasia's whispered voice echoed from the deepest corner of Choco's heart. It exists in the form of a puppy. Only I can see it. I've already told it to always be careful, but not even a mage can sense his presence. Anastasia closed her eyes. So the good news is that Choco can stay with me peacefully. The bad news is, I'm the only one who can hear it all. This noisy sound is just for me. Choco covered his mouth, seeing Anastasia muttering to herself, but she's so weird, answered softly. That's how it should be. Just then, Mihail crouched down and asked the little one, when did you get? Anastasia's eyes widened. Impossible. How could he see him? She hurriedly said, Choco, quickly turn into a teddy bear. Anastasia asked in surprise. Even a sorcerer can't sense him. How can he see him? She turned her face away, pretending not to. Mihail saw Anastasia wasn't answering and then shifted his attention. Is Choco a teddy bear? When Mill's hand almost touched Choco, Anastasia shouted in a panic to get his attention. Although I don't know why he can see him, I can't let him touch him. Mill turned and asked Anastasia, is that a teddy bear? There was no other choice. She could only nod. He looked at Anastasia and asked her a barrage of questions. You like teddy bears like this? Then do you like the teddy bear Damien gave you the last time I gave you? A lot of similar things, but didn't you dislike them? Faced with Mihail's barrage of questions, Anastasia only answered one sentence nonchalantly. His voice was gentle yet piercing. So that's not the kind you like either. Choco cowered, with his ears drooping. His eyes blinked incessantly as if he'd just been splashed with cold water. The Demon King Mihail suddenly asked again, then, what do you think of a red dress? This left Anastasia confused. Why are we back on the topic of dresses again? Mihail looked at her with a gentle smile. Don't you like rubies? I like them because they look as clear as your eyes. Those words made Anastasia freeze on the spot. To speak. She turned her face away, thinking he would just get noisy again. Her instincts told her that's exactly what would happen if she answered. From afar, seeing Anastasia walk away carrying a golden ball, Mihail secretly followed her from behind, sticking close to her. He kept chattering as if a radio had been turned on. I think you'd like a baby chick. What about a yellow velvet doll? All girls say that. Anastasia felt helpless. She completely ignored him. But he kept on chattering like a radio. She glanced at Kyoki, who was lying motionless on the ground. She inwardly couldn't believe the information Kyoki had just brought back. It was information about a conversation and Mihail's cold demeanor. I'm not interested. Kyoki collected 10 clips of this conversation and brought them back for Anastasia to see. In the footage, Mihail was very cold. His eyes were always indifferent, like a block of wood. But now Mihail was actually smiling, raising one finger, and asking, "What do you think about having your own jewelry?" Seeing him being so talkative and constantly bothersome like this, she couldn't believe this was the young duke. Lei when TC Mihail was known for his cold demeanor, a child who only focused on his own world, never speaking or communicating with those around him. Lei went Mihail, as she had once said. He could already walk at just 6 months old, but he couldn't utter a single word even when he turned 1 year old. The Duke and Duchess. 3 people followed secretly from behind. A young doctor rushing with a medical kit, a monk in bright robes, an old, weathered man leaning on a cane, and a nun holding a lantern to light the way. Anastasia said softly, I heard they invited a famous priest and a doctor to make sure nothing was wrong. Thanks to that day, she learned that it wasn't just her family that was like this. Back then, little Mihail was only busy reading books, leaving his mother to do nothing but sigh. But fortunately, right after that, he started talking. For the first time in his life, he spoke, calling out for his mama and papa. That's what he said. The rumors about the Mihail family began to spread. There was also a rumor that the Grand Duke's family was thrown into chaos because of it. Due to this sudden incident, Mihail was still living in his own world. However, he was known for only speaking when necessary after that incident. Until a certain event happened. It was an incident that occurred 2 years ago. Mihail screamed in despair. Mom, Dad, it's said that after the death of his parents, he became even more withdrawn. Grand Duke Lei Wentissi entrusted Mihail. Perhaps Grand Duke Lei Wentissi sent Mihail to our duchy. To us? Luo Jiatuo rubbed his head. It was because behind the guise of educating the heir, he envisioned 2 children laughing happily. So, under this environment of friendly adults and peers, it would give him a chance to live like other children. Mihail could live out his childhood without any emotional or personality deficits. There was something between Mihail and Anastasia's older sister, but strangely, he seemed very awkward towards her sister. Lua Luncia, she has pink hair and a sweet face. Her sister Lucia is very friendly, so she thought he should have been able to befriend her sister easily. Mihail once told Anastasia, Mierha, they said he didn't talk much when he first, came here. Maybe it's because he's shy. Concern flickered in Kyoki's eyes. Kyoki also said she didn't really know. You're saying there's too little information. Yeah. Huh? Anastasia hugged a ball and thought, anyway, I heard he rarely speaks. She felt helpless about the person who was chattering away. But how is he supposed to protect me here? Hearing that, Mikhail suddenly called out, Little kid? He crouched down, crossing his arms over his chest. All this time, I've really wanted to hear you say I'm amazing. I want to see your happy smile too. Can you help me with that, seeing his gentle demeanor? Anastasia grew wary. If you're trying to give me another gift with this as your goal, then I refuse to accept it. You're asking for, my help. What is it? Mikhail tilted his head to look at her. His tone was calm, but his gaze seemed to hide a hint of concern. Your birthday is coming up. I was thinking about what kind of gift to get you. What do you think? The question made Anastasia fall silent. My birthday. An image of the Regato family surfaced in her mind. She understood she was the youngest child in this family. It's already been almost a year. Just 1 year. Time is just slipping away. Thinking about her birthday. Anastasia's worried expression returned. In every one of her life cycles, she had never lived past the age of 25, as if she were cursed. So, every year that passed felt like a waste of precious time. While she was lost in thought, a maid appeared, waving and calling out, Young Duke, it's time for snacks. Please hurry inside. Anastasia started walking towards the maid. Mikhail followed behind her, holding the golden ball. The maid stepped forward and asked, "Isn't Lady Laurentia with you?" Mikhail was confused. "She's not here." Hearing that, the maid whispered in surprise, "That's very strange. I asked Lady Laurentia to come get you all for snacks a while ago." Meanwhile, Laurentia was standing perfectly still. She was behind a tree, her mind flashing back to earlier. It was when the maid had asked, Laurentia to go to the garden. "Lady Anastasia and the young lord are playing in the garden. Could you please go get them for snacks?" At that moment, Laurentia was delighted. "Okay, I can do that." The little girl skipped away, humming to herself. Snack time for Sasa and Lala. But just as she reached the last step leading down into the garden, she suddenly froze. She didn't take another step. Whoa! Laurencia's eyes widened in panic as she took in the scene before her. In front of her was Mikhail, gently persuading Anastasia. Happy smile on Mikhail's face as he engaged with Anastasia. That joyful smile was a stark contrast to his usual cold expression. That was how he usually looked. When Laurentia first met Mikhail, the little girl had waved excitedly. "Do you want to play together? I'm Laurentia." However, his response was cold. Mikhail's voice was completely emotionless. "Mikhail of the Levantia's duchy," Mikhail had said, leaving coldly, completely ignoring the little girl. "No, I don't want to. I have a lesson. Damien, you stay here." Laurentia stood there, blankly. And there were many other times when the little girl Laurentia tried to introduce herself to Mikhail. "I'm Lala. Call me Lala." But Mikhail just ignored her, only using a distant title to call her Miss Laurentia. After that, even before Laurentia could react, Mikhail had already left coldly. Anastasia said softly as if to conclude, "Day after day passed. Everyone's emotions and worries intertwined." Time passed without notice. When Anastasia realized it was the early morning of July 3rd, this was Anastasia's first birthday. She opened her eyes to welcome a new day, accompanied by the chirping of birds and the lush trees outside the window. Little Anastasia's eyes were filled with disappointment. A year ago this summer, I started my 100th life with disappointment. What should I say now, even though the maids did her makeup and put her in a beautiful dress? She still didn't stop thinking. "I'm a little excited. Is this feeling a good thing?" Anastasia whispered. "Today is my birthday." She looked at herself in the mirror and then whispered, "It's hard to believe how long it's been since the last time I saw all this. No one took care of me and I had no intention of taking care of myself either." She remembered the past, because every one of my birthdays before felt like I was on a deadline. It was even worse when I had a difficult life. Anastasia, wearing a pink dress, stood there, observing her surroundings. But now something is different. Even I'm surprised. Instead of always being negative and gloomy, she thought, I feel quite happy. It's as if a feeling I'd long lost has returned. Maybe just hearing a happy birthday from my family is already enough to fill this heart. Anastasia mused. So I thought I would hear a call. Come here. Anastasia, which dress does our star of the day want to wear? Today, Anastasia was surprised to see the beautiful and charming dresses. She asked, What's with all these dresses? Tesla explained gently. Anastasia, this is a very important party. As far as Anastasia knew, this party was like a choosing ceremony for a first birthday. When I was in, Anastasia remembered the custom from her first life. I remember I chose a spool of thread back then, but I died before I was 20 years old, but she wasn't sure if she remembered it correctly. Wait, since I've lived for almost 2,000 years in total, really forget it. I don't like it anyway. Tesla continued. People say the dress you choose for your first birthday will determine your... She looked down at Anastasia and said softly, This partner could be your husband, a colleague, or your friend. So, when I was little, my mother chose a pink dress and an emerald hairpin. A pink dress and an emerald. Could it be? Anastasia exclaimed. Oh my gosh. Anastasia's reaction made Tesla very moved. She brought her hands together to cover her mouth. Just as I thought, my daughter is so smart. And so, your father is my partner. She stroked Anastasia's head and said, He is the person I can trust and love more than anything. And I also gave birth to this beautiful little princess. Ours. Tesla smiled softly. One hand rested gently on a dress hanger. So, Anastasia, the first dress you choose will surely bring you a partner you can trust to spend the rest of your life with. Anastasia stared blankly at the magnificent dresses, lost in her own world. Her mind was filled with various memories, If anyone else had told me this, I definitely wouldn't have believed it. I surely don't have that kind of luck. But she slowly reached out her hand and chose a dress. When my mother says it, somehow it makes me feel like it could actually happen, even if only for a moment. Even though I know better, these feelings aren't as bad as I imagined. Seeing that Anastasia had chosen in surprise. Oh my goodness. Anastasia focused on the dress. The dress she had magically chosen by accident. Did I think it was white? The dress shone among the other colors like light reflecting off the fabric, beautiful colors and emerald lace. Amber, ruby, amethyst, garnet, and diamond, various different kinds of gems. Even the belt was adorned. A seemingly simple dress, yet so lavishly decorated. Anastasia hugged the dress and thought to herself, I feel like I can see it. My mother's feelings for me. Tesla stood there elegantly, wearing a purplish-pink dress. Anastasia whispered, maybe mother hopes I can find a partner. I could believe it. She buried her face in the skirt, then took a deep breath. A scent familiar. Her voice seemed to echo across 100 years. Perhaps I had despaired because I was someone who had lived hundreds of lives. But it was a hope I had never longed for. Anastasia hugged the skirt tightly. My mother brought it to bless me. At this moment, Anastasia was wearing that pure white dress adorned with sparkling gems. The very one she had just chosen. 12 months had passed since I started living this residence, Anastasia observed the bustling party atmosphere. Ever since I first started talking, I've no longer been surprised by any kind of party. So extravagant. I had prepared myself for it too. But her gaze swept over the glittering crystal chandelier. Then the brilliantly colored ribbons. Then her gaze stopped before a giant crystal statue holding a jewel with 6 stones in its hand. Anastasia exclaimed in shock. Is that me? She looked up at the giant statue until her neck ached. This family is truly beyond my expectations. Seriously. Where did they even get this? A cheerful greeting came from Mihai's direction. Hello, young lady? Anastasia sighed. Of course. It's the Mr. Ruby I know so well, she thought as she turned away. Just go away, Mihai quickly asked. You don't like it? Anastasia raised her head to see the 5-tier high cake. What a beautiful and magnificent cake. It really has 5 tiers. What's that on top of the cake, judging by the pair of red eyes? That's me. The sparkling objects surrounding Anastasia made it feel like she was in a dream. My birthday was filled with beautiful things. It felt like a dream. Rogato's low. Warm voice called out. The entire family was waiting in front of Anastasia. Come here, my child. Wearing a dress straight out of a fairy tale. Anastasia quickly ran to her family. Rogato picked up his little daughter and whispered, I sincerely wish you a happy birthday. Surrounding Anastasia and the family were the maids. Knights and the doctor were all moved to tears. Please take good care of our young lady. Young lady, happy first birthday. Time has passed so quickly. I don't know how I can ever thank you for being able to serve you this past year. A maid stepped forward and said gently, This is the dress that you chose yourself today, young lady. Her ladyship poured her heart into this blessing, just like this dress. A beautiful destiny will surely find you. Anastasia looked at everyone in confusion, and this time was no different. Her small hands suddenly clenched into fists. Father must be giving me a gift. In the middle of this lively atmosphere, Anastasia's voice was filled with a mix of doubt and emotion. But what occasion could possibly deserve all this because everyone held such sincere feelings for the Duke? She said softly. Now is the time to express these heartwarming blessings, Anastasia said to herself. And the truth is, I'm already a part of this sincere bond. How could I not have known? She raised her head and smiled brightly. She said, Thank you, Uncle, thank you, everyone. Every congratulation, every gaze, every gift, all of it seemed to awaken an incredible, indescribable feeling. This first birthday party of my life was filled with special things. All sorts of delicious fruits were prepared for me to taste. The famous royal orchestra played a beautiful melody, and countless nobles whom I didn't know. They politely paid their respects before me. This is a gift from Lord Baron to celebrate the young lady's birthday. Lord Vislier gave this gift. This is a gift from the wife of Lord L. Anastasia thought. I thought I was used to various parties. But this one, a party where I'm the main character, is completely different. Even though I'm at home, I feel so out of place, Rogato. Seemingly noticing her confusion, He then stepped forward and whispered, "Our family's youngest daughter, Anastasia." He extended his hand forward. "Anastasia, may father have the first dance with you?" "A dance?" Anastasia was a little surprised. It was a bit strange to dance with a 12-month-old baby, but I would still agree. So she nodded to her father. The father and daughter walked together to the center of the ballroom. The musicians immediately changed the melody, switching to a soft and soulful song. Rogato suddenly knelt before Anastasia. At that moment, his gaze was level with his daughter's. Then Rogato gently took her small hand. Anastasia was slightly surprised. I saw father lower his gaze until it was level with mine. Beautiful melody filled the room. The beautiful dress Anastasia had chosen suddenly fluttered with the movement. Her dress was so fluffy and elegant. As she was held by her father, Rogato smiled brightly. "Our family's youngest daughter dances so well." Anastasia glanced over slowly. "Really, is that right is that?" "I'm doing is holding father's hand," Rogato smiled, "because you are my daughter. It's only natural that you dance well." She thought, as long as father is happy, it's not a big deal. Laurencia raised her hand and shouted, "Lala wants to too! Lala wants to dance with Sasa, too, Damien!" Clasped his hands and said seriously, "Father, I also want to dance with my little sister, so please don't monopolize her." Mikai stood to the side, sighing with his eyes half closed. "I also want to dance with the little one," Rogato thought. "It seems I want to monopolize the hand." "The little hand! My daughter's hand!" Then she shouted to the man across from her. "Since my husband doesn't want to hold my hand today, maybe I should dance with someone else," Rogato said in a panic. "You can't! My lady must hold my hand!" Laurencia shouted with joy. "Awesome!" Rogato let go of his daughter Anastasia's hand. Damien and Laurencia immediately ran over to take Anastasia's hand. "Sasa, come dance with your big brother." Damien smiled, reminding Laurencia, "You have to be more gentle. Anastasia is still a small baby. Since Lala is her big sister, she can dance more slowly." Meanwhile, the talented musicians changed to a different song again. Everyone danced to the music until Laurencia suddenly recognized a familiar melody. "Familiar? That's the song you sang last year." "Wait, Laurencia?" Anastasia sighed. "Her physical stamina is truly amazing," Anastasia sighed. Again. "Now it's time to rest for a bit and catch my breath." Mikai's familiar voice was heard. "Little miss, would you be willing to dance with me, Anastasia?" Furrowed her brow. "Oh, right, there's this guy too." The people at the party began to raise their glasses in toast, then everyone danced together. Anastasia, with her black hair, fiery red eyes, and a sparkling dress. Facing her was Mikai with his blonde hair and shining purple eyes. On the other side, Rogato and Tesla calmly swayed to the music. Meanwhile, Damien reluctantly followed his younger sister. Laurencia danced to a cheerful rhythm, like a child. "Is this the dance I used to do when I was little? Suddenly..." Anastasia laughed, and that smile was unintentionally caught by Miki, "My dear. Are you smiling right now?" Anastasia denied it. No. Miki looked at her. "I thought I saw you smile." She shook her head. Slowly. "No." As the two of them danced, Miki said softly, "In that case, in the future, I will practice harder until I can dance and make the young miss laugh happily." Anastasia glanced at him. She secretly thought, this lord really doesn't know when to give up. She smiled. But even though his persistence, might be a little uncomfortable, I don't hate it either. Miki held Anastasia's hand, like a family dancing hand. We sat together as if at a party. Although the official party ended in the afternoon, my parents allowed the servants to be free. "To have fun until late at night," Laurencia exclaimed happily from a distance. "She just ran off." Rogato's voice trembled slightly. "Did father not see her? Because of that, our whole family sat together all night as if at a party." Laurencia hugged Anastasia tightly. "Lala is your big sister, so I'll take care of you. But that's not it. It would be better if Sasa walked hand in hand with her older siblings." Anastasia. She nodded. She loved it so much. Every moment passed in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a pile of warm and loving memories. Looking back, a year had passed so quickly. She turned around slowly and looked gently at Damien. With his eyes closed, his voice sounded lazy. It came out softly. "Mom, I'm sleepy." Anastasia's voice was also soft. Although there was still fear, she quickly got used to, this warmth. "Let's go to sleep," she whispered. "Even so, I swear I will cherish and enjoy every day here." Regado picked up. "Anastasia, tonight I will put you to bed." Anastasia felt a warm embrace. The gentle caress made Anastasia squint her eyes. "I let my guard down," she thought. "If I just fall asleep for some reason, it feels really uncomfortable." Suddenly, the mysterious child in the white robe appeared again. "Hello?" Anastasia opened her eyes. He had appeared again. "That bastard!" The word echoed in her consciousness. He laughed. "Bastard? That's a bit harsh." Light spread through the void, unveiling the darkness that swirled like a stage curtain. He spread his arms, his white robe fluttering in the wind. Silver hair peeked out from his hood. His voice was as light as the wind with a gentle, haunting touch. "Don't you remember me after so long? This door has finally opened again, so I thought you called for me," Anastasia asked with a demanding tone. "I never called you, so who are you really?" He was still smiling, his body emitting a faint white light. "You've forgotten me. That's a little sad." His small feet touched the surface of the lake. Instantly, they transformed into the feet of an adult. Then, he placed a hand on his chest. "How about this form? You must recognize me now, right?" At that moment, he transformed into a tall man in a pristine white robe. His white hair flowed down, revealing a pair of faintly smiling eyes. Anastasia's eyes widened. Even in her unconscious state, it was still shocking. He could even change his form freely. How powerful is he really? I have no idea who he is. Seeing Anastasia's shock, he continued. "Shall I give you a hint?" In the blink of an eye, Anastasia stared at her hands. Frozen, in the dimly lit space, a light purple glow floated around like the ashes of old memories. A long-haired girl wearing a light blue hooded jacket and, a pleated skirt. Her eyes were wide, reflecting an image that was both familiar and foreign. Anastasia gently reached her hand forward, murmuring, "This is my form from my first life." Faced with such a change, Anastasia couldn't help but ask, "You even know this form of my..." Proud laugh. "I can easily recreate at least one of your past forms because I am the only one who understands you." Suddenly, he turned his back to Anastasia, stepping onto the calm surface of the lake. "It's almost time. I apologize for my rudeness back then. All right, on the day you visit me," he said with an amused smile. "I will be waiting." Anastasia, in her first life's form, asked softly, "What did you just say?" But he didn't answer, instead snapping his fingers softly, causing ripples to appear in the air. In that instant, Anastasia regained consciousness and woke up. Her hand held her head as she sighed. That crazy person! Sweat drenched her forehead, and her head ached terribly. This dream was really terrifying. Seeing the maid beside her, Anastasia sighed and whispered, but this time it seemed, it was just a short dream that ended during the night. The maid was still fast asleep. She tried to remember every detail, slowly furrowing her brow. By the way, that person seemed to call my name. Wasn't that it? A light pierced the darkness of the night. 3 young girls with school backpacks walked in silence. Their uniform skirts swayed gently with their steps. Their beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. This scene was like a slow-motion playback of an old memory from a dream. Anastasia's voice sounded faint, as if coming from an empty abyss. Right as I was about to wake up, although his voice was so faint, like it was shrouded in silence, he then whispered something. That must have been my name from my first life. Anastasia closed her eyes wearily. I mustn't forget this, but I was slowly losing consciousness from the high fever. She struggled to call for Chuck. A blue light flashed as Chokchul appeared. At your command, Your Majesty the Demon King. Anastasia gave the order with her eyes closed. Find the person who disturbed my dream. Their whereabouts? Choke bowed his head and said, Leave it to Chuck. Chuck will find them immediately so you can rest. Clutched the blanket tightly, her mind racing. I really can't take it anymore. That's right, I'm going to pass out. So, come and see me. One more time. This time, I'll really open the door for you. There are still so many things I want to ask you. Time passed quickly. 2 weeks later, Anastasia sat on a round pink carpet decorated with beautiful patterns. Her voice was shrill with anger. That ungrateful bastard truly has no sense of fear, respect, or rules, Anastasia whispered. I deliberately let my guard down, but he didn't show up at all. She remembered the petite figure in a pure white robe, smirking. Their messy hair covered both of their eyes. Their face was full of cunning. Their voice was filled with a mocking tone. Thanks to a certain someone, I got a high fever and the entire residence was thrown into chaos. Do you have any idea how hard it was to persuade my crybaby brother? Anastasia's voice became soft yet firm, like a self-reminder. No, I have to handle. Everything calmly. First, they're also a reincarnator just like me, she continued in an annoyingly calm voice. Besides, they might be a reincarnator who has been around longer than I have. If I can gather more power, it will be easier to find and revive. Miss, my form from my first life! Anastasia clenched her fists, not out of fear, but because a clear purpose had just, emerged in her mind. This also explains why they know me so well. If I met a reincarnator, I would definitely want to approach them too. Her hand rested on the doll in front of her as she whispered, but what if they're not a reincarnator? A holy light radiated from the void, enveloping the figure in the white robe. Behind them was a brightly shining halo. It was lethally beautiful, yet also full of unease. In their hands, a doll lay peacefully. Its eyes were shut tight, as if asleep in a dream with no escape. Anastasia got goosebumps. Second, they're the one who made me reincarnate. Her voice turned cold. For example, an all-powerful god. Anastasia's eyes turned red, unblinking. Her voice was filled with rage. In that case, they shouldn't have said they were someone who knew me. They're just my enemy. She sat there, her eyes still following the two dolls, continuing to think in silence. Even so, I'm not sure why. If it's the second possibility, then why did they come to see me at this particular time? Chalk suddenly burst in, all with ruffled feathers and a loud voice, saying, Demon King, Anastasia hurriedly asked. Choke, did you find them? But the answer she expected didn't come. Only a frustrated expression. Chuck, my apologies, Demon King. I couldn't find out who they are at all. Anastasia didn't scold him. She just gently reached out and stroked Chalk's head. As for the other matter, did you find the location? Chalk replied happily. Of course, if you had given me a clue and I still couldn't find it, I'd be too ashamed to come back. At the foot of the sprawling mountains, Chalk spread his brown wings. The wind ruffled his feathers, but his eyes sparkled, his conviction and determination unshakable. He boasted that the scent was quite faint, but Chalk had worked hard. Chalk even crossed the entire mountain range. Anastasia frowned slightly. Crossed the mountains. You mean the Yashin Empire, Chalk replied. Yes, that's right. But Chalk didn't like it there because it was too strange. He raised his head, his eyes still bright, but his voice lowered as if remembering. It was very different from your power. Your magic is so pure and beautiful. Demon King, Anastasia, a pitch-black teleportation gate appeared in a mesmerizing purple light. A jet-black crown floated, sharp and majestic, radiating an alluring dread. The information about the Yashin Empire that Chalk brought back was suspicious in every way. A strange magical power is at the center of a struggle for hegemony. A struggle for hegemony over the entire continent. There are rumors about the use of magical weapons and that bastard? Anastasia silently stroked Chalk's head. She gazed at the lifeless doll before her with a profound look. For a full year, my fate has become blurry, but I've never forgotten it. The end times are coming to the world where I was born. She clenched both her fists, her voice trembling yet firm. I have to be suspicious. The Yashin Empire is the root of this coming destruction. Our kingdom is also one of their targets. I must prepare. Anastasia stood tall. Her voice was steady and firm. It's not just to prevent the destruction, but more importantly, to protect my family's daily life until the very end, she told herself, clasping her hands tighter, because that's the only way to repay the affection I've received. Suddenly, the room door burst open with a bang. Laurentia appeared, her face pale with panic. She screamed. Sasha Laurentia shouted frantically. Sasha, We have a huge problem. We need to get ready right away. Seeing Laurentia's panicked face, Anastasia became serious. Are these the signs of the end times now? She hesitated for a moment but quickly composed herself. I haven't had time to prepare. First, I have to go along to observe the situation. Anastasia followed her sister, running with a worried look on her face. But just a few minutes later, she wore an expression of utter helplessness. It was truly indescribable. Right before her eyes, Laurentia was busy cramming things into a horse-drawn carriage. Damien, next to her, looked anxious and worried. Laurentia shouted joyfully, "It's a family vacation making everyone laugh happily." But Anastasia was speechless. Regato laughed heartily. His Grace chose this place. We haven't been in 2 years. Damien? You remember? Damien nodded. Remembering, Laurentia said with a smile. Lala doesn't remember a thing. Anastasia sighed, watching her whole family chat happily, thinking to herself, I was so foolish to be so tense. She blinked. Her ruby-like eyes sparkled with curiosity. After all, this was a summer vacation with her family. Even in, my first life. I only ever heard about things like this from my friends. Just then, Regato looked out the carriage window and announced loudly, Children, we're almost there. At that, Sela asked gently, seeing the little girl in her arms fall silent. Anastasia, do you want to see the view? She got very excited and nodded immediately. Seeing this, she lifted Anastasia with both hands, hoisting her up to the window so she could enjoy the view outside. Be careful not to slip. Outside, the sky was a clear, cloudless blue, and the sun was shining softly, and leaves occasionally fluttered from the tree branches in the gentle breeze. The faint scent of plants made Anastasia feel relaxed. She took a slow breath and murmured with a hint of surprise and excitement in her voice. I feel excited. This isn't like me at all. The world isn't here yet, so it should be okay to enjoy this a little. The carriage slowly traveled towards the peaceful countryside. The view, before her was breathtaking. It was like a painting that anyone would love to admire. I had no idea I would experience so many unexpected things, I'd say, on this summer vacation. By then, the family had arrived in the territory of the Duchies in Lai village. Upon arriving, several people came out to greet them to warmly welcome Your Grace the Duke and Madam. 3 village representatives stood respectfully and bowed. The young master and young miss have come as well today. Regato politely responded. The weather is so hot. Why were you all waiting outside? The man who appeared to be the eldest heard this and smiled and answered politely. Please, do not worry yourself. We servants were resting and waiting in the shade. He didn't show much emotion. From start to finish, he remained polite, asking, Is that so? I'm relieved then. I brought you all some ice. Please, accept it. The old village chief was very grateful upon hearing this and replied, As always, we are deeply thankful. Thanks to this, no one has fainted from heat stroke, even in this hot weather. Anastasia let out a soft sigh. He truly is a duke who... Attention. But she didn't have the patience to stay here. Listening to their conversation, Anastasia turned away, thinking, I guess this is going to take a while. She quickly put her tiny body to use, scurrying around like a fluffy little chick. I need to practice walking on uneven ground to get used to it. The mansion is too clean and neat, so I can't practice there. Anastasia seemed to sense something, and suddenly stopped in her tracks. But she trembled slightly, as if feeling 6 pairs of eyes on her back. Why do I feel like someone watching me? Yes, 3 of them. The middle-aged women behind her were staring at Anastasia, taking turns to praise her. That little lady who was born just last year is already walking now. The sound of the little girl's wobbly footsteps is so pleasant. Oh my, how can the little one be walking so wobbly? That's amazing! One of them called out to the young lady. Come over here. We'll give you some tasty treats. She lifted her head as if just remembering her mother's words. Sela had said, Don't talk to strangers. Anastasia thought for a moment since her parents were nearby. There shouldn't be any danger. But she still turned away, thinking. But I still have to listen to my mom and not pay attention to strangers. Her tiny, soft mouth uttered a refusal. No, thank you. The women were bluntly rejected, but they weren't saddened at all. On the contrary, they praised the little girl for inheriting her mother's delicate and pampered air. They didn't give up, taking turns to coax her with sweet words. Anastasia, we have all kinds of fruits and candies that kids absolutely love. Young miss, look at those plump cheeks. May we touch your cheeks just one time? If we only touch them once, you won't lose any of that chubbiness. Right. So she was getting tired. Faced with their tempting offers, she thought in resignation, no, I just want to look around. Why are you guys so... She hadn't even walked far. A hand suddenly grabbed and spun Anastasia around, pushing her toward their overly enthusiastic faces. They exclaimed relentlessly, here's some fruit, little miss, over here. It made her anxiety suddenly spike. And I feel like I'm going eaten alive, picked apart from behind them. The madam gasped, then crouched down next to Anastasia and called to her, gently, it's all right. You can go to them. She looked at the woman before her and suddenly thought, Mom. Anastasia looked at the people in front of her. Her anxiety hadn't faded much. She tried to reassure herself that it was a little scary over there, but Mom said it would be okay. Anastasia tried with all her might to stretch out her tiny body. Both of her hands reached out as if to accept their previous offers. Seeing this sight, everyone couldn't help but melt because her pure and innocent look made them want to scoop her into a hug right away. After a moment of excitement, they practically burst out, exclaiming one after another, My lady, did you see that everything she does is just so special? She's so young but already knows how to be so charming. Confused, Anastasia unconsciously drew her hands back and thought, but you guys were the ones who called me over in the first place. Why are you all so noisy now? One of them gave her a slice of fresh red watermelon and said, Here, this is for you. Hold it tight and eat slowly. Don't choke. Anastasia gazed at the watermelon in her hands. Her heart was filled with doubt. It should be okay if I eat it. After a moment of hesitation, she finally decided to trust them just this once. As the watermelon slowly melted in her mouth, Anastasia's mood miraculously improved. Is it because I was moving around so much? It's sweet and cool, tastier than I imagined. Seeing this, the woman's heart also welled up with joy. She exclaimed happily, Oh my goodness, my lady, I'm so happy to see you eating so heartily. I feel full already just by watching. Feel full! She stared, transfixed and confused, at their joyful expressions. She asked herself, I'm just eating a piece of watermelon. It's so hard to believe that these people who aren't even her family could feel this happy. Outwardly, Anastasia was still just a little girl who could only speak with a lisp, uttering a few words and being spoiled by others. Do you want to eat more? But deep down, in her heart, she still had a soul full of thoughts. I'm really living a very strange life. If there were 100 reincarnations, 99 of them, and this was the last one, then this last one is the weirdest. Anastasia finally relaxed a little. She sat, casually enjoying the freshly cut watermelon. Her mind also slowly came to accept it. Most importantly, I'm willing to believe that this last one is normal. Seeing the bright slice of watermelon under the sun, as if painted by summer, made Anastasia understand something, although it was a bit heavy, because all the nuances of these emotions were so clear and warm. Before she knew it, the sky had turned into the scorching sun of midday. Their family was also standing in front of a simple house with a strong rustic feel. All right, we'll be staying here for 2 days. Although it was simple and couldn't compare to their luxurious residence, the surroundings. From the swing under a shady tree, river water seemed to captivate their hearts. Rogato's 3 children were captivated by the surrounding scenery, the siblings Laurencia and Damien. Both of them were very excited and exclaimed together, Quick, quick, let's go play in the water. Mom, Dad. Leah also couldn't help but respond happily. All right, I brought you all clothes. Go get changed quickly. Mom prepared these. Laurencia shouted happily from inside the room. The little girl wore bunny ears on her head and cheerfully showed them off. Laura is a little bunny. You know. Damien also came out wearing deer antlers. Making him a little embarrassed, he then complained softly, Oh, Mom. Only Anastasia came out wearing tiger ears, which didn't suit her. Didn't suit demeanor at all. She looked up at the 2 ears on her head, and a confused look appeared on her face. Isn't it usually a dog or a cat? Why did I end up as a tiger? But on the contrary, Anastasia's older siblings really liked her appearance and praised her endlessly. Sasha is so cute. Sasha is a little tiger. Right, Anastasia. If Anastasia growls, Big Brother will catch you, you know. Seeing this scene, Anastasia could breathe a sigh of relief while thinking. I guess there shouldn't be a problem since my big sister and big brother seem to really like it. Suddenly, Regato shouted from behind, cutting through the atmosphere. Come on, kids, I'm going to take you rowing. After hearing that, she almost couldn't believe her ears and unconsciously turned her head in surprise at the words rowing a boat. When they arrived at their destination, they realized that this was not an ordinary boat at all. The boat was carved to match the outfits of the 3 children for the day, with their corresponding animals. After seeing it, Anastasia became even more excited and screamed internally, "How can he waste money like this?" After seeing it, Damien was also stunned, unconsciously, and muttered in awe. "It's so big. It's amazing, isn't it? Anastasia is so cool." After hearing that, she couldn't help but nod. Just a simple nod of approval from Anastasia made Regato jump for joy as if he had found a treasure. She watched the series of actions of the man and it unconsciously clicked. I heard Dad really likes to prepare surprises, and he's satisfied with our reactions. Unlike their confusion, Laurencia, upon seeing this simple yet expensive-looking boat, immediately got excited and shouted, "Dad is so cool! Laura loves Dad the most!" Every reaction from the children, from beginning to end, made Regato feel a happiness he had never felt before. He cried happily and, along with Laurencia, turned the pedals, expressing his affection from the bottom of his heart. Dad also really... Lorena, you know, of course, I also really love Damien and Anastasia. Damien, seeing this over-the-top behavior, immediately felt a little flustered and said in refusal, "Dad, can I just play in the water by myself without getting on the boat?" Regato slowly put Laurencia down and answered gently, "Damien can indeed play by himself." But he didn't directly refuse, nor did he rush to agree. He just held out his hand and asked in return. Damien could have played by himself, but he didn't immediately refuse or rush to agree. He just held out his hand and asked in return, gently, "I think Damien wants to play with his little siblings too." The moment those words were spoken, it was as if they perfectly captured what was in Damien's heart, making him nod involuntarily. An unknown amount of time passed, but the children's energy hadn't faded in the slightest. A hand shot up, high in the air, cheering with lively and cheerful glee. Who else could it be but Lorenia? The little girl sat in a cute little boat, feeling more and more excited and shouting loudly. "Laura wants to sit in the front, Dad. Go a little faster, Regato replied with a smile. "Sweetheart, don't be in such a rush." Laurencia pouted and turned to her father. "Laura wants to go water surfing. He lovingly indulged. "Her wish." Then he said, "Let's take it slow for now. Then we'll go water surfing. My daughter, it's Anastasia's." As soon as the little girl heard that last part, she stopped pouting. She clasped her hands together tightly and said firmly, "Really? In that case, Laura can wait." Regato praised her, satisfied. "That's right, Laura. Our big sister is cool and kind, isn't she?" He gently placed the little boat on the water and said, "Just wait here for a moment." "Okay," Lorenia answered obediently. "Okay, Dad, please hurry back." Leaf suddenly drifted down from above, landing on the water's surface. Regato placed each child, one by one, into the beautiful little boat. He looked at Anastasia and asked gently, "Have you been waiting long?" Suddenly, in the midst of the calm scenery, a disturbance appeared from beneath the water's surface, as turbulent waves appeared out of nowhere. Water splashed all over the father and daughter. Anastasia instinctively covered her face with one hand, her expression turning displeased and suspicious. She wondered to herself, "What's with this strange, strong wind? Something is wrong." Shortly after, before the water had a chance to calm, the terrified screams of Damien and Laurencia could be heard. At some point, the little boat that had been by the river's edge was now drifting away at a shocking speed. A terrified Lorenia could only scream in horror. Dad, in Anastasia's subconscious, she unintentionally called out, "Brother!" Damien grew even more panicked. He screamed in terror, "No! Laurencia, Dad! Hurry!" Lancelot struggled to keep his balance amidst the shaking. He said anxiously, "Hold on tight, little one." Meanwhile, Anastasia was still struggling with her tiny body. She immediately sensed something was wrong, thinking to herself, "The wind is blowing abnormally hard." The little boat was still being carried away by the turbulent waves. Amidst the churning water, Anastasia saw an obstacle behind Laurencia and a shiver ran down her spine. "There are so many rocks here if she crashes." Finally, she couldn't hold back and immediately stood up. She resolved in her heart to use magic. Her older sister was in danger. After activating it, the source of energy in her hand that Anastasia had been gathering, she was shocked to find that the next spell she tried to cast also fizzled out halfway. Damn it, I can't use magic like usual. Why is this happening? Anastasia, despite her strong will, lacked the power, but she still gritted her teeth and thought of another solution. I have to calm down and cast a protection spell on my sister first. She saw Laurencia cowering in fear up ahead, and a protective shield formed around her body, surrounded by magic. If I can't stop this boat, at least she can get to Dad. Shortly after, the wind that was already turbulent grew even more violent. Lancelot shouted a warning. The wind direction suddenly changed. Rogato was fighting against the current up ahead. He ignored his subordinate behind him, who urged anxiously, "Wait, Your Grace, it's too dangerous." He rushed forward desperately, shouting. Rogato's arm stretched out with all its might as Laurencia panicked. Finally, in that split second, he managed to grab the little boat. Laurencia was immediately scooped up and into Rogato's sturdy embrace. "Dad!" the little girl cried as soon as she felt his warmth. She explained through sobs. "Dad, the boat moved by itself. Laurencia didn't do anything wrong." He hugged Laurencia tightly in his arms, soothing her gently. "It's okay. It's... Laurenia, everything's safe now. You didn't do anything wrong." Daddy's girl sat down properly just as I said. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then did Anastasia dare to let out a long breath. She secretly exclaimed, "Thank goodness!" Anastasia glanced at the people around her and thought, to herself with relief, "Look at them. It seems they didn't notice I used magic. I know who's behind this." She felt exhausted all over, her body from trying to use her magic, but she still pushed herself to piece it all together. When my sister almost fell, I felt a surge of magic. Because when I used my own magic, something unpleasant tried to push down on my body. This strange magic, it must be from him, the one who invaded my dreams, that bastard. She trembled, placing her hand on the ship's railing as if looking for support, for herself. Then she continued to think. Does he really want to kill my sister, whatever his purpose is? I'll never forgive him. Never. Just as she made that vow to herself. Anastasia lost consciousness and fainted. It's unclear how much time passed before she finally woke up. The moment she regained consciousness, the first thing she did was start thinking again. For 100 lifetimes, I've always possessed immense magical power. I never expected my own magical power to harm me in this life. How many times have I fainted? Perhaps I'm pushing myself too hard, trying to control my magic. The moment Tesla felt Anastasia stir, she immediately sat up in delight. "Anastasia, are you awake?" The little girl lay weakly in her arms and called out softly for her mother. Tesla, touched, gently stroked her head to comfort her. "Thank goodness. Anastasia, my baby." She held Anastasia tightly and said, blaming herself, "My love, Mommy's here. You must be in pain. I shouldn't have kept my child outside for so long. You're still so small." She lay obediently in her arms. Her heart felt heavy. That's not it. Why does Mom always blame herself and take the burden for that scoundrel? Anastasia cursed darkly in her mind. I have to catch that bastard alive. That cursed bastard. You damn scoundrel. How dare you ruin our lovely family trip? A murderous intent slowly began to radiate from her. An invisible killing intent that made the other knights afraid. Suddenly, I felt a bit strange. Time flew by. At last, the journey was over. But disaster struck in another way. When Tesla approached with a smile and gently announced, "Time to eat," Anastasia opened her mouth, obediently. But at that exact moment, a strange energy suddenly manifested from nowhere, knocking the bowl of porridge off the table. Amidst the two's shocked stares, Tesla didn't suspect a thing and simply tilted her head, asking, "Does my little baby dislike her baby food?" She touched her head helplessly at the blatant accusation. But since she couldn't talk yet, she could only bottle up all her grievances. No, that's not it. He's the one who used wind magic. Anastasia remembered her past experiences and thought in annoyance, I've spent so many lifetimes in poverty. How could I possibly be a picky eater? That bastard is sabotaging my meal. She looked down nervously, thinking to herself, even if Mom is super nice, she's bound to be angry this time. Anastasia became increasingly anxious under her mother's gaze. Her mind started to race. I've been sick so often recently, so she probably thinks I'm... Just as Rogato came closer, Tesla also happened to turn and mention, "Our little baby is 13 months old now, so she's slowly starting to get bored with food like this." The more she listened, the more she stared in disbelief with her eyes wide open. They kept discussing it. "That must be it. My dear, she's been so compliant. I thought we'd skip this stage entirely." Not only did her mother not blame her, she even asked in a gentle voice, "Our little baby, what don't you like? Are you upset that you can't communicate with us?" Tesla added with a little chuckle. Damien also used to get fussy at this age. "Why is our little baby just like Damien? The person behind them immediately got flustered and protested. It wasn't long before he noticed this cute embarrassment of hers. He then began to calm. Ever complained? Damien lowered his head in embarrassment. "I don't think so." Instead, it was Laurentia who asked with even more curiosity, "What about Laura?" "Is Laura like that too?" Rogato answered Laurentia with a smile. "Everyone in our family eats anything and has a hearty appetite." "Very much so." Testa also answered without hesitation, saying the child eats very well. "But he often cries when he can't see his parents," she asked curiously. "She? If Laura was like that as a child," she explained gently. "All little kids want to be close to their parents." Laurentia hugged Damien and answered happily, "That's right. Laura loves being with Mom, Dad, Big Brother, and Siasha." Rogato turned and asked gently, "Our little princess still needs baby food. It's not a problem." He looked at the woman's worried expression and comforted her gently. "Our family's little princess is doing just fine. Dad isn't angry." Anastasia wanted to eat something, but found it hard to say so. Anastasia was momentarily stunned by this turn of events, which was completely different. It was so different from what she expected. She asked herself why everyone always tried to understand and accept everything, even when it wasn't her intention. "But I should be the one getting scolded for this. I so badly want to give the best." However, sometimes things don't go her way. For instance, dropping a glass of water, acting childishly, not being able to control her powers, refusing to bathe, and even hurting her father, although none of it was intentional. Then Anastasia faintly understood. That bastard's intentions. He wanted to isolate Anastasia. If Anastasia were hated and abandoned by her family, she would be all alone again, while Anastasia was still lost in a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. If I were my old self, I would already be planning my next move. But suddenly, a hand was placed, gently on her head, making her freeze. Rogato asked with a smile. "Dad should have been more careful. Were you startled? Seeing him?" Smile and blame himself even after falling made her feel even more certain. Now, Anastasia was once again enveloped in warmth. From the past until now, every one of her lives had been filled with hardship and misfortune. But her family in this life was so warm, and Anastasia had never experienced anything like this before. She felt the warmth surrounding her and asked herself, "Is this what a normal family is like?" Anastasia wrote on a piece of paper, secretly making a wish. "If only I could keep living a normal life like this." Damien and Laurentia, who were behind them, saw what was written on the paper. They couldn't help but be amused, she muttered to herself. "Even if I had to make any kind of vow, it wouldn't matter. 99 and 1. The answer was obvious because the numbers were so clear. Even so, she still hoped she could change this general rule. The word "okay" slowly appeared on the paper. Anastasia fell asleep in Testa's arms. As if sensing something, she suddenly woke with a start. Her eyes instinctively looked out the window. The elegant and beautiful white buildings under the setting sun were something Anastasia recognized with just a single glance. It was her own home. Looking around, she saw that Damien and Laurentia were already asleep. Although the trip was a bit chaotic, it was also a lot of fun. Fortunately, she had put up a defensive barrier these past few days, so that scumbag couldn't get close to her family. Even though he was trying to isolate her, Anastasia had already abandoned that line of thought. When she saw this heartwarming scene with her family before her, she admitted to herself, "I have to say, my family is truly incredible. They didn't push me away. They hugged me instead." Anastasia let out a long sigh, as if a great weight had been lifted. "If it weren't for my family, this way, I'll be isolated forever." Just as that scoundrel wanted. Thinking about this, she finally broke into a happy smile. After all the troubles of the past, this victory isn't just mine, but the result of our whole family's hard work. The horse-drawn carriage was slowly speeding down the path toward the noble estate. just as Anastasia's heart was also slowly leaning toward him. Because this was the first time in 100 reincarnations. For the second daughter of the ducal family, Lorenia and de Blanger, if you asked who she liked most in the world, she would answer without hesitation. No one else but Tetra. The little girl ran and hugged her tightly. Her answer was as clear as day. Mama Lala loves Mama. After hearing that, Regato's heart felt like it was being torn apart. Papa is in second place. Huh. Meanwhile, Damien could only offer a bitter, comforting smile. Big brother Damien. But in just 1 year, the rankings had completely changed. That was because her beloved mother's youngest daughter had been born. Back in the present, Lorenia pushed the door open hard, calling out loudly for Sasha. However, the room was empty, making her she had gone. Lorenia slowly shifted her gaze, searching elsewhere. Is she playing in another room? It turned out she was in another room. Anastasia was sitting quietly in a corner with the usual pout on her face. A very familiar sight. Next to her was Mikhail, talking non-stop. The moment Lala's gaze fell upon the person beside her, she was instantly displeased. She thought to herself, I know that's the young master, but Sasha is my little sister. She furrowed her brow slightly, thinking, it feels like young Master Mihail wants to steal Sasha from me. Inside room, the two were responding to each other, unconsciously lost in conversation. Mihail asked curiously, Don't you like my gift? Anastasia immediately answered without a hint of hesitation. Get out! He really didn't know the meaning of giving up. His face still held a smile as he calmly replied, Why do you want me to leave? We haven't seen each other in a long time. Aren't you being a little too cold? I even brought you a gift. You know? The little girl tried to shoo him away with her childish voice. I don't need it. Mihail stubbornly pretended not to hear. He continued his words. I wanted to see you, so I rushed right over. Laurencia, who was standing outside watching this scene, trembled with anger. That really is the evil Mihail. Sasha, we don't need it. Remembering his usual demeanor, the little girl suddenly felt a bit scared, thinking to herself, I want to go scold him, but young Master Mihail is so scary. Lorenia stared intently into the room, unable to hold back her guilt. Lala had tried so hard to build a good relationship with that young master. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. The little girl instantly panicked, clenching her fists. Wait, could it be with her rich imagination? In just a moment, Laurencia had created a conspiracy theory. Young Master Mihail is bullying Sasha. The little girl tried to find a reason to rationalize everything. Is this why he's so rude to me to prevent me from getting close to Sasha? Instantly, a scenario played out in her mind. The evil Mihail forcing Anastasia away. Stay away from me, sister. It made Lorenia force herself away. Anastasia's expression of rejection only made the little girl more certain. A child as good and cute as Sasha, how could anyone possibly hate her? This much thinking about this, Lorenia's whole body was drenched in sweat. The little girl quietly made a vow. I have to save her. Lorenia secretly planned to change the story's ending and save our sweet princess from the hands of the terrifying Demon King Mihail. For Lorenia, the fear passed quickly. All that remained was a steely determination in her eyes because she was Sasha's big sister. A few days later, still at the Enblanger family estate, Laurencia, she rushed to Anastasia's bedroom door and called out for Sasha. The little girl inside was still jumping all over the place. As soon as she heard the call, she immediately turned her head. Sister Laurencia. She was secretly carrying a heavy basket behind her back while cleverly saying to Sasha, Did you miss your big sister? Hearing a satisfactory answer, she immediately rushed over and hugged Anastasia tightly. This made the little girl can't help but wonder. But it's nap time for big sisters right now. Why would you come here? She pondered to herself. Big sister usually comes to visit before sunset. If young Master Mihail is here, she usually comes to visit. At dinner, she was hugged tightly, but she paid it no mind. With puffed out cheeks, she grumbled to herself, how cold that lord must be. To make her older sister have to avoid him, she should feel lucky. She should feel lucky. Her sister and brother are making time to play, with her. Right, Lorenia finally let go of Anastasia Sasha's hand. She slowly placed 2 fingers into the little girl's palm. Just as she saw Anastasia grasp her hand tightly, Lorenia felt overjoyed and said confidently, Even if you can't hold my hand tightly, I will never ever leave you. The little girl took the opportunity to suggest, Sasha, let's go play it together. Right after that, she pointed ahead, announcing loudly and enthusiastically, Sasha, there are still so many rooms we've never, visited. Right, I'll take you right now. This is a castle adventure game. Anastasia tilted her head, thinking for a castle adventure? She didn't look too excited because, thanks to Choco, she already knew the layout of the castle. However, Anastasia had never seen it for herself. She hadn't made a decision yet when she turned her head. She met someone else's gaze. Lancelot clenched his fist with a determined look on his face, saying, Great idea, let us join your adventure too. The maid beside him also chimed in generously. Yes, miss, I will prepare some food for this adventure. Hearing that, Lorenia immediately refused firmly. No way, today Lala wants to go on an adventure alone with Sasha. Seeing her rare display of firmness, he asked curiously, What's wrong, are you looking for treasure? Something. She immediately nodded, her expression like she was holding a state secret, and confirmed again seriously, It's a secret. The maid heard this and couldn't help but laugh. She crouched down, meeting Lorenia's eyes and asking curiously, But if you don't let us... Follow you. Who's going to prepare the young lady's snacks? As if suddenly remembering something, her resolve wavered at this. Lorenia pressed her lips together. The beads of sweat on her forehead felt heavy. It was as if a scale was weighing a very important decision. It seemed their sisterly bond surpassed everything else. Not long after, she announced generously without hesitation, It's okay on an adventure. This sort of thing is normal. Lala is the big sister, so Lala can handle it herself. Seeing her act like that, although no one said a word, they all understood. The young lady is truly adorable. Laurentia took the initiative to turn and, ask, Sasha likes it when it's just the two of us too, right, Anastasia. Hearing this, Anastasia nodded repeatedly without a second thought. Lorenia was thrilled. One hand clutched a mysterious basket as she replied gleefully, I knew Sasha would say, that. The little girl quickly took Anastasia's hand and pulled her away. Then let's go. Just the two of us. Sasha didn't know how much time had passed. Then, with his golden hair still damp, Mihal entered the room where they had just been playing and, called out, Little Miss! When he saw the empty room, he couldn't help but feel a little confused and disappointed. Why isn't she... Here, where did she go? I have a bad feeling. A small map, with clear lines and a distinct design, was slowly unfurled. Laurentia acted like a true leader. The little girl led the way cheerfully. We can go this way! Anastasia didn't answer. She just followed. Her gaze slowly, drifted behind them as she asked herself, Does she really not notice behind the two of them, unbeknownst to one, 3 figures had appeared, faintly visible in the background? However, it was clear that only Anastasia had noticed them. Just the two of us exploring. This huge mansion, that's impossible. The little girl pretended not to notice. She prayed silently in her heart. I hope this group of stalkers doesn't gain any new members. Laurentia turned around innocently and announced loudly, We've arrived at the first room we're going to explore. Anastasia was pulled along. Although she hadn't had a chance to answer, her expression began to change when she saw it. Is this the place too? Little girls standing next to this door looked so small. At the same time, the terrifying aura it radiated was enough to overwhelm them. Anastasia thought to herself, This creepy room. Is this the first place we're going to explore? Lorenia took the initiative to lead the way. The little girl placed her hand on the door and knocked a few times as if she wasn't scared at all. From inside, a serious-faced butler came out. Yes. What is it? But as soon as he glanced down, he saw 2 little girls. His tone of voice also changed slightly. My young ladies, what can I do for you two? Lorenia replied politely. We came to see Father. We've never seen Father work before. After hearing this, he looked a bit awkward, then refused in a low voice. Lady Lorenia, I'm sorry, but right now, he hadn't finished his sentence. The door, which had been politely closed, was suddenly pushed open roughly. Rogato came out with a beaming face. An irresistible smile was on his face. When he saw the 2 young ladies, Oh, my dear children, you came here because you missed your father, didn't you, Anastasia? Oh, saw his expression and also slowly calmed down. However, a question still lingered in her mind. What's this? I thought the office would be filled with a terrifying aura. Was there a misunderstanding? No, he enthusiastically invited. My children, come in quickly. However, when they entered, everything they saw was very different from what they imagined. One person sat helplessly amidst a pile. A labyrinth of work was in front of him. The others were no better, with their heads bowed. Just after entering the room, the gloomy atmosphere had not yet dissipated. It was then that Anastasia realized, how could I have been so mistaken truly? The poor assistants, even though they were mentally beaten down, they still came to greet them enthusiastically, as if seeking a little comfort. Welcome, young ladies! May I bring you some delicious snacks? And the young lady loves flower tea. As soon as the words were spoken, a hand from nowhere patted their shoulders. A deeper, colder voice was heard. Just let the butler prepare the tea, Rogato. Stood behind them, gently placing his hands on their shoulders. It was as if his words and the aura around him were the most, burdensome. As for you two, you must report back within 2 hours, whether they liked it or not. The two of them felt crushed by this pressure. They could only obey. We understand. Lord Duke, after receiving the order, they immediately ran with all their might. In that case, we will take our leave. When only... The warm company of the father and his 2 daughters remained in the room. Rogato's demeanor changed drastically again. He asked sweetly, by the way, my dearest daughters, why did you come here? Laurentia didn't care at all about what had just happened, as if it was nothing, and replied, Father is the coolest when he's working, so we came here to see you. Rogato, hearing that, was also confused. Laurentia, you said father is the coolest when he's working? The little girl saw what just happened and wasn't scared at all. Instead, she kept praising him. That's right, especially when father swings his sword with a whoosh. You look so dashing, too. Hearing that, he immediately got excited, wanting to show off in front of his daughters. In that case, let's, go to the training grounds. As soon as she heard training grounds, Laurentia's expression changed, and she shouted, No Rogato, who was immediately rejected by his daughter, immediately felt sad and sat down dejectedly. What's wrong? Didn't you say father looks so cool when he swings his sword dashingly, yo? And mightily, so father wanted to show you. The little girl didn't waver in the slightest, explaining firmly, because today I want to explore the estate with Sasha, the little girl said resolutely. However, deep in her eyes, a hint of worry could still be seen, so we can't go outside the estate. That's where the truly worthwhile places to explore are. Anastasia immediately knew what her sister was thinking, but she just, kept these thoughts to herself. I understand. By the way, Sir Mihail is at the training grounds now, right? It's not strange that my sister would ask. The scene just now struck a direct blow to Rogato's heart, but the next words spoken seemed to shatter all the mental fortresses in Rogato's heart. Besides, did you know, Father Lara and Sasha won't be here for long? He shouted in surprise. Why wouldn't Laurentia give up and just keep explaining? Mother told me not to disturb Father while he's working? Gently, my sweet little princesses. What could possibly be a bother? The little girl saw this and immediately pounced on and hugged Rogato. But her intention didn't change at all. No, you can't. Father and mother said that you have to do things you don't like too. That's how you become a good child. Laurentia gently stroked the arm of her strong father and then coaxed him. That's why Lara ate her bell peppers and spinach today. Father is the same. Even though you really want to play with us, you still have to work. That's how father will become even greater. Anastasia watched this scene and silently guessed. This must be, in her mind, she recalled the scene where she harshly scolded Laurentia. Next time, you can't do that again. Okay, Anastasia watched the two of them closely. In her heart, she also kept thinking to herself, Mother's rules and discipline have become a habit for my older sister. Over here. Laurentia was still carrying out her duty of comforting him. Father, you understand, right? After all, Father is a great adult. Anastasia watched the scene of a little girl calming down a grown man and couldn't help but puff out her cheeks. Her inner voice also screamed, I'm sorry, big sis, but you're just too adorable. In the end, she really couldn't hold it in anymore and chuckled, showing a rare emotional expression. This innocent laughter quickly caught the attention of the father and daughter, who were speaking softly over there, the whispering father and daughter. After a moment of silence, both of them finally realized with their mouths hanging open in absolute joy. Joyful. They both jumped up and cheered at the same time. Sasha laughed. Father. He also couldn't help but shout with glee. I saw it. Our little princess just laughed, didn't she? The joy came one after another. Anastasia stared at the two of them for a moment and then really are alike. She turned to pinch her own cheek and asked, Father, are you happy being scolded? The little girl slowly lost her smile. On her lips, she said nothing, only thinking to herself. No, it's just because Big Sis is too adorable. Laurentia ran and stood in front of her, then exhaled and complained. Why is father turning Sasa into a naughty child Rogado who was caught making a mistake, immediately explained with a sense of guilt? Father didn't say she was a naughty child. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to Anastasia and asked, Sasa, you wanted to say the same thing, right? Laurentia felt proud that she could protect her. Her words became even stronger. If father wants to be praised, you also need to do the things you don't want to do. Isn't that what you wanted to say? Anastasia thought. That's not it. But Laurentia immediately looked at her and continued, confidently. Lala is Sasa's big sister, so Lala knows everything. You know. Anastasia gave a faint smile as her heart softened. Oh well, it's not like I know anything anyway. Forgive, father. I'm so sorry. She nodded without hesitation in response. Laurentia became even prouder hearing that, listen, father, after that, the two of them hugged each other tightly in happiness. Because her big sister's happiness is Anastasia's top priority. The two of them slowly pulled away and left Rogado all alone. Laurentia stuck to her original decision. She waved her hand cheerfully. We're going to continue our adventure. Bye-bye, father. Laurentia continued her inspection of the map to find a new place. Look, we sisters have to decide where to go next. But Anastasia's gaze was fixed only on those items, like a bag full of snacks. There was even a handmade map. After noticing these thorough preparations, she couldn't help but be stunned, thinking, my big sister prepared so much because she wants to play with me. Seeing her sister so excited, she felt a little guilty. Because Mr. Mihail visits so often, I haven't been able to play much with my sister. I feel so regretful. Just as she was about to take a step, she suddenly lost her balance and cried out. Perhaps because she was still a child. After a few steps, she stumbled, lost her balance, and fell flat on her back. Laurentia sensed something and turned around in shock. The moment she saw the little girl, shouted happily Sasa. Laurentia panicked, her eyes widening when she saw Anastasia. Fallen face down on the ground, Testa suddenly appeared, calling out to Anastasia. Her face was pale. She asked anxiously, is anyone hurt? Lala didn't mean to do that? She comforted her gently. I know, my dear child, but Anastasia is still little, so you have to let your sister walk slowly. Lala, you can do that, right? Laurentia looked down with a blushing face and replied in a small voice, She quickly got up and patted her shoulder. Her gaze seemed to say, it's okay. Laurentia's eyes welled up with tears, wetting her long lashes. She crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Even though her adorable little sister had already comforted her, she still couldn't hold back her tears. Lala, that day I couldn't be a good big sister, so from now on I will only show you my best side. If Sasa is a princess, Lala will be a knight. Being a princess isn't bad either, but I can also be a knight to protect and comfort my little sister. Laurentia grasped Anastasia's hand, stunning her for a moment, lowered her head slightly. Unconsciously, she stood up, smiled brightly, and said, Sasa, you're okay. This time, I will hold on tight. I will hold on to Sasa's hand. I won't let you fall again. You are my precious little sister. Laurentia kept her promise. With her big sister watching over her, she finally got to properly explore the Duke's mansion. She saw the chef in the kitchen performing a dance of flames. The passionate chef was determined to cook. I will let the young ladies taste the most delicious dish in the world. After that, She had tea with her mother in the garden. She enthusiastically lifted her teacup and asked Sasa, "Sasa, is it good?" After tea time, the two played hide-and-seek behind a pile of towels hung out to dry by the maids. The two sisters held hands, running and laughing on the tiled floor. She opened the pages of a book and read, "Friends." The last stop on today's exploration was the children's library in the residence. Laurencia opened her eyes wide, with curiosity about what this was. Anastasia sat sweetly, listening to her read the book quietly. But her mind drifted far away. Even though it wasn't as soft and smooth as when my brother read, I still really liked my sister's voice, like a wind chime in the summer. Was it because I walked too much or because I ate too many snacks that I'm getting sleepy? Laurencia was still focused on the pages of the book. "Sasa, how about I read you another story?" Seeing no response, she put the book down and called her again. "Sasa." Laurencia's pupils were round and bright, twinkling like stars. Before her was the sight of Anastasia fast asleep on the green carpet. "Sasa is asleep." Laurencia, without realizing it, covered her mouth, silently thrilled. Did I put Sasa to sleep? She placed the book aside, then lay down and gazed at her cute sleeping face. Laurencia brought her face close to Anastasia and murmured, "Sasa is Big Sister's cute little sister, isn't she? Perhaps because she heard her voice?" Her small hand moved slightly. Laurencia's face flushed with excitement. "She's so cute. Really, so very cute. This is my little sister, not Mihail's." Her fingers unconsciously touched Anastasia's soft hand. She then unconsciously gripped Laurencia's finger. She poured so much affection onto Anastasia, my little sister. At some point, Laurencia fell asleep too. Damien brought a blanket to cover them both. He muttered to himself with resignation, "My little sisters are here. Hid it from me." Damien also carefully placed pillows for his two little sisters. He also found a pillow for himself and lay down beside them. "Just the two of you exploring. But can I come with you guys?" He then drifted off into a dream just like that. After touring the residence for 1 week, I was rarely in my own room except to sleep. So, there was one thing that made me very uneasy. When night fell, Anastasia met with Joko and listened to him talk about Mihail's condition. The young miss wasn't here today either. Where did she go? Did she go exploring the residence again? "Damien, I want to play with the little one too." Joko spoke non-stop. Every time he returned, his face always showed sadness and regret. Could he have been tempted by the Demon King's power despite whatever he said? His voice still rang in her ears and she was lost in thought. I really didn't mean to, but I feel like I'm avoiding him. If I had been closer to him from the start, something like this wouldn't have happened. And I also feel guilty for making the master wait. I'll tell my sister. Tomorrow we won't go exploring anymore. At the crack of dawn, Laurencia cheerfully ran into the room, calling for Siasha. "I'm here. Shasha, look at this chocolate. This that I received, and this." Anastasia smiled affectionately. How could I refuse my sister? Lord Mihail might be a little disappointed. She took out a piece of paper and said, "Then let's go here today." Yes. She immediately nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a sound was heard. The sound of footsteps. Hurrying down the long corridor, Mihail stopped in front of the door, out of breath. "Wait a minute, I want to go exploring too." Anastasia opened, her eyes wide in surprise at Mihail. He said sincerely, "I want to play with the little one too. I've already prepared things for exploring. If I come along, I'll definitely be a big help to you, miss." Anastasia saw Laurencia press her lips together in anger. This made her very worried. "Sister, are you all right?" Mihail was still trying to persuade them. "So, if I participate in this adventure," he reached for Anastasia's hand, but she refused firmly. "No, I won't allow it." He was shocked, his eyes widening at Laurencia's harsh reaction. She herself was surprised and confused by her own strong refusal. Mihail quickly composed himself. He remained calm and tried to persuade her again. "Why, it would be very useful if we went together." Laurencia didn't back down, refusing in a loud voice. "I don't need your help." He also spoke without showing the slightest weakness. "Miss Laurencia." The little girl didn't let him finish his sentence, emphasizing again. "Siasha and I can go by ourselves." Mihail quickly responded. "Why can't I come along?" One by one, the questions came, back and forth, even though Laurencia was trying so hard. Refusing him nearly brought her to tears. Just as things were about to get worse, a childish voice was heard. "Don't bother my sister," Mihail answered casually, as if nothing was wrong. "I'm not bothering her," Anastasia repeated, as if trying to carve the words into his mind. "You are bothering her," Mihail continued to ask as usual. "No way. In your eyes, am I really that bad?" This time, she was to even answer. She just nodded. Mihail immediately showed a disappointed expression, which made Anastasia even more annoyed inside. He's cold and doesn't care about my sister. What kind of expression is that? The little girl firmly exclaimed her dislike. He remained stubborn, sat down, and then kept chattering. Without stopping, with no intention of quitting. "Why don't you like me? I learned a lot from Damien about how to be a brother. Is it still not enough?" Anastasia felt both helpless and displeased by this action. She frowned, thinking, "No way. Is this really important right now?" Soon after, Laurentia, who had been quiet, shouted again. "Hey, Mihail, you're not her brother." It was completely different from his attitude toward Anastasia. Mihail actually frowned slightly and then gave a cold stare. Toward her, what Anastasia thought with anger and panic, "He's showing that unhappy expression to my sister again. Unlike me, my sister's fragile heart is easily hurt." Laurentia was merciless. Every word she spoke was filled with rejection. No matter how much Mihail tries to imitate being her brother, he's still not Sasha's brother. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked in return, casually, "What, why not?" Laurentia was silent for a moment at his question. Stunned for a second, she quickly grabbed Anastasia's shoulder and argued, "Sasha said she doesn't like you." Laurentia firmly refused, using every reason she could. "Sasha doesn't even like you, so why do you have to play with us? Sasha likes me more because I'm her sister." Anastasia was stunned to hear that. The little girl secretly watched her sister's troubled face and felt it. Sighing, she thought, "This is the first time I've seen my sister like this." Mihail was frozen by this barrage of words, unable to speak, say a word, even though he was still being defiant. Anastasia helplessly shut her eyes tightly and racked her brain. This situation is so familiar. Am I going to cry again? She glanced over, observing, then immediately rejected the idea.
No, their situation is different. If I
cry now, things will only get worse. If I did that, Laurentia would immediately say, "Sasha's crying. It's all your fault, Mihail," making the situation even more tense. Anastasia tried to find another way. "I have to reconcile them first." In the very next second, Mihail spoke up, again, as if deliberately trying to shatter her train of thought. "The little lady doesn't hate me." Anastasia grew more agitated. Her heart was pounding and screaming. Mihail smiled at her and continued talking as if nothing had happened. "Even though you don't like me, you've never pushed me away, right, little one?" She immediately argued back in her head. "I'm pretty sure I have pushed him away before. Haven't I?" Seeing Anastasia's silence, Mihail proudly continued, "See, I'm right." She was incredibly annoyed, but was too lazy to speak her mind. "I haven't even answered yet." Laurentia pouted, hugged Anastasia, and asked with a trembling voice, "Your sister is better than Mihail. Isn't she right?" Sasha, Mihail replied calmly, without any emotion. "I never said the little lady likes me the most. I just said she doesn't hate me." After saying that, his stiff expression from before vanished, and he proudly smiled as he made his request. "So, let me come along on this adventure." Laurentia was too furious to do anything but vehemently refuse. Over and over, she said, "No, you can't. This is a secret trip for Sasha and me." Mihail showed not a shred of emotion and completely ignored her feelings. In fact, he bluntly replied, "Then it's a secret between 3 people now. I won't go around telling everyone." Lala couldn't take it anymore. The little girl once again screamed at the top of her lungs as if to vent all her emotions. "You can't come then." Heartbreaking, trembling voice was heard. It was a stark contrast to her firm demeanor from before. "Lala already told you she doesn't like you. Why do you keep acting like this? Lala hates you. You don't just play with my sister, you also ignore me, and now you're even trying to steal Sasha." "Sasha is mine, Mihail." Mihail finally showed a hint of confusion. He blinked, staring at her. Anastasia grew more anxious, trying to comfort her sister, but Laurentia had already reached her limit. The little girl stammered, "Sasha is my sister. She's not yours. Mihail, she's my little sister." She sobbed and cried, then exploded into a tantrum as usual. "Mama, Mihail is always meddling. Lala wants to keep playing with Sasha. She's my youngest sister. Seeing all of this, Mikhail slowly began to realize the gravity of the situation. He was about to step closer but stopped in his tracks, afraid. And sure enough, standing in the distance, a woman's figure had appeared outside the door. Anastasia was still trying to comfort her sister when she looked up in confusion. Mama! In the hallway, the maids, along with her parents and older brother, were also standing there watching. Anastasia wondered in confusion. Why did they all come? Why aren't they coming inside? She saw her mother's cold expression. Her mother was staring inside as if she were waiting for something. Then she finally realized it seems Mama wants the two of them to sort this out on their own. Anastasia kept comforting her sister, but her mind at that moment, had drifted elsewhere. She slowly analyzed this approach to resolving the conflict. No matter how much you care for your children, if they can't, figure it out for themselves, then it's all meaningless. Besides, if her family were to intervene, it would make Mikhail feel awkward. She glanced at Mikhail, who looked uneasy. Anastasia was reminded once again, even though people said he was mature and composed, he was also just 6 years old. She slowly closed her eyes, feeling a bit weary of everything happening around her, and mused to herself, he's been with the Duke's family since he was a child. As per his request would be very difficult for a child. For a child who just lost his parents to open his heart to others. Her older sister, Anastasia Michal, is a very kind person. So Anastasia thought she could understand and befriend the young master. But it wasn't the same for her sister. Even though the wound in the young master's heart had healed a little, Mikai surely didn't know that her sister had been hurt by him. Laurencia rarely says she dislikes anyone. She would get sad over other people's mistakes and always try to comfort them. A person as kind as an angel. Laurencia's hand had reached out to the young master so many times, but he was the one who rejected her. Mikai looked at her face, finally realizing the weight of his own words. However, Anastasia didn't want to take the initiative to make peace. She followed Tesla's method, observing everything in silence and then muttered to herself, I'm not going to help you. All eyes were on them, but Anastasia was adamant about not interfering, because this problem is for your sake and for my sister's, so solve it yourself. Mikai. An image of Laurencia holding out her hand and speaking with a smile appeared in his mind's eye. I'm Laurencia. You can call me Lala. Want to play together? What do you think? Mikai fell silent, his thoughts turning sad. What was there to be happy about? He couldn't force a smile because of it all. It was as if she had never experienced any loss. And perhaps it made him feel a little, envious. The memory of his conversation with Damien flooded his mind. Mikai, don't you want to get closer to my sister? He looked down at the ground, avoiding his gaze. I want to, but she avoids me just as I avoid her. Mikai only looked up when he heard Damien's comforting words. If you speak to her first, she'll play with you, I'm sure of it. After hearing that, Mikai immediately stood up, his arms hanging limp, tightly gripped the edge of Laurencia's table. Hearing Mikai's apology, she stopped sobbing. I'm sorry. Miss Laurencia, he knelt on one knee, looking her in the eye. Mikai said sincerely, I'm truly sorry. I didn't realize I would hurt you. Can you tell me the reason? Why don't you like me? Laurencia's eyes widened in surprise. Staring at him motionlessly, she asked softly, I am truly sorry, Miss Laurencia. He pressed his lips together, thinking silently. With both hands clutching her dress, it's Lala. Lala, when you always call me this miss or that miss. The knights and the maids all call me Lala, but you always Laurencia. Mikai understood what she meant. Then, if I call you Lala, will you forgive me? He immediately proposed. A condition. If Anastasia agrees, then it's okay. Two pairs of eyes turned to Anastasia at the same time. The room fell into an awkward silence. She stammered an sound of agreement. But because Anastasia stuttered, neither of them understood, and her and Laurencia's moods both plummeted. She looked at her sister with wide eyes. Big sis is still sad. Anastasia reached out her small hand to Laurencia and gently kissed her cheek. Perhaps it was hard for her to express her wishes with words. So Laurencia's eyes widened in surprise, and for a moment she didn't know how to react. Mikai was stunned. She hugged Anastasia tightly and whispered, "I like you the most. Big sis." "You already knew that, right?" She leaned into Laurencia's embrace. Laurencia nodded, making a humming sound in response. The castle was soon bathed in the golden yellow hue of sunset. On the unfounded long dining table, various dishes were neatly arranged, steaming and fragrant. Tesla smiled and said, "Don't hesitate, Mikai," he answered. A little awkwardly, "Thank you for preparing this dinner. I will enjoy it." Anastasia closed her eyes slightly. Her calm gaze drifted as she was lost in thought. She remembered her conversation with Rogado. "I don't think we need to interfere in the children's business. They'll figure it out on their own." She asked back worriedly, "Will everything be all right?" He nodded, affirming, "I believe so. The children also need their own time, and that's what we should give them." As Laurentia's parent, "Are you a little worried about Mikai?" Rogado stuttered, at a loss for words. He sighed, gazing far out the window. Then he said, "This is understandable. If the argument gets heated, then we'll have to intervene. But for now, we should just observe from afar." Anastasia closed her eyes, lost in her thoughts. "Oh, my parents, I'm sorry, I overheard your conversation, but they're truly kind-hearted adults. It's hard to believe. My parents, they remind me of my master. It's been a very, very long time. I didn't have much time with my master. He was the only one I could call. My master, although he was very strict, he also cared for me kindly. My foolish disciple, please remember this well and promise me you will not run into the fire alone. That was my master's final wish. Even so, I couldn't fulfill that wish. Remembering that time makes my heart ache a little, because I'm afraid that if I give my all so freely, I'll only lose it all again. No, it will be fine this time, so there's no need to worry." Noticing that she was spacing out, Damien turned and asked, "Well, what's wrong? Anastasia, are you poking it?" "Let me help." Mihail immediately noticed and paid attention to the change in Anastasia. He enthusiastically put food on her plate. "Sister, do you want to eat this?" He politely refused on Anastasia's behalf. No, Anastasia can't eat a piece this big yet. Mihail, however, thought innocently, "Doesn't she have teeth already?" Damien sighed in resignation. Only a few have grown in. A bored expression was clearly visible on her face, as her gaze fell on the plate of meat. "It's all food I can't eat. Is he making fun of me?" He patiently continued to explain that Anastasia is still a baby. Eating this kind of food could make her cry. A flash of surprise appeared on his face. Then he apologized sincerely. "Really? Little sister, will you forgive me?" Anastasia was stunned. Her round, shocked eyes stared intently at Mihail. She lowered her gaze and sighed. "Is he really toying with me every time I'm with this kid? I feel myself becoming pettier. Strange. After going through everything, we finally started spending time together. Time at the estate passed so quickly. The autumn month of October had arrived. Everyone was busy with upcoming events, like the Harvest Festival and other holidays. In contrast to the hustle and bustle of the estate, Anastasia was more relaxed than usual. She looked up at the clear blue sky, sighing to herself. At times like this, all I have to do is sit and play by myself without... Her thoughts continued. After Mihail and my sister made up, the four of us have gone out to play together several times. Today, the knights prepared a game. Lancelot enthusiastically introduced the game, which was called a treasure hunt. Laurencia was overjoyed when she heard the word treasure. Both of her eyes sparkled. After that, Knight Lancelot continued to explain the rules of the game. 2 people will form one team. The team that finds the most valuable treasure will be the winner. Mihail, who had been silent the entire time, now suddenly spoke up and asked, "If we win, what's the prize?" Those words took Lancelot a bit by surprise. His gaze shifted to Mihail, who was standing expressionlessly with Damien. Lancelot paused for a moment, then cleared his throat and answered, "If the young duke wins, then the Grand Duke might agree to a sparring match with you." Mihail was instantly fired up by that statement, and his muscles also tensed automatically. But in a flash, his expression changed again. He gently turned to Anastasia and asked, Hey, little sister, if I can land 3 hits on the Duke, do you think I'll be cool? The little girl thought with resignation. He still hasn't given up, but she didn't have the heart to disappoint the boy. Because that thought was just the wish of a 6-year-old boy. She could probably just agree to it. Therefore, after Mihail asked his question, Anastasia could only nod. The girl's answer made Mihail ecstatic. He quickly asked again. Really? His expression made Anastasia think of something. Wait, why is he so happy? This is making me feel guilty. The little girl suddenly had another change of heart regarding Laurencia that day, and the memories of arguing with Mihail. After that incident, I never told him I didn't like it. Now I realize it more clearly, Laurencia shouted. Angrily, Why is it like this? Sas already said she doesn't like it. Why do you keep pestering her to play? Anastasia, who was standing between them, also felt very confused. It was then that she suddenly realized the selfish words she had once carelessly uttered, as if her habit had become a weapon to use against Mihail. The girl lowered her eyes, thinking regretfully, I was wrong. That was my mistake. She discreetly observed Mihail's expression and concluded there was nothing unusual, but that didn't mean he was completely fine. Still, this was a little reassuring for Anastasia. It seemed he was starting to act more like a kid. With this thought, the two of them made a pinky promise. Ever since getting the girl's approval and being called cool, Mihail had been full of energy. He smiled brightly and said, You promised me, right? Anastasia just gave a small, in response. Soon after, they started dividing into teams for the treasure hunt. The first team was Laurencia and Damien. Both of their faces were filled with excitement. The second team was Mihail and Anastasia. In contrast to the other team, the girl's face showed 3 parts resignation and 7 parts disbelief. It's like we were destined to be a team, Mihail cheerfully said to the girl. Let's do our best, my dear. Not only that, but he also made a determined promise. I swear I'll win this for both of us. His words were etched into Anastasia's mind, because he had made such a promise. But after the game started, Mihail instead invited the little girl to look at flowers. My dear, look at these flowers. He also enthusiastically pointed out the fluttering creatures. Look, butterflies. Mihail's actions instantly erased his promise from Anastasia's mind. Anastasia. The little girl wondered why he was always so distracted. In complete contrast to Mihail's relaxed state, the first team was actively hunting for treasure. Laurencia's voice echoed from a distance. I found another one. Hearing the first team's progress, Anastasia finally couldn't help but wonder, are you even trying to win so the girl could only, grab his hand and say, let's go? Mihail was a bit startled, but his expression changed in an instant. In just a flash, he asked with a smile, Are you worried? It's not that I'm worried, Anastasia thought, but before the girl could even speak, Mihail had already drawn, his own conclusion. The two of them stood together under the soft autumn sun. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, creating a beautiful scene. Mihail reached out and caught a single falling leaf. Then he placed it in Anastasia's hand. The girl, looked at the leaf in her hand in confusion. Mihail gazed happily at the scenery in front of them and then reassured her. It's all right, because this is the first time I've gotten to play while holding your hand like this. Besides, I'm very confident, he said with conviction. Amidst, scenery of falling autumn leaves, Mihail's words seemed to take on a magical quality, leaving Anastasia stunned. Only then did Mihail begin to lead the girl on their quest, he explained with a laugh as they walked. Let's just head over there now. I actually saw a knight doing something over there during morning training. During morning training, Anastasia silently marveled at how incredible he was. Their hands were tightly intertwined. Anastasia secretly watched Mihail's expression. She thought he would be anxious, but he was truly starting to act like a big. Mihail continued to open up to her. Damien once told me that you don't talk much about whatever you see or want to do. Anastasia was a little surprised, but she kept listening. Mihail spoke with sincerity. So he told me that when I play with you, I have to take good care of her. Laurencia and Damien have already seen those things, so I also want you to see butterflies fluttering and leaves falling, flowers dancing, snow falling, things like that. After hearing that, Anastasia's cheeks flushed as she thought of her brother, although in her heart, thinking. but with the abilities of a 1-year-old. Anastasia could only call out his name. Damien? Hearing that, Mihail became even more determined, grasping her small hand, he said with conviction. I still need to keep practicing to be a better big brother like Damien, but can you call my name like that? He was still the same, always trying to get Anastasia's attention. After voicing his desire, Mihail waited for the result, in silence. Anastasia was stunned for a moment. She shyly looked away. After a moment, she slowly spoke. Mihail, hate you. Mihail immediately asked. Wait, you don't hate me, Anastasia replied. Mihail. A cool autumn breeze blew dust into his eyes. He raised a hand to rub his eyes uncomfortably. When he opened them, Anastasia's expression immediately tensed up a bit. Mihail laughed, a small, innocent, childlike laugh. Afterwards, he asked again, Do you want to be my little sister? Anastasia stared at him until she felt her cheeks flush. Then she finally turned her face away. Even though she couldn't say it out loud, in her heart, she already had an answer for Mihail. I've always considered myself your little sister from the start. You idiot. The two of them walked together toward a large tree. A light glinted on the ground. In just a few leaps, Mihail was already climbing the tree. Turns out, there was a hidden treasure up there. Anastasia stood below, admiring him in her heart. He's such a great tree climber. After retrieving the treasure, he quickly jumped down, then showed off his find to Anastasia. Here, I found another one. Seeing Mihail go to such great lengths to find it, she silently scolded. How could they think of hiding a treasure so high up? This is just a children's treasure hunt game. Lancelot, who was standing nearby, also spoke in surprise. I didn't expect him to actually climb the tree. Hearing his comment, Anastasia immediately retorted, Did they think we just asked for their help to get it? Let me climb that for the little prince? But thankfully, he was all right, so she had to let it slide as long as he was happy. After searching for a while, Anastasia's team had already found 6 boxes, since her older sister and brother had only found 5 boxes. Anastasia looked around quietly, estimating that there wasn't much time left, so they were probably going to win. While she was daydreaming, a familiar figure approached and knelt on one knee before Anastasia. Mihail came over again, holding out a box to show off. Praise me for doing a good job. Gosh, just a moment ago she was wishing he could be a little more innocent, but now she instantly regretted it. This fool, he seems a bit childish today, but it's not a difficult request. Besides, I also want to apologize to him. With that thought, Anastasia soon patted Mihail's head with her small hand. Wearing it, seeing his bright smile, she thought to herself, I don't need to hurt his pride over such a simple gesture. Really not worth it. The treasure hunt ended. Katria immediately announced the results. And so, the victory goes to the team of the Little Prince and Lady Anastasia. Even though they won, the two of them seemed exceptionally calm, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Even in defeat, Laurentia still said with a smile, I'll be sure to win next time. Congratulations, Sasha. Lancelot, along with 2 other knights, had the prizes hidden behind their backs. He continued speaking. Ahem. Since both teams found treasure, I will now hand out the prizes, which are the very treasures that you found, Laurentia exclaimed with delight. For real, are you really giving these to us? Lancelot answered with a quick reply. Of course. Prince Damien and Lady Anastasia, please step forward first to receive your prizes. Damien's prize was a new horseshoe. Anastasia's was a book about knights. Next up was Laurentia. A knight stepped forward and presented her with a gift. This prize is for Lady. Laurentia immediately opened her gift and cried out, This is for Lala. Really? Lancelot nodded with a smile. Of course, it's what you... She hugged the gift tightly. Laurentia couldn't contain the joy in her heart. The corners of her lips bloomed like a flower. Anastasia asked with curiosity if it was children's leather or armor. A memory. Suddenly, she was back in the past. Laurentia with her mother and Anastasia were watching the knights fight during a walk. Her gaze was fixed on them. Lala also wanted to wear a knight's armor. Testa asked. Back. A knight's armor. She answered immediately without a second thought. Yes, because Lala is a warrior. So I want to wear a knight's armor too. Anastasia guessed they must have been paying attention to her sister's words. Back in the present, the knights were chatting with Laurentia. Happily, Sasha is a princess. Lala, I'll go save her. In that case, let's build a treehouse together next time. That sounds great. After the harvest season, we'll do as Lancelot said. After that, Mihail earned the right to a one-on-one duel with his father, as promised before the match. Mihail reminded Anastasia again, "You have to keep your promise." "Okay, little girl," the little girl immediately agreed. This small act seemed to give him even more motivation. This time, while with Mihail, Anastasia no longer showed the same displeased expression as before. She couldn't help but question herself. Had she started to like him, no longer hating him like she used to shortly after? The duel between Mihail and Regado began. After a long period of intense training, he could finally touch Regado with his sword. Mihail even counted 2 times. Regado heard him and asked, a little surprised, "What do you mean?" He didn't answer, but the corner of his lip quirked up. Regado secretly smiled at the little boy. He immediately showed his true strength. In an instant, Regado launched an attack and knocked Mihail back. He staggered backward, then quickly regained his footing. Mihail's gaze was sharp and full of determination. Immediately after, he managed to strike back at Regado. He was resolute once more. Seeing Mihail now, Regado smiled and praised him. "You've really improved a lot. Little prince, I'll have to be more careful," he warned. "From now on, I won't hold back anymore." Anastasia was standing outside with her 2 older siblings, watching the match. After hearing her father say that, she silently complained in her heart, "Father, isn't this a bit too much for a 6-year-old? But then she changed her mind. Isn't father expecting a lot from Mihail? The sound of clashing wooden swords rang out continuously. After a few bouts, Mihail was already battered. He was panting heavily. Meanwhile, Regado spoke. "How about we end it here, little Duke?" Mihail pleaded earnestly. "Please, just a little longer, Lord Duke." He hesitated for a moment, but Mihail gave him no chance to refuse. Mihail continued to persuade him, "Just a little more. Didn't I win the treasure hunt game?" As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped forward. Mihail jumped with all his might, charging straight at Regado. He hadn't expected Mihail to go this far. The surprise in his eyes was undeniable. In the moment, he was stunned. Mihail actually managed to touch Regado with his sword again. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Anastasia was also shocked by Mihail's effort. In her heart, she screamed. Mihail tried so hard to touch Duke Regado, the wooden sword poking his side. Mihail was still panting from exhaustion. Immediately after, he broke into a wide grin and said, "I did it." He quickly bowed to Regado as a sign of sincerity. "Thank you, Your Grace." Then he ran over to Anastasia. A question mark immediately popped up over her little head. Mihail came over with a big smile and said, "Little girl, I did it 3 times. You see?" The little girl stared at Mihail with a blank look, thinking, "I never expected him to duel my father." Even so, he kept asking, "Did you see, little girl?" Anastasia let out a soft sigh. "But, since I already made him a promise, I can't keep Mihail waiting too long." The little girl smiled brightly and praised him. That was amazing, hearing the girl's praise. That little one, his entire expression immediately froze. But just a second later, Mikai felt his face heat up. He hurriedly covered his face with his hands to hide his embarrassment. Mikai quickly composed himself. He shyly smoothed his golden hair. Even though he tried to hide his cheeks, Mikai was still blushing. He extended his hand to Anastasia again, asking, "In that case, you'll let me be your big brother?" The little girl stared at Mikai with wide eyes. For a moment, she couldn't control her expression either. Anastasia shyly looked away. "I don't know why I feel so embarrassed." But even so, the little girl reached out and took Mikai's outstretched hand, then said softly, "Haven't you been my big brother for a long time?" The pleasant moment didn't last long. Anastasia soon had to face another thought. Before that, she realized Thanksgiving Day was approaching, and Mikai said seriously, "I will definitely be back before Damien's birthday." The little girl's mind was still spinning. Meanwhile, Mikai had to return to the Duke's residence for about 3 weeks. Anastasia thought regretfully, "Mr. Mikai has always been here. So, I almost forgot he's a young Duke." At that moment, Anastasia's entire family was standing at the door. Seeing Mikai off to his carriage, Regado comforted him, saying, "Even if you can't come back on the exact birthday, it's okay. Mikai immediately refused. No, my grandfather also wants to be invited to Damien's birthday party. But after hearing that, he no longer tried to persuade him and instead smiled. He said, "In that case, I will send an invitation right away. Please give my regards to your grandfather." Mikai bowed respectfully and replied politely, "Yes, your grace." It was then that he remembered that he hadn't said goodbye to Anastasia. He immediately smiled brightly and said, "I'll be back soon." Anastasia. This small gesture from the little girl also stunned the whole family. After saying goodbye to everyone, Mikai got into the carriage and left. Regado waved goodbye to him. Then his expression suddenly changed again. "This is a really complicated problem because our little princess is so adorable." Time passed, and Thanksgiving Day arrived. Everything was ready. Anastasia sat with her older siblings. Laurentia cheered happily. Unlike the spring festival full of blooming flowers, the autumn festival had delicious food everywhere. Laurentia, who loves to eat, was immediately captivated by the abundance of delicious cakes. "It's ready. It looks so good, because this is a festival held for the people who have worked hard here." Anastasia, Laurentia, and Damien had enjoyed sweet dishes together. The way the little sisters ate was exactly the same. The parents also had their own time. Do you still remember that time right here? The family mingled in the crowd, enjoying delicious food, wearing simple clothes. Laurentia took Anastasia's hand and ran around, getting food from faraway places. "This one is delicious too. Let's eat together." The little girl ate until her belly was full. "I'm full." Seeing Laurentia's disappointed expression, the little girl said guiltily, "It seems my sister can't enjoy the delicious food to her heart's content because she has to watch over me." The maid saw Laurentia looking gloomy and came forward to comfort her. Laurentia felt very bored eating alone. "In that case, let me accompany you." Seeing this scene, Anastasia quickly made a better decision. "I should leave here for a while with my big brother. My sister is already with the maid, so she should be fine." Damien took the little girl outside. The two of them walked towards the pumpkin tower. Damien asked, "Anastasia, do you see this pumpkin tower?" He secretly observed the little girl. His little sister usually doesn't ask for much, but she seemed very interested in this pumpkin tower. She was looking at it with great focus. The little girl looked up, at the pumpkin tower, her gaze very focused. Seeing the little girl having to crane her neck, Damien then suggested, "It's too big, so it might be a little hard to see clearly. Big brother will help you." Right at that moment, a conversation between some adults nearby reached Damien's ears. It seems the little ones all love this pumpkin tower. Even Damien liked it when he was little. Damien heard his parents talking and felt extremely Mom and Dad are at it again. Damien wished this sort of thing wouldn't happen. For the past few days, his parents were always telling embarrassing stories about his past in front of his little sisters. His parents still hadn't noticed his discomfort. "Let me remember that time. Back then, He was very shy back then when they brought up embarrassing things from the past. There were even things he'd completely forgotten about. Therefore, he was determined to stop them." Damien quickly called out to his mother, but she didn't seem to hear. She was still walking while telling the old story. Back then, Damien was our only child, so it was just the three of us who came here. Everyone thought Damien was so cute. And as a result, we looked away for a second and he was already lost. "You suddenly disappeared and I was so incredibly worried." Regado also added, "That's right. Your mother was worried sick about you." Damien couldn't stop his parents' words. He tried hard to hold back his emotions. His hands were clenched into tight fists. Anastasia was a bit startled. "He's gripping my hand tighter than usual. My hand is almost bruised," the little girl exclaimed softly. But then, the little girl suddenly noticed something else was wrong. Damien's expression didn't look very good. For some reason, Anastasia thought to herself, "I feel like now is not the time to tell my brother that my hand really hurts." Her parents still hadn't noticed Damien's change in mood. The two of them continued to reminisce about the old story. "We all split up to look for you, but there wasn't even the slightest sound of crying. I was so worried your mother was about to fall apart. But then we found you. The boy was inside the pumpkin tower, wasn't he?" "That's right." The boy couldn't even speak clearly, just weakly. He mumbled because he felt guilty. "Mommy, Daddy." Hearing this, he couldn't anymore and pulled Anastasia away. The little girl called out in confusion, "Brother Damien!" The little girl looked towards her parents with concern. Mom, Dad, now isn't the time to be looking at the pumpkin tower. At that moment, Anastasia noticed another problem. Her old was by herself again. The little girl couldn't help but wonder, where did the maid who was accompanying my sister go? There are too many people here. It's very hard to see clearly. Anastasia observed everyone's expressions and came to a conclusion. Everyone looks so happy. But why do I have such a bad feeling how gentle she seemed? As Lorenia went to the pumpkin tower, the little girl's premonition surfaced, a thought constantly swirling in Anastasia's mind. It was as if she was about to lose someone. The sky was starting to get dark. Anastasia was still with Damien, walking around the estate. One by one, the houses began to light up. Damien brought the little girl back in front of a large tree. He looked down, lost in thought. Do Mom and Dad want to embarrass me? They're always bringing up things from so long ago. I don't even remember them. Anastasia quietly watched. Her brother. Thoughts slowly began to form in the little girl's mind. My brother is very smart, always a strong candidate for the title of Duke. When, met him, he was only 6 years old. It's hard to imagine what his personality was like in the past. From Mom and Dad's stories. But to them, he will always be their beloved son. So it's only natural that they find him cute. It seems he doesn't want to be seen as a child. In front of us sisters, when he was running, he didn't even realize he was holding my hand. As he rushed out, Damien was still unconsciously talking to himself. I have to be a role model for my little sisters. Hearing those words, Anastasia immediately confirmed what she had been thinking. That's what was thinking. A few moments later, Damien finally noticed his little sister standing beside him. He called out in confusion, Anastasia! Then he noticed the little girl's hand that he was holding. It had already turned red. Damien's expression immediately turned to panic. He knelt down, apologizing, hurriedly. I'm sorry, Anastasia, I'm so sorry. Damien rubbed the little girl's hand, blaming himself. How could this have happened? Asked in confusion. Why didn't you tell your brother your hand hurt? Anastasia said innocently. I was being naughty. Damien immediately refuted. I didn't say you were naughty. Anastasia is never naughty. Then he sighed and blamed himself again. It's not like that. I'm sorry. Your brother didn't mean to hurt you. Damien hugged Anastasia pitifully, advising, if it hurts next time, your brother? Okay. Seeing him sad, Anastasia called out, Brother. Damien again admitted his mistake, saying it was his fault. However, the little girl didn't intend to blame her brother. She just wanted to comfort him. I'm okay. It doesn't hurt. Damien's eyes widened, staring at little Anastasia in surprise. Then, the sounds of several maids sobbing was heard. Miss Laurencia caught both of their attention. Anastasia looked around in confusion. What's wrong with Sister? Damien immediately picked up the little girl and said, Let's hurry home, Anastasia. You'll get sick. Damien, the little girl, and ran toward their father and mother. Tessra said anxiously, Children, where did you all go? I was worried something bad happened. Rogato quickly comforted his wife. The knights are searching. They'll find them soon. At that moment, Damien ran up from a distance. He shouted loudly, Mother, Father! The two of them turned immediately. Damien asked breathlessly, What's wrong with Laurencia? The moment their mother saw him and Anastasia, she immediately hugged them both. Where did you go? Damien, Anastasia, she said. Your father and I were so worried about you two. Damien felt guilty and couldn't say a word. He put Anastasia down and then changed the subject. I saw the maids look. Laurencia, what's wrong? Hearing Damien ask this, their father and mother suddenly looked at each other again. The two seemed to agree through their gazes, and then their mother answered. Laurencia seems to be playing hide and seek, so the maids are looking for her. Anastasia immediately realized they were lying. It seemed like they were deliberately lying so we wouldn't worry too much. The little girl anxiously clutched the hem of her dress. Did something really bad happen to my sister? The little girl secretly hid one hand behind her back and used her power. During the festival season, there were too many people around, which made her even more worried. Anastasia summoned him. As soon as he appeared, he immediately started crying while asking, My master, why has it been so long since you've summoned me, since you've called me now? What must I do? You haven't called Choco in a week. Choco wants to be petted too. Are you planning to wait another 25 years to call me again? Anastasia had no time for jokes right now. She called for Choco seriously. She immediately made her offer. My sister is missing. If you find out where she is, I will let you stay by my side for 3 whole days. Choco immediately stopped crying upon hearing this. Then he quickly spread his wings and flew away. I'll be right back. Choco's arrival at least helped calm Anastasia down a little. That way, finding her sister was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, on Damien's side, he was telling his mother his intentions. I'm going to look for you. Anastasia thought about him with concern. It seems my sister's situation can't be ignored. But in a situation like this, she had no experience at all, so she didn't know what to do. After speaking with his mother, Damien composed himself, then turned around and said to little Anastasia, I think Laurentia is just playing hide and seek. Do you want to come with me to find her? The little girl also understood his meaning. It seems brother has also realized the truth. Before they could even start searching, Choco returned with the Demon King's message. Anastasia immediately directed her gaze toward the pumpkin tower. Right after that, she pulled Damien's hand. He stared at Anastasia, confused. The little girl said it again. The pumpkin tower. Hearing this, Damien thought she wanted to play, so he said, The pumpkin tower, I'll take you there later. But Anastasia gave him no chance to refuse, instead pulling his hand and heading in that direction. Just like that, to the giant pumpkin tower in front of her. The little girl silently sized it up. It was too tall and had no openings at all. How could she? She wondered confusedly if she should use magic, but it looked like it could collapse at any moment. Damien still didn't understand the little girl's intentions. He asked Anastasia in confusion, Why are you doing this? Meanwhile, a faint voice and sobs came from inside the pumpkin tower. Anastasia! The voice was coming from a crack, right from a small crack in the tower. Laurentia was curled up inside the pumpkin tower, and Anastasia heard the voice, outside. She immediately recognized her brother's voice. Laurentia was in a very dark space. She screamed in fear, and the scream was heard outside. Damien immediately realized it was Laurentia. He quickly shouted, Laurentia, are you in there? Anastasia could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now her brother had found his sister inside. From within, his sister's weak voice called out again. Damien quickly located the damaged part of the pumpkin tower. While figuring out how to rescue Laurentia, he comforted her. I'm going to get you out. Don't move because it's very dangerous. Just stay right there and don't move. Okay? Damien's pink hair slowly appeared. Right after that, he leaned into the opening. He reached his arm out to his sister. Laurentia, I'm here. Can you come and take my hand? Laurentia looked at Damien, as if she was seeing a ray of light. With teary eyes, Laurentia looked up at her brother. Damien? After realizing his sister was trapped inside the pumpkin tower, he quickly said, Laurentia, can you reach out your hand? Hearing his call, Laurentia's tiny hand timidly stretched his sister's hand. Yes, good. Be careful now. Anastasia stood in the back, watching the two siblings Suddenly, a small sound from inside the pumpkin tower startled her. Realizing, she noticed that the pumpkin tower seemed like it was about to collapse. While her brother was busy rescuing his sister, she secretly placed a hand behind her back and started using her power. She thought to herself, My job is to support him discreetly. Damien's voice remained calm and reassuring. Laurentia, hold on, you're almost out. Once free from the tower, a distraught Laurentia threw herself into her brother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. While crying out, Brother! Damien hugged his sister, who was still in shock. Once he confirmed she was safe, he asked Laurentia, How did you get in? The little girl sobbed, answering innocently, I heard that Mom and Dad were really worried because you once hid in the pumpkin tower, so Lala got very curious. Damien was stunned to hear this. At that moment, Sista and Regato hurried over to them. Damien, are you two okay? Their voices were clearly filled with concern. Damien answered that Laurentia was safe, which made them feel relieved. Both of them sighed in relief. However, the story didn't seem to end there. He continued, There are a few more things I want to, say. The moment Sista saw her daughter was safe, she asked worriedly, Sweetheart, where have you been, Lala? She quickly replied, Lala was Pumpkin Tower. Sista let out a small laugh and remarked, "The Pumpkin Tower. My children are really so similar, in both looks and behavior." Laurentia still innocently agreed. Lala wants to be just like brother. The little girl was completely oblivious to the strange look on her brother's face. Damien spoke, while covering his sister's ears. "Laurentia, could you wait for a second?" Lala just stared at her brother silently. He said, with a firm voice, "I'm very grateful that father and mother still remember how cute I was as a child." His expression was serious. "But I hope you won't bring up my past mistakes in front of my little sister." His words left Rogato confused. "Oh, I see." Hearing his father's response, Damien looked incredibly embarrassed. He exclaimed, even more annoyed, "That's not the point. My sister is copying the mistakes sorry, that I once made. She thinks it's okay to do things like that." His reaction immediately stunned Rogato and Sista. He didn't stop there, but instead continued, "I hope my two younger sisters only imitate my good qualities. Father and mother, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say." He said seriously, "Father always says a mistake. Even if it's just once, it's still a mistake." Hearing his son repeat his own words, Rogato was speechless. After Damien finished speaking with his parents, he immediately turned and apologized to his sister. "I'm sorry. Lala, did I hurt your ears?" Anastasia looked at her brother with concern, but seeing that he didn't seem too worried anymore, she let out a sigh of relief. He seemed much calmer. However, a dark cloud seemed to have drifted over to their father. Adults need to be comforted too, right? Rogato was blaming himself. Meanwhile, Sista, seeing her husband like that, could only offer helpless comfort from his side. On the way home, in the carriage, Laurentia swung her little legs happily and said, "Because Big Brother went in there, I think there must be something super interesting inside the gourd tower. Inside the gourd tower." After hearing that, Sista stammered in resignation. Mom understands Damien's face. Was speechless at his sister's antics. He reminded his sister Laurentia seriously, "From now on, you have to tell everyone where you're going." The little girl answered obediently, "Okay." Sista, watching the two siblings, also whispered, "It would be nice if the eldest brother at YSC, my house could also do that." The warning made Damien fall silent for a moment, but he still answered his mother obediently, "Yes, mother." Although Anastasia was asleep in the carriage, she was also aware. After that, our father, mother, and brother spoke privately. Damien hugged his father and mother, then said, "Even though my little sisters are very precious to me, I'm really embarrassed and don't like hearing about the bad things I did in the past. So, I hope we can make those stories a conversation just between father, mother, and me." Rogato, while hugging his wife and son, said, "Then Damien will spend time with mother and father too." "Right," Sista teased the little boy playfully. The boy seemed to spend a lot of time on Anastasia and Laurentia. The sight of the small family living in harmony, how happy they were, hugging each other. She continued to think, even though the problem was over now, they must have been very worried. She had once been very worried when her own brother was always trying to act mature. "I was worried about my brother. My 7-year-old brother seemed to only be playing the role of the eldest son while hugging." "Damien," she asked if he was sad. He happily answered, "Mm-hmm," and she was glad to see it, but it seems everything ended perfectly. What if? She used her power, observing the conversation between the three of them from afar. After seeing everything was settled, she gave a little pat. She praised, "Good job." As promised, she played with Choco for 4 full days. During those 4 days, Choco barely ever left her side. While fulfilling her promise to Choco, she thought, "After Mihail returns anyway, I won't be able to summon this little Choco anymore." For a moment, she remembered the incident that day. He crouched in front of her and asked, "Little one, do you have a puppy?" While she was playing with Choco, she didn't understand how this person could see Choco. However, Choco remained unaware that he would soon be unable to accompany his master anymore, yet he was still cheerful and happy. "Choco is very happy. Can you let Choco stay by your side forever, sleeping with the Demon King?" "Watching the Demon King eat is really interesting," he answered coldly. "No." He jumped up and asked in a protesting tone, Why I can stop that arrogant little duke from coming here, and this insolent creature is nothing before Choco." Choco is the Demon King's one and only servant. The king, the greatest and noblest demon. He remained silent at the protest. But in his heart, he thought that if Choco stopped him from coming, it would be the same as telling him to stop breathing. It's not that cruel of a world. He just said gently to Choco, "For some reason, I feel like I need Mihail." He found the reason for him himself. Is this the Demon King's grand plan? Outwardly, he answered, "That's right." But inwardly, he thought, actually, there was no plan at all. She started to let her thoughts wander again. After all, I can also stop the destruction of the world with my own power. But I'm also afraid of dying. This scenery is so peaceful. But her heart couldn't be calm right now. It's been so long. And now I feel afraid of dying again. Choco didn't know her thoughts had drifted far away, but continued to ask anyway. That insolent little creature? Is the Demon King one of your subordinate candidates? She wasn't surprised by the question. She then continued that it wasn't strange. If you consider him as one of your main assistant candidates, then he would become Choco's co-worker, wouldn't he? As it spoke, it proudly placed its front paw on its chest and said proudly, "Because Choco is your first main assistant, I will definitely look cool." It itself against Anastasia's embrace. If that naughty little creature is one of the candidates, I must prepare to educate him first and foremost. Then reached out her hand and affectionately stroked Choco's head. But in her heart, she apologized. "I think I'll let that happen." In the yard was the sight of Damien playing with Laurentia while watching. This peaceful scene, she thought. It would be so nice if life could always be this calm and happy. Just as Anastasia was. Daydreaming, Grand Duke Leventus had just received some worrying news. He studied the letter seriously. If this news is true, he could finish his sentence. A voice was heard from outside the study door. "Grandpa, it's me, Mikai. May I come in?" As soon as he heard it was Mika, the grandfather quickly hid the important paper under a pile of files. He then said, "Come in, after Thanksgiving." Day ended. The Duke's residence became busy for another reason, just as everyone was busy with Thanksgiving. Anastasia remembered that Damien's birthday was coming soon. October 28th is brother Damien's birthday. Damien thought that since the national holiday was also near, it would be fine not to throw a birthday party for him. Anastasia understood his thinking. The celebration of the Demon King's subjugation is on the 31st of October. It seemed her mature older brother wanted to yield again because it was a big event, but Sarah didn't think so. She patted her son's shoulder gently. Celebrating for a few more days is also fine. How could Damien miss a day like this? He was still reluctant, but Sarah showed a happy smile. "Don't take away the happiness. Mommy is celebrating your birthday." "Okay, don't take away the happiness. Mommy is celebrating birthday." "Okay." Damien, seeing her like that, agreed shyly. So that's the story. So, we've been preparing for Brother's birthday. Brother's birthday are both approaching. Mika ran happily to Anastasia to show off. "Look, I brought this for you." It turned out to be a set of children's picture books. On the book, there was also a picture of a little deer. The birthday of Damien was near, and it was also when Mika Laiwandisi returned to the Duke's residence. He returned with a stack of books in his hands. Anastasia could only sigh after seeing him. 3 weeks had passed, and the little darling was still as small and sweet as ever. While speaking, he extended his hand. To her, Anastasia thought with resignation. He starts working the moment he gets back. Well, she had no other choice but to shake hands with him. He saw her take his hand and then said happily, "I'm so glad that the young lady doesn't hate me anymore." Who would have thought that in her heart? She actually felt uncomfortable. Why does this person always talk nonsense? Does he think I'm simple-minded? He held her hand appreciatively, then kissed it gently. His eyes shone with affection. He hadn't even finished expressing his longing for her. "I miss the little muse so much." Just then, a cold voice interrupted Mikai. He was startled but still didn't let go of her hand. "Mikai, have you not properly greeted the Duke? You came straight here to see the young lady. It turned out to be, is Grand Duke Laiwendis?" He coldly scolded Mikai. "Is this how I taught you?" He immediately stood up straight and answered seriously. "No, grandfather, you gave me an order. I will leave with you right away." He could only say okay. Anastasia, seeing Mika like that, was surprised. This is the first time I've seen Mika so tense. His gaze looks like it could see through anything. She quietly confirmed to herself, that man must be Mikai's grandfather. Grand Duke Lai Wendis is an imposing man who can easily make Mikai obey. Before leaving, he turned his gaze to where Anastasia was standing behind Mikai. When he saw Anastasia, their eyes met. Before leaving, he apologized to her. My apologies. Young lady, I will greet you properly later. She observed him quietly. In her heart, he was just as strict as the rumors claimed. Even after the two had left, she kept thinking, come to think of it, if he wanted to call for Mika, he could have just sent a servant. Why did he have to come in person? She was very puzzled by his actions. At dinner, she quietly speculated. The dinner tonight was more lavish than usual. It was probably because of Grand Duke Lai Wendis' visit. Everything for this special guest's arrival was exceptionally prepared. Luo Jiatuo, as the host, began the conversation. I know you're very busy. Thank you for taking the time to visit us, Grand Duke. The Grand Duke also replied politely, not at all. I've entrusted my grandson to your care, so I must apologize for not visiting more often. Sarah humbly interjected, please don't say such things. For the children, to be friends is a wonderful thing, she said sincerely. We should be the ones who are more grateful for this. It should be so, he said, while placing a hand on Mikai's shoulder. This little boy of mine has caused his fair share of trouble, but you have always been magnanimous in your forgiveness, Tella replied politely. Not at all. Mikai is very well behaved. Besides, it's only natural for a child his age to be very curious. He also hasn't been any trouble for me at all. Thank you, Your Grace. While the adults exchanged pleasantries, Damien was watching Anastasia. She was eating with gusto. As she ate, she kept an eye on her surroundings. So she noticed a gaze linger on her for a moment. Then Mikai, looked up. She realized it was the Grand Duke. Is Lewandis the Grand Duke? She was confused when she noticed he saw her look. He quickly looked away, making her wonder if she'd imagined it. But the thought stuck with her. Before he turned his face away, I saw the Grand Duke's lips. Lewandis' lips had curled up slightly. Suddenly, Grand Duke Lewandis spoke first. He asked Duke, Luo Jiatuo, aren't you planning on going to the capital to take advantage of this opportunity? Though he didn't understand his intention, Luo Jiatuo replied, yes, because the children are still young. He continued, I plan to make an appearance on New Year's Eve. If I don't go, His Majesty will be displeased. The adults continued their conversation, while the three children ate with gusto. Anastasia, this is delicious. Try this one too. Anastasia heard her father, Asia heard, say that, and the mention of the capital jogged her memory. She recalled the previous incident. Her father had gone to the capital last year, but because of the kidnapping incident, he was forced to return midway. Since then, her father hadn't traveled much. The Grand Duke sighed. He put down his spoon and said, You should go to the capital now, Tella asked in confusion. Did something happen? He thought for a moment before answering. Recently, a rumor has been circulating in the palace. His voice dropped. Appears to be pregnant. After he spoke, the mood at the table instantly grew heavy. Luo Jiatuo responded, I understand. The Empress? But he trailed off. Anastasia didn't understand. Shouldn't the Empress's pregnancy be a happy occasion? Seeing her parents' faces only confused her more. Why did they look so worried? Her parents' reactions made her suspicious. Based on how they're acting, I need to look into the Emperor more. She secretly used his power. I have to figure it out. After dinner, it was time for the three children to sleep. Oh, my... Time flies so fast. Taisita kissed the children one by one, saying goodnight to them. Starting with Anastasia. Good night, my dear. Damien and La Lunia also got a goodnight kiss. Even Mikai got a goodnight kiss from Taisita. You too. The Grand Duke also said good. The children. Good night, La Lunia. Seeing him say goodnight, she innocently shouted, Grandpa, and held out her arms for a hug. He then responded, What is it? Then bent down to hear what the little girl wanted to say. Unexpectedly, the little girl kissed him. Good night, Grandpa. It wasn't just him who was surprised. Even Damien and Mikai were stunned by her sudden action. He stroked her head with affection. After that, he turned towards Anastasia, which confused her. She muttered to herself, Why is he looking at me? Don't tell me. He also wants me to kiss him goodnight under his expectant gaze. She swallowed with resignation. There really was no other left. She stepped forward, holding out both her hands towards him. The Ende Belanque couple stood in the distance, smiling secretly as they watched their daughter. Their little girl is so adorable. Our little girl also likes the Grand Duke. Anastasia, in the Grand Duke's arms. Then his cheek gently. His eyes were also filled with affection. He stroked the little girl's head and said, "This must be the reason, the one that makes the boy in our family like the little miss so much," she thought doubtfully. If you put it that way, shouldn't he like my sister more? I don't really get it. On the way back to her bedroom, Anastasia thought in a daze. My sister's and brother's bedrooms are on the second floor of the east wing, while mine is in the west wing. Mihail's room is there too. Damien and Lorenia went back to their room, holding hands. The two of them didn't forget to say goodbye to Anastasia and Mihail. See you tomorrow. Good night. Mihail, holding Anastasia's hand, he replied. You too. Damien, after parting ways with those two, Mihail said happily. This is the first time I'm having a sleepover with you, she silently retorted in her mind. No, you're sleeping in another room, Mihail asked, confused. If you get scared while sleeping, can I come in? To keep you company. She felt resigned but didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about being scared of ghosts or anything like that. Finally, they arrived at her bedroom. Mihail said, We're here. After saying that, he immediately knelt on one knee, his gaze level with hers. He asked, Tomorrow morning, may I come to greet you? She agreed, and he immediately got excited. Really, I'll definitely come tomorrow, and I promise I won't wake you. If you're sleeping? She didn't understand. It was just a morning greeting, but he was so excited. Mihail added, Can't you do this for me? She had a speechless expression, but Mihail didn't give up. That goodnight kiss? You also... She thought with annoyance. He's starting to ramble again. He continued. You also did it for Laurencia and Damien. She was completely speechless. They're my siblings. But Mihail put on a puppy dog expression, saying with sparkling eyes, Do I have to become your family to get one? She hesitated in the face of that gaze. Wait, that look is so strange. He was still pretending to be pitiful. I've never gotten one before. Finally, she gave in. All right, I can't refuse the request of a 6-year-old child, if... Fine, she repeated. He immediately said, You want me? She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Mihail's cheek. Good night. After hearing her words, he replied with satisfaction. Good night, darling. See you tomorrow. The nanny came to tuck her in properly and said, Little miss, may you have sweet dreams. The nanny thought she was asleep and left, but after a moment, she opened her eyes wide. Of course, I'm not a child who is so obedient they'd fall asleep that easily. Her thoughts immediately drifted far away. I wonder where Mom, Dad, and the Grand Duke are now. Her gaze quickly shifted. Finding them in the living room, she felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, Father and Mother, I only eavesdropped for a little while, Regado asked again, uncertain. Is it true the Empress is pregnant? The Grand Duke confirmed with certainty. Of course. I heard the baby will be born next spring. Then Tesla said in surprise, Spring, which confirmed that Tesla's thoughts were correct. That's right. This means the Empress is already 5 months pregnant, Tesla continued. It's also understandable since she's been married for 15 years with no news of a child. She continued speaking casually while drinking her tea. This is why the Emperor has been so quiet lately, he said calmly. You're already on the Emperor's blacklist. Shouldn't you all be preparing from now on? His words startled Anastasia, who was listening from a distance. She didn't understand. A blacklist. Preparations what? Was going on with the Emperor? What happened between His Majesty and the ducal family? Regado said their youngest child would soon be 3 years old. At that point, going to the capital wouldn't be a problem. The Grand Duke warned them to be very careful, especially Lady Anastasia. She thought they seemed to be trying to maintain a good relationship with their own family. Tesla whispered not to worry too much, but Regado immediately refuted her. How can we not be worried in a situation like this? It's because of the reason the Emperor reached his current position, the Grand Duke said slowly. The reason His Majesty was able inherit the throne is because the lady gave up her title. Anastasia recalled her mother's past. Lady Endblon of the Persian Empire, my birthplace, was not a peaceful one. Right before my mother married, the struggle for the throne became unprecedentedly fierce. Because the previous emperor had many children, the siblings killed each other just to fight for the power of the throne. With her wisdom, my mother, she was filled with hatred for the imperial family. As a result of everything that happened, even though she was close to inheriting the highest title, my mother chose to renounce the throne and marry my father. Because of that, her paternal relative, who had fortunately survived by hiding, Lasius, became the emperor. Listening to the three of them talk, Anastasia understood the reason from the information she had gathered. I think I somewhat understand. Lasius seemed to be aware of his shortcomings, so he tried to maintain relationships with many other nobles, especially the Endblon family, not to mention my mother's powerful influence. A high-ranking noble family. The Endblon family has the longest history in the Persian Empire. My own father made a great contribution in the Imperial War more than 10 years ago. Her thoughts slowly became clear. I initially thought the Imperial family wouldn't stand in our way because the high noble Endblon family had ties to the Imperial family, but after hearing about Grand Duke Leventis, I felt uneasy. The Grand Duchy of Leventis was originally the Leventis Empire, but to control the Persian Empire, they chose to be incorporated as a Grand Duchy by joining the Persian Empire. She didn't understand at first. The Grand Duke should have been completely loyal to His Majesty, but he gave up his title due to pressure from the Imperial family. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Because of this, my family is now trapped in a stalemate. Instead of being crushed by the Empire, I have to do best to think. After all, everyone was worried that the relationship between the Imperial family and the Endblon family would change because of the Empress's pregnancy. Her thoughts drifted further. Emperor Lasius was more ambitious than the public knew, although he was filled with greed. He didn't have enough ability to satisfy it. She sighed. Both sides were too complicated. She clarified her goal, but that wasn't important either. Because no matter what, I will protect this family. Civil war. This was something I had experienced many times. Is this my 76th life? Back then, I was an expert known as Chief Director YB. She didn't want to remember the past. Besides, it was just the past. Time passed quickly. It was already the 4th day. Grand Duke Leventis and Mikhail were still staying at the residence. Mikhail kept whining to her. Do that to me again. Can you give me a good morning kiss? Mikhail kept begging for his good morning kiss, and she thought, it's not just that. Mikhail keeps bothering me. I'm going to practice this morning. You'll play with me later, right? He spoke to himself, making her completely resigned to it. He left after just making the promise, even though I couldn't even answer. She sighed. Gosh, why does that kid like me so much? The nannies exclaimed. Oh, even if you don't like it, the little princess must dress up beautifully today. Yes, because the young master's birthday. She didn't understand why the nannies thought she didn't like it. Since when did I ever say I didn't like it? I never said anything like that. It's completely absurd. The nanny chattered on again. Good children should wear pretty clothes, and that's just how it is. Look at this. It's a new dress for today's party. It's so cute, isn't it? We know the young master likes the color blue, so we chose this blue dress for you. Her face was full of question marks. She wondered to herself, do they think I'm just a grumpy kid now? Me, grumpy. It was unfair. It's so unfair. The one I like is my brother. The brother who's always cheerful and calls my name so sweetly. Brother, she complained, this is all that damned fool Mikhail's fault. She started thinking again. Compared to my and my brother's birthday parties, Brother Damien's birthday is quite subdued. Are the parties organized according to our personalities? She stood to the side, observing. Most of the gifts were books and stationery. The Marquis sent a limited edition theology book as his birthday gift. Thank you. Hearing her brother's conversations with the guests made her even more confused. Even though he loves to read, this must be stressing him out. Tella called out, placing a hand on Regato's shoulder and startling him. She said to Damien, Damien, do you want to go outside for a bit? He asked in return. Outside, Damien walked ahead, leaving the other 3 children to follow behind. She finally understood the reason. Her parents told her brother to go outside. She smiled to herself, thinking how sweet her parents were. They must be preparing an amazing gift for him. So Tella led Damien away. Damien asked, his face full of surprise. Just then, Regato also brought out a pony. He asked again. Father and mother really got me a pony. Regato confirmed it. Because your riding skills have gotten very good. Otto then asked, "Can you take good care of it?" He answered happily, "Of course I'll ask the knights to learn from them." Meanwhile, the Grand Duke, who was also standing nearby, cleared his throat. Ahem, Mikhail answered nonchalantly, "I like big horses." Big! He also answered coldly, "I know." Anastasia. Hearing the two of them talk, she felt confused. I don't know if they were bad. After the party ended, the Grand Duke and Mikhail were invited to stay at the duchy until the celebration was over. During that time, I grew closer to the Grand Duke. However, before the Grand Duke left, he came to her room. "Little princess, may I give you a hug?" He always came to me first. He said, "May I hug you today, too?" Even the way he teases me is exactly like Mikhail's. He held her tightly in his embrace. Today might be the last day. On the morning of the celebration, he said he would be leaving after giving a donation to the priest. After that, he'll leave, and that's fine too. Because today, a priest was suddenly invited to bless our family. She noticed the expression on Mikhail's face as he stood beside the Grand Duke. She wondered why his expression was so sour. Outside, the guests had also arrived. "We have arrived at the Duchy of Enviblan, His Holiness, the Pope." The Pope descended from the carriage with a displeased expression. "Even though I've come here countless times, I still can't stand that man," he said arrogantly. Regado opened his arms wide, welcoming the priest with a smile. "Thank you for coming to our duchy. We are counting on your blessing." But the man's attitude was terrible. So terrible it was shocking. Shocking. He ignored the greeting and answered coldly, "It's nothing, by the way." After that, he greedily rushed toward the offering chest. "This is the offering fee." You. How could he be so speechless and just say yes? Anastasia peeked her head out from behind her mother and saw this scene. Then, she thought. The moment the priest saw the money, his eyes immediately lit up. Is this even right? This insolent man in the billowing smoke from, the censer, he said. The baptism is now complete. He had barely done anything. He was already making demands at this grand mansion, so, it's a bit tiring. "May I ask for a glass of tea?" Regado had no other choice but to agree. Of course. Anastasia immediately realized that because it was a special occasion, so her parents seemed to want things to go by peacefully. But she absolutely hated this priest. She felt that from the very beginning. He had deliberately ignored the Grand Ducal family by Leventus. He didn't even look at or greet the Grand Duke. Instead, he was busy ordering around. The servants, "Put the censer back there." He looked at the Grand Duke with disgust. The only thing he paid attention to was the Grand Duke's offering plate. That, he arrogantly walked over and asked, "The Grand Duke has prepared an offering." He didn't make an issue of it and said, "Is." He took a coin, sneering. Oh, how fortunate. The Grand Duke still remembers to make offerings to God. He didn't back down and said plainly, "Making an offering to God is the most fundamental duty for anyone living on this continent." His attitude remained completely unfazed. Yes, that's right. The Holy God always blesses the Leventis family. Seeing this, she felt extremely uncomfortable. At first, she thought he was just ill-mannered, but now things were getting out of hand. She started to get irritated. He spoke as if, he was lording it over the Leventis family, but what she couldn't understand was why they were just accepting it. Mikhail's expression looked as if he were silently enduring it. The priest glanced at Mikhail, who seemed a little angry. He said coldly, "The temple cannot help but respond to the Grand Duke's piety." Power began to gather in his palm. Seeing that, she was shocked. He's insane. Mikhail's magic hasn't been fully stabilized yet. This power would only cause him unimaginable pain. Mikhail could only bear it. The priest released his hand, sighing as he said to the young duke, "You are still unable to accept the power of God." He had a satisfied look on his face. "But don't worry, one day, the Holy God will embrace you." The Grand Duke remained silent, but quietly put his hand on his nephew's shoulder. The more, Anastasia thought, the less she understood. No matter how much influence the Holy State had over the Persian Empire, its influence, but why? Would a rookie priest dare to treat the Grand Duke like this? She tightly gripped the hem of her dress. Even though she knew he was a thorn in the Emperor's side related to the current political situation, they weren't just members of the Grand Duchy. Thinking of Mikhail, inviting her to see the flowers. Let's go see the flowers blooming over there, the Grand Duke asking with concern. Little girl, are you cold? They were people as close to her as family. Yet they were being tormented by that man right before her very eyes. Not only that, he was also casually sipping his tea. This tea is delicious. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. How could she just stand by and watch that greedy bastard acting so high and mighty like this? He was even pushing it further. So, what about the donation for Regato said awkwardly? I will consider it, she thought to herself. No. She was determined to figure out what gave this man the right to act this way. With just this little bit of power. Her eyes darkened. She had to make sure this man couldn't get away from here easily. She used her power to lift the teacup, and then shattered it. Its contents spilled all over him. He screamed. It's so hot then. He quickly ordered a servant. Quick, bring some cold water. The servant promptly replied. Yes, he said in embarrassment. There's no need. Now that my business is finished here, I must return to the holy temple to serve God. But it was too late. The servant had already run out with a bucket of water and, splashed it on him. He ended up standing there with soaking wet pants, right in the middle. There was also a yellow stain. Everyone fell silent, as if a murder of crows flew by. Tira quickly covered Anastasia's eyes. He was filled with shame and anger. His face turned beet red. Allow me to take my leave. Before this, Regato and Tara were both standing to see the guest off, but Anastasia seemed to think it was no big deal. She once again controlled the power at her fingertips. A piercing scream was heard. Regato asked worriedly, Are you all right? He could only answer to save his pride. I'm fine. He finally got into the carriage looking like a complete mess. So, if you need help in the future, don't hesitate to just call me. The Holy Lord will never disappoint your piety. She sighed. Gosh, he still wants to come. Here, asking for money. This person is completely insane. She decided she wouldn't go this far. But he was truly beyond help. Blew strongly, making Regato and Tara's eyes widen in shock. The Grand Duke also watched in confusion. The priest's wig was lifted by the wind, flying straight into the sky. Everyone watched him chase after it. His wig flew away, not my hair. His wig kept flying, without any sign of stopping. Now it's going to fly to the Lord's residence. He chased it, screaming, Not my hair. He fell to his knees, screaming in despair, while she sneered inwardly. Greed for the temple's treasures can make you bald. You know. Finally, the priest left too. After seeing the priest off, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The nanny couldn't help but exclaim, I can't believe the priest was actually bald, serving and following a man of God. What's there to hide about that head? The servants discussed it enthusiastically. I heard he intentionally shaves the top of his head bald, leaving only hair on both sides. Anastasia, as soon as she remembered the scene, she couldn't hold back her laughter even more. Mihail asked gently, May I hold your hand? From a distance, a clear voice was heard ordering the servants. It's cold. Come inside. Madam, let Lala come in too. Meanwhile, Anastasia looked at Mihail with confusion. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he looked all right. Thinking about his resigned expression back then, she was a little worried. She was very worried because this was the first time she saw his face, so listless. She instinctively held his fingers. Today, you're the one who wants to hold my hand first. She showed a bright smile. He said to her. Actually, about the words the priest said earlier. He said the holy power was for purification, but I've received holy power from several other priests many times before. I didn't like it at all because it was so painful for me. His face didn't show sadness, but was full of helplessness. His somber expression was hard to read. Was it really purification? If holy power is transferred recklessly to an ordinary person, it would definitely be very painful, especially for someone like Mihail who hasn't mastered magic. It's practically a punishment. Mihail understood. But when that priest kept messing up, for some reason I felt lied. She realized he was already feeling the flow of her magic. Perhaps the magic he possessed was more than she had thought. She softly called out to the little one, I feel like as long as you're here, everything will be okay. These words came from a face full of happiness as he stared at her blankly. She realized that she now understood why she felt it was unfair and was hurt when she saw him. Mikhail endured the pain, on him a reflection of her past self, who always used fate as an excuse and forced herself to accept gripped the child's hand. I will protect Mikhail. She swore in her heart. I will protect you. Even though the number of people I have to protect has increased. It shouldn't be a problem, he replied happily. Thank you, my dear. The Grand Duke said his farewells. It's now approaching the end of the year, so of course he'll be busy until his departure for the capital, Regatta responded. Not that busy. I'm just choosing candidates for... The Grand Duke continued. Yes, we're all in the same boat. I'm not sure if anyone will accept Mikhail. His expression showed he was deep in hard. Mikhail grew even sadder. Anastasia thought about the Grand Duke's family, but they were still worried about finding a playmate for him. The tradition among the nobility regarding playmates was that a noble family would usually bring home a playmate of the same age as their child. In this world, it was considered a charitable act. The children would receive an education and a salary, much like a work-study program, for children. There were dozens of applications to be a playmate. Playing with her older brothers would surely be a great opportunity, but many people were more afraid of Mikhail than she had realized. In her memories, Mikhail was always alone. Suddenly, a voice pulled her from her daydream. Duke. He knelt in front of her and asked, May I give you a hug before I go? She immediately nodded. He gently hugged the little girl. Afterward, he lifted her gently and whispered, The little princess is still so young. Perhaps you don't care for that child either. It'd be nice if you two could grow a little fonder of each other. She was surprised to hear that, even though the Grand Duke didn't show it. He was very worried about Mikhail. Before leaving, the Grand Duke turned back and said to her, All right, I'll see you next time. I'll waved goodbye as well, saying, See you later, little miss. She stood there until the carriage was out of sight. She thought to herself, overall, this meeting went pretty well. Time flew by. As everyone prepared for the New Year's party, her parents were busy handling many things. They chose 2 playmates for her older brothers and also remembered to give year-end bonuses to the servants. After completing all preparations in 1 month, the journey to the capital finally began in the first week of December. The family of 4 set off on a sunny day. Laurentia, who was sitting in the carriage, suddenly asked her mother, Cetra, why isn't Dad going with us? She replied, Your father is the Duke. He has many things to take care of before he leaves. And since you're still young, you might get carriage sickness. The little girl listened and said sadly, I'm not happy at all. The sky slowly grew dark. By then, Laurentia had fallen asleep in her brother's lap, so everyone else fell asleep as well. Only Anastasia remained awake. She was worried. So, after everyone had fallen asleep, she created a protective shield. Even though they were escorted by the Duke's knights, she still felt the need to erect a shield for protection in the darkness. Her shield directly made the surrounding monsters feel fear and keep their distance. Thanks to her shield, the journey fortunately lasted 3 weeks without any major issues. The escort knights also thought it was incredibly strange. Not a single monster appeared. Yeah, my sword is getting rusty after the long journey. They were finally approaching their destination. Today was the final day of travel. Cetra spoke cheerfully to her children. Kids, I think we're about to see the capital. Laurentia excitedly stuck her head out the window and exclaimed, Really? The little girl didn't hesitate to show her excitement. Laura was so eager to see the capital that Damien had to remind her, Be careful, Laurentia, while Laurentia was overcome with joy. Anastasia was lost in her thoughts. The wind in the capital is very cold, but not harsh. I don't know why, but I have this... There must be a lot of trouble waiting for me. She thought of those arrogant and unpleasant people. Her mother said cheerfully, This is my hometown. Children? Anastasia's heart was filled with doubt. Mother's hometown. This is her hometown. She secretly felt resigned to her fate. A lot of interesting things are bound to happen here. The carriage carrying the mother and her 4 children slowly made it amidst the cold weather. The next day, at the ducal residence in the capital, the most luxurious and grandest place there, a sweet voice called out from within, Mama, we're ready. The first thing to appear was a little bear outfit, followed by that familiar head of pink. Then, the 3 siblings were all dressed up. Each one was unbearably adorable. The mother of the 3 children looked at her kids like this. Then, in a soft and sweet voice, She praised them, saying, "My children are truly cute." She turned to leave, saying with a loving smile, "Now let's go for a walk together. The streets here are so beautiful towards the end of the year." Anastasia saw that happy expression and thought, "Mama looks so excited. Mama said it's been a long time since she's come home." Their mother carefully supported Laurencia and didn't forget to remind her, "Be careful, Anastasia." She was still standing there with a pensive expression. However, she watched her mother's back, silently calculating something. A simple old carriage without the ducal family crest and a veil covering their mother's face. Suddenly, a voice called out Anastasia's name. It seemed she had realized the truth. This wasn't just a simple walk. They were in the shopping district, the capital's main area for entertainment and shopping. This place was filled with many large stores, even more than in their own domain. The four of them stopped in front of a shop. Laurencia saw a Christmas wreath and shouted with glee, "Look, it's a tiger, Sasha's favorite animal." Damien immediately agreed, "That's right. Anastasia really loves the stuffed tiger that her big brother gave her." Their mother quickly suggested, "Let's go in and take a look." Anastasia followed them inside, but still held some doubts in her heart. Just to go shopping, she wondered, looking at the three in front of her. After experiencing almost 100 past lives of uncertainty, I've come to believe that everything has its own motive. After looking around for a while, they reached the fourth shop, where Laurencia picked up a butterfly ribbon and approached her mother, exclaiming, "Mama Laura wants to buy this hair tie." However, her mother gently turned her down. "Today you've already bought 2 things, Laura." Anastasia saw this, smiled helplessly, and thought, "I was right. She's only obedient at times like this. It's so cute." On Laurencia's side, she was still determined to get it. "But this isn't for Laura." "For Mama to wear," her mother asked in return. "Then who is going to wear it?" The little girl answered honestly, "I want to give it to Sasha." After hearing that, Anastasia looked a little surprised. Laurencia continued innocently, "Sasha never asks for anything, right, big sis? So I have to take care of her. So you have to take care of her." The little girl looked at her mother with a determined gaze, wanting to get this item for her. Both Anastasia and her mother couldn't help but think in amazement how adorable. Everyone present silently agreed that the little girl was absolutely precious. Only, Anastasia felt a bit resigned to this kindness, thinking, "But she always gives everything to me. She'd be better off buying more things for herself." Suddenly, a surprised exclamation came from the side. Oh my, it was the female shopkeeper. She couldn't help but be touched seeing Laurencia's actions. "Young lady, you have such a kind heart. I'll give you a discount on this ribbon, so please accept it." The little girl asked back with excitement, "Really, Laura can buy it." Anastasia had to admit that was fast. She watched Laurencia run towards her while holding the ribbon, feeling completely helpless. She thought, there's nothing to do but thank her and accept it. The shopkeeper nearby praised the children's mother, saying, "You're so fortunate to have such adorable children." "Yes, ma'am," she replied politely. "I'm just grateful that they're..." Then the shopkeeper said something else that made Tara quite uncomfortable. "I hope the king and queen have a child soon as well." Anastasia was shocked to hear this and wondered, isn't the queen already pregnant? The reality is that from the beginning until now, news from the royal family might spread, but it reaches the common people more slowly. However, the queen is expected to give birth next spring. By now, this issue should have been, shouldn't it Grand Duke Leventus isn't the type to spread baseless rumors? After finishing their shopping, the four of them walked out of the store, but their mother's expression remained a little gloomy. Damien noticed his mother wasn't happy, so he stayed quiet. He thought for a moment, then decided to turn and ask, "What are you worried about, Mom?" She smiled gently and answered, "It's nothing. It might just be the feeling of being back in the capital." After a while, Anastasia, holding her brother's hand, also realized, Mom seems to be thinking about the Empress's pregnancy too, putting everything aside. After that, they also went to another clothing store. Damien was as warm as ever, pointing at an item, then turned to ask her, "Sis, let me buy you this hat, okay?" After that, they headed back together. Anastasia still had some unanswered questions. Although there was no news about the Empress's pregnancy rumors, it should have been huge news, because it had been a long time since the last time. It had been several years since the last Empress was pregnant. Why were they hiding this? Time passed just like that. And so the day of the party and the new year arrived, with her questions still unanswered. One evening at the residence, Tira held an invitation and suddenly said, "They even invited the children even though the party is held so late at night?" She sat in her brother's arms, thinking, "What are you going to do, brother?" The scene shifts to another magnificent and luxurious place. The lights were shining brightly. Thousands of people were chatting boisterously. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. "The N-Brand family will now enter the next hall." It was a group of 5 elegant people. The sight of the celebration, everyone present showered them with praise. "Oh my goodness. Your Grace, you've finally arrived in the capital. It's been so long. We missed you dearly. We sent an invitation last year, and the year before, as well. Seeing them so cheerful." Anastasia felt quite surprised. She didn't expect everyone to be so friendly. She looked at her mother, thinking, "I'm surprised too." Mother is still addressed as princess, not duchess, even though I knew she was the only one to have earned her peerage, Tira said. "My children are still young, so we originally planned to wait a few more years before returning here." A woman responded, "How could that be?" She flashed a fake smile and continued, "We thought we would never see your adorable children again," Tira said politely. "Hearing you say that, your words alone are enough to charm me." Anastasia seemed to realize, even though we are just children, they are talking about us as if we were members of the royal family. She asked herself, do the nobles still not know that the Empress is pregnant? Perhaps they also still don't know that the Empress is pregnant. Suddenly, a voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. The intermediary between magic and the divine realm and heir to the Persian Empire. Emperor Lucius is entering the hall with the Empress. Anastasia glanced sharply toward the source of the voice to see what the Emperor was truly thinking. With every step Lucius took, his aura radiated. He said in a loud voice, I see you have all gathered." Lucius glanced at the woman beside him. It was Dolores. She entered with a large, pregnant belly. With a satisfied smile playing on her lips, stepped forward to support his wife and announced to everyone, "Because today is a day of joint celebration for the Persian Empire." Dolores caressed her swollen belly, wearing a satisfied smile as her husband announced, "Because today is a day worthy of celebration of the Persian Empire." The people around them immediately began to whisper, "The Empress's stomach. She hasn't appeared in public recently, so that's why. Don't tell me. The Empress is pregnant." Suddenly, Lucius's gaze fell on Rogato and his family, who were standing below. Realizing he was being watched, he immediately knelt and spoke with reverence. "Your Majesties have finally been blessed with a child. My sincerest congratulations, Your Majesty," Lucius replied, satisfied. "I knew the Duke would understand the moment he saw the Empress. And our Persian Empire finally has an heir." The people in attendance, who heard this, all fell silent and exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with meaning. They only stared at one another for a moment before suddenly erupting in joyous cheers. This is truly a good omen. Now the entire empire can be at ease because we have an heir to the throne. The women who just moments before had been chattering suddenly realized their position and moved away. "Sarah, forgive us." Anastasia looked at them in disgust, thinking how quickly they changed their attitude. Did the Emperor deliberately hide the news of the pregnancy until my family arrived in the capital just to provoke this kind of reaction? This? She stared at the imperial couple. A flicker of caution crossed her mind. These two are more difficult to deal with than I imagined. As Anastasia looked up, she saw Dolores' cunning gaze and smile fixed on her. That look was aimed directly at her. She couldn't help but wonder if it was her. Anastasia saw Dolores whispering something to her husband, and she couldn't help but feel suspicious. "I feel like our eyes just met." After hearing his wife's words, Lucius called out loudly, "Anastasia, come here. The Empress says your cousin wants to greet you." Hearing that, Sarah had no choice but to lead her daughter toward them. She coaxed gently, "Nana, little one, let's go with Mommy." Anastasia could only comply. "All right." But her mind was filled with a million questions about suddenly calling me over to there. What do they want to do? As she walked toward them, Anastasia wondered, maybe they want to threaten me. As she approached, them, Dolores' voice rang out. "Hello, little girl. I plan on bestowing a very noble position upon you." She continued with a cunning smile. "From now on, you will become a playmate for your unborn cousin, to serve them." Hearing this, Anastasia's gaze sharpened, clearly showing her disdain for being a playmate. The people nearby also began to whisper after hearing this. Her Majesty said a playmate. How dare they ask this young lady to be a playmate? It's so unfair to a noble lady. They all didn't dare to say it aloud, so they just whispered among themselves, sympathizing with her. That job is considered a form of charity work for commoners' children. It's meant for commoner children. How can they ask a duke's daughter to take this role, Anastasia thought. Study companion is a role for commoners' children, meant to help them learn. She seemed to have already seen through the ruse. Of Dolores, she wants to imply that my family can't educate me properly. Isn't that it, Tesla? Who heard this, also furiously clenched her fists tightly. Her gaze sharpened as she thought to herself that she couldn't take it anymore. Tesla looked at Rashis. He was also at a loss, not knowing what to do. Anastasia turned to look at Tesla. She pitied her mother but was also furious. But in a situation like this, anyone would react that way. Because right now, there are many eyes on us in the palace. If we refuse, it will only make things... She hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. So, the right answer for them was Anastasia thought for a moment before putting on a cute expression. Her eyes sparkled charmingly. She asked innocently, "Is that true?" Her decision was to act like a 3-year-old. 3 years old. Ratius didn't know how to reply, so he could only snap. "How dare you speak so disrespectfully in front of the Emperor?" Anastasia sneered internally. "Not disrespectful. Do you think a 3-year-old understands etiquette?" She thought, then put on a confused expression and asked back impudently. Deep down, in Anastasia's heart, this was a silent challenge. "I'm pretending not to understand what you're saying. What can you do about it?" Suddenly, from a distance, a familiar voice was heard. "I believe the young lady wishes to ask. What is the role of a study companion, Your Majesty?" She turned around, thinking to her. She was sure of that voice. The voice continued again, speaking over Ratius's concern. "I believe our wise emperor already understands this young lady's meaning." Anastasia seemed to recognize Mikai. As he drew closer, someone said respectfully, "Young Master Leventis." Mikai continued politely, "Your Majesty, I had to come over because there is something I desperately want to ask you, since I am still so young. Would you be willing to answer my question?" Ratius could only stammer out an okay. Mikai then brazenly asked again, if Lady Anastasia, she's the daughter of a princess, so isn't she entitled to be a princess herself? Ratius let out a relieved sigh and answered confidently, "How ridiculous. The only one who can be called a princess is Tesla." Mikai turned to Tesla and asked, "Is that true?" She answered softly, "Yes, that's right, because, wait, I'm the only one who was officially appointed by Anna Marta." Tesla then smiled brightly and continued, "That's right." Tesla then smiled brightly and continued, "However, since the honorary title can be passed down to my children, Anastasia can also become a princess." Hearing this, Ratius looked stunned and then flushed with angry embarrassment. Mikai, feigning innocence again, kept asking, "In that case, if Lady Anastasia has the right to be a princess, why must she be a study partner? The difference in their social status is too vast." Ratius couldn't stand it any longer. Then he snapped, "How dare you imply my son is of low status? He is going to be the crown prince, the most revered person in this entire empire." Mikai maintained his childish expression, pretending to think. "So you mean, the crown prince needs a study partner with a high status? Is it because of the title?" he asked. He replied with irritation, "Exactly." As if he had just won. Mikai said cheerfully, "Well then, I can be the crown prince's study partner too. Can't I?" Ratius was speechless. His face darkened with rage. He paused for a moment, then hissed, "We don't need any more study partners. All of you, get out." Anastasia wondered to herself. She was confused. Why was the Emperor so threatened by Mihail as she was lost in thought? She heard a voice. What is the High Priest doing here? She apparently looked up and saw the imperial couple continuously flattering someone. "Please bestow your blessing upon my son." Anastasia once again sank into her thoughts. If Mihail was truly involved in something improper, he should have realized it by now. She felt as if... She looked up again, glancing at the man standing above her. She tried hard to recall when the lowly priest had come, if there was someone with enough influence to deceive the emperor and the nobility. Mihail appeared out of nowhere, interrupting Anastasia's thoughts. "I did a good job, right?" She glanced at him, silently scolding him. Not at all. Who asked you to help me and get yourself hurt in the process? Anastasia saw Mikhail being pulled aside for a scolding and couldn't help but feel pity for him. The way he tried to just let things go? Even though it was a small thing. It made Anastasia even more upset. The Grand Duke pulled Mikhail aside and reprimanded him seriously. Suddenly, Tekla bent down and hugged her tightly, causing Anastasia to freeze. Confused about what was going on, she gently stroked her little girl. My dearest Anastasia, you must have been so frightened. She looked at the noisy crowd outside, wondering why the Grand Duke had come with his nephew. So what happened to their plan of making the Duke's daughter the match? What was going on? The crown. Prince and the princess both have a claim to the throne. Anastasia's gaze slowly filled with hatred. She thought to herself, I'm really curious to see how everything develops from this point on. She thought about all the things they had done to her. The throne. They think I care. Such a tedious thing, but if I truly cared, I could take over the whole world. Anastasia couldn't help but wonder, how dare they hurt the people I love over something so trivial? She looked back and forth between Mikhail and her family, and an indescribable pain swelled in her heart. Now, only hatred was left in Anastasia's eyes. If they continue like this, I will remain idle any longer. Filth needs to be cleaned up. After the chaos at the New Year's party, at Anastasia's residence, counts were delivered to the villa. However, most were filled with flattering words. This stack of invitations became a plaything for Anastasia and her brothers. Tekla picked up an invitation, whispering to her daughter, These invitations are pretty, aren't they? You can play with them as much as you like. It pays to be observant when you're little. Anastasia held an invitation in her hand, thinking silently. Besides, important letters would be sorted separately by our parents. Damien sat behind her. He also held another invitation, happily showing it off to Lorenia. This is an invitation from the Hepaton family. Anastasia ignored the commotion from her two older siblings, still lost in her own thoughts. The invitations that our parents let us play with. Maybe it's because they aren't allied with those families whose family crest is this, since I don't know what will happen. I'd better get a general understanding of some information first. Choco will definitely be very happy. Suddenly, Anastasia quickly lifted her head. She saw an invitation not far from her, feeling a bit curious in her heart. Unlike the others, this one was decorated the most exquisitely. Furthermore, the seal on the invitation, was that an invitation from the Empress? Anastasia quickly opened the invitation to check it. I didn't expect the Empress to take the initiative to send an invitation. She was inviting the children to attend an educational tea party as a token of apology. That's just an excuse. Suddenly, Tekla's hand reached out and took the invitation. Anastasia's hand. She said guiltily, I'm sorry, dear. You can't play with this one. Anastasia looked up at her, thinking to herself, now it's difficult for Mother to refuse this invitation. I wonder what the Queen's plan is now. The next day, the clicking of high heels echoed on the tiles. Anastasia and her mother soon entered the palace at the Queen's invitation. Seeing the two of them enter, Dolores immediately welcomed Princess Tezra. Tezra immediately bowed, respectfully. My greetings, Queen Persian, the Holy Arbitrator. Dolores interrupted gently. You don't need to be so formal with me, she said with a gentle voice. Please, sit. Everyone has been waiting for you. I had no idea such things were happening to you all this time. Tezra, not understanding, asked. Dolores showed sympathy and said, I heard many letters regarding the damages from the New Year's Eve banquet were sent to your residence. You must have been very displeased, weren't you? I feel very sorry for my public behavior. So, Princess, can you forget about this note? Seeing her gestures, Anastasia stood beside her mother, thinking unhappily. What's wrong with her? She wants others to forgive her, but not a single word of apology. Tezra smiled and replied to Dolores, I don't understand what your Majesty the Queen means. Teeny, standing beside the Queen, bowed slightly, whispered to her. After that, Dolores beamed and said, Ah, that's right. It was just a misunderstanding between us. Yo. Aptera retorted firmly, Even if you wish to forget it, you must clearly explain what the issue is so that everyone present can understand. Her gaze held a hint of cruelty. So, what is it that you wish for me to forgive? Seeing Tezra's gaze, Dolores was slightly startled and stammered, It was about last time. She secretly clenched her fists under the table, worried because as the queen, she was supposed to let everything run smoothly. But a second later, Dolores quickly suppressed the anger flaring in her heart and whispered, I wanted to apologize to the little lady. I wanted to say that it was all unintentional. Princess Tezra. Tezra immediately asked back, Oh, you say it was unintentional. Does that mean it was a mistake? Dolores gritted her teeth in anger, but still tried to remain calm and answered, That's right. I meant to say. After hearing that, Tezra let out a sigh of relief. Then she replied gently, To keep smiling after admitting a mistake, this is not exemplary behavior for your majesty. As you said, we are family. So, I trust something like this will not happen again. Dolores looked down again, answering with difficulty, That's right, there won't be a next time. After that conversation between Dolores and Tezra, the two noblewomen who were present secretly glanced at each other, both thinking, It's true, Princess Tezra is indeed a powerful person. A few moments later, Dolores hurriedly stood up and left. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must be excused for a moment. As soon as she left, the atmosphere of the banquet immediately became harmonious. The other noblewomen wouldn't stop praising her. Well then, Princess, on that day, the little miss was so well behaved. Seen. Anastasia couldn't help but think to herself, the moment the queen leaves, they start sucking up. A few seconds later, Tezra, who had been calmly enjoying her tea, set down her cup and asked gently, but with words that were deadly, Do you not educate your children? The noblewoman shot back. What are you saying, your highness? Tezra still smiled and replied, they should understand. To properly apologize for their mistakes in the future. If your children also hesitated like this, you wouldn't scold them, would you? The noblewoman realized her mistake and bowed her head, stammering, Anastasia sighed. If only they had realized it sooner. The noblewoman was still continuing, with her words, Forgive me, princess. We shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. Anastasia thought in annoyance. Mother didn't say she would. Let their rudeness slide. She saw an opening at the party and muttered to herself, By the way, hasn't the queen been gone for too long? How can the host of the party just leave? This isn't normal at all. I should go see what's happening. In another corner, Dolores was screaming in anger. I already did what you said, but nothing is going right. Teeny comforted her softly. Calm down, my queen. Of course. Dolores couldn't calm down. I want her to know her place. She has to know that I'm the one with the most power here. Teeny gently persuaded her. Lower your voice, my queen. If someone else hears you, they'll say you've lost. Dolores fell silent, unable to argue. At the party, Anastasia, listening to the entire conversation with her divine power, muttered to herself curiously, One voice is the queen's, but who's the other person? Is it that green-haired woman who left with her? Dolores's voice screamed again. I actually believed you. Now I'm going to be publicly humiliated again, she asked fiercely. What am I supposed to do now, Lady Teeny? Anastasia recalled an invitation she had received. I remember that name. She's the one who sent that ridiculous. She's the queen's childhood friend and the right-hand woman who helped the queen seize the throne. Rumor has it she became a noble's wife because of her contributions. The queen relies on her heavily. Meanwhile, Teeny spoke calmly. Don't worry, your majesty. I already have another plan. Everyone knows that the Duke and Duchess are excellent at raising their children, but their youngest is still too sheltered. If we promise to arrange a marriage for the youngest child with someone on our side, wouldn't it be easy to handle the others? Hearing such vile words coming from her mouth, Anastasia was completely stunned. What? After a moment, a servant respectfully addressed the queen. I've been waiting for you, princess. Testa is about to leave. Anastasia glanced over, thinking angrily to herself. Whatever. Go ahead and try it. I'll stop everything. Dolores put on a bashful expression, asking, You're leaving? She suddenly started spouting confusingly sweet words. Princess Testa, I sincerely apologize and hope you can understand me. Dolores explained her feelings with an innocent expression. Next spring, I too will become a mother. Other than Princess Testa, I have no one to learn from. After she finished, she began to plead with a cloying expression. So, princess, please visit the palace often with your children. We will hold gatherings like this every week. This is my small wish. However, Testa simply refused gently. I thank you for your kind words. Your Majesty, my children are still too young to visit so frequently. Her words seemed to make Dolores freeze in place. What Testa decided to leave anyway, while taking her children by the hand. Before she left, she also added a few words. I think your kind words prove that your Majesty the Queen is very concerned for and trusting of the ducal Anastasia family. Hearing this, Dolores stammered, Of course, that's only natural. She is the only one. Viscount Dini, who was standing behind the conversation, heard everything clearly and showed a displeased expression on his face. His gaze was a mix of indescribable complexities. Anastasia gripped Testa's hand tightly and didn't turn to look at them. She just secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what plans you make, my mother will never accept them. Soon after, they continued to approach Anastasia's mother, even though her mother didn't care at all. More accurately, one shouldn't speak so carelessly. Testa, boss, was the one suffering in the Emperor's residence. The sound of shattering glasses and curses echoed throughout the room. Didn't you say this time? It would work. Are you just going to let everything continue like this? Dolores continued to scold him harshly. This injustice I've suffered. What the... Are you going to do about it? How much have I given you? Dini could only bow his head and answer with a tremor in his voice. I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty the Queen. My anger still hasn't subsided. All you can do is apologize. Meanwhile, Anastasia was lying in her mother's arms, listening quietly and calmly, thinking, no matter how many times I've seen this, I can't see anything but the devil she's harboring inside. But is it really okay to have thoughts like this? Suddenly, a maid came to announce that Her Majesty the Queen has sent another invitation. Testa only replied softly, Is that so? An unusual worry suddenly appeared on her face. Anastasia saw this and called out, Mama! She then put down her work and comforted her gently. My Anastasia, you're sleepy. Let me sing you. After she lay down for a while, she felt something strange was happening. Anastasia heard the song echoing in her ears and couldn't help but be surprised. Her mother's lullaby had turned into a monotonous speech. Then her small hands clenched tightly, showing a fiery determination that churned in her heart. All right, if things go on like this, it won't solve anything. I have to act before Mother gets more exhausted. Anastasia's eyes were no longer innocent, but extraordinarily sharp. Their plans always fail. I will succeed. Night fell in Anastasia's cradle. Choco was constantly comforting her. Choco will do it. I like this kind of thing. I can roast people in the fires of hell, but the Demon King, is too kind. Choco is very good at driving people apart. You know, it's much easier than waiting for the Demon King. That's right. Anastasia also agreed. It's best to drive them apart. It was a very effective method for the two of them. The sight of Testa standing at the feet of the Emperor, an Empress made her feel like she was torturing herself. She had once asked herself why the Queen called her a colleague and not a servant. It seemed Anastasia had found the answer. It was because the Queen was once Viscount Dini's maid. Not only that, but there was another factor. As well, which was that she came from the ruined Katria family. She loved someone, an incompetent member of the imperial family. There was one thing, that was quite surprising. No one thought that Lucius would become emperor. So, she was approved to become queen without a strict background check. At that time, Viscount Dini didn't seem to care much. However, thanks to her mother's choice, Lucius survived and ascended the throne. Because of this, Viscount Dini was so angry. He could have coughed up blood when the situation turned around. Meanwhile, the Queen was worried her sordid past would be revealed, so she chose him as a confidant to make him easier to control. They were still filled with mutual dislike. Anastasia was still secretly plotting. If she created a small turning point, their trust would shatter. It was only a matter of time. She had to admit one thing. The enemy was indeed very easy. Predict. Suddenly, Choco spoke, interrupting the little girl's thoughts. Trust Choco. Everything will be resolved before spring, Demon King. Anastasia smiled slightly and let out a soft sigh. Then she lovingly petted Choco. Thanks to Choco. 2 weeks later, at the ball too. Celebrate the crown princess being 8 months pregnant. This was a grand celebration that brought many people together, as Anastasia was attending. During the celebration, Choco flew over to inform her. Calling out to the Demon King 2 times, she raised her eyes to listen to what Choco had to say. The Demon King had once said that if you're going to do something, you have to do it grandly, festively, and with spirit. Right, Anastasia thought to herself. When did I ever say that? Choco pointed to himself proudly and said, So, Choco has prepared a very big surprise. Ah, because I am a follower of the Demon King. I had to prepare a surprise this big. She looked reluctantly unconvinced. She was a bit worried, but also half worried and half... Anastasia watched everyone, thinking to herself, I need to observe Choco's skills closely to see extraordinary. Suddenly, someone came up and called for the noble Viscountess Dini. He asked cautiously, I heard the investment funds for this project have been withdrawn. Is this true? She couldn't believe her ears and immediately exclaimed, What? Another woman approached, shouting and drawing everyone's attention. Is this true? Viscountess Dini was so confident, that's why I partnered with her, boy, but what's really going on? She was a bit surprised and hurriedly tried to calm them down. Wait, what are you all talking about? Someone else joined in the accusations. I heard about the land. The land we acquired actually belongs to someone else. The sphere suddenly became chaotic. Everyone started whispering to each other. Wasn't that land a gift from the Empress to her? I heard there's a rumor that she's been gradually losing people's trust lately. It looks like Dini has been cast aside. Her face now looked absolutely terrible. She was upset and didn't know how to handle the mockery. A woman in a black dress came closer, pointed at her face and asked, before she could finish speaking, Dini had already run off. Amidst the woman's screams, the Empress was talking with the other ladies, so she didn't know what was happening yet. Dini ran up with a vengeful look on her face, screaming Dolores' name. As Dolores was still trying to understand what was going on, she yelled again, How dare you do this to me? Dini's scream echoed through the air, shocking everyone. Leventis was also standing nearby, watching the commotion, not far away. Anastasia watched her coldly, thinking to herself that she was playing this role very well. Seeing Choco standing beside her, looking immensely proud, she gave him an approving look. No wonder he's my pet. Dolores, with a completely shocked expression, asked in a loud voice, How dare you, Viscountess Dini? What are you doing right now? Dini lost her composure and shouted even louder, What am I doing? She glared at Dolores with pure hatred and asked in a loud voice, That's exactly what I want to ask you, Dolores. Dolores said, How dare you address the Empress of the Empire like that, even though you were my playmate? As a child, everything has its limits. Don't test my compassion. As the Empress, I have my limits too. Faced with the threat from Dolores, Dini didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, she scoffed. The Empress's compassion. What kind of... she said with a contemptuous tone. If I hadn't taken you in back then when you were struggling in poverty upon first arriving in the capital, would you even be the Empress now? Dini's words sent Dolores into a panic. She stammered, Why are you bringing that up again? Now Dini became even more aggressive, continuing to ask, Are you planning on repaying my kindness with wickedness? Clearly, her provocation hit a nerve. Dolores' limit. She kept threatening. What is this? Can you shut your mouth? Shut your mouth right now, and I can still forgive you. Then, as Dolores continued to threaten her, Dini ferociously lunged forward and grabbed her hair. Anastasia was still calmly watching the drama unfold. Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly reached out and covered her eyes. She immediately spun around. Anastasia thought angrily, What the heck? It was just getting good and that person was Mihai. He smiled innocently and explained gently, You're not old enough to see things like this, little one. At that moment, Dini and Dolores were in the middle of a brawl. The two of them were grabbing at each other's heads, to Lolisi, shouting angrily, Are you still not going to let go of me? Dini shot back without hesitation. You let go of me first. She started threatening her again. How dare you? You should be the one to let go first. Dini was not only unafraid, she screamed even louder. Dare? Why wouldn't I dare? 15 years ago, you wouldn't have dared to raise your voice at me. 15 years ago, my status was already higher than yours. The guests on the side kept trying to calm the Viscount. Dini, the Empress is pregnant. Your Majesty, we will stop this. Viscount, if you would just let go first. Dini continued to curse. How dare you? You're so ungrateful. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You created this mess right after I gave that land to you. Even though Mike was blocking the exciting view, Anastasia still thought gleefully just from listening, I bet everything is, a complete mess right now. Peeking through the gaps in her fingers, seeing the out-of-control Dini before her, Anastasia silently mused. The business she built on the Empress's trust was now in ruins, so it's only natural for her to become like this. Meanwhile, Viscount Dini, spreading rumors about the Empress had already pushed the suspicion between the two to its peak. The Empress said with a contemptuous tone, Look at the state of you. It seems you really were bad-mouthing me behind my back. Dini retorted cynically. You're just trying to provoke me because, you have nothing left to say. That's right. Dualisi saw everything unfolding before her. Mike thought with a worried expression. After all, I don't think this is a sight a child should be seeing. Jella approached Anastasia and Mike, speaking softly. On behalf of these embarrassing adults, I apologize to you. It's getting late. You two children should head back now. Ish, answered respectfully. Yes, I understand. Anastasia left, still showing no emotion. She thought, right, this is enough for now. This is enough. Let's go home. Since their relationship was already shattered, what happened next was recounted to Anastasia by Kyoki. She had remained there. At the time, she said excitedly. Your Highness, the Emperor himself settled everything. Did you know? It turns out the Emperor saw, the argument right after we left. Laxiwusi stared at the scene before him in shock. He shouted angrily, What in the world are the two of you doing? He questioned Dini with a look of disbelief. How insolent! How dare you harm the Empress right in front of me? She realized the Emperor was present. Dini was terrified and immediately let go. She stammered, trying to explain, but Laxiwusi didn't, give Dini a chance to answer, shouting furiously, Attacking the pregnant Empress is an attempt to harm the Crown Prince. Viscount immediately. Dualisi cunningly threw herself into the Emperor's arms. She immediately began to cry, her voice filled with hurt. Your Majesty lying in Laxiwusi's embrace. Where he couldn't see, Dualisi glanced coldly at Dini and then continued speaking. Although Viscount Dini did frighten me just now. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone's attention was focused on her. Dualisi lifted her head, looking at Laxiwusi with tear-filled eyes. A few tears still clung to the corners of her eyes. She said softly, But she is still my childhood friend, my only playmate. Please don't punish her too harshly. The Crown Prince will also be born soon. Faced with Dualisi acting as an understanding and tearful wife, Laxiwusi seemed to forget all his anger. With a flushed face, he looked at her with satisfaction, saying, My dear Empress, truly, not even an angel could match your kindness. However, the Emperor had no intention of pardoning Dini. He coldly turned towards Viscount Dini and then declared, Your crime is attacking the Empress. An attempt to murder the Crown Prince. You should be sentenced to death. But since the Empress has pleaded with me... Dualisi hugged the Emperor, turning her head to look at Dini with a triumphant smirk, facing that provocation. She felt both rage and fear. The Emperor then issued another command. In place of the death penalty, your lands will be confiscated and be exiled from this empire. Dini was utterly defeated. Dragged away by the guards, she looked like a complete mess. She kept questioning the Empress. How could you? In the end, it was a scream of despair. How could you do this to me? This Lady Viscountes was exiled just like that. Kiao, happily finish the story, Anastasia said with satisfaction. I see you did a good job. Kiao, while patting the little one's head, silently judged Dini. Who would act without an escape plan? Starting a war. Anastasia suddenly remembered the Empress. Anastasia suddenly remembered the Empress. Now that she has lost her pawn, the Empress will surely be quiet for a while. She will no longer think about bothering her mother or causing trouble for her siblings, thinking of Laurentia and Damien. Anastasia finally let go of her worries. The gentle images of the two appeared in her mind. Way back when. This is a gift for little sister Anastasia. Big brother will read a story for you, okay? Some happiness grew in her heart. She felt more relieved now. Spring had arrived and a magnificent castle appeared. Anastasia thought nonchalantly. I guess it's time to go back to the territory. However, inside the castle, the whole family had already gathered in the living room. Regato began to speak. In a few weeks, the Empress will give birth, so we must stay in the capital until then. Damien asked him in a childlike voice. Does that mean we can't attend the April festival this year? Does that mean we can't attend the April festival this year? Is that true? Tetra sighed and said with resignation, I suppose so. We'd have to go back in 2 weeks to be able to attend the April festival, Laurentia asked innocently. Really, Lala, I really want to go with Princess Tetra and Sasha, Tetra said gently. I heard the capital also has a spring festival. It's supposed to be very beautiful. Would you all like to see it? Hearing how beautiful it was, Laurentia's eyes sparkled. The little girl asked in return, Is it really beautiful? Anastasia, who was beside them, didn't speak. She showed a happy smile, thinking to herself, being with my family in the capital, spending this warm time together is also quite nice. But this peace didn't seem to last long. The scene shifts to a corridor. Everything around was plunged into darkness. Tetra asked worriedly. The child's fever hasn't gone down, the doctor said calmly. Since she has taken the fever reducer, we'll have to observe her until morning to see how she progresses. The voices buzzed in Anastasia's mind. We had originally scheduled to go to the festival tomorrow. Unexpectedly, she slowly opened her eyes, her head feeling dizzy. Anastasia thought to herself, to suddenly catch a cold like this, did I get sick because I finally let my guard down? Anastasia thought with frustration, has everyone gone to the festival? What a shame, I can't do anything. I hope they have fun. Suddenly, Regato's large face appeared in front of her. He said happily, my little princess is awake. Regato smiled. He gazed gently at Anastasia, who seemed surprised. Anastasia wondered why her father was still here. He placed his hand on his daughter's forehead and cooed. Great, my dear, your fever is down. Anastasia was surprised as he picked her up. I really don't understand this family's standards for praise. She looked around, thinking to herself, come to think of it, the view in this room is very beautiful yet unique. I think this is the first time I've been in another's room. Is this father's study? Regato saw the curiosity on her small face and said, you must be surprised to be in this unfamiliar place. This is where your father works. My daughter? Anastasia asked back, pretending not to understand. Works, he continued. Your mother and your siblings aren't home right now. They went to attend the spring festival, so you must be very sad. Anastasia obediently shook her head. Regato felt very surprised. He held her and asked, is that so? Then it's okay for you to be with me today? Isn't it? Anastasia felt a little anxious. Why is father asking if it's okay to be with him? A memory surfaced, and then she remembered. She was an obedient child. She rarely acted. Her hands were almost always for my older sister and older brother. Maybe that's why father felt she didn't like him. Anastasia buried her head in Regato's chest, silently admitting to herself that she loved her father very much. Seeing this, he smiled. He asked, are you still tired, my love? She said to herself, it's not like that. Then a new resolve stirred in her heart. She couldn't be misunderstood like this. I have to clear up this misunderstanding between me and father. Today. Anastasia looked at the pile of documents on the desk and couldn't help but feel daunted. But that whole pile is father's work. It's only fitting for a duke. She thought, then stammered. Father, that's so much work! Regato couldn't hide his delight and cheerfully replied, you talk just like your mother. Your father isn't just lazing around. Anastasia silently blamed herself. I feel so bad for making father waste his time. Seeing her, a bit dazed. Regato asked with concern. Oh dear, my princess doesn't like her father. Does she? Startled? Anastasia quickly replied, no, he said sincerely. Even though I have a lot of work, I can set it aside for a while to play with my little princess, so, my love, do you want to play with father today? Anastasia's cheeks flushed. She didn't even notice it herself. Father has already offered, possibly refuse, she thought, then tugged at his clothes and obediently answered, Regato set the little girl down, saying enthusiastically, all right then. He smiled happily and asked, my little princess, what do you want to play? Anastasia dazedly asked back, She fell silent and thought, I've never decided something like this for myself, even though I know how to win a war and have successfully crushed a rebellion. Ragato continued. Father is happy just to be by your side like this, Piki, but if you think of something, just tell me. All right, Anastasia thought bashfully. I haven't been with father in so long, it will be awkward if we do nothing. What do I usually do? She remembered the time. She played with Damien. Playing outside is out of the question. Suddenly, an image of the three siblings reading together popped into her head. This made Anastasia realize, that's it. She thought, then stammered out, read a book. Hearing his daughter say that, Rigato's eyes lit up. He was deeply moved. He hugged his daughter tightly. He caressed her cheek, praising. You're so smart, my love. Anastasia fell silent, wondering what made him so emotional. Time flew by, without them noticing. Rigato remained focused on reading to his little princess. After finishing the first book, he moved on to the second book, and then the third. He paid no attention to the time at all. As Anastasia listened to Rigato read, she reminded herself to stay focused. Seeing this, he praised her. It seems my little princess can focus better than Damien ever could. Rigato recalled the past and laughed. It's not that I'm comparing you, Saw. It's just that your older brother and sister couldn't do what you're doing. Waiting for father to finish an entire book, he said cheerfully. Seeing you so focused, father will read a lot more for you. What's this, do you remember? Father has read something like this to you before, Anastasia pointed at the picture and stammered, Tigger! Rigato praised her with pride. That's right, it's a tiger. My little princess's favorite. Animal. However, she thought in annoyance, it's not actually my favorite, but there's no need to correct him. Rigato pointed again to Anastasia and said, Next is a deer. She obediently followed along and repeated, Deer. After a little while, Anastasia, by Rigato's gentle reading, her whole body felt exhausted, as if she didn't have a single ounce of energy left. Anastasia faintly wondered to herself, since I just got over a fever, why am I getting sleepy again? Her eyes were tightly closed, but she was still mumbling to herself, I can't fall asleep. Father Rigato, seeing that Anastasia had fallen asleep, he gently stroked her head. He gazed at her sleeping soundly in his arms, then asked in a low voice, My little princess, we have to be so careful with you, don't we? Rigato was reminded of his wife and thought to himself, This child looks a duplicate of Satella, but her personality is quiet. She herself is completely different from our family's princess. She has known one thing for a long time. It doesn't matter who does this child look like? Whose personality does she take after this child is here, in our home? The fact that she is our sweet little princess will never change. Anastasia stirred faintly. As she groggily opened her eyes, she heard a question. Lania. Is she feeling better now? Damien answered from afar. She's not sick anymore. She's sleeping. Lania, standing beside Anastasia's cradle, said in a panic, Oh no, I think I accidentally woke her up. What should we do? Hearing this, Damien immediately rushed over and coaxed her. If you're not fully awake yet, just go back to sleep. Anastasia, Big Brother will put you back to sleep. Anastasia remained still, as if she didn't understand what was happening. Is this a dream? She sat upright, picked up the flowers, and asked herself, Why are these flowers on my bed? Satella came in from outside and called out, Did you sleep well? Anastasia. She lifted her head and looked up, asking in baby talk, What are these? Satella answered gently, This is a gift from your big brother Damien and your big sister Lania. A present for you. Seeing her daughter continue to stare at the flowers, asked, Do you like them? Anna's replied with a happy smile. Yes, I love them. Then Satella explained to her gently, You have to let your brother and sister know, okay? They were both very worried about you. Anastasia replied obediently. In her heart. She was secretly satisfied with her current life. I just want to live here peacefully like this, in a family with no sorrow, only happiness. However, that happiness was short-lived as the first day of April arrived. That morning, a heavy rain poured outside while Satella was standing by the window enjoying the rainy scenery. Just then, she heard someone call from behind her. A maid reported cautiously, I hear Her Majesty the Empress is about to go into labor. His Majesty the Emperor has summoned you to the palace. A clap of thunder roared, a rainstorm also followed. The downpour shrouded the tense atmosphere within the castle. A maid holding a baby cried out joyfully. A helpless Lualisi, ignoring the pain of childbirth, trembled. She tried to confirm it was a princess, but she couldn't believe her own eyes. Her face was pale as she kept muttering, "A prince! Our crown prince!" Then, everything around her went black. The empress fainted from the shock. The surrounding maids shouted in panic. "Your Majesty, the empress! Please wake up beside her!" The emperor, Lucius, also frantically snapped at the maid. The maid holding the infant. "Is it really a girl, not a boy, but a daughter?" The maid stammered her reply, hearing her answer. His expression grew grim. His entire body trembled and his voice was faint. "Be possible!" A figure pushed the door open and walked in. Lucius stared at the door, thinking resentfully. To think that at a time like this, I have to meet the one person I wanted to avoid. He forced the words out. "You came." Satella replied calmly. "I came because the Emperor summoned me. How is Her Majesty the Empress?" The Emperor said coldly, "The birth is over." A maid quickly approached, holding the baby, and gave a bow. Satella said softly, "You've given birth to a healthy princess." She paid no mind to the displeasure of Lucius and gently leaned in to look at the child, a crying little girl with distinctive red hair. In stark contrast to Lucius's disgust, her eyes were filled with affection. "Congratulations." Lucius stood silently nearby, scowling and grumbling to himself. This was supposed to be the son I'd been waiting for day and night, not a daughter. The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. Lucius's fingers unconsciously balled into a tight fist. I had thought my son would surpass Satella's children and become the crown prince, even if only to feel a slight sense of victory in front of her. Breaking the silence, Emperor Lucius spoke. "It is a princess, isn't it?" Satella lifted her head and replied, "Yes." He waved his hand, turned, and left without a word. "In that case, name this child." Tassila dazedly agreed before she could even understand what was happening, looking at the child, who was flushed red and crying non-stop. Tassila thought to herself, "I will be the one to name this precious first child." She felt even more pity, felt even more for this child. "You poor thing, my grandchild." After much thought, Tassila said, "I think the name Charlotte suits you perfectly." Amidst the little girl's loud cries at 5:55 in the morning on April 1st, the first princess of the Pecan Kingdom, Charlotte was born. Time slowly approached the end of May. 3 weeks after giving birth, the Empress didn't even appear at social events. 3 weeks after giving birth, she started hosting various parties. Speaking of talent, dancing, the Empress continued to boast. "I wonder how great our Charlotte will become in the future." On the day she came into this world, it was as if there was a light that flashed across the sky. The young ladies attending the party were also generous with their praise. They kept sucking up to her. "I'm sure she will become a very charming princess." But inwardly, they exchanged glances and whispered amongst themselves. "Have you heard she often leaves her child? Leaves? With the nanny? To be raised?" A young lady replied cynically. "That's true too. If the Empress raised her daughter herself, the child wouldn't have even a shred of virtue when she grows up. Unless Princess Tassila becomes her godmother. Only then is there a little hope." Chioki ended the story with one sentence. "This is all what I heard from the other nobles." Anastasia held a wooden mallet by the bed. She kept thinking, "Do you think I'll let you get what you want?" The Empress was furious after hearing the name my mother chose. How could those know all this? At that time, Dolores yelled angrily at the Emperor. "She should have given the child a boy's name so that our next child will be a son. Tassila gave that name to the child. It was just to ruin us." Anastasia thought with disgust. If she's already said that, how could my mother become the godmother? Besides, whether it's a son or a daughter won't affect the inheritance rights. She gently tapped the pillow with the mallet to vent her anger. Joke continued her report. There were also some discussions about the potential of His Majesty's subordinates. The Demon King? She suddenly remembered Grand Duke Leventus and the child named Mihail. Anastasia asked, "By the way, will Duke Leventus be coming to today's celebration party?" Joke immediately replied, Yes, it would be strange if the Grand Duke didn't come. Oh, that's right, he's still guarding the border after all, but that clumsy oaf might have come too. Something might happen. The Empress said the Chief Justice will also attend this party. She breathed a sigh of relief, but still felt a little uneasy. Anastasia paid close attention to the nickname Clumsy Oaf. She mused that if you're going to badmouth someone, then you should also explain the reason. If there were a serious reason, his parents wouldn't possibly allow him to come to the ducal residence. I initially thought that by coming to the capital, I could at least find out why everyone avoids Mihail, but no one mentioned a specific reason. Her gaze deepened. Simply put, hating him without a reason is just outrageous. As if suddenly remembering a possibility. There must be someone spreading malicious rumors behind all this. It's not a noble or a prince, but someone else, remembering the innocent look in his eyes and also his cheerful, sun-like smile. From Mihail. She was determined that whatever the reason, she would not let anyone who made a child endure such gazes because she knew better than anyone how painful it was. As if to strengthen her resolve, she swung the mallet hard onto her knee. Unexpectedly, Mihail suddenly appeared beside Anastasia. He gently held out his hand while saying, "Little sister, who made you this angry?" Anastasia was startled but couldn't break in time. She couldn't stop and slammed the mallet right onto his hand. Mihail frowned in pain and whimpered softly. Anastasia's face quickly turned pale as she looked at Mihail. She thought to herself, "I hit a child." At the same time, Kiao nimbly switched to doll mode. Mihail gently holding Anastasia's hand. He stammered her name. He smiled gently and said, "If something is bothering you, I will..." "Listen." "Okay," Anastasia asked in confusion. "Aren't you hurt?" She was very worried inside. Even though it was just a toy hammer, it was quite big. Mikhail pretended to stroke his chin and pondered for a long time. Then he said cheerfully, "If you blow on it for me, or it won't hurt anymore." Anastasia returned to her cold expression. She looked at him as if he were an idiot and thought to herself, "It's useless for me to worry." Mikhail continued to tease Anastasia. "You won't blow on it. You know how to hit me, but not how to fix it." She held up. "Oop." Kiaowen replied, "I already asked about it." Mikhail lay on the floor, propping his chin with his hands while looking at Anastasia with a teasing tone. "You're talking more now, little one." He laughed cheerfully. "You really want to talk to me, huh?" Anastasia sighed, thinking to herself, talking to him is too tiring. It's better not to talk anymore. Mikhail didn't give up. While watching her play with Kiao, he said, "You know I'll be attending the party to celebrate the newborn princess." Anastasia wondered why he was asking her that. Honestly, she turned her head and watched him quietly. Her train of thought was suddenly cut off. Under Anastasia's surprised gaze, Mikhail's eyes sparkled with a hint of sadness. She thought in confusion, why does he look like he's about to cry unconsciously? Anastasia reached out, wanting his cheek. He didn't avoid her touch. He said softly, "If you had held my hand that day, I wouldn't have felt so alone." Mikhail gently continued, "You're smaller than me, but on that day, you have to hold my hand." Anastasia. The air around them seemed to fall silent, and no one spoke. The two of them exchanged gentle glances. Anastasia thought to herself, "I won't try to say anything else. He's so certain to... Oh, but his expression is truly..." She gently took his hand and said, "I will definitely hold your hand at the celebration for, Princess Charlotte. Summer in the capital began in May." The blinding sunlight shone directly on the ground, Anastasia muttered to herself. Who would have thought the party would be set in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day? Seeing Anastasia sigh, Damien anxiously asked, from the side, "Are you feeling unwell?" She pondered for a moment, then sighed. "Wearing this party dress makes me feel even hotter. I hope the venue is a little cooler." Suddenly, a boy with blonde hair and crystal clear blue eyes appeared in front of her. Mikhail waved with a smile and began to speak. "Hello, little princess of Rogato." He stepped forward and spoke confidently. He smiled and said, "Mikhail, you've arrived so early? I've already received word from the Grand Duke," Mikhail replied respectfully. "Yes, my father said he might be a little late." He bent down to meet Anastasia's gaze and whispered, I dressed up very nicely today because you said you would hold my hand. What do you think? Do you like it? Anastasia thought with concern. Have you been waiting outside alone this whole time, enduring this scorching heat? After a moment of silence and deliberation, Anastasia gently held out her small hand. Mikhail also didn't expect her to respond so gently. He smiled with satisfaction. Mikhail quickly grasped her hand, his eyes filled with doting affection. Let's go, little princess. Seeing this, the entire Regato family was shocked and speechless. He held back his tears and lamented, Our Anastasia. The remaining three felt helpless all at once. Upon entering the palace, Anastasia couldn't help but think, it's also very hot inside. Mikhail, as attentive as Yu Jin-ho serving Sung Jin-woo in the solo-leveling Manhwa, fanned her from the side. He asked kindly, Sia, are you still feeling... she replied curtly. What about you? He immediately said. I'm fine. My hand doesn't get tired from fanning you. She thought to herself, It's not that I'm worried about him. The current king and I are avoiding magic so as not to draw attention. Who would have thought that inside the palace there isn't even... There are standard magic temperature control devices. With standard magic. Mikhail kept talking. How about we get you some juice? Anastasia was still lost in her thoughts. After all, they were a couple plagued with all sorts of problems. On the other hand, Dolores was laughing with pride as she hugged the little princess and said loudly, You said Charlotte, she's radiating a sacred aura. Good heavens, this child is only 2 months old. Beside her were constantly showering her with praise. Isn't it all because the queen is such a devout believer? How worried you must have been when you gave birth to the princess. Little one. No one noticed the little princess's discomfort, until the little girl started letting out a piercing cry. Hearing the cry, Anastasia immediately took notice. She saw the nanny's gaze. Anastasia thought to herself that the woman was Charlotte's nanny. She looked at me uncomfortably for a moment. What's wrong with her? Suddenly, Mikhail moved a little closer, blocking Anastasia's view. He continued, Xiao has the exact same expression as the Duchess when she's angry. When you get angry, Anastasia thought with resignation. Does Mikhail stare at my face all day? Mikhail beside her was still persistently asking, Do you want some juice? Just then, Dolores started complaining endlessly again. Ever since she was born, Charlotte has always been a dutiful princess. She was born quickly because she wanted to meet His Majesty the King right away. The people beside her were still hypocritically showering her with praise. The little princess is so young, but she's already so kind and considerate of her parents. Then the nanny, suddenly, said coldly, Of course the little princess is truly blessed with abundant fortune, unlike some people who sacrifice their parents just to live. As she said this, her gaze once again flickered towards Mikhail. Her sarcastic tone was clear enough for everyone around. Here, of course. Mikhail heard her words too. He immediately froze. The air around them seemed to fall silent. Anastasia thought, uncomfortably. Is she talking about Mikhail's parents? They died after being attacked by demons during an inspection in the border region. Because it was a dangerous assignment. A young Mikhail was entrusted to the Grand Duke. The Duke at that time, she thought hesitantly. But why? Are they saying it was wrong? Mika? He was trying to hold back his emotions. Mika remained silent. He went back to smiling gently as if nothing had happened, and while gently touching Anastasia's cheek with a handkerchief, he said, Little one, what's on your lips? Anastasia was also surprised by Mika's reaction. She looked at him with a confused expression. Why are you still smiling so happily? Did you already know this was going to happen? Is this why you wanted me to hold your hand? Anastasia gently squeezed Mika's hand and then softly called his name. Faced with this unexpected action, Mika was silent for a few seconds. Then he said happily, Today, little one, my little one held my hand all day and called my name. I must remember this day well. Anastasia looked at Mika, confused. Why do you have to remember a day like this, you idiot? Seeing that Mika didn't react as she had expected, the nanny approached the Empress. While hurriedly pushing her, she said, To the ladies, the Empress seems tired, so she will be resting for a while. Dolores was also surprised by her behavior. The door closed. The Empress let the nanny push her out of the hall. Anastasia thought doubtfully after the early dismissal. Did they replace her with someone else just like her? Let's see what they're whispering on the Empress's side, the nanny asked her coldly. Why didn't you do as we originally planned? Dolores replied. Annoyed. What do you mean? Didn't I do it correctly? The nanny said calmly, without expression. I told you clearly. The high priest said, the reason you gave birth to a princess instead of a prince at that time was because the gods were angry. The main reason is, Dolores said timidly, the young Duke of... You mean the nanny suddenly lost her composure? She screamed. If you hadn't called out that cursed name, then you would have surely given birth to that prince, the prince we've all been waiting for, Dolores replied in fear. Of course I know. I've already summoned him, but I guarantee I won't let him get near us. Will that be enough? The nanny's eyes suddenly turned terrifying. She continued, coldly. That alone isn't enough to appease the wrath of the gods. I told you, we must completely get rid of that, continued anxiously. But if we do something like that, what if we face even more misfortune? Suddenly she was slammed against the wall behind her. The sudden impact made her scream. Hearing this, Anastasia seemed to understand everything. Divine power. An invisible force radiated from the nanny's entire body. She said coldly, Are you doubting my words, Empress? Dolores no longer showed any arrogance. She stammered, Of course not. I won't do it again. Anastasia thought to herself calmly, It's not strange at all. She isn't an ordinary nanny, but someone sent from the temple. Divine power is supposed to be used to protect others, like the rulers in solo leveling, but she's using it like this. And to speak about Mika in that tone, she decided, this time, I will definitely teach her a proper lesson. The sky was beginning to darken. Inside the carriage, Lorenia was lying on Damien's lap. Both were fast asleep. Anastasia was leaning against Tesla's embrace. She had also dozed off, only she was still using, the divine power in her hands, Anastasia thought calmly. Since she attacked me first, I'll return the favor now. I will do something that only the person with extremely high divine power can break. At least, with my abilities. It should be possible. The scenery outside slowly sank into silent darkness. Anastasia recalled Mika and Grand Duke Levantus seeing her off. Mika smiled and said, Little princess, you're returning to the duchy now. Right, I really want to come to your next birthday party. Invite me, won't you? Even though she thought to herself, Stop asking things like this. Anastasia still gave a short reply. After getting a satisfactory answer, he happily clasped her hand and confirmed, So the little one is really going to invite me, I'll definitely come, Mihail said. Thank you for today. Anastasia just nodded her head slightly. She broke free from the shackles of her thoughts. She decided, I must work twice as hard. I will also return the pain that still lingers in my heart. A few days later, Dolores' appearance grew more and more haggard. Her face was pale. She screamed in agony. Dolores couldn't take it anymore. She yelled, I must be cursed, the high priest here. And so, after the princess's birthday party, rumors spread that both the queen and the old nanny were cursed. Their bodies were often hotter than usual, so it was only natural they thought they were cursed. Dolores ran around frantically, screaming, Your Majesty, I feel so hot. But Latius just told them to bring a magical artifact. The old nanny immediately stopped him. You can't! How could you do such a thing? Do you feel no shame before the gods? The old nanny was having frequent nightmares. In her dreams, the gods were punishing her. She asked herself, Don't I know plenty about these things? Yes. She staggered and fell backward. As for Dolores, I don't even have the strength to stand, Latius immediately shouted. High priest, find a way, quickly. So he approached and cast a few spells on the queen. After a moment, Lasius asked about her condition, but the priest could only stammer. I don't know either. He became extremely frustrated. Even the power of your prayers can't fix this unacceptable. Contact the Duke immediately. I need summon someone from the mage tower for treatment. The other servants immediately began to whisper. Even the priest can't solve it. Is the queen really cursed? But the old nanny, who has divine power, is cursed too. Could it be she was caught doing something wicked? The high priest thought to himself, This is truly dangerous. If this continues, not only the reputation of the common people, But even our relationship with the Imperial family will be ruined. I have to resolve this before things get worse. A horse-drawn carriage arrived. The magical communication device began to transmit a message. Good, I understand. Your Majesty, according to this, the information conveyed is that the wizard's tower has alleviated the curse. Anastasia pondered in her heart. I heard there's a magic tower near the residence. The Duke has already been cooperating with them. The Imperial family initially despised magic, but now they have to humble themselves. The wizard's tower seems to have some skill, but it's a manipulative spell, a psychological spell that is more advanced than a curse. At the very least, he will have a difficult time. Until autumn, Lacius then also said, the queen is still young, I hope. There won't be any major problems. Then, news arrived. They said the curse afflicting the old lady in waiting had been lifted. Anastasia sighed in relief. Of course, it was a real relief. Who would dare to treat children so cruelly? How dare they do that so openly in front of me? A curse from a holy object or an evil one is all the same. She guessed in her heart that Mihail must have heard the news. I don't know if he will feel more relieved. I hope he does. I saw a child who was used to malicious words. I've seen that kind of... Just then, she was called by the youngest again. Why do you like Mihail? Anastasia answered shyly. I like father. Laurentia also said, I like father too, Regato said happily. Of course my daughters like me the most, right, Laurentia? Hugged him tightly. Meanwhile, she asked herself, how did father know I was thinking about Mihail? Anastasia started to get chills. A father's intuition is truly terrifying. Then, her older sister greeted Testa. Is father coming with us? This made Anastasia's maid. Remember Regato's personal affairs? Previously, Testa had asked unhappily, are there other matters in the capital do you intend to abandon? Your heavy responsibilities as a nobleman. However, her husband said that he didn't want to be far from his wife and children. Putting that argument aside, Testa answered, father said he would be lonely if he went by himself. So, we're going together. Only then did Anastasia understand. That's why father used the magical communication device. Then, Laurentia hugged Damien. Lala is so happy our whole family can be together again. He also looked at Laurentia gently. Regato, of course, was thoroughly enjoying this small happiness. Anastasia recalculated. About half a year after arriving in the capital, she looked at her ecstatic sister gently. Accompanied by Laurentia's cheers, she knew they were finally returning to the noble residence. As for that priest, he was furious. How dare you ignore the temple and use forbidden magic? This is a warning, so that we know the holy god is wrathful. What will happen? When you approach the cursed one about this curse, he spoke gloomily, asking if I should give a warning. I think it would be nice if you needed me just a little more, because I want to see you again soon. He extended his hand carefully. My savior, my Anastasia. Arriving here, she was overjoyed. In the distance, he had no idea at all. He just looked out full of hope. The faces of the servants were filled with happiness, with a few tears, upon Anastasia's return. My lady, we missed you so much. You've grown so much. So please let us watch you as you grow, step by step. She suddenly turned to the side. She saw the knights again, looking helpless and regretful. We wanted to go to the capital too. To think that we couldn't accompany you for months. For months. She saw everyone was very worried. Her sparkling eyes looked up, comforting them. It's okay. Everyone was shocked and sat down and not recognizing if this was Anastasia. Seeing her as if she had become a different person, everyone couldn't help but cry inwardly. So happy about the change and her progress. They were overjoyed. My lady, you speak so clearly now. Have you been practicing for 6 months? Is this last one worthy enough for the young lady? On the other hand, Anastasia found they still hadn't changed. They were still so noisy. Right beside her was Lorenia, who was happily waving and greeting everyone. Are you all doing well? Ken stepped forward to approach her, saying with a bit of pride, Lady Lala, you've arrived just in time. Lorenia didn't understand what was happening or why he said that. Ken knelt down on one knee, holding a gift box. He explained to her, we couldn't celebrate your birthday because you were... He handed the gift to Lorenia as a belated birthday present. The knights had prepared a birthday gift for her. After receiving the gift from Ken, she immediately hugged it tightly. Her face was filled with curiosity and excitement, eager to open it. Can I open it? Ken replied cheerfully. Of course you can. Lorenia excitedly opened the gift box. Her eyes sparkled, as she seemed to absolutely love the gift. Lorenia took it out and held it up. It was a sword. She loved it so much. She turned her head and asked, Anastasia, look, do I look like a hero now? Anastasia replied happily. Yes. Lorenia held the sword as if it were a treasure. She vowed that she would protect Anastasia. So Sasha, you don't have to worry anymore. Anastasia stared back, bewildered. Really? Lorenia suddenly burst out laughing, swinging the sword as if to drive the point home. Because I'm a hero now. Anastasia's eyes sparkled as she looked up happily. Lorenia continued, no matter what happens, I'll protect you. She then immediately held out her pinky to make a promise with Anastasia. I swear it. The two of them hooked their pinkies as if to seal the vow that she would always protect her. Anastasia's guardian knight. Hearing that Lorenia wanted to be a hero, he stroked his chin, thoughtfully. Lady Lala said she wants to be a hero. To be a hero, we're going to need a Demon King's castle. Of course, he went on to talk about the requirements for being a hero, just as they had discussed before. In that case, how about a Demon King's castle in the woods? The two knights were very confused after hearing this. But after a moment, everyone agreed to the idea. They immediately rushed off, wanting to fulfill Lorenia's wish as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. All right then, let's build it for the young lady's sake. After a while, the cheerful atmosphere seemed to slowly fade. It was replaced by a chilling mood, making everyone turn deathly pale. Everyone's faces were white and their limbs felt weak. I feel like I'm going to die. I can't move anymore. But it turned out the Demon King's castle was already finished. It was a wooden treehouse, bathed in the morning sunlight. Lorenia stepped forward to take in the sight. She couldn't help but gasp in amazement. She clenched her fists and jumped for joy. This is amazing. Now the Demon King just has to live in, Lorenia said happily. If Lala defeats the Demon King and saves Princess Sasha, then it becomes Lala's castle. Right, the three, upon hearing the words Demon King, all exclaimed in unison, We're scared of the Demon King! Anastasia was confused by this. Why are they being so serious about this? 2 days after the Demon King's castle was built. In the morning, two of the knights were discussing something with each other, looking very suspicious. Are you kidding me? You really think you can kidnap our little miss? It's not kidnapping. I just want to borrow her for a little while because of Lady Lala's wish. Shh. The little miss has sharp ears. She'll wake up if we aren't quiet. Unfortunately, at that very moment, Anastasia was already awake. It seemed she had overheard their conversation. I'm awake. Anastasia tried to piece together what she'd heard. Based on what I just heard, it seems like they're planning to put on a play. Arthur was crying while holding his head, saying reluctantly, But I have to be the Demon King. Right, I don't want Lady Lala to hate me. So he was the one who would be playing the role of the Demon King. Anastasia felt a pang of pity for him. The charade they want to play for Laurencia. This is my sister's wish. I guess I'll help them since they're so pitiful, just out of pity. The two of them had no idea. She had been awake for a while and heard their conversation. Oh my gosh, Anastasia suddenly sat up straight, rubbing her eyes. She was still a little sleepy. Who's there? When Arthur heard her, his face went pale and his lips were sealed tight. There was no color in his face at all. All right, now hold on to me and let's run. He seemed to feel guilty as he held her. He regretted what he'd done. I'm sorry. To this little lady. Anastasia was confused and didn't understand his actions. Guinevere saw Arthur use a magic teleportation gate. In the middle of this ridiculous scene, she immediately screamed, You idiot! How dare you use an emergency magic teleportation gate for something like... Right after her scream, Arthur and Anastasia had already teleported to the Demon King's castle. She asked in confusion, A magic teleportation gate? Magic! Realizing his mistake, Arthur quickly bowed in apology. I sincerely apologize to you, my lady. I won't ask for your forgiveness, but please don't cry. This is all for Lady Lala. Anastasia looked at the situation without blaming him. She just thought to herself, even though it's for my sister, wasting such an expensive item is too much. That's equivalent to half a year's salary. He carried her away. She still didn't know who this man was. Who are you, Arthur? Quickly answered, I'm one of Lady Lala's knights. Suddenly, a group of knights below surrounded them, shouting with rage-filled faces. Hey, if you have any guts, come out here right now. How dare you kidnap our lady? Anastasia turned to look outside, thinking, oh my gosh, those are my knights. They're all here, from below. The shouting continued. Don't think you can get away with Our Lady Guinevere started to lose her patience. She was so furious the men trembled slightly. But then everyone became determined to charge into battle. All right, let's move out. We'll finish this today. We will be victorious. Anastasia thought to herself that everything was a mess. She felt helpless about this fake charade. It was just supposed to be an act. Why is everyone taking it so seriously? I have to stop them. She went outside, waving her hands and shouting, hey, I'm all right. The knight saw that and immediately started crying. My lady, even in a dire moment like this, in the most critical moments, you're still thinking about us. I swear I will save you from these evil monsters. Anastasia never expected that. Her plan would backfire because they were getting way too into their roles. Why did things get even worse? Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached quickly. Laurentia had arrived. Sass, are you in there? The battle seemed to come to a halt. All eyes turned to Laurentia. Anastasia was stunned after hearing the familiar voice. Along with that sound, a sword was suddenly raised. It was like a promise to protect Anastasia for the rest of her life. Laurentia had come to fulfill her promise. The hero, Lala, is here to save Lady Sasyaha. Laurentia's eyes were dangerous and filled with determination. Just hold on a little longer. Seeing someone take the lead, all the knights were determined to follow Laurentia. We'll go with you, my lady. One of Anastasia's knights, up above, Anastasia was ecstatic. Not because she was being rescued, but because this drama was becoming perfect. Unlike before, they were cooperating perfectly to stage a meaningful play for Lala. I should have treated my knights. Suddenly, Anastasia was lifted from behind. It was Arthur, using her as a hostage to threaten Laurentia and the knights. No way, Princess Sasha is mine, he declared as the Demon King. But deep down, Arthur was already crying his eyes out. He was trying his best to play his role. Guinevere flew into a rage. She immediately declared war on Arthur. Fine, Demon King, let's see who today. Arthur's face went deathly pale. He was so terrified he could only let out a weak scream. Oh my God. Everyone immediately charged forward. Let's save Our Lady. However, it was the opposite of what they expected. All the knights were struck down. But it wasn't a snake. Lancelot ran forward, but was thrown far away. Demon King, I will protect you now. Only Lorenia was left to fight head on. As long as she gets through this stage, it means, she was already halfway to succeeding. On her way to rescue Anastasia, it turned out the person she had to duel was none other than Kai. He decided to fight to block her path, preventing her from coming to rescue Anastasia. I am the Demon King's right-hand man. I will not let you pass. At that moment, in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere, there was only confusion. Laurentia suddenly sighed, her eyes filled with sadness. You really won't let me pass, but I'm Laura. As a hero, I must save Miss Saskia. Suddenly, everything stopped. It wasn't Laurentia's challenge, but the profound sadness in her eyes. Suddenly, a force pushed Laurentia away. The knights stepped forward to fight, opening a path for Miss Laura. Now it's your turn. Everyone cheered Laurentia on. Hurry and get to Miss Sasha when she regained her confidence and determination. Her eyes were filled with resolve. She held her sword, ready to save Anastasia. Laurentia hurriedly sheathed her sword and quickly ascended the stairs. Once she arrived, she exclaimed. Sasha Arthur was at the top, still holding Anastasia and threatening, Laurentia, the Demon King has imprisoned Miss Sasha. Now, back away, quickly. Seeing this, Laurentia immediately asked, Hey, she asked in confusion. If you're really the Demon King, then you can breathe fire. Right. After hearing Laurentia's question, Arthur was suddenly flustered. What fire? Without seeing that he was speechless, Laurentia frowned, gesturing for him to give up and return Anastasia. Realizing he was in a weak position, Arthur couldn't argue any longer. He knelt with a thud, returning Anastasia, which also left Laurentia confused. She didn't expect him to give up so easily. After releasing Anastasia, Arthur hurriedly ran away, shouting, surrender, the people below looked up, feeling nothing but pity for the pathetic demon king. After Laurentia was reunited with Anastasia, she hugged her, joyfully and quickly asked with concern, "Laura rescued Sasha. Your big sister kept her promise, right?" Anastasia just answered softly. Although this was just a play. Seeing Laurentia so happy filled Anastasia with gratitude as well. But if her sister was happy, then this was a king's castle. Someone could be heard asking about the mission to rescue Anastasia. Laura defeated them just like that. Really, Laurentia enthusiastically recounted her achievements. Yes, although there were a few who didn't want to admit defeat when I asked them politely. They surrendered. They were all good people. Damien gently stroked Laurentia's head, praising her endlessly. Laurentia, you really are a brave hero. You rescued your sister. She was determined. So, starting tomorrow, I'm going to start training like a knight. Damien asked back. Starting tomorrow, Anastasia, sitting to the side, thought to herself, night training? Is this related to that conversation after the hero play was over? Her sister went to see Father Regato, strangely enough. You want me to train you? Laurentia expressed her desire to her father. I want to become a knight. Faced with Laurentia's request, her father said gently, becoming a knight is very difficult. Why do you want to train? Because it's cool. She immediately dismissed her father's words. As the older sister, I'm going to learn just like an older brother, but swinging a sword around is much more fun than reading a book. I want to become a knight. Faced with Laurentia's determination, Regato could only compromise. I understand, but if you train, your hands and feet will get hurt. You know that, right? Laurentia was ready to bear it all. It's okay. I'll train with my sister to make my arms strong, just like Dad's arms. Her father had no other choice but to agree. All right.
My dear, I'll talk it over with your mother. Then I'll let you know. Okay.
Anastasia saw how thrilled Laurentia was and thought, it seems her parents have given her permission. When I think about the life of a knight, I don't really want my sister to become one, but she has to do it. What she wants. After getting her father's approval, Laurentia happily promised to protect Anastasia from now on. Laura will protect Sasha. She was immediately reminded of her older brother. As it happened, her brother was busy studying to become the heir. Laurentia's father carefully instructed Damien, pay close attention to what I do. Meanwhile, Laurentia began her training. When her brother started training the knights, their father was always by his side, guiding him. Don't just swing your sword around like that. It turns out all of this was just in Anastasia's head. She suddenly felt very idle. Am I the only one in this house with nothing to do? It looks like I'm going to be bored for a while. A few days later, two maids were talking about the recent weather. The rain has finally stopped. I'm so happy. Me too. It rained for several days. I was really worried about what we were going to do then. Suddenly, Anastasia became melancholic again, because while everyone else was busy, she had nothing to do. A few thoughts started to cross her mind. Just when I thought I was going to relax, everyone got busy again. See, you shouldn't declare things too early. It's too soon. Just then, a maid was bringing a dress for the young lady. This is the dress you'll be wearing today. The maid happily held up the dress. You have to look beautiful. Compared to the maid's enthusiasm, Anastasia wasn't very excited. You're the star of the show today. Anastasia couldn't believe her birthday had come so quickly. The date is July 3rd, a special day in this world. So, I can hardly believe my birthday is already here. The maids were still busy dressing the young lady. Let's adjust your sleeves a little. If we add a ribbon here at the neck. Suddenly there was a knock from outside. There's someone at the door. Immediately went to open the door. It seemed to be someone very familiar. Please come in. It looks like the invitation reached that gentleman. Right off, full blonde hair slowly came into view. Mikai entered and happily greeted Anastasia. Long time no see, my dear. Anastasia looked at her. Beautiful little party. She was very satisfied and loved this party. Although it's much smaller than my first month celebration party, maybe it's because I truly feel like a part of this family. A voice from out of nowhere made her pause. I really don't understand how they can say something like that on her birthday. Why does the little lady of our family never grow up? Even though it was just a small party, the number of guests invited wasn't small. More guests came this year than last year. When Mikai saw his little sister being talked about like that, he immediately defended her. My dear, being petite and sweet is so adorable. Even Grand Duke Leventis, who was sitting beside him, also agreed with that statement. I agree. This grandfather and grandson always call me little one every time they see me. It's so annoying, so very uncomfortable. Makai, seeing he was invited, politely expressed his thanks. Thank you for inviting me to the birthday party. He hurriedly handed a gift to Anastasia as a congratulatory present. This is a gift for you, Cheat. He also had some thoughts about this gift. Last time he gave her a ruby that was a similar color to her eyes, the same color as my eyes. Mikai's gift was special this time too. This time it's an amethyst, Mikai asked excitedly. So, do you like it? My dear Grand Duke Leventis asked curiously. Does the young lady like jewels? Anastasia thought for a moment. Not at all. She thought he seemed to like jewels too. He's willing to spend a lot of money on them. I might have to buy a few more mining areas. Without making Anastasia wait long, he handed his gift to her. It was a precious and adorable golden tiger. That's right, this is my gift. I heard you like tigers, so I prepared this. You like golden tigers. After seeing the gift, Anastasia thought, I thought only Mikai was weird. I didn't expect the grandfather and grandson to be so similar, even though she thought that to herself, out of politeness and etiquette. She still thanked the grandfather for the gift. Thank you. Grandfather, Mikai asked, teasingly. What about mine? My dear. He still wanted her to answer. Aren't you grateful for my gift? My love. Anastasia tried hard to pretend she didn't hear. Pretending not to see was for the best. Anastasia stared blankly out the window. Damien, holding a small gift, also came to wish her a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Anastasia, he said softly. Although this gift isn't much, since you might get bored when you're alone, I prepared this for you. Damien seemed to be a very thoughtful person. He understood her sadness, so he gave her this practical gift, colored pencils and drawing paper. After seeing the gift, Anastasia was so moved that her eyes welled up with tears. I'm used to being alone, but I never expected my brother to care so much about me. Damien was worried Anastasia would feel awkward about the gift, so he said, if drawing is too difficult, just call for me. He'd never seen her this happy. She immediately looked up and agreed. You, brother Damien. From that day on, whenever she was alone, she would start drawing with those colored pencils. It was as if she had found joy in life. Anastasia surprised the maids. Oh my, is our young lady drawing a puppy? She thought. No, I'm drawing lines. Just a few strokes. A maid came over and praised her endlessly. It looks just like a tiger. Do you like tigers? Young lady. Anastasia thought it was just a circle and some straight lines. The narrator explains why she was only drawing this. The reason she was drawing these lines, and not a full picture, was because for the past 2,000 years, despite trying her hardest, she never had a chance to improve. She considered these scribbles as her new beginning. These strokes were a way for her to develop herself. Anastasia never gave up in the face of adversity. I can't fail. Michael came up from behind and asked, Little one, are you drawing? Anastasia was confused by his arrival. I heard he was training with my brother, but why do I keep running into him lately? But why do I keep running into him lately? Michael moved closer, wanting to see her drawing. Can you show me the picture you're making, little one? She agreed without hesitation. He saw that Anastasia was drawing and wanted her to try drawing him. Little one, would you try drawing me? Anastasia was shocked by the suggestion. What kind of silly question was that? She still had no confidence in her drawing skills. How could she possibly ruin that handsome face? Anastasia immediately refused. No, I won't draw it. Michael kept encouraging her. I think you can do it. He didn't give up. Pointing at the paper, he said, The puppy you drew is beautiful. Anastasia immediately denied it. It's not a puppy. Michael stubbornly continued to guess. Then it must be a tiger, right. She could only deny it with resignation. Regardless, Michael persisted. Is it because I can't guess what? You're drawing, little one, that you won't draw me. Just wait. I'm sure I'll guess it in a moment. The maids outside were no exception. It's not a puppy, and it's not a tiger. Is it a cat? The maids were also worried that Anastasia would get upset. What if the young lady gets sad because everyone keeps guessing wrong? What should we do? Michael's stubborn guessing started to annoy her. A butterfly, huh? No. The next day, while she was drawing, someone suddenly called out to Anastasia. It was Damien again. She was very surprised. Brother, aren't you supposed to be in class? It was still that same thoughtful brother. He asked with concern. Are you sad because no one could guess what you were drawing? Sad because no one could guess your drawing, Anastasia said in surprise. Of course not. Damien gave a resigned smile. Michael asked me to apologize to you, so I wanted to make some time for you. Let's draw together. But Laurentia was sound asleep. It seems Laurentia's training has been quite tough since she began working hard to become a knight. She also used up a lot of energy. She slept more than usual since she wasn't used to it, so she must have been very tired. Damien thought she would be a little sad not having an older sister. She could only draw with her older brother, so it was a shame, but she still happily said no, and said with a bittersweet smile, well then, just play with your big brother. He began to teach Anastasia the basics. Come on, this is how you hold the pencil correctly. He always respected Anastasia's preferences and opinions, guiding her to draw whatever she wanted. What do you want to draw? Anastasia clouds. Just pick any color you like. The youngest in the house is drawing so well, Damien encouraged Anastasia. This time, try drawing your big brother. Okay, draw your big brother. The look in Damien's eyes said it all. He really wanted it. Although Anastasia felt helpless, she had no other choice. With an expression like that, how could I possibly refuse him? Anastasia was just a little shy, but she managed to draw a perfect masterpiece. Oh well, whatever. After seeing the result, Damien joyfully and lifted it up, completely mesmerized. You really drew me, thank you, Anastasia. At that moment, the maids who saw it gathered around, hoping to get their portraits drawn too. Miss, draw me too. Draw me slowly. More and more people started to arrive. Miss, I came as soon as I heard the news. I want you to draw me too from a distance. Someone even shouted, Big sis, draw the Demon King brother. Draw me. Anastasia broke out in a cold sweat. Her head was spinning. It felt like her head was about to split open. How did this happen? This is bad if it keeps up. Anastasia felt uneasy in her heart. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. You little one. The moment she saw Mikhail, she instantly felt helpless. As usual, leaned close to her ear and asked, Why am I the only one you won't draw? Anastasia wasn't surprised by this at all. She knew this would happen, so that Anastasia wouldn't feel awkward. Mikhail gave her a drawing and said, I drew you, little one. Draw me too, right? She was shocked by Mikhail's drawing skills. The portrait was so lifelike. Look at how beautifully he drew me. Mikhail watched her with a worried expression. He was worried she wouldn't like it. You don't like it. If you want, I can draw it again. If you want something else, I'll give it to you as a gift. He pleaded, hoping just once to be drawn by her. So, will you please draw me just once? Anastasia's face darkened as she thought, is he insane? Showing me this, and then asking me to draw him. But she still agreed. All right, Mikhail continued to encourage her. You draw very well, little one, don't you? Hearing his words, Anastasia could only exclaim, Oh my gosh. After she finished drawing, she thought that even if Mikhail didn't like this drawing, it's his fault, not mine. Anastasia handed it to him, saying, This is for you. Mikhail accepted it with delight. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is me. This is how you see me. Unconsciously, he felt uneasy. Why am I this worried? Mikhail was so grateful for the gift. This is the first gift you've given me, little one. Thank you. I'll treasure it. Anna was a little surprised. She suddenly turned away, thinking, compared to everything I've received from Mikhail, he considers this the first gift? I really don't want to admit it. She was starting to have some positive feelings for Mikhail. But why is my heart pounding over? It seemed Anastasia's mood had improved. While hanging the laundry, the maids were chatting. Is it just me? Or has the young master been unusually nice lately? That's right, it's like we have a second young master Damien. This has made Laurentia happy all day too. Did you know? Today, Mikhail smiled at his brother and even said hello. And guess what? He even sparred with his brother Mikhail. After receiving that drawing, he immediately started showing it off to everyone. The little miss drew this for me. It's so beautiful. She's so lovely, Anastasia. to think that just a small drawing made Mikhail so happy. Was he really that overjoyed? She was confused. She couldn't understand why such a simple picture could make him so incredibly happy. Anastasia was very happy too, and she didn't mind seeing other people happy because of her. But perhaps the news that Anastasia could paint had already spread. Young lady, I heard you've been learning to paint recently. That's right. If you could paint one for me too, I would be very happy. After hearing that, she could only break into a cold sweat in resignation. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have given him the painting. Besides that, Anastasia was also preparing for a mountain climbing trip. He even still told us to prepare for the mountain climbing trip. I've also prepared some fine painting tools. You really want to see the painting I drew in this beautiful natural scenery? I have to change the subject. She was afraid she'd have to keep painting. She was determined to change the subject. Her watery eyes looked up, wanting to refuse. She mumbled a few hard-to-understand words. Unexpectedly, something her brother often did could save her. In this situation, Anastasia imitated her brother's behavior in situations like this. The middle-aged nobleman, Grandu Leventis, felt confused by that behavior. He misunderstood her intention. Young lady, do you want me to play with you? But Anastasia didn't expect this trick to work. Did it work? I've never seen him smile like this. He looked at her like that, asking softly, "Is there a game? Play me," since he was willing. She immediately agreed. However, Grandu Leventis said something that stunned Anastasia. Young lady, you want to climb on me, don't you? All right, I really like this game too. Suddenly a thought crossed her mind she didn't expect it. Wait. He immediately lifted her up high. Be careful, it's so high. As she sat on his shoulders and looked at the view of everything around her, she saw the beauty of nature and felt very happy. Anastasia never imagined that looking down from such a height would be as beautiful as a dream. So this was the view that Grenduk saw. It's so high, I can see the entire duchy. It's so beautiful. Grenduk Leventis wanted to achieve one thing with her, by the way. If I am your grandfather, then you will be my granddaughter. Right, go on, call me that grandfather. Anastasia's eyes widened. Did he mean for her to use that title from now on? He was so happy to have another grandchild. All right, my granddaughter, since I gained a precious grandchild like this, I must give you something in return as a gift. I will give you one of my ruby gems. This should be enough. In keeping with our family's honor. What Anastasia didn't expect things to turn out like this. She hurriedly waved, her hands in refusal. No. Grandfather, you being my grandfather is enough. Grand Duke Leventis already doted on her very much. He just hoped she could paint for him. Don't worry, I already intended to give it to you. Even if you just paint a portrait for me. Anastasia cried internally. I still hope he can forget about the painting. Anastasia felt happy after finishing the painting for her grandfather and gaining her freedom. Grand Duke Leventis doted on her so much that he framed the painting. I'm finally free after painting the portrait as he requested. The two paintings that Anastasia drew were his and Mikhail's. Both were framed and hung on the wall. The two of them held hands, gazing at the paintings in awe. From that moment on, calm days continued at the ducal residence. The Duke shouted while pulling Anastasia into his embrace. Should we just rest at home during this time? This year wasn't like the social seasons of previous years. The three of them, Damien, Laurentia, and Anastasia, and traveled together from one season to the next. They felt at peace. Our family traveled to many places. They built a snowman together, experienced wonderful things together, and everyone grew a few centimeters taller. Mikhail teased Anastasia until she got angry. The baby is still so small. You're the one who's growing the fastest. When Anastasia turned 1 year older, it was also a time of many changes. Happened. I'm almost 5 years old now. Amidst this tranquility, news that the Holy Temple had found a sacred relic made everyone ecstatic. Therefore, the whole family decided to visit the capital this season. Rogato reported the news to our family. Anastasia was sitting on Sella's lap. The Holy Temple had specially invited us because they'd found a sacred relic. A sacred relic. After hearing the news, my face grew grim. What kind of trick are they planning now, I thought, feeling uneasy. If I let my guard down for even a moment, a mysterious figure suddenly appears. Their entire body was cloaked in white. They were someone Anastasia might have met before. Hey, a shadowy figure, a familiar shadow appeared in my dream. I was startled by their presence. How did they get in? We will meet again soon. This didn't seem unfamiliar to me. He was spouting nonsensical words again. Until that time, The mysterious figure left behind mysterious and confusing words. Be careful. Before vanishing, it was as if they wanted to add something else. Please save me. Regato carefully draped a shawl over Anastasia and asked, Aren't you cold, Anastasia? I'm not cold. He lovingly held Anastasia's chubby cheeks. Regato took her hand and said, All right, let's go inside. Anastasia remembered back at the Demon King's castle. When Katria used a teleportation portal, it immediately proved that I wasn't affected by the dizziness from going through the portal. As I walked, I thought with a hint of gloom. So, this time I came with Father to this mansion. I've used teleportation magic many times. Building a teleportation portal is no problem for me at all. Based on my observations, most other children suffer from severe teleportation portal sickness. My older siblings, Laurencia and Damien, are prime examples because they get dizzy when using the teleportation portal. They chose to travel with Sella by carriage. I remembered Laurencia waving cheerfully at me and saying, See you in 3 weeks. Regato looked down at little me, sighed softly, and asked, Our little princess, will you be bored all by yourself? I replied sweetly that since I had Father, it would be fine. He couldn't believe little Anastasia could answer so sweetly. Then he asked, Really? Are you sure you'll be okay spending the next few weeks with just me? Then I looked back at him with adorable, innocent eyes. I said, Yes, as long as Father is willing to read me books. He looked at Anastasia with a gaze full of affection, charmed by my sweet words. Regato fondly patted my head and said gently, All right, my beloved daughter, Father will play with you until you're bored. He's going to pay for this later, I thought. But Father couldn't keep that promise. I hadn't expected Father to be so busy. Still, my days weren't too boring. As Anastasia was walking down the corridor, she heard someone call out. The little girl in his heart was constantly thinking of one person after another. Even though she's still so small, she doesn't get teleportation portal sickness. It turned out to be Mihail. Mihail smiled brightly and said, Do you want to go out for a walk? I thought. Of course, since he often goes back and forth between the Grand Duke's territory and ours. He casually gestured outside and said, It's really cold outside. Mihail was making an excuse. He said that you can't just stay cooped up inside because it's cold. Those were Damien's words. I fell silent at that. He's using Damien to make his point. I thought, but that excuse made it impossible for me to refuse. I figured I couldn't say no anymore. Elsewhere, Damien felt like someone had just mentioned his name while Laurencia was fast asleep on his shoulder. A short while later, Anastasia, dressed in warm, puffy clothes, came out sweetly to play with Mihail. He held her hand as they walked in the snow and asked, Little one, do you want to see the greenhouse? Anastasia was stunned and asked, You know I like greenhouses. Did I ever say that? She remembered reading a book and only focusing on the pictures inside. She once focused on it because the people in the pictures looked so happy in the greenhouse. At that time, Mihail was there and saw her expression of slight envy. Anastasia thought to herself that he had noticed. Her cheeks turned red. She wondered, since when did he become so attentive? She replied, I want to go there. He smiled, satisfied, and said, That's good. I was worried I had misunderstood your gaze, the two of them, happily as they walked. It's just ahead. So let's walk a little longer. As they were about to arrive, they saw a large crowd gathered. Up ahead, Mihail said. Why are there so many people on the street today? The two small figures looked at the crowd of people lining up. Anastasia thought it was the temple over there. She saw the bustling crowd, guessing they were all nobles. Anastasia narrowed her eyes. Is the high priest going to make an appearance? She looked at the temple ahead and thought to herself again. They said they found a sacred relic. If we stay here, we might get into trouble. Anastasia suddenly pulled Mihail's hand, urging him, Let's go, quickly! However, he didn't understand what was happening yet. Out of nowhere, a voice was heard again. My grandchild. Laxius looked very excited when he saw Anastasia. You came to celebrate this holiday. With me. She was stunned when she saw them, the high priest. The king and queen are here. Laxius frowned and called to Anastasia with a force. Come here now. He uttered some very hurtful words. Let go of that cursed child. Seeing my grandchild's hand tainted like that saddens my heart greatly. Anastasia looked at him with disgust and thought to herself, I've been hearing this kind of nonsense a lot. Don't mind him. But Mihail suddenly let go of her hand. Anastasia wondered in confusion why he let go of my hand. He still gently and said to her, "Go on, little one." Anastasia refused. "I want to stay here with you." Mihail felt bad and tried to comfort her. "It's okay. The king just wants to see you because you're his family." She hated how he pretended to be calm and cursed inwardly. "Stop pretending to be used to this behavior. Their behavior." Laxius once again put on his elderly act and advised, "Anastasia, grandchild, it's rude to make your elders wait. When an adult calls for you, shouldn't you come immediately?" She looked at him and Dolores and thought to herself, "If I ignore him, he might blame Mihail and hurt him again. All right, I'll handle this myself." Anastasia slowly walked forward. She walked to the front of the stairs and looked at them. At that moment, Laxius again put on his elderly act and advised, niece, I am the king of this country, so show some respect," Anastasia asked innocently. "To her uncle." Inwardly she thought, "He's the one who called me niece." Right on cue, Dolores, who was behind him, spoke as if she'd gone mad. "Did no one teach you how to greet people properly? You are a duke's daughter, aren't you?" She asked again with pure innocence. I just need to greet you, right," Dolores said again, furious. Anastasia clasped her hands together, bowed a full 90 degrees, and uttered just 2 words, "Sirs." "Good afternoon?" The crowd began to whisper amongst themselves. The ladies also fluttered their fans and joined in the whispering. She had succeeded in making Lucius angry. He snapped at her. "How do you even teach this child seeing Lucius flush with anger?" she thought with satisfaction. "I did a great job." The high priest, who had been standing to the side just listening, finally spoke up. Little lady, you are still too young to fully understand." This other preachy figure wanted to discipline her. He put on a fake smile. He said, "Great people should mingle with other great people. That is how you make a good impression. Gaining a good impression from those of high status. You should be spending your time playing with Princess Charlotte, not with just any random person." Anastasia felt annoyed, wondering if that was something a high priest should be saying. Lucius tries to take the moral high ground, advising her, "I'm sure my niece can make plenty of new friends. Why don't you try studying with the other noble children instead?" Anastasia thinks, "Bored. I can't stand listening to this anymore." Anastasia immediately cuts in and refutes him. "Mom always said." Inwardly, she feels incredibly bored, thinking with disgust. 3 adults are trying to lecture a little kid with grand advice. Outwardly, she answers loudly. "You said having new friends is a good thing," but she asks, confused. However, she thinks firmly, "I have to tell him directly." Anastasia loudly announces Mihail is my friend. She speaks frankly about him. Mihail is a good person. This praise makes Mihail's cheeks turn red. Anastasia emphasizes again. Anastasia emphasizes, "He's not a bad kid." Anastasia bows goodbye, everyone. Then she trots over to Mihail. Her reaction leaves Lucius and Dolores flabbergasted. Before they can even react, Anastasia is gone. He shouts angrily, This girl! That insolent girl, how dare she?" She turns back and sticks her tongue out at them. Mihail can't bear to see Anastasia offend them. He says, "What's gotten into you, little girl? You could have just said I wasn't your friend too." Meanwhile, she curses inwardly. "What do you mean too? You followed me around all day, and now you say that?" Anastasia quickly grabs Mihail's hand, pulling him to her eye level, and then says, casually because Mihail wanted to hold hands. Mihail stammers back even so. Before he can finish his sentence, she cuts him off, comforting Mihail. "It's not your fault, right? Don't make a face like that. You know my dad and mom. You don't need to feel bad about this," Anastasia says with a cute childish pout. "It's okay, Kay. Besides, I'm going to the greenhouse with Mihail." She calls out to Mihail, "Let's go quickly." Inwardly, she reassures herself. "I'll make everything calm down." Once she gets home, Anastasia immediately tells Rogato. So I went there and said hello. He hugs her lovingly and asks, "Really, Rogato, seeing his daughter in his arms?" Asks worriedly my youngest daughter. "Weren't you scared?" Anastasia replies. I wasn't scared, but her gaze drops sadly. She says, "Mihail let go of my hand. I didn't like that. Is Mihail being naughty?" He lifts her up and says gently, "How could that be? Mihail isn't naughty at all." Rogato rubs his cheek, rubs his against Anastasia's forehead, saying, "Later on, Daddy's youngest can just have fun with her friends." In her bedroom, she keeps thinking about what happened today. I told Dad so he could do something. This is perfect, but I'm the one behind all of this. Take responsibility. Anastasia's eyes suddenly widen at the thought. So this time I should definitely take action too. Then what about that spy master? What? Hey? She guesses in her mind. He must be planning something weird, like revenge or something. Anastasia calls for Kyoke. She calls out Kyoki's name. As soon as he appears, he immediately whines. "Your Majesty the Demon King, I missed you so much. Why did your Majesty only call for me now? Do you know how much Kyoki missed you? I think about your Majesty the Demon King every single day, but your Majesty the Demon King instead." She cuts him off and commands, "Please show me an image of the High Priest and the royal couple." "Your Majesty may proceed," Kyoki replies. "Yes, my lord." Through the reflected image, Anastasia sees the priest manipulating Lachesis, making him furious. Is what the priest said true? Shouts loudly, "That duke insulting us must be true." Lachesis claps his hands angrily, then grinds his teeth and says, "A little brat, how could she see my authority and not be the least bit intimidated?" Dolores hurries forward to calm him down. "Calm yourself, your Majesty." "Your Majesty, what does a child know?" The priest doesn't forget to add fuel to the fire. He says it was all instigated by Tesla, usually. Them! The moment he opens his mouth, he doesn't let Dolores finish her sentence. He's already completely convinced, then grits his teeth and says the word, "Indeed, the Empress was right, even though he always told me he didn't care about the throne." Lachesis remembered his shameful past when he was still just a prince, even though he had plenty of chances to kill me. An image of Tesla holding a long sword, standing tall before him, appeared. Lachesis trembled and said, "Lachesis." But every time he saw me, he would... He remembered Tesla's cold face. Tesla had hatefully said multiple times that he would spare, my life. So just let me go. Anastasia, watching this, felt exasperated by Lachesis' logic. She thought, someone else spares your life. Shouldn't you be grateful? The priest began to console him. "Your Majesty, this kind of anger is not good for your dragon body," His Majesty said politely. "I have shown an unbecoming side of myself to the High Priest." He placed his hand on his chest, showing deference, then said, "No, not at all. How could one not be angry over something like this, even though His Majesty has tried his best to persuade her, but she still continues to associate with that scoundrel." The man feigned a sigh and then said in a hushed tone, "Today I realized that the young lady is truly persistent. I worry she will be influenced." As she continues to be near that cursed one, hearing this, Lachesis smiled slyly. "In that case, what should be done? Tesla would surely be so sad." The priest took out a small bottle and said, "Fortunately, the holy relic that was found this time has the power to punish those who defy the gods and to cleanse the tainted." Instantly, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. "I suggest to you, what if we use this holy relic to protect the young lady first by letting everyone see for themselves the young lady being purified? It will make everyone realize the danger of that curse." Lachesis stared seriously at the so-called holy relic. He stroked his chin and said, "But Tesla might not listen to me." The priest suggested, "If that's the case?" The vision ended in the room. Anastasia stroked Kyoki's head and thought to herself, "So this is what you want to do? Huh?" She didn't forget to praise him. "Thank you, Kyoki." Also showed a smile of anticipation, thinking this might be very interesting. Kyoki, beside her, felt very happy. The mood of the noble demon king seemed very good. She herself looked forward to their plan, thinking, "It's been a long time since I've found something this interesting." Anastasia judged their plan to be very naive. Regato received a letter from the emperor. The letter stated, "It is expected to be held at the Grand Temple one day, after the purification ritual is performed, to be baptized in the Hall of Ministers. I want to show goodwill to my niece. Anastasia, you can believe that the day will be very interesting, even unexpected." She guessed they would perform the purification ritual for her before her mother arrived in the capital. In Anastasia's mind, of course, her father was so angry his face turned blue, and he said, "Absolutely not possible." She was sure her father was not the kind of person who would let this go so easily, Anastasia asked. "Daddy Rogato, what's wrong?" His attitude changed a full 180 degrees, and he said, with a smile, It's nothing. My child. My little girl. His hand was still gripping the letter tightly, veins bulging. Seeing that expression, she guessed she already knew without even looking. Those words invite danger. Anastasia was describing his angry expression of father's face is truly face. So tense like this? Regato explained awkwardly. Did Daddy scare this little girl? Daddy isn't angry at Anastasia? She replied, No, I'm not. I'm scared of you at all. Father? He sighed, feeling very lucky. His daughter hadn't misunderstood him. Then he asked, Anastasia, how about... We have a health checkup tomorrow. Anastasia had already guessed his plan. Father must want to use sickness as an excuse to refuse the offer. However, she shook head, refusing, I don't want to go. Inwardly, she thought, I'm sorry, Father. She thought about that holy place. I really can't wait to go to that place. Inside the castle, the priest was manipulating the crowd, saying, This is a holy relic bestowed by God. This relic can purify evil energy. As he continued to boast about the relic's power and its ability to purify the cursed people below, Regato and his daughter, Otto and his, didn't seem to care, and just anxiously told her, My daughter, if you get scared, just scream for Daddy, then run over to me. Understand, Anastasia? Agreed, but she thought to herself, although I doubt I'll be scared. She looked around, secretly assessing the situation. The number of people this time is huge. Nothing like last time. All right. Now this is interesting. In the middle of the crowd, Anastasia saw Mikai. She thought Mikai had also died. Seeing his indifferent expression, she thought he was making that face again. Anastasia stared at Mikai, silently wishing, if only, he could just keep making that annoying face. As usual, everything would surely be fine. The priest began to speak, cutting off Anastasia's thoughts. You will receive energy. This purification energy will enter the body of Princess Anastasia. Your Highness. Princess, please come here. Following, here. His directions, he said. Come here and hold out your hand. Anastasia extended her hand toward the holy relic. She thought to herself, You want to purify me to prove that she was cursed. She wanted to get closer to see how he planned to frame it. Let's see what he can do. Anastasia saw the relic emitting a strange purple aura. She seemed to already know what it was. Anastasia thought, Wait a minute. This power is dark magic. The priest smiled slyly like a demon. Suddenly, a strange power enveloped her. Down below, Regato ran toward her in a panic. Mikai also rushed up anxiously, both of the same time. Anastasia! Anastasia fell into a different forest. She rubbed her head, thinking to herself, If I can't use magic soon, this is going to be a problem. Anastasia realized she was no longer at the palace, but in a strange place. She quietly wondered, But where am I? She looked at the trees all around her and asked in surprise, Where is this? Anastasia walked, muttering to herself, Where am I now? She looked around as darkness enveloped her. She thought, Who would send a child to this dark and remote forest? Anastasia wondered what the difference was between this and just leaving her to die. She was being followed by... Anastasia held her forehead in resignation. To think they'd actually use dark magic on a child. Do they have a grudge against me? But she immediately dismissed the thought. No, it's possible the real target wasn't me, but the Andong ducal family, Anastasia sighed softly, saying, with worry. In any case, I have to get back soon. Before my worrywart father starts crying again, she snapped her fingers and then stared at her hand in confusion. Huh. Oh, right. The use of dark magic blocks it. Magical power is temporarily sealed, whether it's holy power or internal energy. It's all the same. It's difficult to immediately use the teleportation magic I need. Anastasia called for Choco. Choco appeared and answered, Demon King, you called for me. Anastasia tasked Jock with finding out where she was. Jock gave a clear reply. She thought, as Jock went off to gather information. Anastasia summoned her magic staff. She coolly released her magical power, seeing the wild beasts in the forest. Anastasia thought, I should probably be a bit more friendly and greet the inhabitants of this forest. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Regato seemed like a completely different person. After Anastasia suddenly vanished, he grabbed the priest by the collar and demanded, My daughter, what did you do to her? The priest trembled. unable to speak. He looked to Prince Lassius for help. However, the prince turned away, feigning ignorance. He repeatedly pleaded for Prince Lassius's help, but got none. Then the priest turned and accused Rogato. You see, I warned you time and time again that your daughter was getting close to people with bad luck. That is why God has delivered this punishment. He repeated the word, punishment. Aside, Rogato drew the sword from his hip, thrusting it near the priest's face, making him scream in panic. His expression turned grim, a stark contrast to when he was with Anastasia. He said, "If you think I'm going to believe that nonsense, you are sorely mistaken." Rogato threatened, with a furious glare. "If you want to breathe for one more second with that filthy mouth of yours, shut it and tell me, where did you take my daughter?" He was pale as the ghost and he was sweating profusely. Then he answered, trembling. "The forest of beasts in the north." Suddenly, the priest exclaimed, "Prince Lassius!" Prince Lassius was terrified, his face deathly pale, and he stammered. "Rogato," veins popping from his rage, said in a low voice, "Allow me to dispatch the knights around the capital's territory?" Rogato asked, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "You will of course permit me, won't you?" The crystal ball in his hand emitted a sound. "Sweetie, what is it? Go back to the forest." The tiger named Hongxi was being scolded by a childish voice. "Shouldn't you know who your opponent is before you attack?" Anastasia leaned against him with her arms crossed, saying calmly, "If it were someone else, what would you have done?" She had defeated a group of beasts all by herself, and now she sat down to lecture them. A bunch of creatures like, you daring to pounce on and attack a weak little child, is that appropriate? The mighty beasts were also complete cowards. Suddenly, Anastasia opened one of her eyes, stroked Hongxi's head, and said, "Hey, tiger, say something." Anastasia reminded him again, "Just let the other little creatures greet you kindly." Nearby, a pack of demonic beasts was approaching them. She sighed. "Father and mother must be so worried." Hongxi seemed to sense the danger and let out a low growl. Anastasia looked at him and asked, "Want to help me? What can a little thing like you do to help?" Hongxi just looked at her innocently. But Anastasia quickly refocused and said, "Still, two is better than one. Let's fight together." Back at the palace, the nobles were arguing. "What is this nonsense? Cursed, isn't the priest's act far too insolent?" Seeing Rogato's fury, Lassius broke into a cold sweat, terrified, and pressed on. "Haven't you gone to find the Duke yet?" He a friendly smile again and said, "I must defend my position honestly. According to that priest, my daughter is receiving a punishment from God." Lassius spoke without thinking. "So you plan to abandon the princess?" Before he could finish speaking, a sword from Rogato was already embedded in the ground, scaring him half to death. Rogato said firmly, "So, shouldn't I be the one to prove to those wicked bastards, to those who use such vile means, that my daughter is innocent?" Rogato glanced at Mikhail behind him, thinking, those people who are involved are holding back from the temple's actions and saying nothing. He saw Mikhail's self-reproaching expression and then thought, but that child has only just started making friends her own age. Rogato looked again at the holy relic on the ground, thinking, you dare use my daughter to pick a fight with me. I can't let this go on any longer. He reminded Lassius without mercy, you must prepare to face His Majesty the King. His Highness turned pale, sitting without a word. Even the priest's name was mentioned. And you as well, Your Holiness, Rogato threatened. When I prove this, the two of you will bear the consequences. The sharp edge of the sword reflected his pale face. Mikhail had been standing there silently the entire time. Then he turned and ran, amidst the calls of Lancelot. Young Master Mikhail quickly mounted a horse and rode into the monster forest. In his heart, he kept blaming himself. He thought, they wouldn't bully the little one, since the curse was only about him. Why are they treating the little one like this? He gripped the reins tightly, thinking if only they hated him alone. But she's so young and doesn't know anything. The image of his fallen parents pained him, and he silently swore an oath. He didn't want to lose anyone ever again. Meanwhile, in that same forest, Anastasia was exhausted from fighting the monsters. She looked at the horde and thought there were too many of them. Feeling her stamina reach its limit, Hongxi was quickly knocked down by a monster. She cried out in worry. Who's he? A demonic bear suddenly lunged at Anastasia. She didn't have time to react, thinking, this time, I can't dodge it. She raised her arm to block, thinking optimistically, getting hit once won't kill me. Suddenly, a shout was heard. An arrow flew and struck the monster. She opened her eyes, looking for the source of the voice. It was Mikhail. He was riding a horse, charging toward Anastasia. He asked worriedly, Little one, are you okay? Anastasia was quite surprised that he had appeared again. Here. When Anastasia disappeared, Mikhail was truly terrified. Grand Duke Leventus had once told Mikhail, You can no longer meet your father and mother. Mikhail felt as if he could almost reach their hands. He remembered his time with Anastasia. Anastasia had told him that she didn't want to lose anyone ever again. Mikhail clenched his lips tightly as he saw the monster about to attack him. Anastasia turned to look at him, called out to Mikhail. Mikhail threw down his bow. Then he ran and hugged her as tightly as he could. He held her close, whispering and expressing, though, his fear. I was afraid I would lose you again. I was so scared I would never see you again. Hearing these words of sincere concern from Mikhail, Anastasia was once again a little surprised. She buried her blushing face in his embrace. Anastasia hugged him back. Her heart couldn't help but feel warm. Unlike her previous life, it turned out she didn't have to fight alone. Elsewhere, the monster was thrown back. Two knights said to each other, This is the last monster around here. The other knight replied, Good work. They found Mikhail and Anastasia. A knight ordered, Go and deliver the message to the madam that the ducal lady has been found. Underberg, go now. The madam must be very worried. Another person replied in understanding. Meanwhile, he was hugging Anastasia tightly and refused to let her go. She thought it felt like she had become Mikhail's personal plushie. The knights from this Grand Duke's family are here, so it'll be very safe, but I'm still a little scared. The last time, as soon as I let go of your hand, Mikhail whispered to her. I'm sorry. Anastasia saw him blaming himself and thought, is he thinking again, that this situation happened because of him? She asked Mikhail, Mikhail, why are you apologizing? He replied, because I wasn't, Anastasia, cut him off. I was just talking to that long-haired uncle and your uncle, not to you, Mikhail. She comforted Mikhail again. I'm also not afraid of you, Mikhail. Mikhail isn't scary at all. Anastasia saw the surprised look on Mikhail's face because she wasn't blaming him. He then, thought. So don't blame yourself anymore. She lowered her head again, pursing her lips. Then Mikhail lifted his head again and said, You say, little one, you really are something else. His face turned red, then he chuckled and said, You knew all along, but you pretended not to. Huh. Anastasia, stood there silently, not knowing what to ask. Then she sighed. Mikhail held her hand and said, It's nothing, we're still in the monster forest. The monster was thrown back violently, making the knights feel scared too. The knight stammered and asked the captain, Who on earth is that person? Terrifying. The captain replied in shock. Ha! Have you ever seen a newcomer this fierce? The captain looked at the soldier and then explained, That person is a great warrior known as the Light of War. The soldier took off his helmet. The captain said she is Lady Testa N. Blanca. Testa appeared in full armor. Her arrival felt like something out of a movie. She called out to the knight captain authoritatively. Two knights quickly took a proper ready stance. Another knight, still shocked and confused, said, La lady, is it really? Testa ordered, From now on, make sure to stop the monsters from breeding in this area. The knight captain immediately accepted the order. Yes, ma'am. But in his heart, he thought, Damn, she's really angry. Even if Testa only gave a slight smile, it held destructive power. Anastasia rode back with Mikhail. She quietly observed her surroundings. It was so strange. The closer they got to the entrance of the monster forest, the less she could feel any sign of monsters. She wiped her sweat and scratched her head while thinking, Am I just too tired to sense them? No, that can't be right. Focus. Suddenly, Anastasia felt a familiar warmth. This familiar feeling belonged to someone very warm. The very person she wanted to see. Mother is here. Testa was overjoyed. Testa was, upon seeing her, She waved and called out, "Anastasia, my sweet baby." Anastasia saw the strawberry jam on her face and also the sharp weapon. She couldn't believe this was the mother she knew from day to day. The gentle one. She wondered silently. Why is Mom holding a weapon? What's with this? Ferocious feeling, Testa wiped her face with a towel and said, "Oh my, just a moment." Then she caressed her gently. "My Anastasia, you must have been so scared." Right, Anastasia lay in her warm embrace. She thought to herself, so that's how it is. No matter what form Mom appears, she's still the mother I know. Anastasia buried her face in her mother's embrace and said yes. She thought of Regato again and asked, "Dad, how is he? I'm worried." "Dad will cry because I disappeared like this." Testa smiled, reassuring her little daughter. "Don't worry." Her tone was gentle, yet full of authority. "Mom already scolded everyone who made your father cry." Testa and Anastasia returned to the castle with the knights. Laxius tried to be friendly, saying in a sycophantic tone, "My niece, sister, my dear sister." He had lost every ounce of his dignity as an emperor. Looking at him in confusion, he said, "It's truly fortunate that everyone is still safe." Anastasia's gaze fell on the priest who was covering himself, in fear. She wondered why the priest was like that. His clothes were all torn. Was he also cursed due to the side effects of black magic? Laxius approached Testa, trying to suck up to her. "Sister, please listen to me for a moment. I was truly just following the word of God." Laxius defended himself in a fluster. "You know me, sister. I'm the type to trust others easily." About this matter, the crown princess mentioned it too. Then Testa only had to slowly lower the death god's scythe to make him terrified. He almost wet himself. Seeing the sharp weapon covered in syrup, Laxius immediately... He saw the murderous aura radiating from Testa, trembling. He said, "Let's just talk this out. Sister, don't get... He's like the king of hell right now, just not in the underworld." Testa glared and said, "Fine, I'll see what you have to say." Then she looked at the priest again and asked, "Is there something you'd like to say, Mr. Priest?" Seeing his current appearance compared to Regato's earlier, it was indeed just more horrifying. Nothing could be worse. He shouted loudly, feigning offense. "You suspect me." Testa saw him pretending to deny it, and said, "You lie without even blinking. Is that thing really a holy relic? It's not good to lie in front of a child, you know, as if his secret was exposed." He roared frantically, "I am the priest appointed by this kingdom. How dare you doubt me?" He succeeded in enraging Testa. She stepped forward, grabbing the priest's collar, and said, "Oh, dear, I don't doubt people without reason. Is there a reason why you won't move that hand of yours?" Testa's expression looked like she wanted to swallow him whole. His face turned purple. He stammered, "Wait a moment." She tossed him aside like a bag of trash. A noblewoman screamed in panic. "Everyone, look." Other nobles also began to whisper. "On the priest's back. I'm not seeing things. There's a strange mark on his back. It's the mark of a curse, engraved of a black magic user. Everyone here could clearly see that he was a fraud." Everyone whispered, "Is that the black magic that's always used by demons? How can a man who serves God be tainted by something so dark? By forbidden magic?" He tried to explain. "No, it's not like that. It's just a misunderstanding." A bystander concluded, "So the youngest princess was hit with black magic. That's why she was cursed." Laxius also asked him in shock, "Priest, is it true you dared to use black magic?" He tried to defend himself again. "Testa, I didn't know anything about this. Please don't misunderstand," Tesla said. "Yes, you really don't know." She became serious and firmly announced, "So from now on, I will resolve this matter in the name and under the responsibility as Anastasia's mother and the only princess of the late emperor, Tesla Lapaduca." Her gaze was sharp as she said confidently, "There are many witnesses here, so you won't have to bear any responsibility." The nobles in the back started whispering again. The princess herself. At that moment, Laxius was scared to death. He raised a trembling hand and replied, all right, just do as you please. I won't interfere in this matter." He then looked back at the terrified fake priest who was sitting on the ground and said, "I can't imagine how scared my daughter must have been. Yet you can still lie there so calmly." It was then that he realized just how terrifying Tesla was. The priest kept begging for mercy. "Duchess, please spare me." She firmly ordered the captain of the knights. The captain of the knights quickly took his position, ready to receive her command, and answered, Yes, ma'am. Tesla showed him no mercy because he had touched Anastasia. She ordered him to be thrown into the magical beast forest. The terrified man could only cry out, "Yes." The priest was dragged away by 2 knights. He was still struggling reluctantly. "Wait a minute. Wait for me. I will pray for you." He was dragged away amidst his own pleas. "No, I will pray. May the Lord forgive my sins." Just then, Regado walked up to Tesla. The priest's pleas for forgiveness still echoed. "Please, please spare me." But no one cared. Regado smiled gently, opened his arms, and said to her, "You've worked hard." Then Tesla ran forward and hugged him tightly. Mihail and Anastasia smiled while holding hands. The two of them once again enjoyed the couple's sweet moment. Another sigh of relief. She thought to herself, "It's finally over. What a relief. And no one got hurt." She prayed silently. "I hope I can get a good night's rest tonight." Inside the Duke's castle, the mysterious person appeared in Anastasia's dream again. He said, "Hello." She was already all too familiar with this scene, so she just raised her hand to cover her small mouth as she yawned sleepily. "All right, I already knew you were coming." He was surprised by her attitude and asked, "I thought you'd be a little more surprised." Anastasia explained, "Your timing is too obvious now, isn't it? If it's not when I'm sick, it's when I'm tired." He tried to show how useful he was and said, "Don't be so upset. Today I'll prove that you need me." She looked back at him, asking, "Do I need you?" He waved his hand. Anastasia returned to her form from her first life. He looked at her and said, "Aren't you always lonely? Don't you feel like you need someone to keep you company?" She stared at him blankly and asked, "Is that person you?" Anastasia frowned, displeased, and said, "Since you've said that much, you should at least show me your face." He happily moved closer to her again, asking, "Did you miss me?" Anastasia thought with disgust. "This guy doesn't understand me at all." She turned and angrily scolded him. "You rotten-brained fool! All you can do is set traps to deceive people." He smiled again, innocently and naively saying, "What trap I just told you about the day beforehand for your own good?" He continued to ramble. "With my help, didn't everything go smoothly?" His words greatly annoyed Anastasia. She didn't want to waste her energy talking to him. She immediately gathered her mana to find a way out of there. He said, haltingly, Wait. He piqued Anastasia's curiosity. "Aren't you curious why this 100th life is different?" "Those questions hit the mark," Anastasia just replied. "It's just a coincidence." He was amused by her simple thinking and said, "How could that be a coincidence? You were supposed to be born somewhere else." Anastasia asked back in surprise. "What?" He smiled and explained, "The reason you were born in this place is because there was someone waiting for you here." He explained, "This first life is a world reshaped by those who missed you. They have missed you for many lifetimes." Anastasia immediately retorted, "Liar. How could I possibly believe you? What does my life have to do with you?" He just gave a faint smile. He said, "I can tell you who those people are and why they missed you." He looked at Anastasia and asked, "Aren't you curious?" She looked down, clenched her fists, and thought, "Is it true that among them, after countless hellish lives before, is it true that someone still misses me?" He interrupted again. Anastasia's thoughts. He said, "I'll give you a hint about the first person, the one who saw you transform into that form." He widened her eyes in shock and secretly guessed to herself, "If it's the person who missed me in my first life," Anastasia guessed, "could it be my friends?" An image of 2 close friends from her first life, laughing, talking, and waving at her, appeared in her mind. He was smug, confident this would pique Anastasia's curiosity. "How about it? Do you feel like I'm a little necessary now?" She didn't say anything, just silently, though. Thought about her good friends from her first life. "I never found out what happened to them after I died." He reached out, his hand to cover Anastasia's eyes, and said, "All right, close your eyes." So she did as he said, and the space around her slowly changed. She fully opened her eyes to the scenery around her. Anastasia exclaimed in shock, seeing a familiar scene, and said, "Isn't this my house from my first life?" Anastasia stroked her chin and thought, "But why at my house after I died? Did my friends... Oh, ever come here?" A man's voice cut through her thoughts. "The noodles are too bland." She looked towards the kitchen and saw a man, Anastasia, recognized him. My brother, he appeared, pointed at the man and said, "That's the person who missed you," she asked back unhappily while, crossing her arms. She cursed inwardly. It's easier to believe I could live past 20 than to believe this. He uttered another vague sentence. I hope you don't get hurt. Anastasia didn't understand what he was saying, so she asked back, How could I, get hurt? He answered, because in this world, you hate him too. At that moment, she realized something and asked him, You mean my brother is also in this life? He answered with a laugh. Yes, someone you know very well. Anastasia looked at the photo in her hand, thinking it was so hard to believe. She looked at the photo in her hand and compared it to the man's appearance. It's unbelievable to think that my brother from my first life turns out to be King Raxus. He assumed Anastasia was grieving from being reunited with her beloved. He opened his mouth to comfort her. Don't be too sad, as long as you do better now, Anastasia screamed word by word. You have got to be kidding me. Then she grabbed him by the collar. Still not understanding what was happening, he asked, What's wrong with you? You love your family, don't you? That's your brother, Anastasia. Looking at him, she thought to herself, Brother, you shouldn't mess with people like this. However, he just sat down beside her and started talking, to himself. It's true. The noodles that girl cooks are the only ones that taste good. When is she going to finish cleaning up this time? It's a hassle, but at least I get some extra allowance. Narinis. Out of it, she scolded inwardly. Do you think all families are so friendly? Anastasia pulled him hard, making him bend over. She said angrily. You? At that moment, Anastasia was truly furious. She gave him a terrifying smile and asked, Honestly, you have absolutely no idea what my life was like. Do you? He was speechless, not knowing what to say, but seeing that he couldn't answer, she scolded him again in her heart. And he still dares to say he's the only one who understands me. He's just a liar. This bastard. Anastasia secretly compared him, and Raxus, she thought to herself. I never imagined a combination of him and Raxus. But now that I think about it, the resemblance between those two pieces of trash, is truly terrifying. After a moment of silence, he finally said, I didn't expect him to end up in that role either. Anastasia scolded him again in her heart. If I were you, I'd be so ashamed. She let him go, sighed, and said, Hey, don't see me again. He asked in confusion. Why? Anastasia shot back, annoyed. Do I really need to explain? She watched him slurp his noodles and said, I gave you proof, and this is the result. Do I still need to waste my time on you? He was slurping his noodles, for some reason. Something felt strange. After speaking, Anastasia used her magic, preparing to return. In that case, just stay here quietly. No. Don't expect any peace. But he suddenly pulled her back. Hold on, you're here for a reason. He smiled as he pulled her hand and said, Don't you want to be freer? Anastasia blinked and then asked, Freer? He teased her again. Yes, don't you want to stop reincarnating? Anastasia asked suspiciously. What does this have to do with my brother? He explained again. Just like how you came to this world. If you want to reincarnate, someone has to remember you. As long as you resolve that person's longing for you, you will obtain freedom, she asked with utter disgust. So my freedom still has to depend on him. He looked up at Anastasia and said, No, that's not it. More people remember you than you can imagine. You have to resolve all of their longings. He showed her the circle of reincarnation and said, What if you can't resolve them, then you'll just keep dying and coming back to life like you are now? But she didn't believe him and immediately argued back. If the first person who remembers me is that bastard, then I have no hope for anyone else. Besides, why should I trust you? Even my family had moments when they hated me. This time, he seemed completely serious as he explained that it was all because of you. The reason I chose your brother as the first target is because he's the easiest one to deal with, Anastasia replied. Let me hear what this method is. He quickly proposed a very simple plan. You just need to cook for him yourself. Her face soured again and she asked, Cooking? He spoke too fast. Make sure he remembers you because of the Mulo dish. He had no idea a fist was waiting for him. Anastasia seethed internally. So he was telling her to serve noodles to that man from her first life. And then the dream ended. She sat bolt upright at me. Anastasia stretched her arms. How ridiculous, she thought. To think I don't even know when I should let go. As if remembering something. She paused. But why is it so quiet in here? Anastasia looked around the empty room. She thought she must be seriously ill. She remembered how in the past, her family would always stay by her side, worried. Whenever she was sick, she had assumed everyone would be watching over her. She then felt a little sad. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. It's our little darling. Rogato walked in from the door and asked gently, Daddy was only gone for a moment. You're awake already. He picked her up again to comfort her, but Anastasia didn't. See anyone else? You must have been so scared, weren't you? Anastasia shook her head no. Rogato hugged her tightly, saying, It's okay to say you're scared in moments like. He seemed to understand how she felt. My daughter doesn't want to make others worry, he said. Rogato, blaming himself a little, then whispered, To her. This little one is still so young. How could I have left her all alone in such a frightening place? Anastasia called out Dad in her heart, remembered her previous vow to protect this family. However, she never dared to hope that she could stay by their side for a long time. Anastasia worried that she wouldn't be able to stay with them forever. She thought about the time when her soul would have to leave this family because her destiny wouldn't allow it. But if the world she was originally supposed to be born in isn't this one, that means the apocalypse of this world might not happen. If that's the case, isn't that so? Anastasia prayed in her heart. She imagined herself growing up, beautiful and happy. In this life, could she hope to live past the age of 20? Could she? Lying in Rogato's embrace. Anastasia remembered what Rogato had said. As long as it's edible, it doesn't matter. Her tiny hand gently gripped Rogato's clothes, her expression becoming resolute. Let's give it a try, even if it's just an uncertain glimmer of hope. Anastasia thought. However, the king was sick in bed, so she couldn't meet him. Lashu was resting in bed to recover. Anastasia secretly suspected. After she had fainted, his mother must have scolded him harshly. Right. He seemed to be having a nightmare. His forehead was sweating and he kept muttering, I was wrong, he shouted loudly. Anastasia thought it would be difficult to do it right away anyway. Anastasia was having a heart-to-heart with Choco, the year would be over soon. She smiled sweetly and said, If something fun happens, Choco will know on his own and come. There was no special news from the capital. Just that, outside, people were talking about her abilities. No matter how you looked at it, the little princess seemed to possess great power. Anastasia also became a topic of conversation during afternoon tea. She will surely achieve extraordinary things in the future because her name is the same as the hero Anastasia. Perhaps we will witness the birth of a new hero, she said listlessly. Just because of my name. Everyone is talking about it so excitedly. Is that so? She acted like a little old grandmother leaning against the chair and sighing. She thought she just wished the rumors about Mihail would change. During those days, he was still the subject of gossip and people's judgment. The castle was dead silent. Anastasia guessed she probably wouldn't receive a reply from the Holy State until the new year. Even King Paris, the biggest troublemaker, remained quiet. She stroked Choco's head and thought, I might be able to relax a little now. A loud commotion outside. Motion caught Anastasia's attention. She wondered to herself why it was suddenly so noisy outside. The maids outside were talking about something. No letter. How is that possible? How would I know? Quick, get ready. Come here quickly. The noise also woke Choco up. Then he asked quietly, Who came that's making so much noise? She had a bad feeling, suddenly feeling uneasy. A maid entered and reported, Please, forgive my impertinence. Miss, a lady is looking for you. Could you please come down? Anastasia's face remained expressionless. On the last day of the year, an unexpected storm came to visit. Duchess Dulce Loarez and Charlotte returned to visit the ducal residence of Anastasia. She took off her cloak, her gaze scanning the surroundings before she commented, Although it's not as grand as the royal palace, this residence is quite nice, so Tesla offered tea to Dulce and invited her to have some. She and Anastasia sat across from Tesla. Then she asked, Your Majesty, the Empress, what important matter brings you here today? Dulce gave a faint smile, thinking to herself, although I don't want to confront Tesla directly, if this ruins my relationship with the ducal family, it will be a problem. Even if I have to use Charlotte, I must maintain this relationship. Dulce thought so and then said, since the children are the same age, I thought it would be better if they got along. With the vast experience from 100 reincarnations, Anastasia quickly guessed her intentions. She thought to herself, I kept wondering why she suddenly brought Charlotte. It seems she saw my mother scolding the emperor and the ministers. After that, she began to feel a threat approaching, and made Charlotte flinch slightly. Dulce saw the little girl wake up, thought she could lighten the mood, and said cheerfully, Charlotte's awake. Hurry and say hello, darling. Charlotte responded to the greeting with a piercing cry. Seeing the little girl crying so hard, she awkwardly tried to soothe her. Charlotte, Mommy's here. Anastasia saw that what Charlotte needed upon waking was a nanny, not Dulce. She understood immediately, but she rarely saw the little girl. Thus, Charlotte felt estranged seeing Dulce awkwardly trying to... She realized there were people who couldn't even hold a child properly, even worse than Mihail. Anastasia didn't actually want to help, but she knew Sialu wasn't at fault. She quickly pulled on Tassila's arm and exclaimed, Mama, this little baby seems hungry. Please feed him. Tassila also quickly looked over and suggested, if it's possible, I'll have someone prepare some baby food. He was about to stammer a refusal. At that moment, Sialore cried even louder. Dulule could only agree awkwardly. In that case, I'll be troubling you, he thought, feeling embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed. The negotiation was a success. She turned and said softly to Anastasia, Let's raise this little baby together, Anastasia thought to herself while feeding Charlotte. I don't know if the Empress will actively agree with Mother's view, but after that incident, she often brought Charlotte to visit the ducal family. Because of that, Charlotte became incredibly adorable. Right now she was opening her little mouth, Anastasia, and Anastasia happily fed her. It seemed Anastasia also had to admit that she was in the stage of discovering the cute newborn baby. Little Charlotte chewed her food slowly. Anastasia silently commented that she looked just like a baby bird. So adorable. I know why Mikhail always feeds me. Back then, Lei and Tassila quietly watched the two children playing. He looked at the adorable scene in front of him and said to her, If I couldn't see this sight of cute little babies playing, I would have deeply regretted it. Lei just remained silent on tea. During that time, Anastasia and Charlotte read and played together, spending a blissful time. However, after a letter from the royal family arrived stating that the Empress was feeling unwell, so it might be difficult to have an audience. The Empress refused requests to see Charlotte for various reasons, giving many different excuses. Perhaps she felt embarrassed seeing the little girl so close with her mother. After waking up, Tassila whispered to Anastasia that Charlotte was sick, so it would be difficult to meet again later. She felt a little sad and then whispered, But Charlotte seemed to really like everyone. She also looked very sad inside, thinking about her first little brother, but it was difficult to meet. Then Anastasia remembered Laisius again, but she also couldn't let the king continue to lie in his sickbed. Letting go of that regret, before she knew it, February had passed. At the Enbanking family residence, daily life was unchanged. She still happily played with Laurencia and Damien. But now Mikhail was there too. He never left Anastasia's side and said, Of course, my dear. He tilted his head and said, I love everything you do, dear. She looked at the horrifying pile of clay mounded on the floor and felt very annoyed. She thought to herself, Now all you want are these pieces of the game. Anastasia touched it. She didn't think twice, turning to Mikhail and saying, This is too messy. But he just laughed again and protested. She saw Mikhail laughing until his whole body shook, not understanding what he found so funny and thinking, What's so funny if not, now? Then when... In another scene, Laurencia was showing Anastasia a painting she had just finished. She smiled sweetly and said, Look, Sasa, isn't it pretty? Anastasia also replied cheerfully, It's very beautiful. Laurencia then revealed it was an important gift. Didn't know who Laurencia was going to give it to, so she asked. Laurencia explained that Mikhail's birthday was coming up soon. When Anastasia heard this, she felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. Laurencia suddenly remembered something. It's time for my sword practice. See you later. Sasa. She waved goodbye. Was still frozen to the spot. Anastasia recalled that lately. Mikhail had been stuttering and giving her goofy grins. She cursed furiously in her mind that if it's his birthday, he should have just said so. Then Anastasia sighed again. Come to think of it, she seemed to have never been invited to attend his birthday party. Even though his birthday only came once every 4 years, why did his birthday have to February 29th? Suddenly, Mikhail waved, calling up to her from below. Dear! In his hand was a sprig of fresh berries as he smiled. This color is just like your eyes. Anastasia hesitated while thinking of a gift for Mikhail. What kind of gift should I get him if I tell my parents they'll buy him anything? Anastasia looked at Mikhail, who was always so gentle and attentive to her. But I don't want a gift. That's too flashy. I mean, I've already received so much from him up until now. No matter what I give him, he'll definitely be thrilled, so I want to give him a truly meaningful gift. Anastasia remembered the scene of Mikhail and his older brothers and sister laughing and playing happily with glee and became determined. Thinking about the precious birthday that only happens once every 4 years, I really hope it will be a day that is full of happiness for Mikhail. During dinner at the ND residence, Testa complained. If they were going to come, they should have at least told us a month in advance. Good grief. He put down his knife and fork and continued. There are only 2 weeks left, but they suddenly, on a whim. Regato also sighed and explained. Besides, I already mentioned this to His Majesty. Testa showed a visibly annoyed expression. It seems you were so scared about the priest issue that you couldn't say a single word. Outwardly, Anastasia was still eating, calmly, but in reality, she was listening to her parents' conversation and asked herself, There's been contact from the Holy Nation about the priest, Regato continued. The delegation from the Holy Nation will arrive at the end of this month. This sentence made Anastasia freeze. She remembered Mikhail's smile. She thought, could the arrival day of the Holy Nation's delegation be Mikhail's birthday? Time flew by so quickly, and before she knew it, it was February 29th. The sound of birds chirping outside the window echoed throughout the room. Anastasia lay in bed, thinking, the Holy Nation's delegation is arriving on the same day as Mikhail's birthday. How troublesome. For a child, a birthday is supposed to be a memorable day. But before that, she and Mikhail had already met. She asked with concern. Why do you look so upset? Your cheeks seem puffier than usual. So that Anastasia wouldn't worry, he said gently. I'm okay. But she kept thinking about his feelings. How could he be okay with having a birthday? Only once every 4 years, especially since it just so happens to be his first real birthday party. Thinking about him turning a new age, Anastasia became gloomy again. She thought that she agreed with him. She didn't want to attend the event, the reception for the Holy Nation's delegation. But then she remembered Rus. This time, Daces was in charge and the priests were visiting. It couldn't simply be ignored. A maid knocked on the door, interrupting Anastasia's daydream. She called out softly to help the young lady get ready. As she got dressed, she thought there was no other choice, even though Mikhail said he was. Anastasia sat in the carriage, gazing at the sky and thinking, even so, even if Mikhail said he didn't like it, she was going to hold his hand and hold it tightly until he got sick of it. In an instant, they arrived at the Imperial Palace. Mikhail gently held Anastasia's hand. As they entered the palace, an announcement was made. Princess Anastasia Andabrian and young Duke Michael Levent are entering the hall. Rus, on the throne, watched the two children and paused for a moment. His gaze was filled with affection. The nobles below started whispering amongst themselves. They whispered that the rumors about the cursed young duke were apparently just rumors. Could it be true if there really was a problem? Then what about the princess? How could the youngest princess be completely fine? Those voices drew her attention. She looked back. Everyone's view of Mikhail was changing. They realized that among the children with the princess, none were adversely affected. Seeing the change in everyone, Anastasia felt satisfied. She smiled, thinking, it seems that everyone's view of is improving. The hit family was waiting there. Laurentia waved from afar and called out, Mikhail, over here. Damien held out his hand, smiling elegantly at Mikhail and said, this is your gift. I've already arranged for it to be delivered to the Grand Duke's residence. Laurentia's eyes crinkled as she smiled and said, that's right. We prepared it with great care, so you better appreciate it, okay? Anastasia suddenly gave Mikhail's sleeve a gentle tug. He asked softly, what's wrong, little princess? She said sweetly,
Happy birthday, Mikhail.
With this sudden gesture, Mikhail was speechless for 5 seconds. This might be the best gift he had ever received. Mikhail smiled happily, said thank you, and then held Anastasia's hand tightly. Outside the palace, the clattering sound of a horse-drawn carriage could be heard. It was pulling in. A knight outside said, "A warm welcome to your holiness." Before he could finish, the soldier suddenly fell silent. He suddenly felt a power hovering in the air. Anastasia looked around the palace, seeing that power everywhere, and couldn't help but ask, "What is this overwhelming feeling of divine power?" The abundant divine power was pure and strong enough to fill the entire hall. Also sensed something and immediately whispered. At first, it felt like being wrapped in a warm blanket. What is this? He looked at her, thinking, even Mikhail can feel it. In that case, this priest's level must be extraordinary. She watched the person about to enter, guessing to herself, could the person who just entered be the Pope? His name is Simeon. The crowd at the party began to buzz again. Oh my, I can't believe His Holiness the Pope came here himself. Regarding the affairs of the Holy State this time, she saw him and immediately showed a surprised expression, feeling inwardly astonished. Anastasia looked at Simeon, thinking, he looks as burly as a bear. But why did His Holiness the Pope come here himself if this event gets unnecessarily extended? Then she suddenly realized Simeon was walking towards her. Anastasia asked herself, what's going on? Why is he coming this way? He walked in front of her and then said, is this Princess Anastasia? She lifted her skirt and curtsied to Simeon. She silently prayed, please don't take too long. I still have to celebrate Mikhail's birthday. But he bowed and asked, why do you bow before me? A noble person such as yourself is not permitted to bow. This situation is truly painful. Anastasia stared at him blankly. I don't understand what you're saying. In her heart, she felt uneasy again. A noble person? No wonder I feel uncomfortable. She looked into Simeon's glittering eyes and asked herself, but why is he looking at me like that, like an overly enthusiastic messenger? Seeing her confusion, Tetra stepped forward to assist His Holiness the Pope. First of all, I hope you can give us some time to communicate. May we... He reminded Simeon that His Majesty the Emperor was waiting for him. But he showed a reluctant expression. Simeon stood up and replied politely, yes, I was too overjoyed, so I was a bit rude. Anastasia thought again. He forgot about the Emperor. Isn't this also a form of silent disrespect? He quickly went forwards to greet Laxius. Your Holiness Pope Simeon, please come in. Simeon bowed and replied, thank you for the welcome, Your Majesty the Emperor of the Bazan Empire. After the greetings and etiquette were finished, he quickly turned and left. Simeon returned to Mikhail's and Anastasia's side. She thought, with disgust again, he's back again. Please just go away quickly. What does he actually want to say? He suddenly uttered a series of words that pierced her eardrums. Anastasia! To think such a noble person truly exists. Yet she went unrecognized. Even the previous priests had received power from a noble person. But didn't he keep making excuses until the end? Now? Please don't worry. I have come here to be your servant. She stared at Simeon, who spoke unconsciously with glittering eyes. In her heart, she thought she didn't know how to respond. But he continued talking nonstop. It felt like there was another chatterbox. Simeon was like a machine gun, talking without end, a noble and sacred person. And like you. Do you know how long I have waited for this day? Mikhail unconsciously blocked him. Simeon knelt. He said respectfully, I once again pay my respects to you. Simeon bowed his head respectfully and said, Her Holiness, the Saintess of Bazan. As soon as these words were spoken, Laxius and Dolores were shocked, and her parents were just as stunned. Her face darkened, and she silently complained, I just want to live a quiet life as the youngest daughter of a noble family. Yes, but the people around me are constantly making a fuss, discussing this hot news. He called the noble daughter of the Anderson Brown family a saintess. What's this? Are we witnessing the birth of a saintess? Anastasia thought helplessly. I've already been publicly, so clearly, acknowledged as the saintess. Even if I deny it, it will be useless. Tetra asked, His Holiness, Simeon, my daughter, until now, living a normal life. He smiled and explained, Do you really think so? How could an ordinary child survive? alone in a monster-infested forest for 12 hours, and more dangerously, she could even withstand the power of an exiled evil priest that you know better than anyone that this can't just be called divine protection? He knows better than anyone that this can't just be called divine protection. It was then that she realized. Anastasia suddenly gripped Mihail's hand tightly. Mihail saw that Anastasia's expression was troubled and asked, "My lady, what's wrong?" Anastasia recalled. "I thought I would live this life peacefully, but in my countless reincarnations, whenever people found out I had special powers, those around me would quickly change their attitude and grow distant. If even my parents were to change, then I probably couldn't bear it." Tetra called out to Anastasia gently. "My child," afraid she'll be shocked. Her parents were still looking at her with warm smiles. He said gently, "It's okay. Your father and mother with you." Anastasia was so moved she shed tears. She felt incredibly lucky and thought, nothing's changed. Then she pounced and shouted while hugging them. Simeon said, "It is a great honor to meet your holiness, the saintess, in person." He held Anastasia and replied, "My lord, it is indeed a great honor," he replied politely. Ella gave a sly smile and refused. "Since my daughter is afraid of strangers, please allow me to visit another time." These words shocked Simeon. "How can this be?" he stammered out. "Wait." Simeon was like a small child, whining and crying, saying, "Just a little longer. Can you please let me see the precious form of Her Holiness, the Saintess?" Anastasia asked, softly from her arms. "Mama, I have a question for the bear uncle over there. May I ask him?" She gently agreed. She called him Bear Uncle. Hearing this new nickname, Simeon was overjoyed. "I am here. Does Your Holiness, the Saintess, have something to ask me?" Anastasia analyzed inwardly. "By the way, I have to make Mikhail confess, knowing that he must have a problem. The Pope is here too." Thinking this, she said to him, "Shiny-haired uncle, everyone says Mikhail is very evil." Stared straight at Mikhail, and he looked back at her. Anastasia asked Simeon, "But Mikhail isn't a bad person, right?" He returned with a serious and sincere expression, saying, "It seems Your Holiness, the Saintess, already knows." Simeon walked towards Mikhail. "My visit this time is not just to visit Her Holiness, the Saintess, but also to offer a sincere apology to the young Duke Leventis." Lord Leventis bowing deeply, which greatly shocked the young Duke. Simeon unhesitatingly apologized to the young Duke Leventis on behalf of the holy nation and the temple. "I offer my sincere apologies to you." He genuinely admitted his fault. The royal priests were too slow to realize everything they did to the young Duke in the past. From now on, the holy nation will severely punish those people and announce that the rumors about the young Dukes. Simeon had someone bring an apology gift while saying with deep regret, "Although this cannot completely soothe the Duke's heart, I hope you can accept the reparations prepared by the holy nation." Mikhail looked at the gift before him hesitantly. Seeing this, Simeon continued, "You can accept this gift. You don't have to forgive the temple or the holy nation. It all depends on your heart's desire, because even the gods do not expect forced forgiveness. However, I guarantee this will never happen again." The second time, Mikhail accepted the gift, replying, "Yes, Godfather." After Mikhail and the Pope made their promise, Anastasia wanted to go home, Simeon said in a fawning tone. "Your Holiness, the Saintess, just because of one word from you, the welcome party ended early, so they left together, ignoring Laxia was shouting from behind. Because of that, Anastasia was also able to hold a birthday party for Mikhail, standing in front of the Duke's residence. She thought to herself, Michael was always the one to visit her, so this was the first time she had visited the Grand Duke's residence. Anastasia watched with satisfaction as the two parents spoke. Grand Duke Leventis said, "It's quite sudden, but this is good. Can you help me prepare?" Duke Regato immediately answered, "Of course. This is Mikhail's first birthday party." Mikhail walked over to Anastasia's side and asked, "Darling, is this your birthday present?" "This your birthday present?" he exclaimed. "Huh." Anastasia was a bit confused. She thought to herself, even though we threw him a birthday party, I hope he doesn't think I didn't prepare a gift. I definitely prepared a really nice one. I even have a few prepared. Finally, Mikhail's first birthday party had begun. Even though there wasn't a band, Sarah played the happy birthday song herself. This loving man, Rogato, said to his wife, "Your mother is amazing at everything." Lorenia, beside them, immediately chimed in, happily. Of course, Mom is number one. Then it was time for Duke Leventus to give his speech. He said slowly, "Happy birthday. This is the management, right?" For the head of the ducal family, Mika accepted it, bowed, and said, "Thank you very much. I will manage it with a sense of responsibility." Then it was time for presents. He received many gifts, starting with a gift from his grandfather, then gifts from his parents, and in blank, he received a sword. Mika looked very happy receiving presents from his older siblings. He received a brooch, and her own gift was a sparkling bracelet she held in her hand. Mika looked down and asked, "Darling, did you make this?" Anastasia thought that even though it was a bit clumsy, he seemed to prefer hand and said, "I've received so many gifts from you today." Mika treasured the bracelet like a precious gem. "I will keep it safe. Thank you so much." She smiled, satisfied, thinking how lucky she was that his first birthday party had gone so well. Pleasantly, "Happy birthday, big brother." The next day, Anastasia returned to the Imperial Palace. Standing before the grand gates, she thought, even though I've seen them several times and I'm used to the Imperial Palace gates, if there's something unusual next to them, it's not family or Mika, but a giant bear. She was standing next to Simon. He looked like he had met his idol. His mouth was like a megaphone. "Please listen, please. To me, Your Holiness the Saintess. Everyone asks me, why do I get to monopolize the Saintess? So I tell them, if you're not happy about it, become the Pope. Yourself. Usually. This position as God's first servant just feels like a hassle. But it seems God has arranged everything. Until this. Day, I am truly so happy, Anastasia silently judged. He's at it again. He's laying it on thick. Simon kept chattering in her ear. But Your Holiness, the Saintess, may I have a little of this? It's such a shame. The Emperor gets to monopolize the Saintess's handmade food first. Please allow me a taste as well. Anastasia muttered to herself in frustration. What is with him? The scene flashes back to a few days ago at the Great Holy Hall. Simon was like Anastasia's biggest fan. Such a holy and precious moment. How could this be happening to me, even if she hadn't come herself? I would have run to the Saintess's side. His eyes sparkled as he saw her. Seeing his enthusiasm, Rogato reminded him, Your Holiness, Holy Father, my daughter is very shy. Finally, he restrained himself a bit and said, My apologies. Simon asked the two of them. So, what brings you to see me today? Anastasia said. I want to ask for a favor. Uncle Bear. Can you help me? She asked with a friendly smile, deciding in her heart. I have to slowly introduce my brother to things. When he heard this, like an emperor who was once close to a corrupt minister, the Pope was delighted to create an opportunity to personally bless the emperor. Therefore, at the palace's candlelight festival, an announcement was made. Her Holiness, Saintess Anastasia Andeblang, and the Pope will be dining together. The noblewomen gossiped behind their fans. Is that true? Even though this is the Saintess's introduction, from the Emperor's perspective, isn't this a bit much? It's true. I heard it's because the king's fault. He was only just able to receive the blessing. It's better not to know. Anastasia thought to herself, even those nobles knew, but she was the only one who knew nothing. If that's the case, this is just too much. Lucius ran over and said with a flattering tone, My niece is here. I am so happy because this body is receiving your blessing for the first time. Simeon replied coldly, holding a food tray. Because the Saintess's power is too great. She intends to bless you directly through this food. This is a very precious thing. So, Your Majesty must be great. Full because you are the Saintess's relative. He looked at the sparkling food tray, his cheeks flushing. It's true, family is the best. It wasn't for nothing that I've doted on my niece all this time, he said. Let me open it. Simeon's hand slowly lifted the lid. Lucius opened his mouth wide in anticipation, his eyes sparkling. A mushy and sticky-looking dish appeared. It was cookie dough with chocolate chips. He back in disappointment. Is this really the food my niece prepared for me? Simeon affirmed sternly. That's right, and now that you know, you must finish it. He stared with a sharp gaze. Are you now refusing the food made with sincerity by the Saintess? Lucius said. With reluctance. I will eat it. I didn't say I wouldn't. He scooped a little. It was sticky. Lucius closed his eyes and tasted it. Anastasia, stood to the side, the corner of her lips slightly raised, thinking to herself, "That's right, eat well. Since it was specially prepared, you have to finish it all, just after tasting it." He dropped his spoon on the floor. Lucius continuously screamed. I was wrong, while Anastasia was in shock. Anastasia was in. She suddenly heard the name from her first life. The Emperor said he had a stomachache and then ran off somewhere. A new topic came up again. His Majesty apologized.
Oh my goodness! Anastasia remained in place, pondering and thinking this is bad. He told me to make food for him. Now what does he mean by apologizing?
And that's too late. Regardless, the bond of fate from my previous life does exist in this current one. 2 weeks passed since that longing was resolved for the first time at the Underbun family residence. She was sitting and pondering. I heard that reincarnation can end by letting go of the longing in a past life relationship. I don't want to get involved with him again. There's no other way but to search for it myself. Anastasia reached out her hand, calling for a suitable item for her search. This must be more useful than the cell phone I used in my first life. She held the phone in her hand. Anastasia smiled with satisfaction. It's a good thing I switched to an expensive item. After the entrance exam, I can't believe I used it for so long. If this world map is added to a regular navigation app and the emotional turmoil that arises is converted into magical energy. The screen displayed a message. A mechanical notification sound came from the phone. The tracking application has started. She was very happy. Anastasia swiped her phone with excitement. A signal would appear soon. Where should I look for it? The phone displayed another notification. She looked at the map. Seeing the information on her phone, she couldn't help but feel confused. The address displayed on the phone was the Monster Forest, District 25 of the Tide Kingdom. Activity status. She thought this might not be a human either. Anastasia thought doubtfully. If I say I want to go here, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. I am very concerned about it, but I can't make my family worry. I'll go later when I'm a little older, but her determination wasn't entirely firm yet. One day, as the sunset enveloped the Underbun residence, Anastasia was talking and asking Simeon for help. He said, Saintess, you want to enter. Right, the Monster Forest. Is that place very dangerous? She showed an awkward expression, thinking to herself, wasn't I just talking? To myself, his ears are so sharp. Anastasia. Looking at Simeon sitting elegantly in front of her, she commented, he seems to have another wicked plan, but if I leave it to him, he should be able to find a way. I'll give it a try. Anastasia showed her determination. I know this is dangerous, but even so, I still have to go. In her heart, she apologized to her parents with deep regret. She then said, if that's what the Saintess wishes, then I will gladly accompany you. You need the Duke and Duchess's permission. Is he admitting it? After that, the Pope convinced Anastasia's parents, working day and night, he secured permission for 3 days with the condition that her safety come first. The reason given was to take a walk around a nearby temple. Even though only 2 people were traveling, he brought a mountain of luggage. It was as if the entire house had been moved, and he said cheerfully, isn't my ability to create a diversion amazing? No one can catch me when I run away. Anastasia looked at the innocent Simon beside her and silently judged, how on earth did you become the Pope? At a campsite near the Monster Forest, the 2 of them stopped to set up camp and rest. Campfire flickered in the night. She looked at Simon and said, Uncle Bear, I'm sleepy. He stood up and said, then slowly, lie down and go to sleep. Simon tucked Anastasia in while she closed her eyes, silently summoning Choco. Once the Pope is asleep, tell me. He appeared and accepted the order. As you command, Your Majesty, the Demon King. A few moments later, in the dead of night, Choco called out softly, Your Majesty, the Demon King. Uncle Bear is asleep. Anastasia cracked one eye open. She wasn't fully awake yet. While taking out her phone, she praised Choco. Let's just take it easy. She looked at the information displayed on her phone and suddenly realized something. It was a dangerous situation. Anastasia immediately jumped up and said to Choco, I'm going to teleport right now. Choco, you follow me closely. He happily obeyed. She thought arrogantly, I can't die before we meet. Anastasia quickly teleported, and a giant snake silently appeared in front of her. Anastasia felt something behind her and was instantly startled. She realized the giant snake was lunging with its mouth open. Is that a monster? Anastasia gripped her staff, preparing to fight. The giant snake fell almost instantly, with just a single blow. Anastasia put her hands on her hips, looking at her prize. Choco said flatteringly, "My master is so amazing." Behind her, it seems another creature is approaching with a roar. Anna turned around. A pair of menacing eyes glowed in the darkness, staring at her intently. The eyes suddenly gleamed with a copper light. "Are the eyes of a big cat," Anastasia said in confusion. "Could it be someone who misses me?" The creature suddenly revealed its sharp claws and it hugged her tightly. Once Anastasia recognized him, she hugged him back joyfully, calling out, "Tiger, is that you?" Her phone once again sent a notification. "Twilight in the Monster Forest, affection level 75, status. Happy to see you. Please hug me tightly." Anastasia joyfully hugged Tiger tightly, feeling how different this was from when she last met her brother. Her heart pounded. Suddenly, something happened that made her a little confused. Anastasia vaguely observed the people around her and began to wonder, is this the 20th century, seeing the semi-corporeal hands and her own transparent form? She quickly realized she had entered Tiger's memories. Her body was completely transparent. Just then, a sound caught Anastasia's attention. She walked closer and saw an orange cat curled up in a corner. Anastasia recognized it immediately. It was the cat. She looked down at it carefully, then unconsciously reached out to pet the cat, which was smaller and thinner. "I remember. Is this how he looked after I died?" Anastasia, mesmerized, stroked its soft fur while thinking to herself, "I clearly told him I couldn't come yet. That's why he couldn't contain his feelings." Her eyes welled up with tears. "Were you always waiting here?" Back in the present, Anastasia touched him with pity, as if apologizing. She and the red lion hugged tightly, unwilling to separate. "I should have found you sooner." Suddenly, Choco reported again. "Demon King, more monsters are coming." This caused Anastasia's mood to shift. They have no intention of holding back at all. A few seconds later, she slowly stood up. A plan was already forming in her mind. "It's a good thing, Esau. My tiger has been waiting for so long." Right now, the three of them were surrounded by many monsters. Anastasia suggested, "Let's clean this place." As she thought this, she raised her powerful magic staff high. "By the way, I've also achieved a great feat. Saintess." Light spread endlessly from the staff. In the blink of an eye, that power erupted violently, setting off a blast that shot toward the sky. "This is really killing two birds with one stone." Anastasia was shocked by how everything had changed. She gasped. Then she composed herself. "Did I go too far?" "Oh well, never mind. If my tiger is to live safely, I have to go this far." Then she turned to the red lion, patting its head, and said, Choco, beside her, also looked overjoyed. "Now there's nothing left that can threaten you. So live a good life. Okay, understand it." Without a sad whimper, its cries sounded as if it didn't want her to leave. Anastasia spoke to it gently, bit by bit. "I already told you I would come back again." The red lion's eyes slowly started to well up. It even let out a choked sob, full of longing. Seeing this sight, her heart filled with indescribable sadness. That's right, this creature had missed her for over 1,000 years. If she were to just say goodbye like that, just slowly held out her hand. She knelt and said to it, "Tiger, let's go." The red lion agilely placed its huge paw in hers with an ecstatic expression. Suddenly, Choco jumped in and asked, "Your Highness, the Demon King, how are you going to take him with you?" Anastasia immediately replied, "It's no problem. I have my ways elsewhere." Simeon was sitting arrogantly on his throne, swaying back and forth. The corners of his mouth kept lifting into a smile. The dreamer of the Holy Land, Pope Simeon, hadn't been this happy in quite a while. Memories began to surface, coming back. He recalled the time the Saintess was kneading dough for the king. Anastasia looked incredibly skilled. Even though it was just for a moment, Simeon had indeed clearly witnessed that scene of purification. Her divine power didn't even seem to be fully awakened yet. The more he thought about it, the more he became convinced of this idea. She must be properly cultivated. Once she is. Simeon chuckled slyly, his face full of cunning. Then the Saintess must, "You work for me?" Anything seemed possible, but before his desire could be realized, when he saw her return with the rest came crashing down. His face went pale. Though he was trembling, he still pleaded, "Saintess, that thing is too dangerous. Could you please come over here? I think my heart is about to jump out of my chest." "Quickly!" Anastasia immediately clarified. "It's all right. My tiger friend isn't dangerous." He touched his forehead in defeat, letting out a silent sigh. Even so, he thought, I truly wish this was all just a dream. Did she go into that forest by herself? Although Simeon's words were quite serious, she replied innocently. Upon hearing her answer, he completely froze, wanting to scream his lungs out on the inside. In that case, Saintess! Simeon glanced at the surroundings and changed the subject. Could you tell me why the forest has become like this? That place had become a holy forest, no longer a monster forest. Anastasia thought for a moment, then began to explain with a guise of innocence. While you were sleeping, I decided the forest was too messy. Every word she spoke was casual, yet her expression was incredibly bright, so I cleaned it all up. My mom always said that being a good cleaner is a virtue. You know, he could only stand there speechless with a pale face, muttering to himself internally, "This is what she calls cleaning. Is this truly the saintess granted to us by God? Oh, so that was just cleaning. Huh. This is definitely going to be a huge problem for the Duchess, like the Duke and the Cardinals are in for a big headache." Next, Simeon pointed at Hong Sabas and asked to clarify. "So, Your Holiness, are you planning to take this tiger with you?" Anastasia answered honestly, still smiling. "This tiger is my friend. Since I invited him to join me, the two of us will be leaving together." And so, he was forced to agree. He could only manage a strained smile. I thought the Saintess was going to help me deal with my problems, but who would have thought she'd just bring me an even bigger one? All of a sudden, Simeon's thoughts shifted once more. The monster forest has been a long-standing concern for the Pasang Kingdom. Not only could it not be purified, but it was also difficult to even approach. As he pondered this for a long time, his pupils grew wider. Even though she cleansed the place all by herself, her body remained unharmed. Now is not the time for me to be happy. I must investigate something. More important, the more Simon thought about it, the more he realized, this will surely bring a great change to the world. Yes, Your Holiness the Saint, you have become an existence, so beautiful and sweet. It's enough that I'm the only one who knows. Outside the magnificent palace of the Endebron family, her mother then hugged Anastasia and kissed her gently. Anastasia, the beloved daughter, happily returned the affection. Her mother asked her various things. My youngest sister, you weren't hurt, were you? She looked up and said respectfully, "Yes, I had a lot of fun." Suddenly, Anastasia became hesitant and her words began to falter. The couple, Regato and Sarah, asked in confusion, "What's wrong, dear?" She slowly and earnestly revealed, "I want to raise a tiger." The two of them didn't understand at first and repeated, in astonishment, "A tiger, Anastasia." She responded, then turned and commanded the tiger, "Come here." The appearance of Hong 11 also left Arthur and Lancelot, her side completely stunned. She hugged it affectionately and introduced it. "This is my little tiger." Regato and Sarah, everyone fell silent, frozen for 3 seconds, then screamed Anastasia's name in horror. "That's a real tiger, milady. This is dangerous." At that moment, she could only resign herself. Silently, in her heart, she apologized to her parents. Arthur and Lancelot frantically pointed their spears forward. "Milady, this is dangerous. Get back quickly," seeing that. Anastasia, wanting to protect it, immediately hugged Hong 11. "No, Hong 11 isn't dangerous. He's very tame." Then she turned and pulled Simon in front of her as a shield. Uncle Bear also said, "It's okay, right?" The man who was called out was completely bewildered. What Simon felt hopeless and utterly helpless inside, his heart silently wailing. "That's not what I said. Your Holiness the Saint. When did I ever say that I just couldn't oppose you because you said you wanted to take me with you? That's all. This is a challenge given by Her Holiness the Saint, so I will gladly accept it." Then, Sarah, unable to stand it any longer, stepped forward and asked him what in the world was going on. Simon fell silent, at a loss for words for a moment. After a long pause, he slowly began to speak. "There is a prophecy that has existed for a long time, passed down through generations to the Pope of the Holy Kingdom." He slowly explained its origins to everyone. The book, The Bait of Prophecy, is said to record the word of God, and it goes like this. Once it begins, It must be seen through to the end. Simon pictured the book in his mind and said, "Before this world faces peril, a great saint will appear. Do not hesitate, simply obey. She will tame the wild beast, changing it into a docile cat and perform a miracle that will astound everyone." Then he used the final sentence to build their trust. So there is nothing to worry about. But Sarah heard this and still wasn't entirely convinced. Simon opened his mouth to reveal something that had already happened. This is not a lie, because the miracle has already come to pass. That confident declaration made everyone freeze. They were rooted to the spot. The Holy Maiden has cleansed the entire haunted forest. She immediately became emotional and stepped forward with a series of questions. Dozens of priests have tried to cleanse that place before, but to no avail. Is this true? Simon's swift reply left the two of them shocked. Yes, it is indeed an extraordinary miracle. Anastasia didn't understand any of it from beginning to end. She thought, is there really a prophecy like that? I had no idea. Simon suddenly shot a quick glance in her direction. Then he gave a mischievous smile, conveying his meaning. How was that? Pretty believable. Right, Anastasia's ears were ringing. Her mind was filled with confusion and fear. Is this a lie? Is the Pope really doing this? The problem was getting completely out of hand. She suddenly remembered the trouble she caused at the grand banquet and the things she did in the capital and at the Duke's residence. The entire passing kingdom was thrown into chaos. And on top of that, there was what happened in the forest earlier, the haunted forest. And the tiger, that wasn't one but two incidents that had occurred. Then, a long letter arrived. Instead of being worried, everyone was actually readily accepted the terms saintess and prophecy. Even though the emperor also acknowledged this and sent an invitation, Mother, of course, ignored it. She didn't think much of it, just smiled gently and gave a subtle reminder. However, the opportunity presented by the Holy Nation this time was to entrust her with the duties of a saintess. My youngest daughter is only 5 years old, so she needs more time to live a normal life. Surely everyone can understand. Kahneman immediately felt awkward. Of course, I mean for Anastasia to continue living peacefully. Faced with her parents' firm rejection, he acted childishly as they were parting, even shedding a few tears. He said that after the Pope returns to the Holy Nation, he would come again as a duke. Seeing this, Anastasia felt anxious and silently rejected the idea. In her heart, she begged, please don't come. Our family finally began preparing to return to the ducal estate. At that moment, in another room, everyone was drinking tea and chatting together. Her father was discussing personal matters with her. Suddenly, he proposed. When we return to the ducal estate, I'll build a big house for Hongxi. Anastasia didn't raise any objections, just replied politely with a hum. As soon as Regado mentioned Hongxi, Laurencia immediately lit up. Hongxi is really so gentle. Lala petted him once, but he still obediently let her big brother pet him. Damien happily suggested, when we get home, let's give Hongxi a snack. Detra stood up and interrupted. Her soft voice was heard. Later. When Anastasia is older, I hope we don't come to the capital again. This little one has already gone through something horrible. She won't want to come back. Rogado, who was across from them, strongly agreed. That's right. I also don't want my children to have the same childhood I did. Quietly listening to everything they said, she unconsciously started to think more deeply. Father also suffered a lot when he became the Duke while Ender was still young. So this is his way of caring about the children's development. She reflected for a long time, while also thinking more about her past life. I can grow up like a 5-year-old child, living a normal life instead of becoming a saintess. Anastasia's clear eyes lowered slightly. I've always been so grateful for my parents' love. That night, while she was resting, she was accidentally woken up by a voice from outside. What she heard was, is that true? Yes, we just received the news. Though it's a bit confusing, Anastasia could still guess a few things. That was Mother's voice. What could they be discussing so late at night? The voice from outside spoke again. The Abu Empire. It seemed to be coming from the room next door. Tesla was very anxious hearing the news that had just arrived, sending the 17th Imperial Prince to be Anastasia's study companion. Her eyes widened sharply. What Rogado sat across from her and calmly continued. The Emperor is also asking for a chance to serve the Saintess. Tesla froze in place, instantly denying it. That's impossible. If you didn't know anything, it might not be a problem, but that man knows. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought for a moment, They are not the type of people who would ever lower their pride. This has to be a conspiracy. He agreed with her. I think so too. But Tesla, who was beautiful and intelligent, quickly analyzed what Regatta was about to say. The Yashin Empire has already humbled itself. We can't refuse this request. He stared at the floor with a grim face. If we refuse, the Empire might prepare for war again. After hearing all this, Anastasia felt an immense pressure she couldn't bear, and she blamed herself for causing such a huge incident. She lay down, motionless, with the same indifferent expression as always. However, the blessing of her power had changed the Empire's plans for war. Compared to war, accepting one child would be better. The next morning, chattering non-stop. I hope I'm still the one closest to her, he thought desperately. But what's with this kid now? He's been following her all day with a sullen look. Oh, what? He heard that the 17th prince was coming to be her companion. But grateful for my parents' love. That night, while she was resting, she was accidentally woken up by a noise from outside. What she heard was, "Is that true? We just received the news." Although a bit confused, Anastasia could still guess a few things. That's Mother's voice. What's going on this late at night? The voices from outside were heard again. The Abu Empire. It seemed to be in the room next door. Tesla was very anxious hearing the news that had just arrived. She said they were sending the 17th Imperial Prince to be Anastasia's study partner. Her eyes widened sharply. What Regatta sat across from her and continued with a calm expression. The Emperor is also asking for an opportunity to serve the Saintess. Tesla was frozen on the spot, immediately denying it. Impossible. If brother didn't know anything, it might not be a problem. But that person knows. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought for a moment. They are not at all the type of people who would lower their pride. This must be a conspiracy. She agreed with him. I think so too. But the beautiful and intelligent Tesla deftly analyzed what Regatta would say next. The Yashin Empire has already humbled itself first. We can't refuse this request. She stared at the floor with a grim face. If we refuse, the Empire might prepare for war again. After hearing all of this, Anastasia felt extremely stressed and couldn't bear it, blaming herself for causing such a huge incident. Lay motionless with the same indifferent expression as before. However, the blessing of her power had changed the Empire's war plans. Compared to war, accepting one child would be better. The next morning, Mihail appeared out of nowhere, constantly following Anastasia and chattering non-stop. I hope the person closest to this child will still be me, she thought to herself in despair. But what's up? This kid, he's been following me all day with a pouty face. What, he heard that the 17th prince was coming to accompany her? But now Mihail will have lots of friends too. Anastasia recalled the party and the small incident within it. After the Pope's apology, the noble families also changed their attitude and tried to get close to Mihail. Even so, this also greatly affected Leventis. In particular, there were many requests for him to become a study partner. It even annoyed the Grand Duke. In this situation, he completely ignored his friends and left first. Before, they refused to interact with Mihail because they felt uncomfortable. But now they were saying they wanted to get close to him. He really didn't understand. Now every time, whenever she saw him, Mihail would keep chattering. I'm the person close. Anastasia's eyes were fixed on her book. She said with few words, Are you? She looked at him, asking carefully, and immediately got a satisfactory answer. Mihail couldn't believe it, and then asked a pressing question. You can't forget this sentence, okay? She glanced at him calmly. She wouldn't forget. Happily, he told her everything without hiding anything. It's a deal then. I'll do. Even better. So you can't ignore me when you have new friends. Okay. She was lost in a long contemplation. Many thoughts came to mind about who said what, but it always felt strange. This kid was clearly always quiet, even if his expressions changed. So why was he suddenly acting like this, clinging to me like this? She already knew the reason for his behavior. It was on that one fateful afternoon. Suddenly one day, Tesla, consumed by rage, stepped forward and commanded her subordinates. Give me that axe! The two knights were terrified and pale. Your Majesty! Just at that moment, Regatta grabbed her shoulder in time and advised, Tesla, please try to calm down, she shouted angrily. How? Can you tell me to stay calm? I have to put an end to Lashes' incompetence. At that moment, he reminded her in a deep voice, the children are here. It was true. The three children, Anastasia, Damien, and Laurentia, had been staring at them for a long time. Tesla sadly lowered her eyes, not daring to face them. Then she let down her guard and weakly fell into Regato's arms, crying. But he's being completely unreasonable. Regato stroked her back, soothingly. I know. Tesla's eyes instantly became cold and grim. How dare he say that our daughter has to be engaged to that 17th prince? Those two words landed right in her ears. Anastasia's face was as stiff as a statue, her mouth hanging wide open. An engagement? I thought he was going to be my friend. She secretly understood Mikhail's unnatural change. Lately, when Mikhail started making those strange moves again, the more she thought about it, the worse Anastasia's mood became. That guy was truly a jinx in her life. Who said I would agree to this engagement? Even a 5-year-old child should have a say in their own marriage. Cue, a scene changed to the royal palace meeting room? Lucius asked anxiously. That's not right, is it? What could be better than an arranged marriage? Regato slammed the table with a yaw's thud, his tone angry, arguing fiercely. Even if it's an arranged marriage, there still have to be limits, right? He thought about this marriage wearily while firmly holding on to this idea. What's the problem? In fact, comparing the imperial prince of Asia to the youngest princess is indeed a bit inappropriate. So isn't this a good thing? Grand Duke Leventus, who was sitting nearby, spoke frankly to Regato. What are you really saying? I truly feel very sorry for Princess Anastasia. He couldn't help but utter a few cold words. My daughter. Everyone was divided into two factions with opposing opinions, arguing fiercely. The Empire first proposed the matter of compensation, pointing out that the princess's status is very special. Don't you all remember what His Holiness the Pope once said? The princess will become someone who is greater than Saint Charlotte and will become an even more magnificent person. Is she the one who is to be engaged to the 17th imperial prince? But even so, why are the negotiations still being extended? Doesn't Fasong have the upper hand? Before Lucius could continue his rant, Regato's face. Muram quickly cut in. Your Grace, yesterday my wife asked for an axe. He suddenly remembered that furious scene, filled with rage and murderous intent, to take someone's life. Lucius quickly waved his hand, feeling it was a misunderstanding. As noon approached, a lot of shocking news spread from the palace. After the Holy Kingdom intervened and negotiated, it was finally decided to begin the reception for Prince Asian, the 17th imperial prince. Anastasia put Laurentia to sleep as her mind wandered. Because of that, I can't return to the Duke's residence. I should have stayed in the capital long. Duke Leventus taking Mikhail away from here. It wasn't of his own free will. He had to return first. One day in August, a carriage entered the residence. Accompanying it were dashing and handsome young men, dignified and admirable. They were the imperial. Thought it was very strange. One turned and asked in confusion. This is the first time I've seen Helm and Zira's carriage look so luxurious. The girl next to her also took the opportunity to whisper her agreement. Me too. Anastasia waited without any expression, but deep down, she felt a little nervous. An assessment. After all, the imperial prince is still a prince. He's more cautious than I imagined. Suddenly, she noticed something was wrong. Her pupils dilated. She observed closely. Anastasia focused on the rickety carriage before her. She silently wondered, what's with that old carriage? Is it carrying the prince just then? The blue-haired knight stood in front of the window. His hand banged on the glass, signaling him to get out, startling the small boy inside. The Endiblan couple's eyes widened in shock at the situation before them. Even Anastasia was confused and felt a surge of sympathy, as he was clearly her age. Remus stood across from them, hunched over, not daring to look at anyone. He stammered his introduction. Nice to meet you, Saintess. He was terrified but tried his best to speak clearly. I am, Remus Asian. I will be engaged to the Saintess. This made Anastasia even more suspicious. How could he be the prince? He was thinner and smaller than she was. Two knights didn't care at all, they just wanted to leave quickly. His Majesty the King is also waiting, so we'll be taking our leave. The Saintess? Yem is a kind person, so we ask for your understanding. Regato had no intention of arguing further. I understand. I'll be on my way. On the contrary, he was completely indifferent. In fact, he showed clear dissatisfaction. She couldn't believe they would treat his guardian so disrespectfully. Is this how an Imperial Knight is supposed to act before leaving? The green-haired knight even shoved the boy hard. He uttered malicious words in a low voice. How foolish. To marry someone of such low birth, is the saintess too soft-hearted? Because of this, Anastasia grew more certain of the reason. The 17th prince had likely been abandoned by the Empire, but she never expected he would be treated this way, right in front of her. This was too much for a child to endure. After a moment's thought, she briskly stepped forward and offered her hand as a greeting. Hello, I'm Anastasia. He hastily bowed his head in respect, calling her saintess twice. Anastasia didn't hesitate and gladly took his hand. I'm, Anastasia! He frantically tried to pull his hand away, but to no avail. He kept muttering, my hand is dirty. But she quickly denied it. It's okay, it's not dirty. She thought that while this was unconventional, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Anastasia slowly leaned in, then she proactively made a suggestion. Since we know each other's names, we've introduced ourselves, and we've shaken hands. Now we're friends. Okay. Day after day, she carefully observed all of Ramus's expressions and behaviors. Of course, Ramus didn't open his heart easily. In her eyes, it was only natural that he wouldn't open up so easily. Anastasia understood this perfectly, especially when she recalled her previous life, so she could understand. Because even when shown kindness and offered help, a person living with hatred finds it hard to accept. She had been like that once too. She also made mistakes. Choco provided more grim details about Ramus's past. The situation that Choco described was truly awful. Finally, Anastasia learned a lot about his background. Lemiser's mother was a dancer who had spent one night with the Emperor. As soon as the child was born, she passed away. Although Lemiser is now a prince, he has no maternal family, nor does he have any family background. Somehow, he inherited the imperial family's characteristic white hair and golden eyes. His life was threatened by his siblings. As a result, he was isolated and discriminated against to the point where he had to shut himself away. To have survived until now is already considered very lucky. He never received genuine love. Anastasia got an idea. So I want to give him a chance to truly be a child, just as my father and mother were to me. Back in the present, she was handing a cookie to Lemiser. He accepted it with both hands carefully. Anastasia gently reminded him, not holy maiden, but Anastasia. Lemiser stared at the cookie with confusion for a long time, then stammered a question. Can this all be eaten in one day? She was a little surprised. In the Empire, was he not given proper meals either? But a second later, she immediately dismissed the thought. This is a snack. Come on, let's eat together. Hearing, he clutched the cookie tightly. His face showed a strong reaction. How could I dare to eat a snack? Anastasia said with a gentle smile. But eating together is more delicious than eating alone. Let's eat together. This answer seemed to make Lemiser feel a little calmer. He replied, stuttering, in that case, I'll just have one, thank you. Then he bravely took a big bite. The taste of the cookie made Lemiser freeze in place with sheer joy. He exclaimed happily, it's so delicious. Can I eat this one too? While she slipped another one into his hand. Of course, hurry and eat it all, Ramaz exclaimed in confusion. What? Anastasia said, eat more. He was hesitant, but time passed. Her relationship with Ramiz grew closer. After they returned together, I taught Ramiz a little. In addition, I also invited the little girl, Laurencia, to play with us. I tried to give him the attention and affection like I received from my family. 2 weeks passed just like that, and sometimes Ramiz acted just like a child. At that moment, he and a servant were serving snacks to Anastasia. Today's snack was Madeline's. Anastasia smiled faintly. Seeing Ramiz's shy expression as he ate, she thought to herself, raising a child is quite interesting. She began to speak. If only we could return to the duchy soon, it would be much more comfortable there, he stammered in reply. Is this Anastasia's cat? Anastasia then slowly said more, hoping Ramiz could also come to like it. Ramiz promised shyly. If Anastasia wants me to, I will try. There's no need to try. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't. But if I do that, Anastasia might be unhappy. Seeing this, Anastasia patiently, with understanding and tolerance, slowly explained to him, "Your heart is your own. Ramiz, whether you like something or not, just say it." After hearing that, he had a realization. His heart stirred. Ramiz slowly blushed. "I will do that." Meanwhile, as they were busy preparing for the return to the Ducky, she remembered the two threatening and cunning imperial knights again. "Before you return to your country, I would like to meet with the prince." A letter read. It said they would hold a farewell party to thank you. Reading every line of the letter, he couldn't help but tremble in fear. Of course, I'll have to be returned too. Ramiz looked as if he had received a death sentence. His expression went slack and his mind was in chaos. What should I do? Anastasia saw him like that and thought, he's been trembling ever since he received the invitation. She sat down beside him and gently touched Ramiz's shoulder, making him flinch in surprise. She asked softly, "What's wrong, Ramiz?" Anastasia continued, "If you don't like it, you don't have to go." Ramiz suddenly stood up and said, loudly, I have to go." She saw his two trembling hands. Ramiz tightly gripped his collar. His body was still trembling. "Please let me go. I have to go, or else everyone will be punished, even Saint Anastasia." Anastasia watched him pensively. She thought to herself, he's so scared, but he can't refuse. Just how far did those Imperial Sasula standing beside her said seriously, "They wouldn't dare to carelessly touch Ramiz, nor would they dare to touch my lady." Anastasia was furious. I can use this opportunity to teach them a lesson. She approached Ramiz and proposed, "In that case, let's go together. I'll hold your hand." After hearing this, he hesitated, but Ramiz lowered his head, tightly gripping his clothes, which were already faded, crumpling them. "If I go with Lady Anastasia, I'll look too poor and too plain." Sasula leaned down and said to him gently, "What is there to worry about?" Ramiz responded with a confused expression. She continued. After a few moments of choosing a suitable outfit, Ramiz placed a hand on his chest. His voice betrayed his nervousness. "Really don't know if it's okay for me to wear this." Anastasia immediately comforted him. "It suits you perfectly. You look very handsome." He blushed. "I didn't mean it like that." Ramiz appeared wearing an incredibly luxurious outfit. The clothes looked as if they were tailor-made for him. Anastasia thought to herself, I have to train him to get used to compliments. And words like these. She extended her hand to Ramiz. "Let's go in together," he replied. "Yes." Then he gently placed his hand on top of hers. From the crack in the door, the sound of conversation could be heard. Building a better relationship with the Empire? Yes, His Majesty also said if it's a match, His Majesty's judgment can be trusted. The conversation was suddenly opening. Everyone turned to look as the knight said, "Our Saintess and our great prince." He walked in front of Anastasia and Ramiz. The two children looked small before his burly figure. The knight placed a hand on his chest and said respectfully, "I believed you two," he said cheerfully, "seeing you two so close, His Majesty truly has a unique eye." Anastasia was not pleased. Why is Lascius being mentioned here? He's not going to start rambling again. Is he Lascius on the side? Also agreed with the knight's words. "Indeed, They chimed in. The knight immediately replied, "Just as your Majesty said, it would be even better if their marriage could be realized." As soon as these words were out, everyone was shocked. "What did you say?" From the corner of the room, a voice was heard. "What marriage?" That person's hand was gripping a wine glass tightly. The strength of his grip was not to be underestimated, causing the glass to slowly crack. It was Anastasia's parents. Neither of them could remain calm after that statement, even with his wife standing behind him with a murderous aura. Regato suppressed his anger and said in a threatening tone, "Your Majesty, I believe we already had an agreement about this. Didn't we?" Lascius turned pale with shock and spun around. He defended himself. No. This is for the peace of the continent." So, the knight on the side thought to himself, is the king really that incompetent? Ramiz finally spoke up at this moment, stammering. It's not possible." Hearing that, the knight asked, "What's not possible? Do you mean you don't like the Saintess now?" Ramiz's entire body trembled, not daring to look up as he stammered out his words. The knight continued to feign ignorance. "If you say something so disrespectful, how sad the Saintess will be." Anastasia defended him, her hand gripping Ramiz's tightly. Ramizi didn't say,
He hates me. If an engagement is so great, then you and His Majesty should get engaged, uncle.
Hearing that, the knight sneered. He said in a condescending tone,
The Saintess is still too childish. The king and I cannot get engaged. Anastasia asked innocently. Why not?
The question made the knight pause for a moment.
Ha!
He let out a sound. First, the king is already married. You, she continued asking. Then why?
Is that obvious? So, why is it obvious? Faced with so many questions, he could no longer keep his smile.
I already told you it's obvious. That's to be expected. You deserve to be called a holy maiden with an attitude like this. It's like you live in a backward country.
Finally,
Anastasia also caught the words that Katria had just uttered. Her eyes sparkled. She turned and asked innocently, Mom, Dad, what does backward mean? This man. She said this is a backward country. Realizing her mistake, she panicked. What? The holy maiden couldn't possibly be lying, he snapped loudly, asking Anastasia firmly, Did she say anything else? She answered with a little sadness. She said, I'm no longer like a holy
maiden!
He asked again, loudly. Anything else? Anastasia lowered her head with a gloomy face and then whispered. She also said bad things to Ramiz. Ramizi must be very sad. Those words made Ramizi stare at her with wide eyes. That knight tried to explain. You misheard. We are very fond of the prince. Right, prince. She urged Ramiz. Prince, please say something to the holy maiden. Anastasia turned towards him. His small, trembling hand gripped Anastasia's tightly. She comforted him sincerely. It's okay. Ramiz, do whatever you want to do. I've already told you that Ramiz's heart belongs to himself. After hearing that, he lowered his head, pondering something in silence. Ramiz trembled and stepped forward, saying, I won't do that. Lady Anastasia is not lying. So, please take responsibility for your words and actions. All right. That knight's face was pale as she desperately begged the prince for mercy. But it was all too late. Regato cut her off. He no longer needed to hear any defense. He declared that knight, Katria, guilty. A royal knight of the empire dares to joke around like that. I can understand everything I just heard. This is in line with the empire's position, isn't it? After that, the knights who returned to the empire were stripped of their titles of nobility and sentenced to hard labor. They were lucky to have saved their lives. Besides that, because they didn't watch their mouths. While in the kingdom, the empire had to reduce its troop deployment in the border region by half. In the border region, the Duke also heard everything. While Anastasia's parents were using the empire's resources, time just flew by. It wasn't until winter that Anastasia's parents finally returned to the duchy's territory. Amidst the snow-covered scenery, Laurentia shouted loudly, It's snowing in the distance. It's the first snow, Damien. Shouted from afar to Anastasia and Ramiz, Be careful not to fall. Anastasia turned back, signaling that she would be careful. Ramiz stood behind her in silence, bowing his head and contemplating something. He stammered as he opened his mouth. Anastasia, there's something. He clenched his fist tightly. Anastasia replied with a He continued his words. Actually, this is the first time I've gone to see the Saintess. I was stubborn, insisting on acting according to my own wishes. Anastasia was confused. She thought Ramiz was forced to come. He confessed to Anastasia. It should have been good. Not me, but one of my younger brothers. I was stubborn back then because I was worried about my brother. But now I want to apologize to him. This made Anastasia wonder. What's wrong, Ramiz answered. Because I really like it here. Everyone is so kind to me, so no matter what, I'm really happy I got to meet you. Anastasia. His small face turned bright red, his eyes sparkling like stars in the sky. Those sincere words touched Anastasia's heart. She stared at him with wide eyes. Ramiz turned his face away in embarrassment and said in an awkward tone, It's cold. Let's go inside quickly. Then he hurried away. Anastasia's cheeks also turned red at that moment. She smiled gently, watching his retreating back. Then Anastasia also followed him inside. At that time, at the end of her 5th year, she silently noted in her heart, she had become good friends with Ramiz. Time in the ducal residence passed like the calm water of a lake. Anastasia knew Laurentia could now ride a horse very fast. Her older brother, Damien, became the young duke on his 52nd birthday. Meanwhile, for her, the The curtains were drawn open. A maid said, "My lady." The window. Sunlight shone brightly, illuminating the entire room. Everything sparkled under the sun. Anastasia was now 8 years old. She turned around, revealing her charming face like 1,000 flowers blooming. Anastasia's voice started the new day. "Good morning," she said. Reminiscing about the spring when I was 8 years old, I could no longer just eat, drink, and play like before, but even that was only basic education. Anastasia rested her chin on her hand, staring thoughtfully at the book on the table. Honestly, there was almost nothing for her to learn. She secretly glanced over at Ramazal. Ramazal, on the other hand, was learning a lot. In the Empire, Ramazal said he never received an education because of his status, so he was very, because of that. After the morning lessons were over, the rest of the time was all mine. Anastasia opened her phone to check, but was disappointed yet again. There were no notifications today either. The search for her past life's destined marriage was still ongoing, but, there was no new information. Things were also quiet regarding the name from her dream. The phone in her hand slowly faded away. Anastasia walked to the window and smiled faintly. "This is nice, and the weather is beautiful too, so I think I'll go for a walk in the garden." With that thought, she went out to the garden and strolled under the morning light. Anastasia stretched with all her might, letting out a slow sigh to shake off her fatigue. She relaxed her body and exclaimed, "This feels so nice." Mihail's teasing voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Guess who long time no see, my dear?" Startled, Anastasia looked up at him and, thought, "Mihail, how long is he going to keep calling me dear?" Not even trying to hide it, she immediately made a face of disgust. "I'm not a little kid anymore." He now put his hands on his hips and laughed. "Compared to me, you're still way smaller, you little squirt." Anastasia shot back irritably. "I already told you not to call me a little kid or a baby anymore," Mihail stubbornly joked back. "But you are small and adorable. I'm not lying. Am I?" She folded her arms and pouted. "But didn't you promise you'd come the day after tomorrow? Did you finish all your business already to come running over here? Did you, delay your business with Grandpa again just to come here?" He sighed and defended himself. "Dear, you really think that of me? I've been trying, my best. Anyway, are you free today?" Anastasia gave him a curious look and hummed. Mihail smiled and said in a coaxing tone, "There's a place I want to visit with you." Under the shade of lush trees, she was shocked at the place he brought her. Her eyes widened. "This is the place you wanted to visit?" Mihail smiled and nodded. Anastasia froze, her heart thundering in her chest, deeply touched. "This is the place I visited with the Grand Duke before. This is a continuation from L2736. As if reading her mind, he walked to her side and said, "Grandpa is always bragging about how he went up the mountain with you, my dear." However, Anastasia thought that Grandpa would be sad that their special memory was being taken away. But to Mihail, it was a minor issue. "It'll be fine. The worst that can happen is I'll get an earful for a bit and then have to do something for him. That's it. I'm gonna take you way up high too. Dear, I bet I can do it." She refused, flatly. "I don't need that," Anastasia thought in despair. This grandfather and grandson are exactly alike. Even after several years have passed, a few moments later, Mihail spread out a blanket and took out a basket filled with sweets. After sitting for a little while, Anastasia started to feel bored, and yawned again and again, her eyes growing heavy. He quickly noticed she was getting sleepy and suggested, "Why don't you take a little nap?" She stubbornly refused. Mihail continued to coax her. "Damien says taking a good nap helps you grow up faster." He patted his thigh, inviting her to lay her head there. Anastasia furrowed her brow, judging him inwardly. Why did he have to bring up his name again? He's getting more devious. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and lay down on Mihail's lap, but she was still grumbling loudly. "You're a real scoundrel." He couldn't help but let out a fond laugh. "I'm just trying to earn your love, my dear, but have a clue." Anastasia slowly blinked her drowsy eyes. On the verge of sleep, a thought immediately surfaced in her mind. Being alone isn't bad, but it turns out that being with someone is even better. But then, Anastasia was suddenly startled when she saw a shadow. Something black was lying in the nearby grass. "What is that?" She sat up, terrified. Is it a dead body? Mikhail noticed her sudden movement and asked in surprise. What's? Anastasia sobbed as she pointed to where the person was lying. Someone collapsed. Quick, let's go check. Mikhail anxiously followed behind her, shouting, Wait for me, I'm coming with you, because he had to run with all his might over this hill. So, when he got there, he had to gasp for breath to regain his strength. Anastasia was startled to see him already sitting calmly beside the collapsed person. He clearly left. After me? How could he be this fast? She asked anxiously. How is the person? Mikhail shook his head and replied, It's nothing. They're still alive and there are no injuries on their body. It's just that... Anastasia pressed anxiously. Just what she saw the person's face, drooling in their sleep. He answered, They're asleep. Even so, she was still worried about this person, sleeping out in the open like this. Even though she didn't know what they were doing. They should be woken up first. The man suddenly reached out his hand towards Anastasia and grabbed her. Mikhail panikedly pulled her back, shouting. Darling Anastasia was surprised. You're awake just then. The man slowly began to speak in a somber tone. You little kids sure are long-lived. Bioni looked at them gently and smiled kindly. After hearing those words, she was stunned and wondered in confusion. Is this person really saying I'm long-lived when I'm someone who won't even live to be 20 years old? Anastasia stammered, unable to say anything. After that, the man fell sound asleep again. Drool was still dribbling from his mouth. Under the confused gazes of the young couple, Mikhail helplessly whispered a suggestion. We should get on the carriage first. I'll call the carriage. She showed a disgusted expression and agreed softly. A wary thought appeared in Anastasia's mind. Who knows what a person is up to? The scene changes to Bioni waking up inside the carriage. He yawned continuously and stretched widely. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and said, How are you? Little kids greeting her and Mikhail. Both of them simultaneously returned the greeting with a tone of disgust. Anastasia thought to herself, There's only one carriage. That's why we're sitting together. Bioni wasn't fully awake at that moment. He looked at the two of them. He asked a question that made the atmosphere extremely awkward. Are you a married couple? Anastasia narrowed her eyes at Bioni and cursed inwardly. What a lunatic. The man continued to talk non-stop. Am I interrupting your honeymoon? Anastasia sighed in annoyance and once again affirmed in her heart, what a lunatic. She couldn't let Bioni ramble on any longer. She decided to start explaining. Mikhail and I are children, but the man insisted, even children can get married. One shouldn't have prejudice in their heart. Anastasia continued to comment. Please have some shame. Bioni brought his face close to hers and then asked with a smile, So, do you know where this is? Anastasia showed her disgust without hiding it. My mother told me not to talk to suspicious people. The man, while rummaging for something in his sleeve, explained, I'm not a suspicious person. Wait, where did I put it? Bioni took out a piece of paper and placed it in front of the two of them and cheered, Found it! She and Mikhail fell silent after seeing the paper in the man's hand. Anastasia was so shocked she couldn't believe it. It's so hard to believe. This strange and brainless person turns out to be the highest-ranking manager of the Magic Tower. Bioni at that moment scratched his head with a foolish smile. I don't know where this is, so I can't go home. It suddenly hit her. The master of the Magic Tower is this person. Anastasia looked at Bioni's confused expression. She couldn't help but comment. How can someone this careless be the master of the Magic Tower? Will the Magic Tower be okay? Besides, father and mother have also received the news. I just have to deal with it calmly. After thinking for a moment, she then asked, If you're asking where we are, then you don't. Before Anastasia could finish speaking, Mikhail leaned in towards, whispered in her ear and reminded her, Hey little Duchess, this guy fell asleep again. He's furious but can't even curse. What kind of person? A moment after they both got off the carriage, Cetra immediately asked with concern, Anastasia and Mikhail, did you two have fun? I've already heard everything about the master of the Magic Tower. He answered simply that he had fallen asleep, so she already knew. After that, Cetra walked by herself to the side of the horse-drawn carriage politely, knocked on the carriage door, and then started shouting, Master of the Magic Tower! Peony was startled awake by this voice. He probably lost his balance and accidentally hit his head on the carriage roof. Peony opened the carriage door, scratching his head awkwardly. Long time no see, Commander. Long time no see, Commander. he exclaimed firmly to Cetra. Besides, I heard you can sleep anywhere, Chite stuttered, at a loss for words. Cetra criticized him harshly. I remember it clearly. I heard you're not allowed to do that in the magic tower, Anba, Peony hurriedly denied it. You've misunderstood, Commander, she replied in a tone that was both praising and threatening. Good, then, Master of the Magic Tower. Please don't bother my family. He stood up straight. He raised his hand in a stiff salute, his voice hoarse. I understand. I'll keep that in mind. Anastasia couldn't believe Peony had a side like this. That man could also say things like that. He placed a teacup on the table and introduced himself. Loudly. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am the Master of the Magic Tower, Peony Centifolia. Just call me Peony. Anastasia replied politely. I am Anastasia Enderbland. After hearing that, his face lit up with joy and he began to speak non-stop. So you're the youngest daughter of Duke. I'm a friend of your father. Rogato is a very kind person. Meanwhile, the commander is a little scary. According to what Anastasia heard from Peony the Three. Of them met on the battlefield more than 10 years ago. At that time, her mother was the commander while Peony was a mage under her. He trembled when he mentioned Cetra. The commander once said, with my physique, it's impossible for me to run away. So, on days without war, she asked me to run 20 laps around the training grounds. I was really hoping Rogato would come quickly and take me away from this terrible place. It was only then that Mihail stated his opinion. He commented, you know, you could just use magic to teleport from here. And it was only then that Peony remembered and said, oh, that's right. Why didn't I think of that smart kid? Want to be my student? It was a shame. This child possessed extraordinary magical talent. This wasn't unexpected for Anastasia. The Master of the Magic Tower was truly on another level. To be able to see Mihail's talent just like that. At that very moment, he frowned and refused firmly. I have magical talent, and I don't need it. Peony tried to persuade him patiently. How could that be really later? You could even inherit... Oh, that's my position. Mihail continued to stand his ground. Get rid of that filthy power. I don't need it. After that, he resolutely left the room, shutting the door loudly to make his point. Peony looked at the door and said with a bitter, rejected smile, I guess I'm really not liked, huh? Then what does this child think, Anastasia thought to herself. What do I think? He's truly a pitiful fool. Mihail suddenly turned around and opened the door. This made Peony happy and hopeful. You've changed your mind and want to work with me. He completely, ignored Peony, approached her, and said guiltily, I'm sorry, my dear. I forgot about you. Anastasia looked up, glanced at Mihail, and refused. She thought to herself that sitting here was fine too. She watched him repeat, let's go quickly then. He gave Peony a cynical look and resolutely left. Peony fiddled with some cards, sighing and muttering. Leaving just one little kid for me would have been fine, or I'll just, play cards by myself until Rogato arrives. Outside in the corridor, she followed behind him. She couldn't help but ask hesitantly, Mihail, do you hate magic? He didn't deny it. Anastasia asked curiously why that was. Mihail stared far ahead and answered, I'm, afraid of hearing people say, I'm a cursed child again. That's why I hate it so much, and I hate the idea of becoming that weirdo student even more. His eyes flickered with sadness and contemplation. Hearing him pour his heart out, she realized he had never shown any discomfort these past few years, so he was already okay. But that's not right. How could he be? Childhood wounds are difficult to heal. Anastasia suddenly grabbed Mihail's hand, pulling him down and said, Mihail. She stood on her tiptoes, reached out, and gently patted his head. As Mihail stared in surprise, Anastasia just gently stroked his head to soothe him. After a moment, she finally said, I've already checked. Mikhail was confused, not knowing what she had checked. Anastasia said firmly, You are a saint. You just proved it. Mel is just an ordinary child. Her words slightly calmed his feelings. A faint red blush unconsciously appeared on his cheeks. Mikhail replied shyly, I was just teasing you, Anastasia. Smiled slyly. Then I'll have to tease you from time to time. After that, it was time for dinner. The table was laden with food. Mikhail held a plate of,
meat in one hand and a napkin in the other while gesturing. Want me to help you wipe your mouth? Anastasia shook her head, refusing. There's no need. Damien watched the two of them helplessly inside. He always monopolizes our Anastasia. Laurencia sneered, saying, That's right. Exactly. Mikhail is so selfish. Mikhail could only smile politely and ask, In that case, can I help next time, Damien? Don't mention it again. Anastasia already gave him permission. I'm just a little jealous. Night fell, and a silent darkness enveloped the old castle. Mikhail was taking a leisurely walk. Alone in the garden, his gaze was lost in thought. As a brother, I'll never be able to beat him. Damien doesn't know what it was like before he arrived. Can I still stay by my dear's side? It would be so nice if things could stay like this. Bione suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of Mikhail and advised him, Young man, I've been waiting for you for a long time. He emotionlessly and coldly shooed him away. Get lost! That person didn't give up, but instead decided to break through Mikhail's mental defenses. Now, young man, I have something important to tell you about the little princess you're so fond of. I'm not interested. In short, I have the gift of foresight. The little princess is fated to a short life. If you want to change that fate, only you can help her. He firmly refused to believe this nonsense. Bione smiled confidently and reminded him, Fate is absolute, so think it over carefully. Young man, I foresee it won't be long. You'll come to me, begging me to accept you. See you next time, young man. That person floated into the air and left. Mel stared at Bione's back, muttering to himself, What a shameless con artist. And yet, he said my dear is destined to live a short life. But in his heart, he couldn't stop worrying. His heart was pounding hard. So does, that referred to the incident near the monster forest, even though he knew it was nonsense. Why did his heart feel so uneasy? A new day began, the next morning. Tasita's sweet voice could be heard. Darling, could mother ask you for a favor? Anastasia took the basket and asked what it was. She leaned in, both to instruct and to plead. Mikhail left without breakfast. He seems to need some help from our little dear. A question popped into her head. What happened last night? Why would he skip breakfast? Seeing Anastasia's pensive expression. Tasita finally revealed that Mikhail must have been pestered again by the master of the magic tower. She asked back in surprise. Pestered? She then immediately explained in detail. Bione has the gift of foresight, but every now and then, he recklessly predicts the future of those around him. The problem is, his accuracy rate isn't even 50%. Anastasia showed a look of disgust toward Bione. In that case, you shouldn't even call it foresight, Tasita explained patiently. Sometimes it can be helpful, so it's difficult to ignore it completely. If it's a major issue, preparing ahead of time won't hurt. In short, that's the problem. Can mother count on you? Anastasia. In the end, she was persuaded by her mother, resolutely. She carried the basket full of food, ready to give it to Mikhail. Lamise followed behind Anastasia, chattering endlessly. The young duke is always troubling you, Lady Anastasia, she replied sincerely. Not at all. It's nothing. We're friends. He still stammered with worry. But Anastasia stopped in her tracks, turned, and asked if Lamise was also going through something like this, and I didn't come. Wouldn't you be sad? Lamise was awkwardly at a loss for words, thinking, how could I dare? She then said, seriously, what do you mean? How dare you? Lamise and I are good friends. So, this is only natural. He bowed his head in understanding and cleared his throat softly. Ahem, Anastasia ended the conversation. All right, I'm leaving. Lamise didn't stop her anymore. Standing at the upstairs railing, Damien and Lorenia looked down. The little girl began to comment. Mikhail is making our Sasha worry too much, isn't he? It's outrageous. Shortly after, Anastasia slipped through the trees and finally saw Mikhail sitting in the middle of the forest. Seeing his back, she muttered to herself, found him. Why is he sitting there all alone? He's making me worry. Mikhail turned in surprise when he heard Anastasia's voice. Hearing his name called, he smiled and joked, the little princess always finds me so easily. Anastasia struck a corrective pose. Shouldn't you be thanking me for coming? Mikhail said sincerely. Thank you. Knowing the worry in her heart, he carefully comforted her. My mother said, this situation is very interesting. The words of the master of the magic tower aren't even necessarily half true. Mikhail lifted his head in surprise and then confirmed again.
Is that true? He had already stopped believing the Master of the Magic Tower's words. Turns out the Master of the Magic Tower's prophecy was nonsense again. Anastasia smiled brightly as she comforted him. So no matter what the Master of the Magic Tower says, you shouldn't worry too much. His spirits lifted a little, a blush appeared on his moved face as he replied, Thank you. Suddenly feeling very hungry, she handed the food basket to Mikhail. After hearing his stomach rumbling with hunger, she also relayed, Mother knew this would happen, so she told me to bring this. He opened the food basket and exclaimed happily, Thank you so much, Duchess. And you too, little darling, thank you for bringing it. Anastasia's demeanor changed, and her tone of voice immediately became cold. In that case, don't call me little darling anymore. It's so embarrassing. Mikhail remained insistent. But a little darling is a baby. If I don't call you little darling, what should I call you? Anastasia thought in annoyance. He's definitely doing this on purpose. Why do I have a bad feeling in 15 years? Will I still be called little darling? The scene shifts to the arena. Lorenia appeared, beaming as she greeted her, dressed neatly. Sasha, you're back. Did Mikhail bother Sasha too much? Anastasia happily hugged the little girl, nodding as if to answer. Just then, Mikhail, standing behind her, complained. You just got back and you're already looking for Lorenia. The little princess is so heartless. Anastasia refused to turn around, thinking, Of course, my older sister is important than you. Lorenia looked at him and retorted, Then who told you to bother our Sasha Mikhail? Not wanting to lose, immediately shot back. When did shot? I bother her, she cursed in annoyance. You did. You made Sasha worry. After that. Lorenia decisively removed one of her gloves. A firm throw. She threw the glove forcefully at his chest, making the air feel tense. Lorenia cleared her throat and asked, Do you know what you've done wrong? I challenge you. Mikhail Leventis. She walked straight into the arena like a proud warrior. Mikhail proudly accepted the challenge. He stomped his foot and stood across from Lorenia. Neither of them was willing to back down. Anastasia stood. She began to give orders. Since Mikhail is at fault today, he can only use his left hand. He, of course, refused and immediately retorted, That's too unfair. I'm right-handed. Lorenia wouldn't give in. It's precisely because of that. You've always been the one who is most unfair. Mikhail, right, Sasha. She nodded in agreement. In her heart, she cheered for Lorenia enthusiastically. If sister says it's cheating, then it's cheating. Who cares? Mikhail raised his sword and argued. What Lorenia and I are only 1 year apart. She also raised her spear, challengingly. But the amount of time we've been learning martial arts is vastly different. What else? So using both hands is cheating. Besides, today, Laura, he had to win to be able to dance with Sasha. On her birthday, he raised his sword at Lorenia instead of the dance partner. I can't give her to you. Just as their two wooden weapons clashed, his voice was filled with determination. If Mikhail wouldn't give her up, Lorenia would just have to win herself. Anastasia stood outside, quietly judging. Mikhail was using only one hand and still had the upper hand. The difference in their training was just too great, so it couldn't be helped. Maybe spring had arrived because my nose was constantly itchy. The moment she sneezed, Mikhail immediately lowered it. He ran anxiously towards Anastasia, asking, My sweet, are you all right? She was confused, not understanding what was happening. She thought to herself, Then Anastasia reminded him, Father said you're not supposed to get distracted during a match. However, Mikhail didn't pay much attention to her words, asking instead, You're not hurt anywhere, are you? You've been outside since early this morning. Anastasia shook her head and answered, No. She thought with resignation, as if someone with prophetic magic needs to be careful about a simple cut. He immediately let out a happy sigh of relief. How sweet. He blushed while getting distracted during the match, and it turns out he was watching me this whole time, and it was all over a single sneeze. After that, Anastasia said something that shocked Mikhail so much his mind went completely blank. His brain felt as if it had been struck by a rock. Big sister won anyway. Laurencia's eyes sparkled with joy, her heart filled with excitement. He ran over, grabbing Anastasia's hand and asking, Sasha, on my birthday, you have to be my partner. Understand? Anastasia broke into a bright smile and replied, Of course. Time flew by. And May 5th, her older sister's 11th birthday, arrived. In the morning, Lorenia threw open the door and cheerfully shouted, Sasha, you're awake. My Sasha, I love my little sister Sasha so much. Anastasia hugged her tightly, speaking words full of affection.
I love you too, big sister. Laurencia rubbed her cheek against Anastasia's head, chattering happily. That's right. My sweetie loves me the most, at that moment. Anastasia finally noticed the clothes she was wearing. They were pajamas. She immediately looked up and asked worriedly, Sister, is this okay? It's your birthday and you haven't even changed yet. Lorenia grasped her hand and replied, It's fine. I came to pick Sasha up, Anastasia asked in surprised confusion. Pick me up? She laughed cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with excitement, because today, Sasha was going to be Lorenia's dance partner. In the dressing room, Lorenia stood with her hands on her hips, saying confidently, Of course, that one also looks great on our Sasha. But for today, I think a red ribbon would be better. The maid also agreed. Miss Lorenia truly knows best. Laurencia excitedly twirled around Anastasia. She said proudly, Of course I'm Sasha's big sister. Do her hair in this style, please. This one. Anastasia thought to herself. It's been a long time since I've dressed up like this. There was a time when I had to think about makeup, hairstyles, and clothes every single day. Her eyes suddenly dimmed. When was that Anastasia recalled her 45th life? She had been born into a notoriously evil family of villains. She had an older twin brother, born just a few minutes before her. But because his body was weak, she became the family's doll, exploited excessively. Beautiful and elegant, an existence so powerful that no one dared to defy their family. Because of this, her twin brother was always compared to her. He cried out from his bed, Do you think you can have everything as long as you get better? Anastasia cut in coldly. I know. So, just hurry up and get well, brother. Looking back, she thought, were those the last words spoken before I died? At that time, she had also said, If you weren't sick, then I would never have a chance to shine. A sentence that cut like a knife. She asked herself why she suddenly recalled those words, which made her feel uneasy. As she was sinking deep into her memories, a voice snapped her out of it. A voice woke her. All done. She was startled, as if waking from a dream. The voice prompted Anastasia to look at herself. Everything is ready, Sasha. She was wearing a beautiful dress, looking absolutely perfect. She suddenly remembered that today was her sister's birthday. Is it okay for me to be dressed so lavishly? Lorenzia looked at her and couldn't help but praise her. Our Sasha is truly so sweet. She quickly turned and said as she walked away, Wait for me. Okay, I'm going to get changed too. And left immediately. Anastasia stayed where she was and thought, My sister will never know that her smile when she looks at me is the cutest thing in the world. At the lavish party, people were chatting and laughing merrily. Tetra turned and couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing her two daughters. Oh, my daughters, you both look so beautiful today. Anastasia and Lorenzia emerged. The two little girls looked incredibly sweet today. Lorenzia replied, Yes, it's Laura's favorite color. It's the same as Sasha's and Mama's. The birthday party continued in a very warm and pleasant atmosphere. Lorenzia blew out the candles, accompanied by the cheers and applause of everyone. As promised, Lorenzia stayed by Anastasia's side all day. Mikai was incredibly jealous watching them. A delicious cake made by the chef. The chef, along with all the servants, brought out a huge cake, congratulatory letters they had prepared together, and gifts. Lorenzia saw the pile of gifts in front of her. Her eyes sparkled. The little girl couldn't contain her excitement. While, opening the gifts, Lorenzia said cheerfully. This is a beautiful black obsidian. You knew I liked Sasha's color, so you gave it to me. Thank you. Miki. She was even delighted by the gifts from the men of the Grand Ducal family. Leventus then presented another gift. Mikai introduced it, saying, This is the gift he prepared for you. It's said to be a Grandio red. In Lorenzia's hand was a necklace with a gem pendant. The blue gem continuously sparkled. She commented that the gem's color was exactly the same as Laura's eyes. Anastasia watched this and silently realized in her heart, Isn't that a precious gem worth a house in the capital? I really can't keep up with their spending. Her father, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up, catching Lorenzia's attention. Our Lorenzia. Rogato brought out a long gift box decorated with beautiful flowers and introduced it. This is a gift from your father. The little girl saw the gift and couldn't help but exclaim, It's so big! Thank you! Father!
Lorenzia excitedly opened the special gift box. The little girl exclaimed, "Is this a real sword? Then Laura can wield a sword just like a real Katria." Anastasia looked at the sword and couldn't help but think, "But isn't it a bit too big?" "It seems so, Lorenzia." Despite trying her best, she couldn't lift the sword. "Rogato!" exclaimed in embarrassment Lorenzia. The little girl's eyes filled with tears, and she looked like she was about to cry. Looking at her own small hands, she said, "Father gave it to Laura, but Laura is too weak to lift it." Seeing this, he grew anxious and quickly suggested, "How about I help you?" "Lift it, dear," Tetra said. "That's enough, husband." She gently coaxed her daughter. "Sweetheart, come to Mama." Tetra bent down and placed her hands on Lorenzia's shoulders to comfort her. "When I was your age, Lorenzia, I couldn't lift a sword that big either." The little girl perked up a little and, asked doubtfully. "Really?" Tetra said gently to her daughter. "Of course. I grew very slowly. My daughter is still growing too. That's why." Lorenzia looked at her, a hint of sadness still in her eyes. "It's not because Lala is too weak." Tetra then slowly explained. "Lorenzia, strength isn't art. I am weaker than your father. Does that mean I'm not as strong as him?" The little girl seemed to understand. She raised both her hands and said firmly, "No way Mama is the strongest person in the world." Tetra smiled gently. She was so happy to see her daughter. "Living up again?" she explained. "Your father must think that Lala will grow up very quickly. That's why he gave you this big sword early." Lorenzia asked again. "Really? So it's okay for me? Thank you for the gift, Father. I'm sorry I almost cried." Anastasia looked at the little girl. At that, her heart was filled with admiration. "Truly, my sister is the sweetest person in the world." Her father handed the sword to his daughter. The little girl accepted it, happily. And so, Lorenzia's birthday party came to an end. Time passed, and before they knew it, the summer clouds had arrived. The Duke's castle was as quiet as ever. It was just a little busier, because the day of the summer motivational feast was fast approaching. Anastasia was walking down the hallway while thinking, "I heard that this year my brother will also be in charge of some work. He's already so busy. Ever since he became the young Duke, it's gotten hard to see him. How about I read that book my brother recommended to me before?" So Anastasia slowly pushed open the library door. Inside, it was filled with neatly arranged books. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye. Anastasia recognized it was her brother Damien. She asked herself, "What's he doing in the library at this hour?" Thinking that, she went forward and asked, "Aren't you busy today, Brother Damien?" Turned to look at her and replied, "I was planning to rest for a bit." Lorenzia said Anastasia was often here in the afternoon. It turns out, it's true, his eyes filled with gentleness. "From here, I can clearly see our sister practicing." Damien smiled widely and sighed at his little sister. "Our youngest really adores Lorenzia." "Huh." Hearing that, Anastasia added, "I really like you too, brother. If there was a place where I could watch you study, I would definitely be running all over the place." Damien still smiled gently. That would surely be more boring than... Suddenly, the sound of cheerful laughter from downstairs drew both of their attention. Below, Lorenzia and the maids were playing hide and seek. The little girl ran around, shouting excitedly. Anastasia thought they must be playing after practice. They're always close, aren't they? But then she suddenly noticed something about her brother Damien. She saw the expression on his face was so lonely. Damien looked down gloomily. Anastasia wondered if he was jealous. Sometimes even family members forget that he's still a child too. She made up her mind. Anastasia pulled Damien's hand to get his attention. At times like this, a younger sister has to be a little clingy. With that thought, the little girl acted cute with her brother. "Today, I want to spend the whole day with you, brother. Will you accompany me?" And play the little girl's innocent face would make it impossible for anyone to refuse. Anastasia tightly gripped Damien's hand and continuously pleaded, "Oh, brother, don't study anymore today. Come play with me." He looked at his little sister, his heart full of hesitation. "Anastasia, but to put you at ease, she proposed, if the tutors or our parents say anything, I'll take full responsibility." Seeing that, Damien laughed and said, "Our little sister is protecting her older brother now, huh?" The little girl replied firmly, "That's right." And finally, her brother agreed. Her with his sister. Since you've said so, today I should just play with you, right? But suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Young Master Damien. As soon as she heard that voice, Anastasia immediately recognized it. Outside in the hallway, two people were calling his name. Alternately, Young Master Damien, where are you? You need to check the documents that have been distributed. Anastasia guessed they were his aides, because most of the attendants will eventually become personal assistants, so there's always fierce competition among them. Even something as small as who gets to be called by his name first makes them very uncomfortable. Damien's expression became a little stiff. It was only then that Anastasia realized if they were the problem. Thinking that, she immediately rushed out, leaving Damien, standing there calling out. The little girl opened the door and said in a loud voice, Hey, you all. Mother said you're not allowed to be noisy in the hallways. Didn't you know one of the attendants? One replied, We know, my lady, but because we couldn't find the young master, we had no choice. The man with glasses next to him also agreed. My lady, you may not know, but this matter is truly very important, Anastasia asked firmly. I've also seen some of the sirs. The assistants. Father has come looking for him many times, but those men were never as loud as you two. What my brother is doing is more important than even my father. They were shocked and tried to defend themselves, saying it wasn't like that. Before they could say more, the little girl continued. Besides, this is in front of the library and you're being too loud. I can't even read my book. The two guards immediately shouted loudly. We'll be quiet right away. The two bodyguards were frightened and panicked. Lancelot, standing nearby, said, The young master was never here. You two should leave now, they asked, in confusion. Huh, but his face was grim as he spoke harshly. You don't believe our words? The two bodyguards trembled in fear and stammered, That's not it. We'll leave now. Goodbye, young miss. The two bodyguards immediately fled. Only then did Anastasia feel relieved. Now that the pests were gone, she said to the two knights on guard, There's something I need your help with. They both replied. Happy and enthusiastic. Anything at all. Just give the order. Young miss? After receiving brief instructions, the two were ready. Please trust us. We will make perfect preparations. Anastasia was secretly pleased, thinking this was great. Once ready, she opened the library door and said, Brother. Damien scratched his cheek, confused. Little sis, Anyway. The little girl suddenly grabbed his hand and proposed, I want to play hide and seek with you. Anastasia decided to hide Damien so those men wouldn't find him. Those immature boys had been redirected to the training grounds. She had requested it. The snacks prepared by Lancelot were also brought along. Now it was time to go to Anastasia's secret hideout. Damien, clutching the basket tightly, followed the little girl slowly. He realized they were in a cave and wondered how much further they had to go. After a few more steps, he saw it. His heart filled with amazement. Above the caves was a clear blue sky, and Damien couldn't help but marvel at the sight. How did you find this place? Anastasia. The little girl said Hamzi brought her here the last time. Do you like it? Damien answered cheerfully. I love it. It seemed he had been invited into Anastasia's special parlor. The little girl was secretly grateful. Thanks to a few knights who had provided the necessary items, the place was now like a real room. Damien looked around. But are you sure it's okay to show me this place? Anastasia said. Besides you, brother, who else would I tell? Coming here all by myself isn't any fun. He asked, what about Lawrence? The little girl put her index finger to her lips in a hushing gesture. I haven't told him yet. But maybe I'll tell him later. I'm definitely not telling Mihail, though. Damien made the same gesture. It's our secret, then. Anastasia moved forward to hug him and murmured softly. Damien looked down at her tender face. Anastasia's eyes were shut tight, filled with a sense of calm. As he watched her, something came to his mind. Then, Damien said, Anastasia, let me tell you a story. The two sat by the tea table, talking softly. Damien lowered his head and confessed, I'm very good at making friends. Anastasia immediately refuted it. How can you think that? She was a little shocked inside. How could he say something so unbelievable? You're friends with Michael Leventis too. The boy spoke slowly. Lorenzia and you get along well with everyone, but I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Anastasia rushed to her feet. That's not it. You're a really good person, Damien said quietly. I'm sorry. Did I make you sad? She thought to herself. Even now, he's still worried about my feelings. Then who is going to worry about his? Anastasia gripped his hand on the table. She voiced the thought that was always in her heart. To anyone. You are a good person. But bad people often look down on that kind of quality. If sometimes we're a little more firm, the girl asked and answered her own question. Then, of course, there will be good people who accept that side of us and stay by our side. Hearing those words, Damien held her and slowly called Anastasia's name. The words you're saying don't sound like a child at all. Knowing this well, Anastasia quickly explained that her mother was the one who said it. She reminded herself, I also suddenly say things an adult would. Damien didn't speak, just rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. Then he said, Thank you, I'll do it. The next day, Aiden moved into Damien's room. He immediately put what Anastasia said into practice. Damien sat in a chair and said to the two guards, I'm going to give you both an assignment. I will review the results and decide who should do what and who will remain by my side. In the hallway, the two guards were whispering. Aren't guards supposed to be close friends? Why is the young Duke himself? Saying that, the other one continued. What's this all about, suddenly treating us like subordinates? Anastasia stood in a corner, hearing everything. Only she understood. They suddenly said he had changed and looked very unhappy. But when he received their assignments, Damien said with a strange firmness, You just need to fix the parts I pointed out. The red-haired man couldn't take it anymore and even shouted, You're going too far. I'm still in the process of learning. You don't have to use such harsh words. The man with glasses next to him also agreed. Just replied softly, You two always seem dissatisfied because I don't acknowledge your abilities, which made them both fall silent. With that, no matter what I say, you're both dissatisfied. There's nothing I can do. Go home. Now there's nothing left to worry about. Because Damien had realized he was his parents' son, the two guards heard his firm words and were constantly trembling. Our young Duke isn't thinking clearly. You've been so kind to us all this time. Please forgive us this time. The scene shifts to Anastasia's bedroom. She was lying in bed, one hand holding the blanket. Anastasia thought happily, what a relief. This way, he might feel relieved now too. Just then, as she was halfway through her thought, a new system notification suddenly appeared before her. Anastasia let out a surprised, ah! In her heart, she silently said with joy, After 3 years of silence, it finally found the desired target. On the phone screen, a line of text appeared. You want to see the new notification? Anastasia clicked to see. After the notification appeared, she couldn't help but ask herself about the address. Anastasia was suddenly stunned, her eyes widening and pupils constricting. Displayed on the phone, 2nd Ducal Residence, West Forest Street, Duke Endebron No. 1, Pasang Kingdom, status resting, longs to become a true colleague. The little girl was shocked. The Endebron Ducal family. Anastasia was surprised. A full 3 years without a single word of news, to think that inside the Duke's residence, there was still someone who missed her. Recently, a new person entered the Duke's residence. It's a good thing I updated the app. Good thing I early to see if there was any information. A stream of thoughts ran through her mind. The little girl looked at the text displayed on the screen. World, information. The 13th world. World information hero and demon king. The strongest demon king. She analyzed inwardly. The 13th world. This world actually has too many suspicious people. She remembered it was the world where she met her pet dog. Because at that time, Anastasia was born as a nightmare demon among the demon race. This demon race absorbs magical power from others' dreams to increase their strength. But this process was too troublesome, so she chose a more familiar method using her fists. Just punching the opponent directly in the face was enough. That's how, one by one, troublesome people were conquered by Anastasia, one after another. When she was about 14 years old, she had already become the Demon King. But there was only one problem, which was that the world was exactly like the fairy tales her older sister liked to read. A world with a hero. There, they annihilate the Demon King and save the princess. She thought to herself, could it be precisely because of this? Even though she never interfered in the human kingdom, It was ironic that the princess who held the key to the fairy tale unexpectedly ran away from home and ran all the way to the Demon King's castle. Anastasia snapped back to reality. She reminded herself, I'd better not call Cora because she hates everyone who killed her. Then she swiped to the next piece of information. The location was the knight's dormitory. Unexpectedly, there were two people who harbored feelings of longing. She could only laugh dryly now that the situation was getting complicated. There were just too many suspicious people. She thought to herself, could it be the 4 heavenly kings or the 10 great elders, the Demon King's companions? This wasn't a problem that could be two people, but she finally decided to put it out of her mind. Whatever, she thought as she put her phone away. Anastasia lay in bed thinking to herself that she would just think about it tomorrow. 3 years passed peacefully. Being 1 day late shouldn't be a problem. Right? An unknown amount of time later, a loud booming sound woke Anastasia up. She snapped her eyes open, wondering what that sound was. She leaped out of bed, on high alert. Is the enemy attacking? Beside her spoke. My lady, are you awake? Were you startled? The knight's training is a bit intense today. So, that's why it's so loud. Anastasia was confused. Training, she asked. She complained. What kind of training sounds like a bomb exploding? I have to go see for myself. Anastasia quickly changed her clothes and rushed outside. Lorenia and Ken were standing there. Laurencia turned her head and saw her. You're here, I was just about to come wake you. The little girl said excitedly. I have to tell you something, the Demon King just mastered his battle aura? Anastasia remembered. The Demon King? Isn't he the knight who kidnapped me before? The little girl asked in return. Really? Being able to use a battle aura is proof that a person has reached the peak of their strength. That's why most people can only manifest their battle aura on the battlefield. Like her parents and the Grand Duke. They were people who had fought on the front lines during that war. An image of the little girl's parents flashed in her mind. She then thought back to the Demon King. But the Demon King wasn't the type who often went to the battlefield. He was only in his early 20s. To already be able to use a battle aura means he's a true genius. Suddenly, a loud shout made Anastasia jump. Guinevere, today I'll defeat you and make you admit you were wrong. Just you watch. In front of her was Guinevere. She asked hesitantly, why is my knight fighting with my brother's knight? His opponent can even use a battle aura. Shouldn't someone stop them? Anastasia panicked at the scene unfolding in front of her. Arthur had manifested a dragon, a giant, ferocious dragon, Ushis, formed from his combat energy. Her mind was now filled with questions. Why are these moves showing up here? Dust billowed, and from behind the cloud of dust, a voice could be heard. Don't cry, Guinevere. He said he still hadn't forgotten how she stole his master 5 years ago. Seeing Guinevere was completely unscathed, Anastasia was amazed. She actually blocked that attack. Then she continued, you didn't think you were the only one who could use combat energy, did you? As soon as the words left her mouth, a fireball appeared dazzlingly in her hand. It then quickly morphed into several missiles, ripping through space and shocking Anastasia. Wait a minute, she thought. That's definitely a technique I used when I was the Demon King. As she recalled this, Anastasia couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Why did I give those techniques? Such strange names. The little girl covered her blushing face with her hands. Just remembering the names is... Ken, standing next to her, remarked, the two of them train together every single day. They're truly rare geniuses, Lancelot added. Indeed. It's also the first time I've ever seen anyone use combat energy so skillfully. It was then that Anastasia realized. That's right. If they can use those moves, then the two of them must be those people. She looked at the fiery Guinevere before her and at Alphonse from her. Standing there was the high-spirited Arthur. They were both the princess and the knight from the 13th world. Anastasia thought if Zoe knew about this, it would surely be a huge problem. Even though they once liked me so much, they were also the ones who killed me. Then, memories came flooding back into her mind. A clumsy knight who always lost his sword. He would always ask in a panic, where's my sword? And a brave princess who ran away from home without a second thought just to find the Demon King's castle. She once begged the Demon King, can you marry me? I really like you. Anastasia, who was beside her, wore a helpless expression.
I have no intention of getting married.
Help me get rid of this girl. She also had to console Arthur. Don't cry anymore. Tell me what happened when you lost to the 10 great elders. He was crying, hysterically, sobbing and complaining loudly. I was supposed to win so I could fight the Demon King, but I lost to them instead. They were such strange people. They always made the once quiet Demon King's castle so lively. But at some point, I grew to like them. So I taught them swordsmanship and also taught them magic. But those peaceful times didn't last long. Maybe it was because this was the 13th world, enough brought bad omens. In this world, Anastasia was fated to die at the hands of the knight, because this was a world where the knight was the main character. She remembered that moment again. The two people she liked the most turned out to be the ones who killed her. On that day, Arthur raised his sword by and shouted at her, "If only you didn't exist!" Even though Anastasia already knew this was her fate, her heart still felt like in all fairy tales. The knight defeated the Demon King. Everyone lived happily ever after, the end of the story. Just as the 13th world wanted, she returned to reality, watching the two people fighting. But now you say you miss me. Why didn't you kill me? Because it had to be that way. She lowered her gaze. You say you really want to be friends. Then how is that supposed to mind? Cetra gently tapped the little girl's shoulder, startling her. My dear, why do you look so lost in thought? He smiled gently at her. It was a gentle, loving smile. Anastasia turned to Cetra and softly called out, Mama. Then she hugged her tightly and replied, It's nothing. I was just wondering what to eat for breakfast. Of course, that wasn't it. Does Sayla also get a hug from the little girl? Well then, let's go eat now. Okay. Even while leaning into her mother's warm embrace, Anastasia still seemed lost in thought. If we really become teammates again, will I be able to understand? She didn't know. Could she understand why they looked that way when they killed her? Why did... The expressions on their faces reappeared in Anastasia's mind. She wondered why. Even after killing her, they still missed her. The scene shifts to a courtyard beside the estate. Yashe's face was filled with anger. He was gripping a branch in his hand. So now you want to test your skills? Now you want? Against me. Jinaway furrowed his brow in annoyance. Fine then, let's see who's stronger. Elsewhere, under an awning, Anastasia was sitting in a chair, reading, with a fierce lion beside her. She ordered the lion to bite, and it immediately obeyed and leaped forward. It was ready to attack, no longer looking innocent. The fierce lion opened its mouth and roared, baring its sharp teeth. Saliva dripped from its jaws. Yase and Jinwa immediately panicked. We're very sorry. Young Duchess, we'll make it right, of course. Anastasia was not satisfied, but I've already heard that line 3 times here. She lifted her eyes to the sky. If you're wondering where this is, it's a forest about a 1-a-day carriage ride from the ducal estate. I'm here supervising to make sure both of them carry out their punishment properly. The fierce lion's appearance made them both tremble in fear. A few days ago, the two of them had destroyed the training grounds, therefore, they were punished. They had to clean up a nearby forest that had been destroyed by monsters. At that time, Anastasia's father was furious, pointing at her, ordered them both, Go calm yourselves down. I volunteered to be the supervisor to ease their worries, although my parents were still worried. At that moment, Sayla had already bent down and asked our little princess with concern, Our little princess, this is no picnic. This will be very difficult. Are you going to be okay? Anastasia's face was very serious. Yes, I also want to help my parents just like my older brother. She looked back. Time passed quickly. It was my 8th year at the residence of Duke Enbalon. I understood my parents' work very well. Hearing his little daughter, say that, her parents were so moved they covered their mouths with their hands. Anastasia thought to herself, since there are 2 people who use aura, they probably also felt there wouldn't be any problems. Back to the present, and so it went. It was Anastasia's 5th day here. She lowered, her head in exhaustion, still unable to understand in her heart. Truly becoming teammates. What am I supposed to do? They repeatedly said they would be by my side, calling me master, but in the end, they hated and betrayed me. In her mind, an image of Arthur and Guinevere standing solemnly appeared. but now they want to truly become teammates again. Anastasia sat gloomily. She immediately, used a spell to make a phone appear in front of her. She held the phone and swiped to see their location on the map. They're fighting again. Hundreds of years have passed. So quickly. Has nothing changed? Anastasia propped her chin on her hand, staring at the phone screen. Her finger moved across the screen. A single drop slid down. Looking outside, a light rain had begun to fall. Anastasia sat lost in thought, not knowing what else to do. Meanwhile, a hand suddenly grabbed a stone and set it down heavily on the ground. Arthur stood in the rain with his hands on his hips, utterly exhausted, letting the heavy rain pour down. With that, the job of clearing the path was done. Guinevere, holding a bundle of dry firewood, turned and asked, anxiously, "Hey, hurry back! The master is worried." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Let me finish up first, just wait a little longer." He shielded his eyes from the rain with his hand, then whispered, "All right." Guinevere looked up at the sky. The rain was getting heavier. She felt it was raining horribly. In the house! Anastasia stood silently on the balcony. Her hands rested on the wooden railing, and she looked very anxious. A maid came up from behind, carrying a glass of milk. She pushed the door open and entered, calling softly to the young miss. "Young miss, you'll catch a cold standing out here." She turned around, worriedly thinking about the two of them, who still hadn't returned. The maid wore a cheerful smile. "The milk is warm. Young miss, please hurry inside." Hearing that, she turned and went inside. There was no other choice. Behind Anastasia, lightning struck the forest with a tremendous crash. She was so shocked she froze in place. Her pupils constricted as she stared toward the forest. Guinevere, carrying a sack of dry firewood, looked up. She heard a cracking sound coming from right above her head. Her eyes filled with fear and her face went pale. Suddenly, Arthur charged in from behind like a bolt of lightning, shoving Guinevere out of the way. She didn't even have time to react. Guinevere fell to the ground, clutching her head and crying out, "What's happening?" Then, in the pouring rain, her eyes flew open as she suddenly realized something. A blood-soaked hand lay motionless on the ground, causing Guinevere to freeze. Her gaze filled with absolute terror. Cold, sweat mixed with the rain as it streamed down her face. Guinevere screamed in terror. A short time later, back at the house, a trail of bloodstains led from the main door all the way to a bedroom. From behind the tightly shut door, agonizing screams could be heard. "Open your eyes. Where is he, Anastasia? You can't. Fall asleep." She slowly walked down the stairs, looking around worriedly. Just then, a maid rushed out in a panic, carrying a basin of water. "Young miss, what's wrong?" she asked cautiously. The Demon King is gravely injured." The maid quickly forced a reassuring smile. "It's okay, the priest will be here soon." Anastasia knew she was lying the moment she looked at her. In a storm like this, how could a priest possibly get here when they could just rely on me, the saintess? But they are worried that I'm just a child. She clenched her fists. "The Demon King seems to be in critical condition. I thought they were aura users. So it should be fine. I absolutely must not have any regrets." After that, Anastasia quickly ran up the stairs, announcing, "I am going to bed early today." The maid saw her off, wishing the young lady a good night's sleep. Anastasia comforted herself. "I'm doing everything I can." Inside the dark room, the maid was asleep, leaning back in her chair. Anastasia suddenly sat bolt upright in bed. At her, she stared intently at the maid, using the magic in her hands. The maid was already fast asleep. "Time to go?" Anastasia suddenly disappeared from the room, walking on the wooden floor. Guinevere saw her standing there and jumped in surprise. "Anastasia!" She placed a hand on her mouth, signaling her to be quiet. "It's okay. The Demon King is sick. I came to calm him." She gently approached Arthur, placing a hand on his body. Anastasia's hand glowed as she spoke. "My hand is a divine medicine." Then she turned and comforted her. "This was just an accident. Don't blame yourself too much." "Okay." Suddenly, Anastasia's gaze stiffened. She stared sharply at Guinevere, who was in front of her, without realizing it. Her eyes were already swollen and red. She clenched her fists tightly against her chest, calling out in a soft voice, My lord has returned to the memories of the 13th generation. It was as if a seal had been ripped away. So that's it. There's no hatred for me in your eyes." At that moment, Arthur shed a tear. Guinevere, who was behind him, was equally moved, back in the present. Anastasia suddenly fell silent. "You're holding back your hatred so fiercely, gritting your teeth and not letting the tears fall. How could I not have noticed?" Then she pleaded gently, "Tomorrow, please show your smiles to me, Arthur and Guinevere." At that moment, Guinevere stood respectfully, listening to Anastasia's counsel. After she finished listening, grew slightly panicked. After that, Guinevere became extremely shaken and broke into sobs. Tears streamed down her face, and her voice was filled with regret. It was as if the Guinevere from the 13th life had returned. She covered her eyes in sorrow, sobbing uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Anastasia was reminded of the times she was happily taken out to play. Come to think of it, I never called her by her name. In front of her was Guinevere with a happy smile on her face. Arthur waved from behind. Anastasia wondered to herself, "Is this all there is to it?" The princess and the knight, they played together, joyfully, in a beautiful field of flowers. But one day everything shattered. Happiness turned to suffering. A gentle hand grasped those shattered, beautiful memories. She gave a faint smile as she held them, then let them vanish into the void. There's no need to see those memories that only bring suffering to everyone. Isn't that right? Anastasia sighed in annoyance. You know, I hate being interrupted when I'm only halfway through something, whether it's a happy ending or a tragic one. I have to see it for myself, without any pleasantries, she said bluntly. So, can you leave? The robed man bowed his head, his voice whining. This is truly outrageous. We haven't seen each other in so long, and you don't even say hello, Anastasia said coldly. I'm not pleased, he asked her. Are you regret it? Anastasia replied firmly. Why should I regret it? On the contrary, I have a question I'd like to ask. A question that she had always wanted to ask. Are you the main god? The robed man put a finger to his lips. Let me see. I don't know which main god you're referring to. You and I. We are similar entities. Anastasia pressed again. Are you not going to speak plainly since you're already here? Tell me one more thing before you leave. Next, how many more people must I relieve from the suffering of their longing? Pouted. It seems I'm the only one spilling all the secrets, so I'm not going to tell you. As soon as he said that, he instantly vanished without a trace, leaving Anastasia stunned. She was furious with him. Does he not know either? Is that why he fled? Whatever. I'll find out myself. Anastasia thought that by simply updating the application, it would appear the 13th life was completely different from the demon world. Peaceful. The human world drew ever closer to ruin. A priest shouted loudly, How long will you all pretend not to know Knight and Princess? Will you let everyone die just to protect the Demon King? The priests had already pleaded with Arthur and Guinevere. Even so, the two of them still refused to kill the Demon King. At that moment, on a roadside bench, Arthur was leaning back with his arms crossed over his chest. But the root of the destruction isn't the Demon King. Guinevere completely agreed. The Demon King we met caused no harm to the human world. Until the divine words came down, a voice was heard. Oh, my followers, the one you love possesses an aura of destruction. If it is allowed to grow, that person will vanish along with this world. Guinevere was shocked and panicked. Could the Demon King really disappear impossible? Arthur added. Arthur, thinking about just how strong the Demon King was, there has to be a way for us all to live together. The voice continued. Even if she is saved, she cannot be saved. Even if protected, she will never find happiness. If that person is important to you, then let her hate you more than anyone else. Then release her. At that moment, she will be reborn into a new body, free from the curse and able to enjoy happiness. The look on Arthur's face turned pale. So, in the end, we still have to kill the Demon King? Guinevere clasped her hands tightly. Do you know what makes me the most, you foolish knight? We don't have the power to kill the Demon King, and yet she's willing to sacrifice herself. Arthur agreed. Right. If only that person were truly evil, it would be less painful. Then,
A sound cut through the air. Anastasia, her body covered in blood, left this life forever. Arthur, holding the blood-stained sword, panted heavily. Then, he dropped his sword. The sound of the clang tore at their hearts. Guinevere said bitterly,
You must hate us. You must despise us. Never forgive us.
For as long as you live, more than anyone. When they made this decision, they were the ones suffering the most inside. Arthur trembled, covering his face tightly.
With both hands. He fought hard to keep his tears from falling. We won't say we did this for the Demon King's sake because
We failed to protect you until the very end, so next time. Just then, the entire demon world collapsed, witnessing everything that was happening right before her eyes. Anastasia clenched her fists tightly. They weren't happy about doing it either. Even as ruin approached, we were still looking in the same direction. We wanted to be true companions. Anastasia's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with tears. She blamed them for hiding all of this from her.
Back in the present, Arthur, trembling and in tears, said, Yes, I am a fool for getting hurt like a fool.
Guinevere also cried out, No, my lord, I failed to protect this fool. Anastasia realized that perhaps because the memories of the past were so overwhelming, she had seemingly passed out. She turned to look at them both with affection and said, Thank you. Seeing her like that, their tears finally stopped. They didn't immediately understand what was happening, simply nodding in response. Then, an unexpected question from Anastasia startled them both. You two were fighting again. Does Guinevere need to go tell on you to Mother again? She immediately denied it. No, we weren't fighting, Arthur also agreed and tried to explain. We were just happy that the young lady is okay. It was true. Anastasia hadn't lived a life where she wasn't loved by anyone. She remembered Arthur and Guinevere from her 13th life, then looked back at the two in front of her. They were crying and begging for forgiveness. Please don't tell them, madam, she murmured to herself. The princess and the knight and Guinevere and Arthur have shown me this kind of affection. How could this not be love? Fortunately, before June was over, Anastasia was able to return to the ducal estate. Although a priest came to bother her, Arthur and Guinevere helped her. Get rid of the man! They both whispered. The young lady hasn't fully recovered yet. Please leave and forget about this. Anastasia got a clue. In her 13th life, Guinevere was 22 years old and Arthur was 21. Guinevere and Arthur had also killed her at those same ages. A day in June. In other words, a longing would arise when Anastasia was separated from them. She smiled faintly. Anastasia didn't know what kind of clue this was, but she had already gotten the information. The maid sitting across from her asked Anastasia, Now that you're thinking of returning to the Ducky's residence, so, the young lady must be happy again, right? The little girl answered yes cheerfully. I also miss my family and the maids, and the servants in my room. A moved expression appeared on the maid's face. Our young lady is saying such happy things again. Anastasia answered that it was truly from the heart. She thought, So whether it's a main god or any scoundrel, whoever wants to get rid of me, I won't care. Stronger and defeat everything. Everything ended well. Happy days came one after another. However, it seemed Anastasia had let her guard down against a troublesome figure called the Pope. That person was called the Pope. Simon rejoiced the moment he saw her. He said, Saintess, God's first and greatest assistant servant. Simon came before the Saintess. It's been a long time. Why is the Saintess still so holy? Simon said. My eyes feel like they're going blind. May I praise the Saintess's beauty at great length? Please allow me. Anastasia sighed inwardly. He must be very busy. Why did he bother coming to my house, whatever? She pointed at the little tiger and commanded bluntly, Red Lion, bite him! The tiger immediately roared and showed its frightening teeth. Simon screamed in fear. Help me! Saintess! A few moments later, he wiped the blood flowing from his head and sighed. The Saintess's welcoming ceremony is truly intense. This also proves your incredibly rapid growth. Anastasia just gestured with her gaze. Get to the point. Finally, Simon said with a serious tone. Saintess, how is the 17th prince? Anastasia replied. So you came for Ramazel. Simon then praised her. As expected, has also realized that the 17th prince possesses holy power. Through his words, an image of Ramazel appeared in early July, and a very peaceful period. She received many congratulations. For her 8th birthday, the Grand Duke, Leventus and Mihail
finally also gave her gifts, not jewelry. Instead, Anastasia's eyes sparkled and she pointed forward. She also became more familiar with the other knights. At the Duke's residence, she called their names one by one, and everyone was overjoyed. They were Kalin, Salat, and Hanan. Their hearts were filled with emotion, their eyes welling up with tears. My lady called my name, seeing their reaction. She thought, if I knew they would be this happy, I would have called them by name sooner. They suddenly knelt and said in unison, "We swear here to be loyal to you for our entire..." In turn, Anastasia seemed to have accidentally triggered some kind of strange loyalty. She also explained to Joko everything that happened in the bedroom. Only Anastasia and Joko were talking. After finishing her story, she asked, "Joko, do you understand? So, don't be too hateful towards those two." He finally understood everything. Oh, I see. So that's how it was. But Joko still didn't want to stop fighting, continuing to say, "But I don't like it. The fact is, they hurt the Demon King. I can't accept it." Joko didn't like it. Anastasia comforted him. "Joko, calm down." Joko looked at her sadly. He slowly reached out and hugged her. Joko said softly, "But if the Demon King says so, then I will try to forgive them." Anastasia was secretly pleased. My little puppy is really kind-hearted. "Thank you." "Joko." He snuggled in and whined, coyly. "Joko only needs the Demon King, you know, as long as the Demon King is happy." Just when she thought everything had ended well, in the tea room, Simon was raising both his hands to the sky. "Saintus, first, please listen to me." Anastasia sipped her tea, then said to him, "Put your hands down, Simon." He was being punished. He had to kneel on the ground. Simon complained, "Saintus, do you know, even though I look like this, I am the Pope, the supreme leader of the holy nation." She still paid him no mind. "So, what I'm the Saintus?" After a moment of silence, they were finally able to talk. "Seriously," Simon commented, "possessing divine power is a great honor." Anastasia contemplated and analyzed. Ramiz is an imperial prince. Right now he's a servant, but maybe one day he'll have to return, and not everyone who has divine power wants to become... Simon clarified. "You misunderstand, I may be simple, but not that simple. I only intend to try and become just a teacher." Anastasia remained cold in her heart. She was silently picking him apart. "You skip work every day, yet you want to teach someone. I'm just afraid he'll be a bad influence." Simon cried out, "Saintus, you've gone too far. You know I may look like this, but in the Holy Kingdom, I'm still respected by many people." Anastasia still didn't pay him much mind. She just said, "Ramiz is a good boy, whereas you, Simon, are so obsessive and keep rambling. It's precisely because he's the imperial prince that I want to be his teacher even more." Anastasia questioned, "Why is it to increase the Holy Kingdom's influence over the Empire?" Simon replied calmly. "Of course, if I said, there was no such intention, it would be a lie." She thought, "If you talked less, maybe you'd have more credibility." Then Simon continued, softly, "The war for the imperial throne is fierce. Right now, the Saintess's authority and what she did 3 years ago is forcing them to remain quiet and cautious. But how long can this situation last?" He placed his hand on his chest and said respectfully, "Oh, great Saintess, please make your choice. Because, you see, Prince Ramiz now greatly resembles the first emperor of the empire. He is hailed as a hero." Suddenly, the sound of something shattering interrupted their conversation. The cookies on the plate were scattered everywhere near the door. Ramiz stood there stiffly, stunned. He was trembling, unable to utter a single word. He lowered his head, his whole body breaking out in a cold sweat, and stammered, "I'll go get them again. I'm sorry, Miss Sasya." Then he hurriedly left and leaving Anastasia standing there silently, calling out to him. She and Simon were both confused. Simon looked up, pleading with Anastasia. "Saintess, please give me a chance, won't you?" She, without hesitation, immediately refused. Anastasia explained gently. "Ramiz is still afraid of adult men." She recalled what happened 3 years ago. "He no longer stutters. He also has his own favorite snacks and foods. But even so, it's still too short a time to heal." Little Ramiz! From all the pain he's experienced, he was running through the pitch-black corridor. A few moments later, Anastasia also went out. She went to look for Ramiz. After finding him, Anastasia then said, "You said you were going to help me get cookies, didn't you?" This startled Ramiz, who was standing in the corner. He was still trembling, huddled up. "Miss Sasya, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Anastasia." Comforted him and then changed the subject. "I didn't think you were... today. The chef said he was making lemon-glazed cookies. You wanted to bring them to me, right?" As answered softly, "Yes, because Miss Sasya likes lemon-glazed cookies. Right?" The little girl smiled gently at him. "That's right. I love them. That's right." This made Ramiz calm down a little. "Miss Sasya, you don't hate me and you're not mad at me, are you?" Anastasia asked softly. Why Ramiz stammered, explaining, "Because of this face, in the Empire, many people hated me." She asked again in surprise. Why would they do that? Ramiz didn't understand for a moment. The little girl continued. "Ramiz's silver hair shines like the surface of a lake under the moonlight. His golden eyes are like the warmth of the afternoon sun. That's why I like them so much." She seemed to radiate an aura in the dead of night. Ramiz blushed and stammered back at her. "Really, but I might be a very dangerous person. You know..." The little girl just tilted her head and said to him, "Right now, Ramiz doesn't seem dangerous at all." Ramiz cheered up again. "Miss Sasya, you're always too gentle with me. It's okay. My older sister and older brother would say the same thing too." He hesitated for a moment. "That's because they're both very gentle too." Moving on to the next day. The next day, the entire castle seemed to awaken under the sunlight. Anastasia, dressed neatly, summoned Simon. He sat before her and asked enthusiastically with a hopeful expression, "Yes, holy maiden, have you finally made a decision?" The little girl crushed Simon's hopes by flatly refusing, then said, "I'll count to 3. Explain your conspiracy." Anastasia's expression was more serious than ever. The atmosphere felt heavy. Still maintained his innocent act. "A conspiracy? You've misunderstood. Your Highness, I absolutely did not approach you with malicious intent. Not at all. After all, I am a pope." She counted to 1. He started rambling on again. "I am God's first servant. Don't you believe me? I'm willing to be your servant." Anastasia counted to 2. He was still trying to convince her, his eyes sparkling wide. "Your Highness is angry," she snapped. "Who are you trying to sweet-talk?" Then Anastasia counted to 3. Finally, Simon had to surrender to her aura. "Your Highness, I will reveal everything, so please, just don't raise a hand to punish me again." She looked at him and asked again, "You really won't lie, will you?" Simon's eyes sparkled as he gave a thumbs up, to show he could be trusted. "Of course I can swear to God at any time." However, Anastasia knew in her heart that he was just going to lie again. She reached behind her back, fumbling for something. "Well then, there's no other way." Held a strange object in her hand. "This is a holy artifact bestowed upon me by God," Simon exclaimed in shock. "A holy artifact." But he quickly shut down that thought. "How could it be? It looked like a terrifying torture device," he asked cautiously. "What kind of holy artifact is this?" Anastasia raised the object and introduced it. "This holy artifact is called a lie." Simon was in disbelief. "Please say that one more time." The little girl maintained her smile and repeated, word for word. "A lie detector," she said, inwardly pleased. "Your fingers are going to be in a lot of pain today. In my 99 lives, I've been able to summon 99 different items. This lie detector has been my favorite toy for punishment since my first life." Simon stared at his hands and swallowed nervously. But this was a lie detector. It was truly imbued with holy power, capable of 100% distinguishing truth from lies. He tried to say, "A lie detector. I swore to God I would only tell the truth." But the machine buzzed, zapping him with electricity, proving it was a lie. The sudden pain made Simon's entire body jolt. "This is impossible. How can you distrust me this much?" Simon looked genuinely heartbroken, Anastasia thought. "He's lying from the get-go. He's not at all." She tilted her head, acting as if it were perfectly normal. "If you don't lie, there's no problem. So what's the big deal? You promised you wouldn't lie. I'm just using this holy artifact. Don't you like it?" He raised a hand confidently, patting his chest and laughing until his eyes crinkled. "No, of course not. As long as I don't lie, everything is fine.
Your Highness is gently guiding me. Anastasia got to the main point. Then, are you really concerned about Ramiz? Is that why you want to take him as your disciple, with a face full of piety? Simon replied softly. Yes, I worry for Prince Ramiz with a pure heart. But the lie detector showed him absolutely no mercy! It buzzed and zapped him, making Simon scream in agony. Anastasia understood immediately. So it wasn't a pure all, she scolded Simon sternly. I am so disappointed. You said you would tell me everything, but you just keep lying. Don't you? Simon suddenly shivered. Your Highness, it's not like that. Hearing this, Anastasia leaned in closer, her eyes wide. In that case, tell me the truth. Why do you want to take Ramiz as your disciple? Cold sweat poured down Simon's face as Anastasia continued to press him. Why? He could only let out a long sigh and said, I received a divine oracle from God. Anastasia furrowed her brow slightly, repeating, Simeon's words? A divine oracle? He slowly admitted. Yes, I just don't understand why God didn't explain the reason clearly. It's just that God told me I must awaken the prince's power for the future of Ramiz. But I'm asking your Highness to make the choice. It's truly for the prince's sake. Although the temple's influence in the empire is very weak, the personal support of the Pope is another story. Anastasia listened to his words with a cold expression on her face, filled with doubt. Simeon was immediately startled. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Simeon started, rambling on again. Of course, I also want to build a little influence, but I have no intention of dominating and manipulating. Prince, wouldn't it be better? Without a war, I'd be comfortable. Ender would be comfortable too. Peace above all, laziness above all. I obey that as if I were obeying God's will. It showed on the lie detector. The two words truth were displayed, accompanied by a dinging sound as confirmation, Anastasia thought. Anastasia. To herself. He just wants to make himself comfortable. Nothing more. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. Of course, if the Pope is providing support from behind the scenes, it would help with Lamizer's security. Across from her, Simeon pleaded softly. So please take this off of me. Anastasia frowned, lost in thought, like Kun Aguero Agnes planning a strategy in Tower of God. But I'm still confused as to why God gave Lamizer this prophecy. Maybe because I saw Guinevere and Arthur's memories. Trust the Supreme God. If this was truly just, then God wouldn't need to make me do it without a reason. Finally. Anastasia sighed again. This is just an uncertain doubt. In any case, this is also an opportunity for Lamizer. She lifted her head and removed the device. From Simeon, I'll take it off for you. He cried out in joy, looking at his sore hands. Finally, thank you. Anastasia stood up and left her seat. I'm going to go ask Lamizer. So, you have to wait until then. Otherwise, I will really let those cardinals capture you. Simeon's eyes sparkled with hope. I understand. Simeon will wait obediently like a cardinal. Well then, if you call me uncle again so sweetly. Before he could finish speaking, Anastasia abruptly turned and left. Simeon cried out, Hey, where are you going? You have to hear me out before you can leave. She thought to herself. No can do. My father told me not to play with people who like to ramble. Anastasia walked down the corridor, sighing, always having to deal with Simeon. I feel like I'm getting dumber. The vice captain of the mercenary group I met in my previous life, he was a person just like that. He once said, but if there's nothing in life to satisfy you, what's the point of living? Anastasia even wondered if Simeon was the reincarnation of that person. As she neared her destination, her train of thought also came to an end. Once I knew that people really do get reincarnated, I started thinking everyone is a reincarnator. Never mind. Lamizer is the priority right now. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. Anastasia called out, Lamizer, are you in your room? The sound of pang-pang running across the floor could be heard, and shortly after, there was a reply. Lamizer opened the door with a hopeful expression. My lady? Anastasia entered the room and saw Lamizer studying at his desk. Am I interrupting? He quickly denied it. Of course not. How could you possibly disturb me? My lady, I love anything you do. Anastasia hesitated for a moment before saying, This time you can't. Just say that everything is fine. Lamizer asked confusedly why. She then explained. Because this is something very, very important to you. Lamizer, are you afraid of the Pope? He was slightly taken aback by the question, but Lamizer was trembling as he tried to act calm. It's okay. It's, if you wish for it, my lady.
I can go to the holy city, if that would help you. Anastasia glanced at his trembling hands. What do you mean? It's okay, your hands are even trembling, she then stated firmly. You don't have to think about me. I want to know what you want to do, Lemise answered with a hint of fear and disbelief. Anastasia continued her commentary on Simeon. That holy girl is really too much. The Pope is a very strange uncle. Even though he's weird, he's still the Pope. If he heard this, he'd definitely cry his eyes out. The Pope said, if you become his disciple, Lemise, you'll also get healthier and be able to avoid those scary people. Lemise listened to all of it, stunned into silence. She bowed her head, pursed her lips, and was lost in thought for a long time. Only then did she finally straighten her back and ask, Then, can I stay by your side, Miss Sasha? For longer, and I won't have to listen to the commands of the Crown Prince. Anastasia looked at her and said honestly, I'm not sure about that. But she said, with the power Lemise possesses. You can definitely protect yourself just fine. She added inwardly. It's not just Simeon. I also feel that it's a power that's quite considerable. Even so, Anastasia still gave Lemise an out. But if you don't like it, you can stay at the ducal residence for as long as you... I would also prefer having a friend. Lemise's cheeks flushed slightly. She smiled with relief and said, Oh, I see. I really like you a lot, Miss Sasha. Anastasia was a little confused by this sudden change. Lemise was no longer worried and looked directly at her. I thought you wanted to get rid of me, Miss Sasha, but it seems, that's not the case, a bewildered Anastasia quickly insisted. Of course you're my friend, Lemise. Hearing that, Lemise spontaneously took Anastasia's hand. So, I'll go. If I try with all my might to protect myself, then I can also protect you, Miss Sasha. She narrowed her eyes while smiling, then said gently, I don't need your protection. But Lemise was insistent. I want to have the power to protect you, Miss Sasha. That way, I can be your friend for a longer time, Miss Sasha. Suddenly, she became a little shy and stammered. So if I go to the Holy Land, will you write letters to me? Anastasia furrowed her brow slightly and leaned closer to Lemise. She replied with a matter-of-fact tone, Of course, I'll write you a ton. Lemise's cheeks grew even redder. She didn't know what else to say. She could only take Anastasia's small hand and place a kiss on it, full of affection and sincerity. She smiled at Anastasia and said, Thank you, Miss Sasha. This unexpected gesture took Anastasia by surprise. Her own face flushed a little. Anastasia's eyelashes lowered, looking a bit sorrowful. Lemise must be very sad too. I can't believe she's still able to smile like this. I always thought, I was the mature one. It turns out I'm the childish one. The day of Lemise's departure for the Holy Land came sooner than expected. As Lemise boarded the carriage, she turned back. Miss Sasha, I'll write to you often. Anastasia stepped closer to reassure her, and added, I'll be sure to write back. If you run into any trouble, you can come back anytime. Remember that. Lemise smiled brightly and nodded obediently. Anastasia reflected for a moment. It seems I've grown attached to her over time. This feels sadder than I imagined. Simeon, who was sitting inside the carriage, gently urged Lemise, It's time for us to go. Prince Damien and Laurentia also came to see Lemise off. Lemise, safe journey. One day in mid-August, the scorching heat began to ease. The young girl from the Empire was different from when they first met. She left this place for the Holy Land with a smile on her face. As she departed, Lemise murmured to herself, I'm leaving now, Miss Sasha. Here for the Holy Land with a smile on her face. As she walked away, Lemise muttered to herself, I'm leaving, Miss Sasha. Yeah.